Chapter 91, The Honest Man Gets Angry, That Treasure Roar. The Supreme God roared, and slapped out with his strong right claw, directly breaking the animal bone spear. The huge power on the right claw exploded, boom. Sujyoga narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a murderous intent, looked deep into the cave. A group of middle-aged men dressed in animal skins like Jiran walked out. The leading man was extremely tall and strong, with ancient black lines all over his body. Seeing the person coming, Jiran's face lit up with joy and he shouted loudly, "Uncle Zhong! Uncle Li!" He trotted forward, and the big man opposite him shouted angrily, "Jiran! You still remember to come back? It's fine that you left without permission. But why did you bring a foreigner to our tribe?" Jiran was stunned and quickly explained, "No, Uncle Zhong. This gentleman is a good man. Look, this gentleman also helped me kill the Beast King, the Devil Flame Sky Tiger." After saying that, he took out the clay jar and released the body of the Demon Flame Tiger. Looking at the corpse of the demonic Flame Sky Tiger, all the people from the Wuchi tribe present were shocked. It's actually the Devil Flame Sky Tiger? Impossible. This is a demon beast that has entered the Holy Realm. Who are you and why are you entering the territory of my Wuchi clan? Ji Zhong stared at Sujyoga with a bad look and shouted. The people of the Wuchi tribe behind him all raised the animal bone spears in their hands and pointed them directly at Sujyoga. Sujyoga glanced at everyone present and did not notice the existence of the destined protagonist. His expression was calm, but he spoke slowly with some displeasure. "I, the prince, don't like others pointing their spears at me." As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying pressure from the Divine King realm poured out. It was like an overwhelming force, causing everyone to retreat several steps backward. An extremely dark divine rainbow flashed across the sky, and the spears in the hands of the Wuchi people were chopped off one after another. Everyone's face changed drastically. As if they were facing a great enemy. Snort. A heavy cold snort sounded. Ji Zhong appeared in front of Sujyoga in an instant. His blood was boiling, and he punched towards Sujyoga like a prehistoric beast. The Wuchi clan man in front of him had no cultivation at all, but his body was at the terrifying saint level. Even when facing the saint realm, Sujyoga remained indifferent and did not move at all. A buzz. The Emperor's Wanyuan Black Scale Armor emerges. The Wanyuan Black Scale Armor is something that cannot be compared with Nangong Cheng's Ethereal Fairy Skirt. This absolutely ultimate defensive ability actually completely dissipated the power of this saint's physical body, and his feedback. Boom! Countless rocks fell around. Ji Zhong's pupils shrank, and he clenched his fists in front of his chest, and his whole body flew backwards under the tremendous force. He stood firmly on the ground, his eyes full of fear. He was afraid of destroying the cave, so although he had some strength left, this punch was no weaker than that of a saint. This person is only at the Divine King level, and he can't even break his defense? Ji Zhong shouted loudly. "This place belongs to my Wuchi tribe. No outsiders are allowed to enter. If you retreat now, we can forgive you for what happened." This made Jiran very anxious, and he kept trying to dissuade him. "Uncle Zhong, stop fighting. This gentleman really means no harm." But no one paid any attention to him. Sujyoga's imperial eyes were calm as he took a step forward, facing a group of extremely vigilant Wuchi people. Sujyoga said in an extremely domineering manner, "There is no place in this world that this prince cannot go. Since you don't agree, then I'll just step over your dead bodies. Anyway, you Wuchi people can still be reborn, right?" Ji Zhong's pupils shrank. "You even know this. I can't keep you here." At the same time, the Supreme God roared, his eyes full of brutality and murderous intent. Sujyoga raised his hand to stop after breaking through to the Divine King realm. "I haven't taken action for a long time and I'm already itching to do something." Although the person in front of him is in the Holy Realm, but so what? Black Emperor. A black and purple cyclone surged, and the Black Emperor halberd with a terrifying aura appeared in Sujyoga's hand. Sujyoga raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and spoke. "Come on, then." With the Black Emperor in his hand, golden hair flying, and the power of the great Tao surrounding him, Sujyoga walked towards the people of the Wuchi tribe like a god. A tremendous power surged, and the Emperor-level killing technique was unleashed. Wherever it passed, it killed a large number of people from the Wuchi tribe like cutting leaks. Ah! Screams continued to ring out. They didn't even have time to resist before their upper bodies were separated from their lower bodies. Sujyoga's eyes were indifferent, and his whole body was filled with an extremely domineering aura. Melee. Boom! Dozens more people from the Wuchi tribe fell down. Ji Zhong saw that the other party did not take him seriously. He even dared to kill his own people in front of him. I was instantly furious, roared loudly. Asshole! Stop it! The horrific turmoil coming from tens of thousands of meters underground directly affected the entire earth above. The ground beneath my feet was shaking violently after taking the breath-holding pills given by Nangong Qing. Yi Shang and a group of forbidden gods hid in the bushes, looking closely at a cave. Yi Shang blasted a magical power into the cave. Escape immediately. Feeling the vibration under his feet, Yi Shang was shocked. The voice was transmitted, "Here it comes." Everyone was very careful and didn't dare to carry it for a moment. I don't know how long it was before the shaking under my feet subsided. There was still no movement in the cave. Finally, a young member of the God clan spoke impatiently. I say, Yi Shang, is there really the treasure you mentioned here? I've been waiting here for a long time, but not a single hair has shown up. You guys, are you kidding us? You're wasting time. Nangong Qing asked with a little displeasure. Yi Shang, where is the demon flame sky tiger you mentioned? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Could he have gone out to look for food? Not to mention them, even Yi Shang himself was confused at this moment. In the memory before rebirth, a group of cultivators encountered a demonic flame sky tiger that had reached the peak of the Saint Realm here. One of them disappeared after obtaining the treasure. In order to obtain the treasure, he had spared no expense in purchasing a set of prisoner formation flags. A tight net is set up here just to deal with the demonic flame tiger, but when several magical powers penetrated, there was no sound at all. Could it be true, as Chinger said, that the demonic flame sky tiger went out to look for food? Yi Shang's eyes flickered and he spoke. Wait a little longer. Still waiting? How long has it been? If you wait any longer, all the treasures here will be taken away by the prince of the Su family. Yeah, you have to wait. I won't keep you company anyway, the younger generations of the gods shouted. If you don't want to die, then shut up. Yi Shang turned around unbearably and looked at the younger generations of the gods. His eyes were red, filled with murderous intent. This is the first time in all these days that I see the good guy Yi Shang angry. This immediately shocked them. In front of that treasure, no one can stand in my way. Yi Shang was extremely tough and said coldly. If you don't want to stay, just go away. The younger members of the God clan shuddered when they saw this. At this moment, Nangong Qing suddenly spoke. Here they come. Yi Shang. There's movement in that cave. Chapter 92, Enemies meet on a narrow road, and there is no hair. Nangong Gu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He came here through the map left by his mother, but I didn't want to come up empty-handed. Not only did he not get any treasure, but he was also caught off guard and suffered several heavy blows for no reason in the cave. Then, as soon as he came out of the cave, he fell directly into a killing array. It's just bad luck opening the door for bad luck. What bad luck? Nangong Gu looked at the group of gods in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. Around him, a killing array with a terrifying aura emerged and enveloped him. Nangong Ji's face was as cold as frost, and he stared at Yi Shang with murderous eyes, said through gritted teeth. You did all this? You guys, Nangong Gu, didn't go looking for you, but you dared to attack me. Even Yi Shang was stunned when he saw Nangong Gu coming out of the cave, lost his voice. How is that possible? Why are you in there? Where's the demon flame sky tiger? He never expected that the killing array he set up failed to capture the demon flame sky tiger, but instead trapped Nangong Gu first. Nangong Qing was also stunned. The younger gods behind him were even more frightened, hiding behind the two of them. Why is this traitor here? Yi Shang. Didn't you say that the treasure is right here? You have to protect us. Treasure, it's this kid again. Nangong Ji's eyes were as dark as water as he spoke coldly. So it was you who took the treasure in advance? He had never wanted to kill someone so much. First, they ruined my good deeds, and then they prevented me from killing these trash. Now, he has even seized the treasure that originally belonged to him. Nangong Ji's whole body was in chaos and he roared with red eyes. Yi Shang. You really deserve to die. This terrifying wave swept across the entire place, feeling the furious Nangong Gu and the murderous intent emanating from him. Why Yi Shang's eyelids were twitching. The last time I was able to deal with this man was entirely due to the help of the Wheel of Time. Under the current circumstances, I am definitely no match for Nangong Gu, but fortunately, he had set up a formation here early on, so Yi Shang was not too afraid, but asked. Nangong Gu. I ask you, where is that treasure? And where is the demon flame sky tiger? Boom! Before he finished speaking, Nangongu rushed towards the killing formation. The terrifying power of the Emperor's divine body caused the entire formation to tremble continuously. You shameless little thief! It was you who first set up a killing array here to ambush me. I should be the one asking you this. As he said that, Nangongu threw out another punch. A powerful and astonishing blow bursts out with fist light, but in front of this killing formation that could trap those who had reached the Sate realm, it was like a trapped beast fighting, and there was no way to break out of it. Seeing this, Yi Sheng's eyes flickered and his brows furrowed. In the previous life, the monk disappeared after obtaining the treasure. Could it be that person was Nangongu, considering that he was a member of the Forbidden God clan and lived in the ancient fairyland? It is no wonder that there has been no news about the whereabouts of this treasure since then. Yi Sheng became more and more certain that it was him who took the treasure, but I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't tell. Yi Sheng was silent for a while, then he stared at Nangongu in the killing formation and spoke. Nangongu, you really didn't get that. Before he could finish his words, Nangong Qing's voice rang out immediately. That's right. Nangongu. You dared to betray my Forbidden God clan. Today is the day you die. Although my heart was full of surprise, Nangong Qing never thought that the killing formation set up by Yi Sheng here could trap Nangongu. But how could she give up such a great opportunity? The younger gods, who were originally quite frightened, became more and more anxious when they saw that Nangongu couldn't come out at all. His expression suddenly changed and he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Nangongu, I never thought you would have this day. In this Taiyuan fairyland, do you really think you are lawless? Yi Sheng, go ahead. Kill this man quickly. As soon as these words were spoken, Nangongu was instantly enraged. Nangongu had a gloomy face and was trembling all over. Really? Yi Sheng, I have no grudge against you, but you have repeatedly ruined Nangongji's plans. Today, I, Nangongu, will kill you. Demon Soul Corpse. Buzz, a demon soul corpse at the God King level, appeared. Without saying a word, he charged towards the killing formation. Bang! Bang! Loud noises came one after another. The flag stuck in the ground moved slightly, as if it could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, the younger generation of the gods became anxious and kept urging. Will this formation not last? Yi Sheng, what are you still standing there for? Get started! These guys, Yi Sheng's face looked as if he had eaten shit, and he glared fiercely at this group of gods. The ancient Luwadi Sutra is running. At this point, there's no point saying anything. It seems that the only option is to kill this man and search his storage ring. As a quasi-emperor, he is naturally decisive in killing. Since we are going to take action, we must not leave any trouble behind. Yi Sheng slapped out a palm, creating a golden palm that covered the sky and the sun, from above in the air. Pressing down towards Nangongu, heaven-shaking palm, Nangongu was trapped in the killing array and had nowhere to escape. He roared in extreme anger. Do you really think that you can defeat me with this formation? Yi Sheng. Heaven-suppressing map. A dazzling golden divine light burst out. A picture like a scroll of mountains and seas rumbled up and went towards the heaven-shaking palm to greet it. Boom. The heaven-suppressing map was still expanding. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he actually managed to hold up this huge formation. The battle flags were shaking even more violently. Nangong Qing's pretty face changed. She stared at the Zentiantu and murmured, "This aura, it's the Emperor's army. Where on earth did this guy Nangongu get the imperial weapon?" The battle flag made a creaking groaning sound. Sudden, Nangongji's eyes flashed with a captivating light and he shouted, "Break it for me." Crack! The battle flag broke directly into two halves. The killing formation was actually shattered under the pressure of the Zentiantu. Nangongu laughed loudly, turned into a stream of light and came out, standing in the air. The whole body of the Emperor of Heaven is shining with golden light, with his blood and energy roaring, just like a god king, full of oppression. Since you are all here, you all must die today. He rushed towards the crowd. The first choice is Yi Sheng. Yi Shengru was facing a powerful enemy and did not dare to show the slightest sign of carelessness. The devouring divine body continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, the great will to destroy the sun. The younger generations of the gods immediately panicked. Where did this guy get the imperial soldier from? Why don't we know about this? It's over. Nangongu has reached the level of Zhan Yuan. Nangong Qing shouted coldly. Calm down, everyone. With so many of us here, this traitor is no match for us. Assist Yi Sheng. Chapter 93, Kill the Saint Realm, who else wants to stop this emperor? After saying this, the ancient green flame turned into a sea of fire. She intentionally devoured Yi Sheng and Nangongyan without any scruples. The younger generations of the God Clan also activated their magical powers and bombarded the two indiscriminately, feeling dozens of terrifying auras coming from behind Qing Air. Yi Sheng's pupils shrank. He murmured in disbelief. Why are you attacking me too? Nangonggu had a ferocious look on his face and sneered. Yi Sheng, look at what you have done. These guys seem to want to kill you too. Nangonggu, who possesses the divine body of the emperor and has cultivated the golden body of the Dharma image, is naturally not afraid of these magical powers. Boom! Such an earth-shattering noise, just a trace of the power leaked out from it, was enough to cause the towering trees within 100 miles to collapse. A 9-turn roulette wheel appeared in front of Yi Sheng, and his face turned pale. He ignored Nangongji's words, but roared and rushed forward. Boom! With a loud bang, plop, plop, a head rolled to the ground. The person lying on the ground was actually the Saint Realm Ji Zhong of the Wuqi clan. His eyes were wide open, his head was chopped off, and he died with his eyes open. The Wuqi people looked at the corpses of their fellow tribesmen on the ground with horror. Who on earth are you? Su Jioge swung the Black Emperor halberd with an extremely indifferent expression. After killing so many people from the Wuqi tribe, the Black Emperor was not even stained with blood. This person from the Wuqi tribe doesn't even have blood. Although he has reached the saint level, he has only reached it with his physical body and is unable to use the saint's supernatural powers. In front of Su Jioge, they were no different from those people before. I couldn't help but say it with some boredom. Who else wants to stop this emperor's son? Looking at the trembling people of the Wuqi tribe in front of him. At this moment, no one dared to speak. Ji Ran trotted to Su Jioge. Even though so many of his tribesmen had died, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he looked at Ji Zhong's head on the ground and said with some resentment, Uncle Zhong, I've already said it. This gentleman has no ill intentions. Being enslaved by the Soul Master's mark does not change one's personal will, but if it concerns the Soul Master, he even thinks that Uncle Zhong's death is justified. Under the horrified gazes of the tribesmen, Ji Ran looked at Su Jioge with a smile and spoke. Sir, let me take you there. The clan leader and the others are inside. And the goddess. Su Jioge remained calm and nodded slightly. The two went deeper into the cave. I came to a pitch-black iron door. Su Jioge could feel that there was an extremely terrifying power inside the door. That power has even surpassed the Holy Realm. Outside the door, dozens of Wuqi guards were guarding on both sides. They looked unhappy, as if they already knew the situation outside. He held high the animal bone spear in his hand. Stop. Go back. If you dare to take another step forward, puff. Before he could finish his words, a flash of light passed by. The sharp claws of the Supreme God roared directly cut their bodies open. Su Jioge said helplessly. You've killed so many people, why don't you learn your lesson? Jiran, do you think it's because your Wuqi tribe can be reborn? Is that why you are so ignorant and fearless? Su Jioge looked at Jiran and asked. He wanted to see to what extent this Soul Master's mark could change a person. Jiran thought about it, then nodded seriously, said. My lord, I think it should be like this. The corner of Su Jioge's mouth curled up, and a tremendous power burst out from his body. The power of the God King realm directly crushed the corpse of the Wuqi clan on the ground into powder, leaving no residue. Asked again. And now? Jiran, if even the body is gone, then naturally there is no way to bury it in the holy soil. Su Jioge nodded and looked at the other corpses of the Wuqi people on the ground. The power poured out. At this moment, the tightly closed black iron door was opened with a bang. A whistling gale rushed out from it. Sir, please stop, a hoarse and old voice sounded. Can't sit still anymore. Su Jioge grinned, turned around and looked into the dark cave. The strange center steps are covered with mysterious patterns. The faint candlelight was lit, and in the middle of the steps, an elderly, short old man was standing there with a cane. Su Jioge glanced at the old man casually. The pinnacle of the supreme realm. Moreover, unlike other members of the Wuqi tribe, there seemed to be a hint of supreme power in that old man. Jiran said with great joy. Grandpa, clan leader. Jimu didn't say anything, but his dim pupils glanced at Jiran quietly. Then he looked at Su Jioge. His whole body trembled, and a light flashed in his eyes. Jimu clearly felt the imperial aura on Su Jioge. This is enough to prove that the blonde young man in front of him is related to a certain great emperor. Jimu walked forward slowly, speaking as he walked. My lord, I wonder what crime my Wuqi clan has committed. Why would I be punished like this? Su Jioge raised his eyebrows and spoke lightly. It's not a big crime. It's nothing more than making this prince a little unhappy. He is actually a son of the emperor? His pupils widened, and he slowly walked up to Su Jioge and bowed respectfully. I am the leader of the Wuchi tribe, Jimu. Greetings, Master Young Emperor. I, the Wuchi clan, have offended you greatly. Please forgive me, Your Excellency the Young Emperor. Jimu said with a somewhat moved expression, this day has finally come. As early as the moment he saw the goddess, Jimu knew that the Taiyuan fairyland would be born soon. During this period, he also warned his tribesmen not to go to the surface to recuperate, but I didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Jimu was extremely awed and said, Respected Young Emperor, may I ask why you have condescended to visit my Wuchi clan? His hunched body lowered even lower. A young emperor, this was not an existence that his Wuchi clan could afford to offend. Su Jioge looked around at the empty surroundings and frowned. The destined protagonist is not here either, Su Jioge said lightly. You are from the Wuchi tribe, where are the other tribesmen? Jimu, they are all in the Holy Land, and many of the tribesmen have not yet awakened from their slumber. After Jimu's explanation, Su Jioge roughly understood that the Wuchi clan was indeed a relic of the ancient immortal period, like the Tsang Cheong immortal clan and the Forbidden God clan. Taiyuan Wonderland is where they once lived, and for some reasons, they buried themselves in the Holy Land. It had been sleeping for 1,000 years before gradually waking up. To this day, many members of the tribe have not yet woken up. Su Jioge's imperial eyes flickered, and he spoke slowly. Take me to your holy place. This made Jimu a little troubled. The Holy Land is the supreme place of his Wuchi clan, and not everyone can enter, not to mention, the goddess is still among them. Su Jioge, Jimu trembled all over, and under this tremendous pressure, he had no choice but to nod and say, Master Young Emperor, please follow me. P.S. Guess who the goddess is, and get a Xiaoyangren one-day experience card. Chapter 94, The Protagonist of the Era, an astonishing luck value of 300,000. Under the leadership of the Wuchi clan leader GMU. Su Jioge and others came to a dark and gloomy place. This is even deeper underground. It seems like an underground world of another world. Directly above, crimson clouds like the sunset glow spread beneath the inverted bedrock. Under my feet is endless black soil. Here, there is an atmosphere of desolation and loneliness. Looking at the land under his feet, he seemed to have thought of something. Su Jioge was shocked. This is divine object, the divine land of Shirong. Only one piece of Shiran sacred land is needed to evolve into countless lands. This kind of sacred land only existed in the legendary ancient times. No one has ever seen it. Even Su Jioge had to feel it carefully for a long time before he remembered this magical object. The land under your feet was actually derived from the divine soil of Shirong. Is this the place where the Wuchi people are buried after death? Jimu sighed quietly and exclaimed in admiration. Your Excellency, Young Emperor, has good taste. This sacred soil is exactly the sacred object of my Wuchi clan. All the people of my clan are buried here after they die, waiting to wake up again. Knowing that he couldn't hide the secret from the prince of the emperor, Jimu simply didn't hide it. Su Jioge nodded slightly, his imperial eyes flickering. As expected of a race left over from the ancient times of immortals, they have a rich heritage and even possess such divine objects as the Shiran divine soil. Where are the other members of your Wuchi tribe? Jimu, please follow me, sir. The deeper they went, the more the breath coming from there made the supreme god roar more restless. Su Jioge took a look at it. What did you feel? The supreme god roared in response, shaking his limbs as if he was uneasy. This familiar breath made it a little excited. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Jimu led Su Jioge to an altar. Below the altar, hundreds of Wuchi people knelt on the ground with pious eyes, as if they were worshipping something. When they saw the tribe leader coming, the Wuchi tribe members looked at Su Jioge with strange eyes. Su Jioge looked towards the stage. The pupils suddenly shrank. It was as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. First time gaff. In the center of the altar, there was a beautiful woman dressed in white. The woman had a beautiful face and an elegant figure, untainted by the mundane world, like a goddess who had descended upon the mortal world. She has a cool and beautiful face, shiny black hair, fair skin, and skin as white as cream, with amazingly perfect curves. Those clear and beautiful eyes were like the sound of flowing spring water. Every gesture and movement was natural and seemed to be integrated with this world. All the beautiful words in the world seem to be insufficient to describe that beauty, and her cultivation is even more astonishingly terrifying. Holy Land, Jime said slowly. Your Excellency the Young Emperor, we're here. He looked at Su Jioge. Su Jioge's expression at this moment was as if he had seen a ghost, staring blankly at the top of the altar. Name, Qiu Lianyue, identity, protagonist of the era, Emperor Fall, personality, indifferent, quiet, loyal, realm, first level of the Sate realm, constitution, congenital Taoist holy body kung fu, treasure, current luck value, 300,000, the daughter of Emperor Changqing. A peerless woman with an innate holy body of Taoism in the era of the Emperor's fall, Qiu Lianyue, how is this possible? Sujouge couldn't believe it, and his heart was in turmoil. The appearance of the woman on the altar was like a heavy blow, instantly breaking Sujouge's mental defenses. This was also the first time in his life that he experienced the shock of those destined protagonists. Sujouge couldn't help but mutter, "Fuck, it's really weird." Qiu Lianyue also seemed to notice Sujouge below. Those eyes that had not wavered for tens of thousands of years now showed a ripple. Roar! The supreme god roared in a very intimate manner, his huge pupils full of dependence. From a distance, it felt this familiar breath. Sujouge was completely stunned and his head was buzzing. This guy, shouldn't he be dead? Is she the destined protagonist? He never imagined that this innate holy body of Taoism was still alive, and in a place like this, at this moment in his heart. The Shirang sacred soil and the treasures of the Wuqi tribe are no longer important. Sujouge turned around in panic, looked at the supreme god and said, "Slip." But the supreme god roar was like a stubborn donkey. No matter what Sujouge said, he remained indifferent and refused to leave. Traitor! Sujouge cursed inwardly, and simply ran away without even giving up. The supreme divine roar run faster than a rabbit. Jimu was a little confused, but at this moment, buzz, countless rays of icy ice rose up in front of Sujouge, forming a wall of ice, surrounded from all sides. The aura of the holy realm locked Sujouge firmly, like a turtle in a jar, with no way to escape. A light cold breeze blew by. Like pearls falling on a plate, a clear and pleasant female voice rang out. "You are afraid of me?" Qiu Lianyue appeared behind Sujouge at some point. Sujouge froze in place and slowly turned around. He forced a smile. "Open your mouth and speak." "Morning." Qiu Lianyue didn't say anything, but just looked at him in silence. That beautiful and moving face was extremely calm. He stared at her for a long while before speaking softly. "Sujouge, haven't seen you for a long time." Sujouge's eyes were dodging. "For a moment, I didn't know what to say. There are so many regrets in my heart. Wouldn't it be better for you to just honestly harvest the two destined protagonists, Yishang and Nangonggu? Why must you be so shameless as to come to a place like this?" It wasn't because he was afraid, although he usually says that he has an innate chaotic body. He is not weaker than the innate Taoist holy body and is on equal terms with her. But in the era of the Emperor's fall, I can say that I have never won a battle in my memory. Well, I am a little scared, but not much. Sujouge admitted it. The speed at which the innate Taoist holy body breaks through is so fast that it is simply outrageous, and from the panel displayed by the system, it can be seen that Qiu Lianyue is the destined protagonist who rules an entire era. The luck value is even more exaggerated, reaching as high as 300,000. How to fight this? Sujouge simply started moving. "Close your eyes and spread your hands. Go ahead and hit me." Qiu Lianyue was stunned and stood there without moving. The scene remained silent for a long time. Sujouge then slowly opened one eye and looked over. I have to say, Qiu Lianyue's appearance is so stunning that even if I have seen her more than once, I will still be amazed by her. The holy body of the innate Tao fetus is unique throughout the ages and is the darling favored by heaven and earth, like God's own daughter. Every detail of her is so harmonious and moving. That kind of beauty is beyond the mundane world and does not belong to this world. Qiu Lianyue shook her head and said softly, "I won't hit you." When Emperor Changqing was still alive, he was scolded by his father. Girls should not be so violent and cold-spoken, or they will not be able to get married in the future. Qiu Lianyue became much more restrained, not to mention, both of them are ancient monsters from the era of the Emperor's fall, spanning hundreds of thousands of years. A different feeling arises spontaneously. Sujouge's imperial eyes flickered after he was sure that Qiu Lianyue would not take action. "Speak, you, also sealed into the ancient divine source?" Chapter 95, Shiran Divine Land, Divine Emperor Luoyin. Qiu Lianyue, yeah. Sujouge, when was the seal broken? Qiu Lianyue, 1 year ago. He seemed to remember his father's teachings. Feeling that she had said too little, Qiu Lianyue added, "From the infinite sea." Boundless sea. Sujouge nodded slightly. That is a life-restricted zone. Even the emperor dare not get involved too much. Emperor Changqing sealed this woman in the boundless sea, which can be said to be well-intentioned. "Sujouge, why are you in a place like this?" Qiu Lianyue, lost. Sujouge was stunned. What a simple and unpretentious reason. He almost forgot that this woman was also a road idiot. "This is Taiyuan Wonderland. How could you get lost here?" Aren't you the daughter of the Holy Ruins Emperor? How did you become the goddess of the Wuchi tribe? I don't know, that's what they said. You do what they say? How long have you been here? The two asked and answered each other. That day, the conversation died down in an instant. The scene became very awkward at one point. Sujoga didn't know what to say. At this time, Zhou Lianyue took off a storage ring from her jade finger and handed it over, said seriously. This is for you. What? Sujoga was a little confused. Zhou Lianyue, gift. Gift? There is still a hint of fragrance left on the storage ring. Sujoga took the storage ring and probed his spiritual sense into it. My whole body was shocked. Among them, there are not only countless spirit stones, but also several imperial weapons and countless holy pills refined by Emperor Changqing himself. There are no less than thousands of Qingdi pills alone. There are countless other life-saving pills and cultivation pills. This amount is comparable to all the resources of an entire superpower, filled to the brim. What is even more breathtaking is that Sujoga even saw the energy of all things in it. Isn't this Sun Yan's opportunity? You have this too? Sujoga's eyes widened. He looked at Zhou Lianyue, who had a calm face, and asked, where did you get this all-encompassing energy? Zhou Lianyue said honestly, when I was looking for you, I met a man. He was the one who possessed the qi of all things. It seems like he is your enemy. I'll help you kill it. Good job. So Sun Yan was killed by you? Sujoga took a deep breath. I had been planning to take severe revenge on the person who dared to intercept my son. Now that I think about it, I'd better forget it. Etc. Sujoga noticed the key and said something strange. Looking for me? Since you broke the seal from the ancient divine source, have you been looking for me? Zhou Lianyue nodded slightly. Sujoga was puzzled. What do you want to see me for? Zhou Lianyue, Father asked me to follow you after I wake up. That day, the voice of the great Emperor Wushi spread throughout the heavens. The qi of all things is a gift for you to celebrate your coming of age. These are your dowry. These are all I have for now. The others were buried by my father in the sanctuary. Sujoga was unusually silent for a while after hearing this. Looking at this silly woman who came thousands of miles to find me as soon as I was born, I couldn't help but be speechless. The storage ring in her hand should contain the resources left for her by Emperor Changqing after his death. Any one of them is a supreme treasure that is enough to drive the gods crazy. After all, this is the wealth left behind by a fallen emperor, and that emperor is a god-level alchemist. Sujoga slowly stepped forward and handed the storage ring back. Speak. This cauldron of all things has been confiscated by this prince. As for the rest, since it was given to you by your father, you should keep it for yourself. As the son of the emperor, I don't lack these things at all. The energy of all things is something that is determined within oneself. As for the rest, it's a matter of principle. Zhou Lianyue looked at the storage ring in her hand, a sense of loss revealed in her beautiful eyes, murmured softly. Don't you like it? Seeing her like this, Sujoga sighed and said helplessly. No, this cauldron of all things is what this prince needs right now. Thank you very much. Zhou Lianyue slowly raised her head, staring at him with her beautiful eyes. She asked with her red lips slightly opened. Real? Sujoga, really? Zhou Lianyue, as long as you like it. Looking at the charming Zhou Lianyue in front of him, who looks like a fairy. Sujoga's tone couldn't help but soften, said with some surprise. Since you have already broken the seal from the ancient divine source, if you want to find me, why don't you come to the Su family? According to Zhou Lianyue, she was born not much later than herself, and then there's the matter of his father in the coming-of-age ceremony. Logically speaking, even if he crawled, he would have reached the Su family, right? Is it because of directionality again? Sujoga thought secretly in his heart, when he saw Zhou Lianyue's puzzled expression and the way she tilted her head. Sujoga widened his eyes. Somewhat unbelievable. You haven't thought about this at all, have you? Zhou Lianyue said honestly, yeah. This silly woman. Forget it. Sujoga almost couldn't hold it in. You are very likely to be kidnapped, forget it. Let's take him back to the Su family first, see what my father says. Emperor Changqing had a good relationship with his father before his death. Naturally, Sujoga would not leave Zhou Lianyue alone, but looking at this woman's situation, there are probably quite a few geniuses who chose to enter the ancient divine source and wait to break the seal during the emperor's fall. Although the divine source is rare, it does exist for those superpowers. With strong foundation, who knows, I might meet some old friends in the future. Sujoga looked at the ice walls around him and said helplessly, "Lady, please put away your magical powers." Xiao Lianyue nodded, and the surrounding ice walls collapsed in an instant. The supreme god Roar came closer, rubbed Xiao Lianyue intimately, and let out a low moan. Xiao Lianyue stretched out her jade hand and touched it, said softly, "De Huang, you're already so big." A group of Wuchi people rushed forward anxiously and angrily. "Goddess. Divine woman, adult. What are you going to do to the goddess?" Jimu shouted when he saw this. "Stop it. This is a young emperor. Do you all want to die?" "Young emperor?" The faces of all the Wuchi clan members present changed drastically. The clan leader then looked at the goddess and the young emperor. From his previous actions, it can be seen that this young emperor is obviously acquainted with their goddess. Jimu stepped forward and asked Xiao Lianyue, "Lady goddess, are you acquainted with this young emperor?" Xiao Lianyue nodded slightly. Jimu's eyes lit up with joy. Since he is someone the goddess knows, then this will be easy. He originally thought that the Wuchi tribe would suffer an unexpected disaster and have all their treasures plundered, but what he didn't expect next was that Xiao Lianyue actually raised her delicate hand to eye in the center of the altar. A piece of dark yellow soil and a palm-sized royal seal actually floated over appeared in front of Xiao Lianyue. Xiao Lianyue looked at the two divine objects calmly with her beautiful eyes under the shocked and unbelievable gazes of the Wuchi people. He took the initiative to bring it to Sujoga and spoke. "This is the Shirong divine soil, and this is the divine emperor Luo seal. Sujoga, do you need it?" Chapter 96, Unequal Exchange, Mutual Consent. This made the people of the Wuchi tribe dumbfounded. The atmosphere immediately became hot. "My lady goddess. This is absolutely not allowed. How can we give our clan's sacred object to an outsider?" Ji Ran murmured in confusion. "What's wrong with giving it to this adult?" Even the clan leader Jimei was shocked and his expression became extremely stiff. He never expected that the goddess knew the young emperor. He thought the Wuchi tribe could be spared from the disaster, but unexpectedly, the goddess actually took the initiative to present these treasures to the young emperor. Jime hurried forward and said tremblingly, "Lady goddess, what does this mean? The sacred soil of Shirang is the greatest treasure of our Wuchi clan. The people of our Wuchi clan can only exist because of this sacred soil. If you do this, then where will the thousands of members of my Wuchi tribe who are still sleeping be placed? Not to mention this divine emperor Luo seal, which is a treasure that commands the 8 clans. It is a symbol of your status." "Oh? Is there such a thing?" Sujoga took a close look at the royal seal, made of bronze. It is ancient and heavy, and the aura it exudes is no less than any imperial weapon. Sujoga glanced at Jimu and asked, "What is this divine emperor Luo seal? Why do you say it is the most precious treasure of the 8 clans?" Jime sighed and spoke slowly. "Master young emperor, I hope you will show mercy. Lady goddess possesses the innate holy body of Taoism, and is the master of the great world predicted by the 8 ancient immortal clans. Wuchi, Zhouxiao, Yuanling, and this divine emperor Luo seal is a symbol of the goddess's status. The 8 ancient immortal tribes." Sujoga's imperial eyes flickered as he spoke. "According to what you mean, the races that have existed since the ancient times are not just your Wuchi clan? Are there other 7 tribes?" Jimu was shocked and soon realized that he had said the wrong thing. His face changed, and then he spoke quietly of this. "It is not clear whether the other 7 tribes are in deep sleep like our Wuchi tribe." Sujoga could roughly guess what was going on from his expression. He looked at Xiao Lianyue, who was silent, with a playful look and joked with a smile. "I never thought you would become the leader of these 8 tribes? Xiao Lianyue, this divine emperor Luo seal is useless to me. Then I'll accept it?" Sujoga said casually. Xiao Lianyue nodded without hesitation, without even thinking about it. Sujoga looked at Jimu and said with a smile, "I think, since Lianyue is what you call the co-leader, then given her status and position, it doesn't matter if she doesn't have the royal seal, right?" His eyes were shocked and hesitant. The royal seal was left by the prophet. "It is a symbol of authority." Sujoga patted his shoulder. In Jimu's eyes, he looked like a bandit. He smiled faintly. "This royal seal is good, and it is worthy of my status as the emperor's son. This emperor will accept it." After saying that, Sujoga put the Shenluo emperor seal into his pocket. Seeing this precious treasure being accepted by Sujoga, the eyes of all the Wuchi people present turned red, but they had no choice. Looking at the goddess whose face was calm and even the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, countless people roared in their hearts, "A goddess! Please say something." Su Joga turned and looked at Qiu Lianyue, and said after thinking for a while, "Since they all regard you as a goddess, then keep this sacred soil for yourself. The divine soil of Shiran can only be used as a collectible or as a material for refining equipment, but its meaning is different for the entire Wuchi tribe. When he was born, he still had the entire imperial family, the Su family, and his father, the emperor, standing behind him, and there is no one behind this silly woman, yet she possesses such a terrifying physique as the innate Taoist holy body. You never know if someone will have ulterior motives, although I don't know how Qiu Lianyue inexplicably became the leader of the 8 ancient immortal clans. However, it is not difficult to tell from the respectful appearance of the Wuchi people that this does not seem to be a bad thing." Jimu stood there in a daze. Because of the special reasons of the Wuchi clan, the other 7 clans handed over the divine emperor seal to them for management, responsible for finding the goddess who was born, but now, no one expected that the goddess would personally hand over the treasures of the 8 clans. Still looks very happy. What should I do? When Jimu thought of the scene after the other 7 tribes woke up, he felt like crying but had no tears. Su Joga pondered for a while that he seemed to feel that it was not a good idea for him to accept so many things from this silly woman. Su Joga thought about it and said to Qiu Lianyue, "I have something for you, too." Qiu Lianyue was stunned and lost in thought for a long time, then a gleam of light bloomed in her beautiful eyes. It was a little hard to believe that Su Joga would actually give him something. What? This was the first time he had given me a gift since they had known each other. Qiu Lianyue's peaceful heart couldn't help but feel a little ripple, and she felt a little expectant. Su Joga felt a little embarrassed being stared at by her. He touched his cheek and said, "God roar, how about 1,000? The supreme god roared in understanding and opened his bloody mouth. There is a black vortex in it to feel the fluctuations of the outside world. From the black vortex, a round little snake with a crystal horn on its head emerged. It was none other than the young ice spike cold dragon 1000. Chenny looked around and was startled when he saw Su Joga. He quickly retracted his head. Su Joga's face turned dark, and he grabbed it with his big hand and sucked it out, looking at the struggling little cold dragon in his hand. Su Joga handed it over. "Here, this little guy is for you. It's not something valuable." Qiu Lianyue took it. The aura coming from the innate Taoist holy body made Xiao Hanjiao feel extremely friendly. It felt inexplicably close, and it actually cleansed the blood in the body. Yi Qian was extremely quiet in Qiu Lianyue's arms, not struggling or making any noise, and even rubbing his body against her from time to time. Qiu Lianyue looked at the little cold dragon in her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with love. Su Joga's voice came. "I was wondering if the god howler you kept at home was captured by my father. This is my compensation to you." "Good job." Exchange a young ice spike cold dragon for a supreme divine roar, a divine beast of heaven and earth. Only Su Joga can do such a deal. Su Joga also knew the mismatch between the two. But there was no way, as Qiu Lianyue was the daughter of the Holy Ruins Emperor, her status was no lower than his, and her father was the Evergreen Emperor, who once had the richest background in the world. There is no shortage of ordinary things. After much thought, I decided to just give her the 1,000. Directly. I like. Qiu Lianyue's voice suddenly sounded. "Ah?" Su Joga looked over at Qiu Lianyue was lowering her head, so her expression couldn't be seen clearly. It said softly, "Thanks. I like this gift very much." Chapter 97. A bloody fight between the 2 destined protagonists. Su Joga was silent. "This silly woman, it's so easy to satisfy." This scene made all the people of the Wuchi tribe dumbfounded. My eyes and heart are bleeding. My lady goddess, do you know what you are talking about? It was just a young ice-cold dragon with a bloodline that reached the Holy Realm, and what you gave to the young emperor before was the most precious treasure of our 8 ancient immortal clans, priceless. But in Qiu Lianyue's eyes, this little thing is extremely precious. This is the first thing he gave me. Even Qiu Lianyue herself didn't notice that a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. This slight smile is subtle and restrained, coupled with the beautiful face carefully carved. By God, the beauty that flashed across her in an instant seemed to make the heaven and earth pale in comparison. Even Su Joga had to admit it. Qiu Lianyue was indeed the most unique and beautiful woman he had ever seen, and at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding. The destined protagonist Nangong Good Eyes, and his luck value returns to 0. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luck value of 5,000. The protagonist of Destiny, Yi Shang, is completely desperate and uses the origin level Wheel of Time to burn his blood and escape. His luck value is lost by 6000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luck value of 6000. Listening to the message coming from the system beside my EAR.su, Joga frowned and thought secretly Nangongu is dead. Was it Yi Shang who killed him, and how come Yi Shang's luck suddenly lost so much? As if he noticed Su Joga's abnormality, Zhou Lianyue asked softly. What's wrong? Su Joga's imperial eyes flickered, and he said with a faint smile, fine. Yi Shan. Today, either you die or I die. Nangong Ji's eyes were red and he roared desperately. His demon soul corpse at the God King level had been completely destroyed by Yi Shang's attack. The iron mask was also broken. Nangong Cheng and a group of younger gods looked at the demon soul corpse in disbelief. Uncle Lai? How is this possible? That evil soul corpse was none other than a member of his Nangong family. The younger generations of the gods were horrified. They had never expected this. Nangong Gu, the traitor, actually turned his uncle into a demon corpse. Nangong Gu. You are worse than pigs and dogs. You are unworthy of being a member of my god clan. Asshole. This is our uncle. I was wondering why he never came back after he left. It turns out that he was killed by you. You are a beast in human form. You are indeed a little bastard with impure blood. You are not of my race, so your heart must be different. The younger generations of the God clan spoke loudly with gnashing teeth. They wished they could tear Nangong Gu into pieces. Nangong Cheng was also greatly shocked. She took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, Nangong Gu, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. What do you know about me, Nangong Gu? Nangong Gu roared with a ferocious expression and murderous intent. What a bullshit uncle. It was this man who defiled my most beloved woman in front of me. I, Nangong Gu, will never forget that day. As he spoke, Nangong Gu blasted a terrifying magical power towards the group of gods. Yi Shang suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and used the 9-turn wheel to resist this magical power. Boom! A huge power exploded. Yi Shang's face darkened and he took a few steps back with some difficulty. The 9-turn wheel in his hand has been broken. His injuries are not much better than Nangong Ji's. In order to deal with this evil soul corpse at the God King level, I have to perform well in front of Qinger. Yi Shang did not hesitate to use the power of the Wheel of Time and the devouring divine body once again. This feeling is not pleasant. Fortunately, Qinger had given him a lot of extremely precious pills during these days, which had allowed him to barely hold on until now. As long as I'm here, you're not allowed to attack Qinger. Yi Shan. It's you again. Nangong Gu was furious. He finally understood that as long as Yi Shang was there, he could not hurt these people from the God clan at all. Yi Shang? The younger generations of the gods were ecstatic. Great. Yi Shang, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Kill this traitor quickly. After you get out, my god clan will reward you with something good. Yi Shan. Hurry up and do it. Yi Shang certainly didn't want to take action, but now he felt as if all the bones in his body were torn apart. I just hold on here with all my strength. This bunch of useless people can only watch the show. How could a puppet at the God King level be so easy to deal with? He. Nangong Gu on the opposite side suddenly laughed sinisterly. Yi Shang frowned. Why are you laughing? Nangong Gu looked at him jokingly, then looked at Nangong Cheng who had a cold face behind him. He laughed unscrupulously towards the sky. Ha ha ha. I understand. Yi Shan. Now I understand why you want to go to such lengths. Are you, like her? Nangong Gu suddenly lowered his head and stared at Yi Shang with sinister and piercing eyes. Yi Shang was shocked, and his expression became uncertain when he saw that his thoughts had been discovered. Remain silent, Nangong Gu. I didn't expect that. I guessed it right, didn't I? Nangong Gu looked at the expressionless Nangong Cheng behind him and said quietly. Yi Shang, you are such a fool. You are being played around by this bitch and you don't even know it. Don't you know that she is already the Su family's prince's woman? She's just using you. Impossible. Yi Shang yelled immediately. That was just the pressure from the Su family's prince. It was definitely not Qinger's own idea. Don't try to sow discord between me and Qinger. Nangong Cheng, Yi Shang is right. Nangong Gu, there are so many of us, and you can't even protect yourself now, yet you still dare to speak so shamelessly here. Nangongo laughed even louder as if he had heard a huge joke. Ha ha ha. Provoke? I didn't. I have lived with this bitch for decades. As her brother, how could I not know who she is? Yi Shang, you are a pitiful person just like me. No, in a sense, I once had a woman who loved me, and you are nothing more than a poor creature trapped in your own fantasy. Shut up. Yi Shang couldn't bear it any longer. His aura rose and he came with a heart-pounding and majestic aura. The Gulyuo Emperor's Sutra was running at its maximum. In order to kill this guy, Yi Shang did not hesitate to use the Wheel of Time and mobilize the supreme magical power he had as a quasi-emperor in his previous life. This power surpasses everyone present. Come on. Nangong Ji's eyes focused, and he walked forward without any avoidance. Both of them regard each other as their biggest rival. This is a fight for life between two destined protagonists. Nangong Ji's eyes widened with anger and he roared back. The Great Tao, Annihilation. Boom boom. Chapter 98, Nangong Ji's Death. Yi Shang's despair. Two powerful forces converged together. The huge noise shocked all the younger generations of the gods present. How can this traitor be so powerful? Humph. This guy is hiding very well. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. Where's Yi Shang? Who won? As he finished speaking, Yi Shang fell heavily in front of everyone. A deep pit was actually created on that flat ground. Boom. Nangongu also fell to his knees due to exhaustion. He held up his broken body and grinned. Ha, Yi Shang, it seems, I won. He's not dead yet? The younger generations of the God clan were suddenly panicked. It's over. Yi Shang is not even a match for this guy? Don't panic, we still have Sister Chang. Besides, this traitor probably has very little chi left in his body. Let's kill him together. Having said that, none of the gods present stepped forward, as they were all extremely afraid of death. What a joke, those who have the opportunity to come here from the ancient fairyland are all children of noble status and pampered in the clan. Of course, no one wants to die for no reason. Nangong Ching stared at Nangongu opposite her, her beautiful eyes flashing. Suddenly, her expression changed and she shouted at Yi Shang on the ground with a worried look on her face. Yi Shang. He hurried over to support him. Nangong Ching kept taking out healing medicine from the storage ring and handed it over. With tears in his eyes, he said with great heartache. Yi Shang, eat it quickly. When he heard Qing'er's concerned voice, Yi Shang's dizzy and confused mind became a little clearer. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood and murmured with great emotion. It's okay, Qing'er. Qing'er must have seen her brave and fearless side just now. Yi Shang thought secretly in his heart, this price is too high for him now. Nangong Ching, then Yi Shang, do you still have the ability to continue fighting? Qing'er, I tried my best. Yi Shang felt his physical condition and shook his head, not noticing that Nangong Ching's face suddenly turned gloomy. This waste, even Nangongu can't be dealt with, so I have to do it myself. And Nangong Ching's face was cold. But don't worry. Yi Shang turned to look at Nangongu, blood constantly flowing out of his mouth. He said with a somewhat difficult grin. Ha! Nangongu, given your current state, I'm afraid you're not feeling well either. Can you still do it? There is very little true energy left in his body, and the other party must not be in much better condition. Both of them are now in a slump, and both are suffering. Nangongu sneered. Yi Shang, have you forgotten something? I have reached the level of Zhan Yuan realm. Do you think, Pucci? Nangongu hadn't finished his words. A bunch of extremely sharp vines suddenly rose up from the surroundings and directly pierced through Nangong Ji's body. There were hundreds of vines, which strung it together like a hedgehog. Song Ling bind. Nangong Ji's breathing stagnated, looking at the scene around in disbelief. Cough. Blood gushed out from his body, directly dyeing the emerald green vines with a layer of strange beauty. Even the younger generation of the gods were unable to react. Yi Shang's pupils shrank. He immediately looked at Qing'er beside him, whose expression was extremely cold and indifferent, completely different from his impression. Nangong Ching said softly with a calm expression. My dear brother, you also forgot one thing, that is, I am also at the level of Zhan Yuan. She said shocking words with the calmest expression. Nangong Ji's pupils gradually became dim and lost their luster. The corner of his mouth suddenly raised an arc, and he spoke hoarsely with great difficulty. I can't believe it turned out to be you. Finally, as if relieved, Nangong Ji's head drooped heavily. Since then Nangongu, fallen, such a destined protagonist who was born in pain, perhaps death is a relief for him. The expressions of the younger gods present were as if they had seen a ghost. No one expected that the girl would kill her own brother with her own hands, even if this person is a traitor within the clan. Nangong-gu is dead? Some of the younger generation couldn't believe what they saw and murmured in disbelief. Seeing Nangong-ji's death, Yisheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Except for the desperate prince of the Su family, it has been a long time since anyone has been able to push him to this point. Looking at Nangong-ji's half-kneeling body, from the days he had spent with this group of gods, Yisheng could probably understand why the other party hated the people of the God clan so much. Yisheng thought secretly in his heart, if the person you want to kill is not Qinger, maybe we can still be friends. Yisheng turned his head and was slightly stunned when he saw Qinger's face, which was cold and emotionless, but he didn't care much about it and said with a smile, "Qinger, it's over." Nangong-Qing narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a faint smile, "Yes, disgusting bugs, it's over." "Yisheng, what kind of bug?" Bang! A black shadow flashed by. Yisheng was kicked to the ground suddenly. Soon, Nangong-Qing's extremely disgusted and cold voice came to his ears. "It's finally over." What did Qinger say? Yisheng, who was lying on the ground, was completely confused at this moment. As if still not satisfied, Nangong-Qing kicked him hard a few more times. These kicks even used his true energy and directly broke Yisheng's bones. Ah! Yisheng was suddenly covered in sweat and howled in pain. Nangong-Qing's pretty face was covered with frost, as cold as winter. It was as if the long pent-up resentment could finally be released. She trampled on Yisheng fiercely while continuously shouting, "Die, die, die! Disgusting bug! Why don't you die with that traitor? You keep calling me Qinger. Do you know how disgusting I feel these past few days? Is this a name you, a bug, really worthy of? If it weren't for the order from His Majesty the Emperor, you would have died countless times. Yisheng, I tell you, I feel sick when I see you." "What?" Hearing these heart-piercing words, Yisheng's expression turned extremely pale in an instant. His body and mind were constantly being hit from both sides, and Yisheng could barely see a glimpse of Nangong-Qing's current appearance. It is so strange and disgusting. "Why? Qinger? What's wrong with you?" Yisheng shouted with a puzzled look on his face. "Did I, Yisheng, do something wrong? Qinger, why are you like this?" Bang! Nangong-Qing stomped hard on Yisheng's head again. Yisheng, who was already weak, had all his bones crushed. He could not move at all, and his head sank into the ground. Several teeth were broken and his head was covered in blood. The cold and cruel look of the tribe girl frightened all the younger members of the God clan. Doesn't the clan girl have a good relationship with Yisheng on weekdays? They looked at each other, not daring to say a word for a moment. Nangong-Qing vented for a long time before her breathing gradually calmed down. She looked at Yisheng at her feet with cold and ruthless eyes. These kicks crushed Yisheng's heart. "Why? Yisheng, let me tell you. In my eyes, you have always been nothing more than a disgusting bug. If you were not still useful, I would have killed you long ago." Chapter 99 Deprivation of Devouring Divine Body. Nangong-Qing was in such a good mood at this moment. It seemed like he wasn't going to let Yisheng go so easily. Nangong-Qing squatted down, looked at Yisheng, who looked desperate and suffocated, and smiled gently. Said, "Yisheng, but it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your help, even I wouldn't be sure to save so many of my people from Nangong-gu. Now that Nangong-gu is dead, then you can go down too." A head of bright red hair as bright as fire fell, and the face that was usually so beautiful and charming now in Yisheng's eyes, he is like a devil. Ahem! Yisheng's eyes were red with anger, and he growled unwillingly. "Ahem, why, Qinger, why are you doing this? Did the Su family's prince threaten you?" Nangong-Qing slapped him in the face. "Is it possible for a jerk like you to discuss the Emperor's son? I tell you, Yisheng, the difference between you and the Emperor's son is like the sun in the sky and the bugs in the mud. There is no comparison at all." The Emperor's son? Yisheng's mind was confused. At this moment, he finally understood everything. It's him. Sure enough. All this was done by the prince of the Su family? Nangong-Qing. Yisheng roared with disbelief on his face. "I, Yisheng, am so sincere to you. Let me ask you. Do you really have no feelings for me, Yisheng? Silly boy, that's of course for your opportunity and to devour the divine body. Nangong Qing said with a smile. What did you say? Yi Shang's pupils shrank. I clearly didn't tell her about devouring the divine body, but why? Nangong Qing's smile turned cold in an instant. She slowly took out a transparent jade from the storage ring, replacement stone. Su Jioga spent 500 villain points to redeem this from the system mall.as. The name suggests, the function of the replacement stone is like the replacement technique, which can extract the original power of a special physique from it. Nangong Qing placed the replacement stone between Yi Shang's eyebrows. According to the method Su Jioga taught her, she used the power of the replacement stone. Buzz, a flash of white light passed by, and the gods looked at the scene in disbelief, muttered. What is this girl going to do? I don't know, but it doesn't feel like a good thing. The clan lady is really cruel. First she killed the traitor with her own hands, but now she wants to abandon Yi Shang. At this moment, the younger members of the God clan even felt that the girl was more terrifying than the traitor. A huge suction force came from the replacement stone, and Yi Shang's blood began to flow backwards. His already miserable expression suddenly turned ferocious. If blood was constantly oozing out of the ears and nose, let out a cry of agony and extreme pain. In just a moment, the replacement stone extracted an extremely dark mass of the devouring divine body's origin from it. At this moment, Yi Shang's eyes were filled with tears and overwhelming hatred filled his mind. My physique. You took away my devouring divine body? Nangong Qing. Why did you betray me? Nangong Qing looked at the replacement stone that contained the essence of the devouring divine body and smiled softly. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, Your Excellency the Emperor's mission, and I have finally completed it. The huge hatred was soon overwhelmed by the pain. After losing the devouring divine body, Yi Shang could no longer recover through constant devouring, just as powerless as an ordinary person. What's even more terrifying is that Nangong Qing has been constantly feeding his body with poison pills for the past half-month. All those toxins that had not been swallowed and had been accumulated for a long time burst out at the same time. Yi Shang's skin actually began to melt. It looks ferocious and like a ghost. Yi Shang looked at his body gradually melting in disbelief, and glared at Nangong Qing, who was smiling, like a mad beast. That gaze was devouring people, full of despair and hatred. Poison? Are those pills? Nangong Qing nodded, admiring Yi Shang's current miserable state. She squatted down and gently smoothed up the red hair hanging from her temples. Although she was smiling, her ruby-like eyes were full of indifference and coldness, said with a smile. I have to say, the way you look now, it really suits you. This horrifying scene made the younger generations of the gods tremble in fear. A chill ran down their spines, and finally someone couldn't help but speak. To be honest, I feel a little sympathetic towards this guy now. In the blink of an eye, Yi Shang turned into a skinless bloody man. Ha, ha. He wanted to say something else, such deep scheming and vicious means. Is this really the Qing heir in my memory? Yi Shang suddenly remembered Nangong Ji's words. It turns out that Qing heir, it has already taken the shape of the Su family's prince. This is a blow to the soul, Yi Shang thought in despair and pain. The will to survive kept him climbing. Nangong Qing slowly stood up and spoke calmly without turning her head. Let's go. The younger generations of the God clan looked at Yi Shang, who was lying on the ground like mud, and spoke. Daughter of the tribe, are you going to ignore this guy? Nangong Qing sneered. Humph, after taking so many of my poison pills, they will turn into thick water in less than an incense stick of time. Thanks to this bug, I have now become a saint-level alchemist. I want him to watch himself melt away bit by bit. His women have the most vicious hearts. The younger generations of the gods were startled and hurriedly followed, and at this moment, behind everyone, a terrifying and powerful aura burst out. Nangong Qing's face changed and she turned around suddenly. Yi Shang, who was lying on the ground before, suddenly became incredibly energetic, like a last ray of light. The wheels of time emerged behind it. Yi Shang was like a ghost, his body covered with rotten flesh. Only those eyes, as dark as the abyss, were extremely ferocious and captivating. Yi Shang's hoarse voice sounded to Nangong Qing, the Su family's prince. You are very good. The aura emanating from Yi Shang is extremely heart-stirring. Nangong Qing's pretty face changed slightly. What the hell? This guy isn't dead? How is this possible? Where does he get his strength from? The younger generations of the gods were horrified. Yi Shang, I didn't expect you have a way to save your life. Nangong Qing said coldly. Yi Shang barely suppressed the poison in his body and roared with extreme resentment. Nangong Qing. You bitch. One day, I, Yi Shang, will make a comeback. By then, you, the Forbidden God clan, and the Su family's prince, will all die. Yi Shang pronounced the word death especially loudly. Crack! As the wheel of time turned, Yi Shang turned into a stream of light. Trying to escape from this world, such a speed is simply daunting. Chapter 100, Escape failed. The terrifying prince of the Su family, seeing that Yi Shang still had the strength to escape, Nan Gongqing's face changed drastically. Oh no, I didn't expect that the bitter snake mystical pill couldn't do anything to this person. Over the past few days, she has witnessed Yi Shang's methods. If it is not eliminated now, it will become a big problem in the future. But now, it is simply too late, and we can only hope that Yi Shang will run out of energy and die from the poison pill. After all, Yi Shang is the destined protagonist, and Nan Gonggo was able to get the advantage because Yi Shang had exhausted all his cards. But how could she deal with Yi Shang, who had a luck value of 20,000? Nan Gongqing's beautiful eyes flickered, and for the first time she felt regretful. At this moment, a faint laugh suddenly came from the sky. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. This sound, Nan Gongqing was stunned for a moment, then her beautiful eyes filled with joy as she looked in the direction of the voice. Adult Emperor? In the distance, Su Jioge was coming with the roar of the supreme god, handsome and charming. With long golden hair flying in the air, his demeanor was extraordinary and domineering, and his brows showed a calm look. Next to him was a peerless woman with a beautiful and calm face, as if nothing could affect her. The woman was dressed in white, otherworldly. Once she appeared, everything in the world was eclipsed by her. If Su Jioge is the sun in the sky, then this peerless woman in white is the bright moon that accompanies him. The appearance of these two people made the younger gods below slightly dazed, and their hearts were disturbed. Isn't that the Su family's prince? Who is that person next to him? What a beautiful woman! Nan Gongqing was also stunned for a moment, and her beautiful eyes looked at the woman in white with vigilance. I was also full of doubts. Su Jioge looked at Nan Gongqing below and spoke lightly. This is not a mistake you should make. The world is still uncertain, how can we take it lightly? Of course, there was one more thing he didn't say. This is the self-cultivation of a villain. Su Jioge said this calmly, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Zhou Lianyue stood beside Su Jioge. She raised her jade hand slightly, and a huge ice spike fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! A chill that made people tremble filled the air, and everyone looked over. Among the ice spikes was Yi Shang, who had just escaped. The two fellow the supreme god roar walked forward and rubbed Zhou Lianyue affectionately. Zhou Lianyue stroked its fur gently without even looking at Nan Gongqing. Su Jioge walked forward slowly and glanced at Yi Shang in the ice. Name: Yi Shang, dying, poisonous, identity, protagonist of destiny, disciple of the leader of the vast sea sect, age, 20, personality, arrogant, forbearing, tenacious, realm, the third level of the return to one realm, up and down in realm, constitution, none, kung fu, ancient Luo emperor scripture, great will sun destroying art, heaven shaking palm, vast sea heaven scripture, treasure, origin level wheel of time, remaining, 9 turn wheel, damaged, life experience, rebirth of quasi emperor, current luck value, 11,000. Su Jioge suddenly realized. No wonder this guy lost 6,000 luck points in one go, so the devouring divine body has been taken away. And look at Yi Shang's current condition, this woman is really cruel. Nan Gongqing hurried forward and said with some excitement on her pretty face, Master Emperor, you are here. She took out the replacement stone and handed it to Su Jioge. This is the origin of Yi Shang's devouring divine body. Su Jioge took the replacement stone calmly and nodded slightly. Well done. Nan Gongqing was obviously very happy to receive the praise from the emperor's son. She glanced at the peerless woman who was stroking the supreme god's roar behind the emperor's son, asked with some doubt. Sir, that girl is, Su Jioge said lightly. This is not something you should ask. Nan Gongqing was startled, then nodded, and said. I see. Su Jioge came to the ice diamond, and Yi Shang, who was sealed inside, was unable to move at all. Only the eyeballs were still able to move when they saw Su Jioge. At Yi Shang's red eyes were filled with hatred and curses. Su Jioge raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Yi Shang, you don't have to hate me so much. After all, it wasn't me who made you what you are now. Lianyue, let him out. Su Jioge said. Zhou Lianyue didn't say anything. Crack. The ice spike that imprisoned Yi Shang shattered into pieces in an instant. Yi Shang's aura became extremely weak, and the power brought by the Wheel of Time quickly receded. His skin was originally ulcerated and burning, but after being wrapped in this ice, the wounds actually healed a lot. However, this stinging sensation of ice and fire made Yi Shang grimace in pain. He simply supported himself with his hands and knelt on the ground. After it stood up, the Wheel of Time lost its brilliance and fell to the ground. becoming ordinary make a crisp sound, Sujioga smiled and shook his head and said. He was able to defeat Nangong Gu at the Zhanyuan realm with his cultivation at the Giyi realm. That's incredible. You're pretty good. Yi Shang raised his head and glared at him. Sujioga's gaze rested on the wheel of time behind Yi Shang. He asked in a puzzled manner. This should be the source of your power, right? Sujioga grabbed with his big hand, and the wheel of time appeared in his hand due to Yi Shang's constant overdraft. The already damaged wheel of time is temporarily unable to mobilize its power. Sujioga glanced at the wheel of time and said with a smile on his face. Nice baby. This emperor wants it. Ding. The destined protagonist Yi Shang lost the sacred object wheel of time. His luck value lost 8,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 8,000. Give it back to me. Yi Shang roared. He stretched out his hand and crawled a few steps forward. Sujioga looked at him with some pity in his imperial eyes. He whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Don't be so hasty. After all, Yi Shang, you are a quasi-emperor. Boom, these huge words exploded directly in Yi Shang's mind. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt as if he was struck by lightning. Even my breathing started to become rapid. The huge fear directly overwhelmed his consciousness. Impossible. Impossible? How did he know? Why? As a reborn person, Yi Shang has never told anyone this secret. At this moment, Yi Shang felt that an invisible big hand was covering him. He was like a puppet, and his every move was monitored by the prince of the Su family. Starting from the true immortal bones of the vast sea holy sect, one's own rebirth begins. It seemed that the prince of the Su family had always appeared in his field of vision. Could it be that he also possesses the wheel of time and is also a reborn person? Why is there no memory of this person at all? Yi Shang's eyes were full of fear. Seeing this, Sujioga smiled indifferently and said, Don't be afraid, I'm different from you. Your secret is of no importance to me. Yi Shang was breathing heavily. Having said that, the expression of the Su family's prince. It's like telling myself I have always been played in his hands. Chapter 101 The Desire to Survive. Even if I tell you, Yi Shang murmured with fear in his eyes. What on earth do you want to do? He was horrified and trembling all over. What? Sujioga looked at him with teasing eyes, his brows full of mockery. Do you think you are still valuable to me now? Yi Shang was shocked, then laughed miserably. Yes. You've got everything, true immortal bone, Qinger, and even the wheel of time. Now, not only has he lost his biggest trump card, the wheel of time, but he is also seriously injured and will not live long. The poison in the body was causing an intense burning sensation again. But Yi Shang's face had become expressionless compared to the physical pain. It is nothing compared to the heavy blow to the soul. Kill me. Yi Shang said in a hoarse voice, despairing of death. If he had known this would happen, when he first met Sujioga, he would have killed this man at all costs. Yi Shang's eyes were red, as if he came from hell, and he wished he could eat Sujioga alive. Roar, kill me now. Sujioga smiled and shook his head and said, No, I won't kill you. Yi Shang is now the same as Sun Yin back then. Even the divine object, the wheel of time, has been lost. There are still 3,000 luck points left. This also shows that this guy still has a chance that he has not gotten. Sujioga was not going to let a treasure hunting rat who was a quasi-emperor reborn die so easily. Sujioga looked at Nangong Qing beside him and said calmly, Do you have any chance to appear in the world while you are here? Nangong Qing pondered for a while, then shook her head and spoke. Your Excellency the Emperor. That's not the case. It's all this idiot's fault. He clearly said that a great treasure would appear here. But we came all the way here and saw nothing. I didn't even see the demon flame sky tiger that this idiot mentioned. Nangong Qing looked at Yi Shang, who was lying on the ground in a state of disgrace, with some disgust in her beautiful eyes. Demonic flame sky tiger. Sujioga was stunned. Suddenly I remembered, isn't this the one that the supreme god killed before? Sujioga frowned and thought secretly. Logically speaking, considering Yi Shang's identity as a reborn person, this is absolutely correct. And not only him, even the other destined protagonist, Nangong Gu, came here as if he knew something. The treasure that both destiny protagonists want to obtain must be extraordinary, but why didn't they find it? Could it be that my appearance disrupted the direction of Yi Shang's script? The more Sujioga thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Ever since meeting Yi Shang, he has indeed intervened more often. This would probably affect many things in Yi Shang's memory. This is not an acceptable option for a proper treasure hunting RAT. Sujioga glanced at Yi Shang. his imperial eyes flickering after a long silence. He smiled faintly and said, Yi Shang, let me ask you. Do you want to live? Upon hearing this, Yi Shang was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Even Nangong Cheng, who was standing by, was shocked. What does the prince want to do? Aren't you going to kill this person yet? No one knows what Su Jioge is thinking, but one thing is that no one wants to die before living. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. As long as I'm still alive, I have hope of turning the tables, Yi Shang sneered. Would you be so kind? Impossible. Su Jioge said playfully, nothing is impossible. As the son of the emperor, I don't even bother to attack an ant. Really? Yi Shang's pupils brightened. He is familiar with this script. This group of conceited and noble guys are all cut from the same cloth. Before his rebirth, he had offended evildoers of high status and position like Su Jioge. Without exception, those evildoers were all proud of their status and disdained to do anything to him, but in the end, without exception, they all died at their own hands. I thought that the prince of the Su family was different from the monsters I had seen before, and now looking at it, there is nothing different. Having gotten a glimmer of hope, Yi Shang was extremely ecstatic. Now he is completely a bloody man without skin, let alone any expression. But Su Jioge clearly saw the fleeting glimmer of joy in Yi Shang's eyes. In an instant, I understood everything about his psychology. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, his face calm and indifferent. It seems that you don't want to die that much. Seeing that his idea was seen through, Yi Shang's face changed and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Emperor Su, what do you want to do? Su Jioge narrowed his imperial eyes slightly, without hiding anything, and spoke bluntly. Even if I tell you, so what? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a treasure-hunting rat. Before your surplus value evaporates, I will not let you die so easily. Of course, maybe one day, I will change my mind. This opportunity is given to you by this prince. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on yourself. If you don't want to die, then work hard to become stronger. Yi Shang, he didn't care at all whether Yi Shang knew his purpose or not. It would be better to let him know. This will make him feel a sense of crisis all the time and search for treasure for himself. After saying that, Su Jioge laughed loudly, turned around and left without looking back, with a smile on his lips. He looks as if he is in control of the situation. It was as if in his eyes, I was just an ant that could be crushed to death. With ease, Yi Shang's breathing stagnated. How could he not understand what Su Jioge meant? The prince of the Su family wants me to be his treasure-hunting rat, relying on the memories before rebirth. He continues to collect treasures, and he is the one who picks peaches. A strong sense of humiliation rises from within. Yi Shang lowered his head, his eyes filled with rage. He stared at Su Jioge's extremely contemptuous look as he ascended to the supreme god's roar, and swore secretly, isn't this also giving myself a chance? The prince of the Su family, I will make you regret it. After Su Jioge and Xiao Lianyue climbed onto the supreme divine roar, Nangong Cheng and a group of younger gods followed closely behind. Yi Shang fell to the ground with a plop. He breathed in big gulps of air. The extremely burning poison in his abdomen was corroding his body. Su Jioge was not worried about the safety of this treasure-hunting rat. After all, a destined protagonist can always turn the tide in desperate situations, but it's not that easy to die. Sure enough, not long after Su Jioge and his group left, Yi Shang dragged a pool of blood on the ground and crawled into the cave of the demonic flame tiger. He kept searching like a madman. Right here, Yi Shang's eyes were groggy and his head was swollen, as if he was about to faint. He relied on his strong willpower and overwhelming hatred to keep himself from falling asleep. He has already lost his two trump cards, the devouring divine body and the wheel of time. Now, only the treasure can help him turn the tide. Chapter 102, got what he wanted. The ruthless Su family prince Yi Shang held on to his last breath. In that pitch-black cave, he suddenly discovered an extremely secret passage that was isolated from all perceptions from the outside world. In that hidden passage, Yi Shang saw the treasure that he had been longing for, a crystal stone that exudes divine aura and sparkles brightly. Next to the crystal stone there was actually a broken and yellowed ancient teleportation talisman that had existed for who knows how long. Yi Shang's eyes burst with amazing vitality. He struggled to climb forward, muttering to himself as if he were possessed. Finally, he got what he wanted. He grabbed the crystal and the teleportation talisman with both hands, and kept praying that the teleportation talisman had not yet lost its effect. Buzz, around it, an astonishing white light burst out. Yi Shang, along with the crystal stone from before, disappeared at the spot. At the last moment, Yi Shang's consciousness fell into a coma. Su Jioge, who was on the supreme divine roar, was slightly stunned. He felt Yi Shang's mark and suddenly disappeared from this world. The mark on his body was extremely subtle, yet it actually appeared in the Dao realm billions of miles away from here. Su Jioge grinned, his eyes twinkling. It seems that our destined protagonist is indeed very strong-willed. He even thought several times that Yi Shang, who was poisoned by Nangong Qing's poison pill, would not live long. It seems that I have underestimated the vitality of the destined protagonist, just like what is said in those novels. As long as the protagonist is still alive, he can start over again. As for whether Yi Shang might suddenly rise up and pose a threat to himself, this was something Su Joga had never considered. Su Joga turned his head and glanced at the beautiful woman in white beside him. A destiny protagonist with a luck value of 20,000, and the era protagonist in front of him with a luck value of 300,000. Is there any comparability? Zhou Lianyue seemed to have noticed Su Joga's gaze as well. She turned her head slightly and looked over. Those crystal clear eyes were like a pool of clear spring water, looking so pure and flawless, without a trace of dust. Zhou Lianyue kept staring at Su Joga for a while. This made Su Joga feel a little embarrassed, and he spoke. "What's wrong?" Zhou Lianyue shook her head and said softly, "That guy's aura has disappeared." "That guy?" Su Joga quickly understood, nodded, and smiled. "I know. Zhou Lianyue, do you want me to help you kill him?" Su Joga, "No need." "Why?" Zhou Lianyue tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, Su Joga smiled faintly and said, "He is still useful to me." Zhou Lianyue's expression was calm, and she did not continue speaking. Su Joga suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious about why I do this? What if he is a good man and I am a bad guy?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Lianyue stared at Su Joga with her beautiful eyes. After a long while, he said it seriously. "I'll help you." These three simple words expressed her determination. Su Joga burst out laughing, looking at the emperor's son, who was in a good mood in front, and the group of gods behind him. Nangong Qing fell into deep thought. It seemed like it was the first time she saw this moody prince of the Su family smiling so happily. On ordinary days, even though the emperor's son smiled quite a lot, it always seemed a little fake. Looking at the peerless woman in white in front of her, Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes flickered, and for a moment she didn't know what she was thinking. The affairs of Taiyuan Fairyland have come to a temporary end with the death of the destined protagonist Nangong Gu and Yi Shang's escape after being seriously injured. The rest will be left to the younger generations of the Su family to explore slowly. As Su Joga and others returned to the outside world, the ancestors of the Su family stepped forward with great joy on their faces. He asked Su Joga with great concern, "Your Excellency, you are finally back. Are you okay? Are you not hurt anywhere? Is the trip to Taiyuan Fairyland going smoothly?" The ancestor of the Su family stroked his beard and said with a smile, all right, you bunch of old things. With the strength of the emperor's son, what else in this Taiyuan Fairyland can threaten the emperor's son?" Indeed, at this point, the ancestor of the Su family paused. Suddenly, the voices of the second and third brothers disappeared from my ears. He looked in the direction of Su Joga. When he saw the woman in white following Su Joga, the dim old eyes stared wide open. "What the hell? What's happening? The emperor's son has returned. Why did he bring a woman out from Taiyuan Fairyland? Moreover, this woman not only has a stunning appearance, her cultivation is much higher than that of the emperor's son, and she has entered the realm of saint setting. The Tao fetus body has an extremely fast cultivation speed and is the darling of heaven and earth. The chaos body has unparalleled combat power and its strength is endless." Before entering the divine source, Zhou Lianyue's cultivation was higher than Su Joga's. Many ancestors of the Su family were greatly shocked. They all came forward to take a closer look at this beautiful woman. And the other side, Old Feng and Grandma Yu were also looking at the younger generation of the gods. Old Feng frowned and said, "Xin girl, why are there so many missing people?" The younger members of the god clan complained. "Master Feng, it's all because of that traitor Nangong Gu. He betrayed our god clan and killed many of our people in the fairyland. Yes. That beast didn't even let my uncle go, and turned him into a puppet. Fortunately, the lady of the tribe killed it, otherwise, we would not be able to come back." Old Feng's pupils trembled and he spoke angrily. "What did you say?" Granny Yu said in a cold voice, extremely angry. "I knew it a long time ago. That bastard Nangong Gu is not a good person." Old Feng took a deep breath. His eyes were captivating. Looking at Nangong Qing, he said, "Xin girl, please tell me the truth about what happened." Nangong Cheng nodded and told him everything. However, she omitted Yi Sheng's existence in the middle. In the end, it was with the help of the Su family's prince that she successfully killed Nangong Gu. The more Mr. Feng listened, the more frightened he became, and he nodded slightly. He took a deep look at Su Jioga. I exchanged glances with Grandma Rain. Speak. Old lady, it seems that this time, we really have to thank the prince of the Su family. The emperor not only let go of past grudges and let us God clan enter this ancient ruins, but he also saved Qing and the others. Grandma Yu nodded, and her opinion of Su Jioga changed a lot. The two men led a group of younger gods to express their gratitude, and then Old Feng and Grandma Yu both took their leave, prepared to return to the ancient fairyland, and Nangong Cheng stayed because of the bet with Su Jioga, watching the backs of the gods who broke through this world and left. Su Jioga's imperial eyes flickered. He opened his lips slightly and spoke to Izu, but it was unknown what he said. Upon hearing this, Izu's pupils dilated and he looked a little shocked. Then he nodded with a look of awe and winked at the second and third ancestors beside him. A group of Su family ancestors also hurriedly left this world. Their purpose, of course, was to track down the God clan member who had just left, because just now, Su Jioga transmitted the message. None of those who left the Protoss will be left behind. Kill them all. They are no longer of any use. Chapter 103 Redemption Rewards. Generous villain value. Su Jioga has no good feelings towards these people from the God clan. Not if it weren't for the destined protagonists Nangong Gu and Nangong Qing being among them, they would still have some value. As early as the coming of age ceremony, he had planned to kill them. Moreover, do they really think that I don't know what they are thinking? Su Jioga didn't believe that the other party would give up the value of an entire ancient immortal ruin so easily. After all the Su family ancestors left. Su Jioga looked at Xiao Lianyue beside him. This time, she was holding the little cold dragon and gently stroking its smooth body. Su Jioga leaped onto the supreme divine roar, stretched out his hand, and spoke to Xiao Lianyue with a smile. Come on, follow me back to the Su family. Xiao Lianyue's beautiful eyes flickered, she nodded slightly, and climbed up as well. Nangong Cheng stood there, looking a little embarrassed. Without the approval of the emperor's son, she naturally did not dare to overstep her authority, but at this time, surprisingly, Xiao Lianyue actually spoke first in a low voice. You come up too. Ah? Nangong Cheng was confused. Not only her, even Su Jioga was stunned for a long time before reacting. Very surprised, Nangong Cheng looked at Xiao Lianyue, who had a calm and beautiful face. It has to be said that Xiao Lianyue and Su Jioga are extremely similar. Just standing there, they are intimidating and make people feel ashamed of themselves. Nangong Cheng was not ugly. As a member of the Forbidden Goddess tribe, she could be considered one of the most beautiful women, but in front of Xiao Lianyue, he still couldn't help feeling a little inferior. Su Jioga smiled faintly. Since even Lianyue said so. Nangong Cheng, come over here too. Originally, he thought Xiao Lianyue would be unhappy because of Nangong Cheng, but now it seems that the legendary Shura field has not appeared. Nangong Cheng nodded blankly and stood behind Xiao Lianyue very consciously. The three of them returned to the Imperial Su family together. Before leaving, Su Jioga suddenly thought of Nangong Guna, and the origin of his emperor heavily divine body that he had not yet obtained. Under the leadership of Nangong Cheng, they made a special trip back to Taiyuan Fairyland. Void, the supreme divine roar was extremely fast, and Xiao Lianyue and Nangong Cheng got along surprisingly well. Xiao Lianyue still had that expressionless face, but Nangong Cheng seemed much more restrained along the way. Su Jioga casually glanced at the villain value he had obtained on this trip combined with the critical hit reward. The amount has increased from less than 10,000 when I first entered this place to as much as 30,000 now. Of course, this is without taking into account Yi Sheng's devouring god origin and Nangong Ji's emperor god body origin. Among them, there is also a magical object, the Wheel of Time. Su Jioga does not intend to return these to the system, even if he can get 2 villain points for it.as for the innate chaotic divine body. It will naturally accept all those who come to it. The more the better. Su Jioga exchanged the resources he obtained from the two of them. Ding. Redemption successful. Congratulations to the host for reaching a villain value of 2000. The villain value obtained through exchange is still as stingy as ever. Su Jioga didn't care too much. His imperial eyes flickered. Look at your current luck value. 32500. I'm in a very good mood. This trip not only yielded the Wheel of Time, an origin level divine object that was no less powerful than the divine eyes of cause and effect. There are also 2 physical origins and the so-called treasure mentioned by the patriarch of the Wuchi tribe, the divine emperor Luosil. As for the treasure that Yi Sheng had obtained with great difficulty and took away, it would be his sooner or later anyway. This is what Su Joga thought. It can even be said that there are unexpected gains. Su Joga glanced at Zhou Lianyue as he walked forward and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Lianyue looked in one direction and spoke slightly with her red lips. "Things have changed and people have changed. The sect left by my father should no longer exist." Her beautiful eyes were calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Su Joga was silent for a moment. Emperor Changqing naturally has his own sect. Once upon a time, it was considered one of the most powerful forces in the world. It's a pity that after losing the protection of the emperor, the powerful sect was bound to decline. Although he had the care of his Su family, it was still difficult to sustain. Su Joga didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only speak softly. "It's okay, I'm still here." Both of them were geniuses in the era of the emperor's fall, and he could understand that inexplicable feeling of loneliness. They seemed to be out of tune with the present era. No one can be a listener. Zhou Lianyue was stunned and glanced at him. It seemed that no one expected that Su Joga, who had always been unruly, would say this. Zhou Lianyue lowered her head and gently stroked Xiao Yiqian. Little Yiqian seemed particularly well behaved in her arms, arching his body lazily. "Yeah," Zhou Lianyue said softly. No conversation along the way. In the Su family's territory, the ancestors of the Su family had been waiting here for a long time. After learning that the emperor's son had returned, clan leader Su Tian also led a group of Su family elders to welcome him. Su Tian's face was beaming with joy, and he looked very high-spirited, an entire ancient relic. He learned from several ancestors that the emperor's son had monopolized an entire ancient ruins for the Su family. What is the concept? There was once an ancient immortal relic that appeared in the world. Any force can send their young people to go there to train and fight for it. That is the force of the entire heavens. Even so, with so many cultivators frequently entering that ancient immortal ruins, the resources within were mined for over 100 years before they were exhausted. Even today, hidden treasures are still discovered from time to time. The resources in the ancient ruins are enough to allow an ordinary force to grow directly into a super force, not to mention that it is a brand new, unexplored ancient fairyland. Su Tian seemed to have seen that the Su family he led would prosper during his lifetime. There are endless young geniuses in the clan, and it is a thriving scene, and his name will also be recorded in history. Roar! When the supreme god's roar slowly fell, the clan leader, Su Tian, was the first to rush over, shouted loudly, "Adult Emperor!" All the elders said in unison, "Greetings, Lord Emperor." Su Joga had no expression on his face and nodded slightly. "Everyone, get up." He and the two women fell from the supreme god's roar. Su Tian and a group of elders stood up, and when they saw Zhou Lianyue beside the emperor's son, everyone was shocked. His eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. "Madam Emperor, who is this girl?" Su Tian took a breath. Oh my god! As expected of the emperor's son, he could bring back such an extraordinary and amazing woman with just a trip to the ancient ruins. Moreover, the cultivation level of this peerless woman is so terrifying that she has reached the holy realm. Su Joga's tone was flat. He said something that shocked all the elders present. "She is the daughter of the Evergreen Emperor." The following words are not included in the word count. P.S. I'm stuck with writing on both my laptops, so I'll just make do with one chapter today. Do you guys have any interesting Destiny protagonists to recommend? To be honest, it's old-fashioned and not interesting, and everyone is probably tired of it, such as Xiaoyan and Longo Xianliu. If there is no next one, it will be Long Out Yen, the kind who is not stupid but has a pattern, not the type who is played around by the protagonist. Chapter 10 for the real rich lady. What? Su Tian was completely stunned and his head was buzzing. He pointed at Zhou Lianyue with trembling hands and spoke stutteringly, Emperor, the emperor's daughter?" Not only him, but all the elders of the Su family were greatly shocked. This news is too shocking. The daughter of Emperor Changqing is an unparalleled and dazzling existence among the younger generation. He possesses a congenital holy body and is a peerless monster who is no less capable than his own son. Long before, when Lord Emperor's son broke the seal, an elder had said this. Since even the emperor's son could be sealed in the ancient divine source, would the daughter of the great emperor Changqing be the same? Now, what I just said casually has come true unexpectedly. The ancestor of the Su family stroked his beard and said, Hee, why are you making such a fuss? When my great-grandfather was still alive, I heard that the great emperor Changqing had a very good relationship with the emperor of my clan. Sir Emperor, you are also acquainted with this girl. He spoke lightly, completely forgetting that his expression at the entrance of Taiyuan Fairyland was just as wonderful as those of the elders of the Su family. Su Tian looked at the daughter of the great emperor in front of him, and his experience of living for so many years told him the relationship between this imperial daughter and the imperial son is extraordinary. The clan leader Su Tian, who remained calm and indifferent even when facing the forbidden gods, hurriedly led a group of elders to pay their respects. Meet the emperor's daughter. The elders were also smart people and naturally understood what the patriarch meant, said in unison. Meet the emperor's daughter. Xiao Lianyue shook her head and said softly, just call me Lianyue. I am no longer an imperial daughter. Su Tian waved his hand. What are you talking about, princess? Since you are an old acquaintance of the emperor's son, you are a guest of our imperial clan, the Su family. Su Jioga raised his hand. Okay, Lianyue will live in my Su's house for a while. Having said that, Su Jioga turned to look at Nangong Qing, who looked uneasy, and said lightly, for the time being, please go to the place where your god clan lived before. This prince still has some things to deal with, please do as you please. Nangong Qing nodded obediently. Su Jioga, go ahead. Nangong Qing took her leave, and the elders of the Su family looked at the direction she left, although they didn't understand why the prince wanted to keep the daughter of the gods, since it was the prince's idea. Naturally no one would refute it. Instead, they were extremely envious of Nangong Qing. Among the elders of the Su family present, which younger generation doesn't have one or two granddaughters? Not to mention outsiders, even the proud daughters of his own clan cannot catch the eye of the emperor's son. Therefore, the fact that Nangong Qing was favored by the emperor's son was a blessing for their forbidden god clan. The elders thought secretly. After Nangong Qing left, the first ancestor of the Su family stepped forward and looked at Xiao Lianyue beside him, as if he wanted to say something. Su Jioga said lightly, Lianyue is one of us, just say it directly. Zhu nodded and spoke respectfully. Lord Emperor, according to your wishes, those people from the forbidden gods have been dealt with. Leave no one behind. As he spoke, Zhu took out a few storage rings. Those are all storage rings of the gods. Seeing this, Su Jioga could smell the blood. He nodded slightly and said lightly, well done. As if he had noticed something, Su Jioga narrowed his eyes and spoke. Are you hurt? He noticed something strange about the right arm of the first ancestor of the Su family. The ancestor of the Su family said with a smile. It's a minor problem, no problem. After all, Old Feng is a quasi-emperor, and his cultivation is no less than that of the first ancestor. Combined with Granny Yu's desperate counterattack, even the Su family's ancestor suffered some minor injuries. At this moment, Shi Qiu Lianyue beside her raised her slender jade fingers. A crystal clear, round, emerald green and transparent Qingdi pill appeared in front of Zhu. The Qingdi pill released a sky blue danqi, filled with rich vitality. Its quality is obviously much higher than that of Suzhou's singer. Divine light continued to flash in the storage ring, and holy pills with extraordinary appearance and astonishing aura appeared one after another. If Su Huangji were here, he would definitely curse angrily. Good fellow. Chang Qing, the double-faced old man, actually has something to hide. Xiao Lianyue's beautiful face was extremely calm as she spoke softly. These are my little gifts. Su Jioga was stunned and spoke in surprise. What are you doing? These are all treasures left to her by Emperor Changqing. Xiao Lianyue glanced at Su Jioga and said, I still have a lot. I think it should be helpful to your people. Su Jioga didn't want it, and the same went for the tribesman. He gave it to Su Jioga. Maybe this is a rich woman. It was the first time that he experienced the luxury of being the daughter of a god-level Dan emperor. Suddenly, I couldn't help but want to go deep into my ancestral land and ask my father. After all, I have lived for more than 100,000 years. Is there any hidden treasure left for me? Su Jioga thought. From the ancestors of the Su family to the heads and elders of the Su family, everyone has one. There are even some extra elixirs left over. The pupils of all the Su family members present at the scene were wide-eyed. Feel the powerful spiritual power in those pills in front of you, Su Tian exclaimed even more. Qingdi pill, Zhangxiaming pill, Beigashenghan pill, without exception, these are all ancient elixirs that have been lost for a long time, Su Tian murmured excitedly. Emperor's daughter, how can this be allowed? Su Jioga looked at the group of Su family elders with displeasure. Most of them are people of this era, so naturally they don't know what kind of existence the Emperor Changqing was in the era of the Emperor's fall. Although his fighting power is not the best among all the emperors, his status is so high that even his own father has to speak to him in a friendly manner. He is the only god-level alchemy emperor in the universe. The elixirs refined by Emperor Changqing are of great help to those at the emperor level. Look at how useless you are. Since Lianyue gave it to you, just accept it. Sujoga said. Compared with the clan leader and a group of elders, the ancestors of the Su family seemed very reserved. Several people looked at each other, and Izu said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Princess." Su Tian accepted the pills with some excitement. He stepped forward and asked, "Sir, that ancient immortal ruins, how to deal with it?" Sujoga's imperial eyes flickered, and he said after hesitating for a moment, "Send someone to look after it. From now on, this ancient ruins will be used as a training ground for the younger generation of our Su family. After all, there are many ancient monsters and treasures coexisting there, so it is a good place for trial. The resources in Taiyuan Fairyland are enough to make the strength of all the members of the Su family, an imperial clan, reach a higher level." Su Tian nodded and said with eyes full of awe and ecstasy, "Clear." Sujoga had no interest in the position of the head of the Su family, but his words are absolutely final in the entire Su family. After briefly explaining some matters in the ancient ruins, Sujoga took Qiu Lianyue and left. Return to your residence. Chapter 105, Fusion of the Dual Divine Bodies. Origins. Chaos changes in myriad ways. Inside the magnificent palace. Sujoga said to Qiu Lianyue, who was standing beside him, "You will live with me during this period of time. If you need anything, just tell the clan leader directly." Qiu Lianyue looked around and suddenly asked, "Aren't you going to meet your father?" Sujoga waved his hand and spoke, "My father is probably still practicing, so I won't disturb him. Anyway, you'll see it one day." Sujoga's expression looked a little strange. He could already imagine his father's delight when he saw Qiu Lianyue, who was sealed in the ancient divine source just like him. As early as the era of the emperor's fall, when I was very young. Su Huangji often took himself to visit Emperor Changqing, and I instilled this into myself very purposefully. "My son, have you seen that beautiful girl? I'm telling you, as long as you can get her, our Su family will never have to worry about food and drink in the future." Just like an old fox, however, due to Su Huangji's strength, Emperor Changqing knew that the other party had evil intentions towards his precious daughter, but he could do nothing about it. "I can only get so angry that I blow my beard and glare every time." Sujoga stroked his forehead and said while looking at Qiu Lianyue, "I'm going to stay in seclusion for a while. The Holy Emperor Dao domain is very big. You can go out for a walk if you have nothing to do." "Master Ing." "Here." A ghostly figure appeared in the darkness. Ing Lao said respectfully, "What do you want, Lord Emperor?" "Sujoga, please protect Lianyue for me while I am in seclusion." "Ing Lao, as you command." Qiu Lianyue just said it simply. "I'm waiting for you." She has always been a person who is not good at expressing her emotions and has no purpose, because she has a congenital holy body of Taoism and is a woman. It is just like Su Huangji treats Sujoga. Emperor Changqing has protected her very well since she was a child. For Qiu Lianyue, the two most important men in her life are her father, the other one is Sujoga, his only playmate in childhood. Apart from these and cultivation, she didn't know what she wanted or what she wanted to do. Sujoga's imperial eyes flickered. He walked forward to look at her with a smile and spoke, "After I come out of seclusion, I will take you to have a good tour of the myriad worlds. Okay?" He wanted to travel around the heavens and all realms and appreciate the beautiful mountains and rivers in all realms. After all, it's always about fighting and killing, and anyone would get tired. It is also a good choice to stop appropriately, take a walk and relax. People, you have to enjoy yourself. By the way, go and look for the existence of new destiny protagonists in various realms. Qiu Lianyue raised her head and said nothing. Her beautiful eyes were extremely peaceful, and she just kept looking into Sujoga's eyes. Sujoga also stared at her with a smile. A ripple appeared in Qiu Lianyue's heart. She nodded slightly and spoke softly, "Good." Seeing this, Sujoga laughed, turned around, waved his hand and said, "I'm leaving." Looking at Sujoga's leaving back, Qiu Lianyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and I wonder what she was thinking. Sujoga entered an ancient temple, the door was closed and the retreat began. What he called retreat was naturally to start consuming the gains he had recently obtained. Sujoga mobilized the Wheel of Time. After Yishan used up most of its power, the Wheel of Time became ordinary. This origin-level divine object was originally broken, and until now, Sujoga still didn't know what its function was. I couldn't help but ask, "System, what's going on with this Wheel of Time? It's broken and incomplete. Could there be something else?" Ding. To answer this question, you need a villain value of 500. After obtaining more than 30,000 luck points, Sujoga was able to show off his wealth for once. Consumption. Consume 500 villain points. Reporting to the host, the Wheel of Time is an origin-level divine object, but it is now damaged. There are 3 of them in total, namely, the Wheel of Time, the Wheel of Time, and the Wheel of Time. They contain the divine power of the order and rules of heaven and earth. It can borrow supreme power, which varies from person to person, and the user can change the speed of time around him through the Wheel of Time to practice. The Wheel of Time in the host's hand is called tracing. The power of time in the Wheel of Time is currently fading, and it will take 100 years for it to replenish itself. Do you want to consume 1,000 villain points and replenish them immediately? Are there any hidden consumption items? How come this damn system has something else to offer? The corners of Sujoga's mouth twitched, looking at the ordinary Wheel of Time in his hand. The Emperor's eyes flickered and he murmured, "No wonder Yi Sheng was able to defeat Nangong with his cultivation, it's really a nice baby." Add more. Consume 1,000 villain points. Buzz, the Wheel of Time in his hand suddenly flashed with a divine light, and the divine chain of order of heaven and earth slowly emerged around the Wheel of Time. Mysterious powers make the Wheel of Time gradually become extraordinary. A pale yellow area of about 10 meters covered Sujoga. Holding the Wheel of Time in his hand, Sujoga could clearly feel that the time around him seemed to slow down. According to a rough estimate, in the realm of the Wheel of Time, time is about 3 times slower. However, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has no effect on cultivation breakthroughs. Sujoga grinned and said softly, "It's really a good baby." However, according to what the system said, it is estimated that there should be 2 more reborn people like Yi Sheng. I don't know what kind of divine power the complete Wheel of Time can unleash. The Wheel of Time hung quietly behind Sujoga, and its domain illuminated the entire ancient palace. Sujoga flipped his hand, and the replacement stone that stored the essence of the devouring divine body and the essence of Nangong Ge's emperor divine body floated in front of him. 1 black and the other gold. These 2 divine origins are sparkling and very extraordinary. It is entirely possible to create 2 monsters with special acquired physiques, but now, all of them will become nutrients for his innate chaotic body. Sujoga's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but mutter, "This guy who can create the art of replacement is truly a genius." The art of replacement is a forbidden magical power from the era of the Emperor's fall. No one knows where it came from. However, it is obviously very useful for me. The innate chaotic body can not only integrate all the great principles, but more importantly, it can absorb the origins of other physical conditions. Of course, this does not mean that Sujoga possesses all the abilities of other special physiques, but he can, to a certain extent, switch it will through his innate chaotic body. Perfectly utilize the characteristics of these special physical conditions. For example, when he has a huge amount of resources, he can refine them better by devouring the divine body. During the battle, one can transform into the divine body of the Emperor and possess unrivaled powerful physical strength. The methods are weird and varied. This is the horror of the innate chaotic body. Chapter 106, the 7th level of the Divine King Realm. Xianjun Dao Domain. The power of the 2 divine bodies' origins were merged into the innate chaotic body, the devouring divine body, the imperial divine body, the eternal evergreen body, the origin of the 3 great divine bodies. The 3 original physical forces did not show any rejection reaction when combined with the innate chaotic body, as if they belonged to him naturally. The stars in Sujoga's imperial eyes flashed, and the aura on his body became more and more shocking and terrifying. With a wave of his hand, densely packed top-grade immortal stones and tens of thousands of massive resources appeared in front of him. Among them, there are many extremely precious natural treasures and holy elixirs from the outside world. The devouring power emerged, continuously extracting the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, turning it into a sea of spiritual energy, and pouring into the body. Compared to Yi Sheng, who is in the Gi realm, the power that Sujoga can rely on from devouring is exponentially greater. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth cleansed his body, and his whole body was shining with bright white light. As if immersed in a sea of spiritual energy, Sujoga raised the corners of his mouth slightly and murmured, "Devouring the divine body, this is how it is used." Boom! At this moment, Sujoga seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour everything in the world, and the spiritual power in those top-grade fairy stones was instantly drained. The misty spiritual energy became solid, and the entire hall was filled with billions of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, relying on the time-delaying power of the Wheel of Time. In just less than a day, Sujoga's cultivation in the 2nd level of The Divine King realm broke through 2 realms in succession, entering the 4th level of the Divine King realm. Moreover, Sujoga could clearly feel that this was not the current limit of the devouring divine body. As long as the devouring divine body has not reached saturation, the so-called resources are what he has the most of. 1 month later, Shanjun Dao realm, Shicheng, Tao village. In a house made of thatched grass, Yisheng suddenly woke up from his bed. He was sweating profusely and his pupils were wide open. Chinger. This action scared the girl next to him. The girl had a pretty face and was dressed in a coarse linen dress. Her hands were a little rough from years of hard work. He lost hold of the bowl in his hand and it broke to the ground. Ah! Yisheng sat on the bed, gasping for breath, looking around, his face full of shock, feeling severe pain all over his body. He noticed the girl beside him. His eyes suddenly turned unfriendly. Who? Who are you? The girl was so frightened by the murderous intent that she trembled all over and spoke quickly. I saw you unconscious by the river a month ago, so I brought you back. Riverside. After hearing the girl's words, Yisheng's breath calmed down a little, his eyes kept flickering, his head was splitting, and he kept recalling the past events. That's right. I was teleported out through the ancient teleportation talisman. When thinking of everything that happened in Taiyuan Fairyland, Yisheng said with gritted teeth. The prince of the Su family, Nangong Qing, you 2 bitches. Yisheng felt his physical condition and was shocked. The poison in my body has disappeared by more than half. Moreover, even the injuries have improved a lot. This surprised him a little. He looked at his storage ring again. The treasure, including his own things, was all there, without any missing. Even so, Yisheng did not take it lightly. Instead, he spoke in an icy cold voice. Tell me, who are you? Where is this place? Because of being betrayed by Nangong Qing, Yisheng now doesn't trust anyone, even if the person in front of you is your savior. But there is no guarantee that the other party was also sent by the prince of the Su family. The girl was frightened by Yisheng and suddenly she was about to cry. She spoke in a trembling voice. My name is Chu Liener. I saved you, so why are you so unreasonable? You saved me. Yisheng's face became even gloomier when he heard that. An ordinary farm girl, with no accomplishments at all. How is it possible to clear the poison from my body and recover from my injuries? You know, Nangong Qing is a saint-level alchemist. Just at this moment, a hunchbacked and skinny old man came from outside the door and spoke in a low voice. Young man. Liener is right. It was indeed she who saved you. Yisheng looked towards the old man and his pupils shrank. Virtual God Realm, Shanjun Dao Realm, Wangtian City. This is the central plains of Shanjun Dao Realm, and it is also the most prosperous place with many sects. In Wangtian City, countless passers-by stopped to look at the handsome men and women with extraordinary bearing, who stood out from the crowd like banished immortals, and couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. What a handsome man, with blonde hair. Which sect is he from? He's so handsome, bah. You nympho. Even with a veil on her face, I can still feel her beauty. TSK, 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 TSK. When did such a peerless woman appear in our Zhengzhou? Could it be Chu Miaoyin, the mysterious woman of the Tianwen sect? I have seen Chu Xuannu, but her figure is not as perfect and graceful as this woman's. I really want to see the face beneath the veil. It must be stunning. Everyone in the crowd was staring at the couple. The blond young man had a stern and unruly look, was tall and strong, dressed in gorgeous clothes, and had an overbearing temperament. The woman in white dress was wearing a thin veil and holding a crystal-clear little cold dragon in her hands. Her beautiful eyes were as tranquil as water, and those eyes alone were enough to mesmerize many onlookers. It was Sujoga and Xiao Lianyue who came here from the Holy Emperor realm to travel around. Today, Sujoga's cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Divine King realm. By devouring the divine body in the Wheel of Time, it only took less than half a month to cross 5 realms from the 2nd level of the Divine King realm. Such a terrifying cultivation speed is apparently not inferior to the innate Taoist holy body in any way. There was a constant stream of praise and admiration from all around me. Sujoga looked at Xiao Lianyue standing aside and smiled helplessly. Lianyue, I've already told you that it's completely useless for you to wear this veil. Xiao Lianyue's beauty and perfect and proud figure, coupled with her innate tranquility and aloofness. No matter where you are the most outstanding one. During this half-month, Sujoga fulfilled his promise and took Xiao Lianyue to travel around various Taoist regions to see all the beautiful scenery. Although there are inevitably some people who don't have eyes, Xiao Lianyue looked at him and said softly. So I picked it? Sujoga, forget it, you should just take it with you. The two of them strolled in this bustling market. Here, no one knew that he was the prince of the Su family. This made Su Jioge feel quite comfortable and he enjoyed this rare wonderful time. The two of them walked aimlessly, and during this time, Su Jioge did not forget his own business. That is, in this Xianjun Dao domain, there is a new protagonist with destiny. Chapter 107, The Uninformed Princess. The divine calculator Gu Yuanzi. Su Jioge and Xiao Lianyue passed by a street vendor. The vendor held a thick wooden pestle filled with brightly colored, crystal sugar strings, shouted, "Selling candied haws, selling candied haws." Although Wangtian City is the most prosperous place in Xianjun Dao realm, it is still mostly populated by ordinary people with no cultivation. There were only a few monks passing by, and most of them were busy pursuing a higher realm. Su Jioge blinked, looked at Xiao Lianyue beside him, and stopped. "Open your mouth and speak." "Want to eat?" "What?" Xiao Lianyue was a little confused. "Candied haws. This is a good thing." Su Jioge couldn't help but get excited and stepped forward to ask. "Give me 2 skewers." "Okay, sir." The vendor's face lit up and he picked 2 of the largest strings of candied haws and handed them over. Su Jioge took the candied haws and took a bite. It was sweet and delicious with a long aftertaste. My eyes couldn't help but light up. "Good. Try it." He handed another string of candied haws to Xiao Lianyue. She took it with her jade hand. As the daughter of the emperor, Xiao Lianyue had never seen such worldly snacks before. Looking at the crystal clear candied haws in my hand, I couldn't help but feel extremely curious. He even used a trace of divine consciousness to test it. Nothing special, no weird fluctuations. Su Jioge couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. "Ha ha ha. Lianyue, this is just an ordinary snack, just eat it directly. But there aren't that many mysteries in it." Xiao Lianyue tilted her head and gently lifted the veil. Her slightly opened red lips were even more tempting than the brightly colored candied haws. When she took a bite of the candied haws, the sweet and sour taste made her beautiful eyes light up and a ripple appeared in her eyes. Like a little girl who had never seen the world, she blinked her beautiful eyes and took another bite. "Is it delicious?" Su Jioge looked at her with a smile. Xiao Lianyue nodded, and the little Qian in her arms was also envious. With his mouth open, Xiao Lianyue gently picked one and put it into Qian's mouth. Su Jioge turned around, looked at the dazed vendor, and exclaimed in admiration, "It tastes good. How much is it?" The peddler just opened his mouth wide and stared at Xiao Lianyue's beautiful face, and Hadazi almost stayed. Fairy, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. It was not until Xiao Lianyue put on her veil again that the peddler gradually came to his senses. "Ah, sir, 1 tael of silver." As the most prosperous place in central China in Xianjun Dao domain, this ordinary candied haws is naturally not cheap. Su Jioge didn't know much about these things, and there was no such thing as worldly money in his storage ring. He casually threw out a few immortal spirit stones and said with a faint smile, "Keep the change, please." After saying that, he left the place with Xiao Lianyue. When this immortal spiritual stone appeared, the majestic spiritual energy of heaven and earth made the monks passing by stop in their tracks, and the small vendor stared with his eyes wide open. "Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? What this gentleman gave me was not just an ordinary stone. It was the spiritual stone used by those cultivators." The vendor's head was buzzing and his whole body was shaking with excitement as he held those spirit stones in his hands. "What the hell? Am I seeing right? That's a spirit stone? Hiss, this is the most terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation. This must be at least the starting point of the top-grade spiritual stone. Who is this young master? Are you crazy? This amount of spiritual stones is enough to buy several mountains of candied haws. And those monks with more advanced cultivation can even sense the extraordinariness of it. At the level they are at, they can only roughly perceive that it is a spirit stone of a higher level than the best spirit stone. Could it be a fairy item? After Su Jioge left, more and more cultivators came forward and spoke. 100,000 taels of gold in these few spiritual stones, I want them. I am willing to accept you as my disciple and join my Tianzong. How about it? Earth-level magic weapon, no one can snatch the spirit stone from me. Happiness came so suddenly that the vendor has not yet reacted. These 2 strings of candied haws turned out to be my great opportunity. A man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. He knew that with his abilities, he would most likely end up being killed for his treasure. Finally, the vendor gave him those immortal spirit stones on the condition that one of the monks was willing to accept him as a disciple and protect him. Xiao Lianyue looked at Su Jioge, who was smiling and obviously in a good mood. her beautiful eyes sparkling. In this half month, he had seen more new things than he had seen in the entire Emperor's Fall era. Although it was very ordinary, it made Xiao Lianyue feel very happy. The figure of Ying Lao suddenly appeared and whispered something beside Su Joji. Su Joga didn't care too much and said it lightly. "Don't report this kind of thing to me in the future, just kill him directly." Su Joga knew very well what the top-grade immortal stone meant to this group of cultivators. Over the past half-month, there have been countless people who coveted him and Xiao Lianyue, and there were even some bold cultivators who wanted to kill people and steal their treasures. Fortunately, Bossing solved the problem neatly and efficiently where no one could see. Su Joga and Xiao Lianyue walked for a while. Suddenly, at this moment, a timid old man came over happily. "Young lady, would you like to have your fortune told?" Su Joga looked towards the little old man. Name, Gu Yuanzi. Identity, Grand Elder of Xinglua Divine Sect. Personality, stingy, boastful. Realm, Sage Realm 6th level. Constitution, none. Kung Fu, Xinglua Ju. Tianxiong Xinji, Xinji Bujuan. Treasures, Tiansalu, Daoxing Flag, Xianlua Bagua, Wanbian Xingpan. Life experience, protagonist killer. What's going on with the protagonist killer? Su Joga was slightly stunned. He looked up and down at the timid old man in front of him, dressed in Taoist robes and with a white beard. He looked a bit like an immortal. Gu Yuanzi said, rubbing his hands with a smile. "My dear, I will tell you the truth. I am the Grand Elder of Xinglua Divine Sect. My divination skills have reached the pinnacle. I have even calculated the fortunes of the geniuses from the Hidden Saint clan, the Immortal Sect, and other powerful forces. Come for a moment?" Xiao Lianyue looked at Su Joji. Su Joga couldn't help but become interested when he heard this. He raised his eyebrows and spoke. "Oh? Is it really that amazing?" Gu Yuanzi said with a solemn vow. "That's a must. As the protagonist killer, his record is brilliant. 7,000 years ago, a superpower and a peerless evildoer were once calculated, and then the peerless evildoer's inner demon entered his body and died. 4,000 years ago, Sun Yan was told that he was immortal, and then he died. Until the last 10 years or so, he was invited by Lin Sanghai from the hidden holy family of the Lin family to tell the fortune for his son Lin Yi, and nothing unexpected happened to Lin Yi, gone to the west. In the hands of Gu Yuanzi, no one is immortal." Chapter 108 Xianlua Bagua. Tiansalu. Gu Yuanzi was still very confident in his divine divination skills. He stroked his beard gently, looking like a hermit. At this time, vendors from several other stalls nearby laughed. "Come on, what do you think of a stinky old man like you?" "My dear young lady, this old man has been here for several months. He has been cheating people every day and even boasted that he is the supreme elder of some divine sect. Everyone in our neighborhood knows him. You two should have just arrived in Wantian City not long ago, right? Don't be fooled by this guy." Gu Yuanzi said angrily upon hearing this. "You bastard. You're a bad guy. Be careful or I'll curse you." The vendors laughed even more happily. "Hey, aren't you a fortune teller? Why are you cursing people instead?" Gu Yuanzi was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, snorted coldly, and said angrily, "Do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? Humph, I am the supreme elder of the divine sect. I will not argue with you ordinary mortals." Su Joga just looked at him quietly. Others may not know, but if you have a system and can check your personal information, how can you not be clear about it? This old man did not lie. He really was the supreme elder of a certain divine sect. However, Su Joga was somewhat dissatisfied with the life experience and boastful character of this protagonist killer. Gu Yuanzi rubbed his hands and looked at Su Joga and Xiao Lianyue with a smile. Seeing that they have extraordinary temperament and are well dressed, they are definitely disciples of some powerful force. The higher the level of their cultivation, the more they believe in destiny, knowing that he might need a big fat sheep. Today, Gu Yuanzi said enthusiastically, "Hey, sir, would you like to do some calculations? My physiognomy is extremely accurate." Su Joga asked with a smile on his face. "Oh? Is it really that accurate? In that case, you should calculate it for her first." Su Joga looked at Xiao Lianyue. "Xiao Lianyue, I don't need it, Su Joga, just treat it as a game. You have to experience everything, right?" Gu Yuanzi laughed loudly and said with great arrogance, "That's no problem. But, sir, let me make it clear in advance that my fortune-telling price is not cheap." Gu Yuanzi said with a smile. Su Joga said lightly, Don't worry, you'll be there. He wanted to see whether this old guy really had the ability or was just a show off. Guunz knew that this kind of genius always disdained these material things, and he loved this kind of sucker the most. Without saying anything more, he just flexed his palm and a Bagua compass appeared in his hand. The Bagua kept rotating, and above its center, a scroll was lifted up by a mysterious force, floating quietly in the air. Guunz held the tray in his left hand and stretched out his skinny right hand. He put 3 fingers together and gestured something up and down. Wherever it passed, there was a trace of residual white breath. At first glance, it really looked like the real thing. Zhou Lianyue, who was standing by, said softly upon seeing this. You haven't yet activated your internal skills, and there is no spiritual energy fluctuation on this Bagua. Dancing, is this also some kind of ritual? Pu Chi. Su Joga couldn't help but laugh. The two of them have supreme identities and backgrounds and have been at the top of the world since childhood. If it were some worldly toys, you might not have seen them yet, but if it is a magical weapon or a spiritual treasure, what kind of strange and weird things have you not seen? Everyone could sense that Guunz showing off was meaningless except for being flashy. Su Joga couldn't help but joked. Lianyue, maybe this divine fortune teller is looking for a feeling. You know, to use magical skills, you also need to adjust your state. Zhou Lianyue's beautiful eyes flickered and she nodded thoughtfully. Seeing his performance being exposed in public, even Guunz, who was thick-skinned, couldn't help but blush. He smiled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed, and said, hee. This, foreshadowing, yes. It's a foreshadowing. He likes to play tricks when telling fortunes to make people feel that he is unfathomable unexpectedly. I met an expert today. It seems that if I don't show off my skills, I really won't be able to succeed. Guunz thought secretly. This time, he activated the unique magical power of the Xinglua divine sect, the divine machine calculation. Wisps of mysterious and wonderful aura swirled and fell towards the Shenluo Bagua in his hand. Shenluo Bagua started to turn with a click sound. When the 8 trigrams stayed at the Canwater phase, Guunz raised his head and looked at Zhou Lianyue. He spoke seriously. Please place your hand on this Shenluo Bagua. The old man is about to begin. Zhou Lianyue did as she was told and placed her jade hand on the Bagua. The Tianzi Lu above was slowly opened by an extremely mysterious force. It turned out to be a piece of white paper, but Guunz stared at it closely, as if he saw something in it. Suddenly he frowned and was slightly stunned. Ha? What's going on? Why is there no reaction at all? The Tianzi Lu kept flashing, but it did not tell him any useful information about this woman. Guunz looked Zhou Lianyue up and down, frowned, and patted his head. It's really strange, Su Joga said with a smile when he saw this. Why, have you figured out anything? Guunz's expression changed. Please wait a moment. Guunz increased his strength, using the 8 trigrams and the divine calculation. The 2 powers of celestial calculations constantly tried to spy on Zhou Lianyue's origins and identity. The Shenluo Bagua in his hand was spinning violently like crazy, and even after images appeared, still nothing. Guunz couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Oh no, what's going on with the Shenluo gossip today? Finally, after an unknown amount of time, useful news finally came from the Tianzi Lu. Guunz's face lit up with joy. Here we come. At this moment, his consciousness sank into a chaotic and misty star field. The ancient stars here are closely connected one after another, and each one symbolizes the life star of a living being. Guunz searched in it for a long time and murmured in confusion. Where is this girl's destiny star? Following the direction indicated by the Tianzi Lu, Guunz slowly raised his head. Look up at the huge golden life star in the sky that illuminates the entire star field. My whole body shook violently. His pupils dilated instantly and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my God. He thought it was the sun. Is this actually the girl's destiny star? At this moment, Guunz's mouth is big enough to fit an egg. He has lived for 7,000 or 8,000 years, but this is the first time in his life that he has seen such a huge and majestic golden life star. This fate is so dazzling and powerful that I have never heard of or seen in my life. Guunz's eyes were fanatical and his breathing became a little rapid. However, what puzzled him was why the girl's life star was still shining with endless brilliance. The other destiny stars surrounding it as a foil are extremely dim, except for a very few. Most of them are lifeless. This shows the owners of those destiny stars, they are all dead. Chapter 109 Blood Red Fate Star, Bad Luck. Click. It was like something was cut off. Guunz regained consciousness. The Shenluo Bagua and Tianzi Lu in his hands also became quiet. Su Joga, how Gu Yuanzi is still immersed in the shock of that destiny star. Some couldn't believe it and stared at Xiao Lianyue. The Shanluo Bagua combined with the Tian's Lu can deduce the fate of many people that he had calculated for many people before and found that no matter how outstanding a monster was, his fate would be no more than 10,000 feet in that starfield. The fate of this girl in front of me is so huge that it can be described as outrageous. If it weren't for the guidance of the Tian Lu, he would really have regarded that destiny star as the sun. Ancient Yuanzi's old eyes are vast. Today I bumped into a fairy, he spoke faintly. The lady's fate is something I have never seen in my life. With such a destiny, he will definitely be the one who dominates this world in the future, the one with destiny. After thinking for a long time, Gu Yuanzi really couldn't think of any words to describe it, so he had to say this. He was almost certain that Xiao Lianyue could become a terrifying existence at the top of the heavens, because people with this kind of fate can never die. After hearing this, several small vendors nearby laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Sir, you've been fooled by this guy. Almost every person who comes to him for fortune-telling will say the same thing. Then tell them that they are destined to face a great disaster, and start to deceive them. You know nothing." Gu Yuanzi widened his eyes and cursed. Unlike the past, this girl today is truly the one destined for heaven. Gu Yuanzi, it's just that although this girl's fate is extremely powerful, it always seems to feel a little strange. Su Jioge, what's strange about that? Gu Yuanzi, it's as if it doesn't belong to this era, and its fate has been rewritten by someone. Listening to Gu Yuanzi's words, Su Jioge's imperial eyes flickered. Even this is taken into account. Lianyue and I do not belong to this era. It seems that this old man really has some skills. Su Jioge said with a smile. Why not take a look at mine? Gu Yuanzi nodded, and he repeated it again as before. Sir, hand. The moment Su Jioge touched the Shanluo star plate, Gu Yuanzi's head exploded, and his consciousness instantly fell into a suffocating blood-red place, very different from before. There, he saw a sea of corpses and a gloomy, dark sky. Above the vast sky, countless golden stars of destiny are dim. Between heaven and earth, only the blood-red stars were flickering with faint light strangely, as if it was the end of the world. What is even more shocking is that the blood-red star is actually constantly devouring a golden life star. 1, 2, 3, those life stars that were eaten away became lifeless and fell from the sky. The blood-red stars were magnified countless times, and thousands of life stars fell one after another at the same time, as densely packed as a meteor shower. The stars are falling. Such a breathtaking and spectacular scene filled Gu Yuanzi's eyes. Gu Yuanzi suddenly opened his eyes in horror. I don't know when my back was already wet, it would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but when I did, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. I. Gu Yuanzi widened his eyes and looked at Su Jioge with fear as he was smiling at him. White whole body is shaking. He hurriedly avoided Su Jioge's gaze, and without saying a word, put away all his magical weapons. Run away. Su Jioge stopped in front of him and said with a faint smile. Why are you in such a hurry? You don't want the money for fortune-telling? At this moment, in Gu Yuanzi's eyes, Su Jioge seemed to have turned into a monstrous demon. Gu Yuanzi was so scared that his legs went weak and sweat kept pouring down his forehead. He spoke in horror. No more. No more, sir, I am just a charlatan. I remember that I have some things to do at home, so I will not bother you anymore. Go ahead. What a joke! This indescribable existence before us is so great that even the brightest stars are falling one after another. Coupled with the mountains and seas of corpses, this is enough to explain everything. Su Jioge did not stop him, but murmured softly. Gu Yuanzi, the Grand Elder of Xinglua Divine Sect. If you leave like this today, then this prince feels that there is no need for the Xinglua Divine Sect to exist anymore. The figure of Ying Lao appeared in front of Gu Yuanzi silently. If there wasn't such a living person in front of him, Gu Yuanzi wouldn't even be able to sense any breath from Ying Lao. Gu Yuanzi's pupils dizzied. Supreme? When he heard Su Jioge calling him the Emperor's son, Gu Yuanzi seemed to have thought of something and his breathing paused, thought with a painful look on his face. Completion, Ying Lao said dimly. Emperor, please come over. The aura of Ying Lao locked onto him, as if he would be killed if he disagreed. Under the threat of Ying Lao, Gu Yuanzi came to Su Jioge with a look of despair on his face. This time, the look in Su Jioge's eyes was completely different. I thought I had caught a fat sheep and could grab it as much as I could, but I didn't expect that this was not a fat sheep at all. He is clearly a terrifying god of death. Su Jioge looked at Gu Yuanzi and said with a faint smile. Didn't you say that you are a divine fortune teller? Did you expect what would happen today? It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once he said it, Gu Yuanzi became even more desperate. The Xianjun Dao realm is also very inconspicuous among the heavens. It is just a middle-level Dao realm here. The one with the highest level of cultivation is just a saint, not even a supreme one. Who could have imagined that the prince of the imperial family, the Su family, would appear in this Xianjun Dao domain? What a coincidence. I ran into him. Gu Yuanzi was filled with hatred. I think I have been playing games in this world for thousands of years and have seen all kinds of storms. This is the first time I have seen a living son of a great emperor, Gu Yuanzi said with a sad face. I am Gu Yuanzi of Xinglua Divine Sect. Greetings, Lord Emperor. Su Jioge waved his hand and said lightly. Why are you so scared? This prince will not eat you. Master Ing, give him a reward. Of course, Master Ing saw the previous scene clearly in the dark, and he also understood what the Emperor's son meant. He casually threw out a storage ring and said calmly, These are all gifts from the Emperor. You still don't want to thank me? As the Supreme Elder of the Xinglua Divine Sect, there is no need for him to lack these cultivation resources. The reason why people tell fortunes is just because they find it interesting and want to show off their fortune-telling skills, but since it is a reward from the Emperor's son, I have to accept it even if I don't want it. Gu Yuanzi took the storage ring and casually probed his spiritual sense into it. The whole person froze in place as if struck by lightning. My breathing started to become a little rapid. In this storage ring, there are mountains of resources, including many elixirs and precious medicines that are useful to him. A saint, Su Jioge said slowly. Do one thing for me, and all these things will be yours. Of course, you have no right to refuse. The protagonist killer, how can I not make good use of such a brilliant life experience? Chapter 110, My friend is dead, but I am not dead. Echo Stone. Gu Yuanzi's face changed drastically when he heard this. Working for this god of death, I'm afraid even 10 lives won't be enough. He didn't want to have anything to do with Su Jioge, for fear that he would lose his life one day, but due to Su Jioge's tyranny, there was another supreme being next to him who was eyeing him covetously. Gu Yuanzi rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, My Lord Emperor, what is it? Su Jioge looked at him with a smile but no words. Open your mouth and speak. You are so powerful, why not do the math? Gu Yuanzi said with a bitter look on his face. My lord, please don't embarrass me, Su Jioge. I want you to approach a man named Yi Xingji. He is in this Xianjun Dao domain. With your ability, it should not be difficult to find him. Yi Sheng. Gu Yuanzi was slightly stunned and said, Your Majesty, you mean that you want me to? At this point, Gu Yuanzi made a gesture of wiping his neck. Su Jioge waved his hand and said lightly, I just want you to use your divine calculation skills to give him some confidence. As for what to do, that's your business. Gu Yuanzi suddenly understood after hearing this. It turns out that the prince wanted me to be cheated and deceived. I thought it was something else. He is good at this. Gu Yuanzi's eyes flickered. I couldn't help but feel secret sympathy for this person whom I had never met before. The prince of the imperial family is still concerned about him because of this god of death. This Yi Sheng is probably not an ordinary person. However, no matter who he is, there is no one that he cannot deceive under the hands of Gu Yuanzi. Thinking back to the hidden holy family of the Lin family, Lin Songhai was fooled by me and was so shocked that he even spent a huge price to find me to save the life of his precious son. Judging from the time, it should be about time that his son will meet his doom. I don't know if I've made it through. I felt that it was not a difficult thing, and besides, I didn't seem to have any right to refuse. The incident of the destruction of the dancers from the Sky Fairy clan is still fresh in our memory. Thinking of this, Gu Yuanzi said, This is not impossible, Su Jioge said lightly. If you work for this prince, you will definitely get some benefits. Gu Yuanzi chuckled and said, In that case, I will leave first. Su Jioge nodded slightly but did not stop him. After getting the approval of the emperor's son, Gu Yuanzi fled into the distance in an instant like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The barrier that could isolate everything around was removed. The eyes of the vendors widened when they saw this scene. What the hell? How can this old liar still fly? Oh my god. Could he really be the Grand Elder of some major sect? It's a huge loss. The vendors around him were all so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting that they had not recognized the gold and jade. After seeing Gu Yuanzi leave, Xiu Lianyue suddenly spoke softly. Aren't you afraid that he might regret it? Su Joga's imperial eyes flickered and he chuckled. Oh, he can escape, but what about the Xinghua divine sect behind him? Let's go. Su Joga also specially left a mark on Gu Yuanzi. Even if Gu Yuanzi ran to the ends of the earth, he could not escape from his palm. Ying Lao's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, and Xiao Lianyue followed him. After Su Joga left, Gu Yuanzi, who had escaped to an unknown place, found an open space and stopped, panting out. He looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the prince did not chase him, but he murmured with fear in his eyes, "That was a close call. Oh my god, luckily I ran fast enough. I am so unlucky today. How could I run into such a killer god? What about Yi Shang?" Gu Yuanzi counted with his fingers and his pupils narrowed. "I was so angry that I jumped up." He didn't expect Yi Shang, but he felt that he seemed to have a vague connection with the prince of the Su family. Divine thoughts left an imprint. Gu Yuanzi shuddered all over and hurriedly checked his sea of consciousness, inside and outside his body, but he could not find any trace of any hand or footsteps left by the prince of the Su family on his body. He was suddenly horrified and wilted like a deflated ball. After a long silence, he finally said helplessly, "This Su family's prince, that's a really good trick, even I can't find the mark he left behind." Alas! Gu Yuanzi sighed heavily and said with a dim look in his eyes, "It seems that I have no choice but to find that Yi Shang for him. I'd rather die than have a fellow Taoist die." "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Yi Shang." In Wangtian City. Su Joga and Yu Qiu Lianyue were strolling leisurely during this day. The two of them toured this prosperous ancient city. Su Joga could clearly feel that Lian Yu's mood had improved a lot at least. I'll smile from time to time, however. The Destiny protagonist's search talisman that he had spent a lot of villain points to exchange told him that in this Xinjun Dao domain, there is not only Yi Shang, there is also a new Destiny protagonist. Su Joga had not forgotten the purpose of his visit and had been paying close attention along the way, but had not discovered anything. Looking at Xiao Lianyue in front, she was currently at a stall, looking at a gadget with her beautiful eyes twinkling. "What did you find?" Su Joga walked forward with a faint smile. Xiao Lianyue played with the little gadget and said softly, "This thing is quite interesting to make." Su Joga looked at the little gadget in Xiao Lianyue's hand. "Some of me don't understand." What Xiao Lianyue was holding in her hand was just an ordinary wooden doll. On that stall, there were also various wooden dolls of various shapes and colors. Xiao Lianyue handed it over. Su Joga took it. The stall owner said with a smile, "Sir, this is the most popular gadget in our Wangtian city recently. Loved by the kids. It's called Talking Wood. You might as well talk to it." "Oh?" Su Joga couldn't help feeling curious as he looked at the wooden human-shaped puppet in front of him. There was actually a sound coming from the puppet. "Oh?" Su Joga was stunned. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and penetrated directly into the interior of the puppet, where he found a yellow stone that was glowing. Echo Stone. The Echo Stone, as the name suggests, can store and play back sounds, which is similar to the Photostone. They are all special materials between heaven and earth. However, because its effect is far less ingenious than that of the Photostone, it is almost the same as Waste Stone in the eyes of practitioners. No one has ever thought of making it into such a gadget. Su Joga suddenly realized and murmured with a faint smile, "I see, puppet, I see. He is an interesting person who can have such a strange idea." Only, looking at these puppets, Su Joga always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Putting down the puppet in his hand, Su Joga looked at the stall owner and asked, "Where did this little thing come from?" Chapter 111, Turning Trash into Treasure. Chu Tian of the Chu family. As Su Joga spoke, he casually threw out a few immortal spirit stones. For these vendors, using stones to subdue people is far more effective than applying pressure. The stall owner's eyes widened. "Spirit stone?" My breathing stopped. "The person in front of me is actually a cultivator," the stall owner said hurriedly. "My lord, to be honest, these little gadgets were all made by the young master of the Chu family in Wangtian City. It is said that the Chu family mined a top-grade spiritual mine some time ago. Almost 70% of the ore is Echo Stone. It's a huge loss. But I didn't expect that the young master of the Chu family would make good use of the waste and turn the Echo Stone into treasure, making the Chu family earn a lot of money from it." Su Joga raised his eyebrows and said with some confusion, "Just relying on these little gadgets?" The stall owner looked around and said in a low voice, "Sir, you don't know that this Echo Stone has more functions than just this. Everyone in Wangtian City knows that Chu Zuanru, the mysterious daughter of Tianwen sect, is the adopted daughter of the head of the Chu family and has countless admirers. She has a stunning face, excellent cultivation, and her music is beautiful and pleasant. The young master of the Chu family used this echo stone to record Chu Xuanru's piano music, and then sold it to the disciples and geniuses of various sects at a high price. The more you buy, the more chances you will have to communicate with Chu Xuan up close. The more Su Joga listened, the weirder his expression became. This method sounds a bit familiar. Hit the charts. The young master of the Chu family, Su Joga's eyes were calm, and he had a subtle premonition in his heart. The destined protagonist this time might be the same type of person as me. Su Joga said playfully. Hearing what he said, it seems that this echo stone has become a rare treasure? Interesting. The stall owner said, that's right. Who would have thought that this echo stone, something that no one would want even if it was thrown on the ground, would be used in so many ways by the young master of the Chu family, Chu Tian. Chu Tian Su Joga secretly memorized the name in his heart, because it is not yet certain whether Chu Tian is the destined protagonist. Su Joga decided to go and take a look. He was not in a hurry either. After finding out that the Chu family was in Wangtian City, Su Joga and Xiu Lianyue walked towards the direction of the Chu family. The Chu family is a major force in Wangtian City, so the people in the city are naturally no strangers to it. Su Joga stopped a pretty girl and asked her from the infatuated look on the girl's face, I got some information about the Chu family. As a large family in Wangtian City and a family of cultivators, the Chu family is not the top force in Xianjun Dao domain. The most powerful person in the clan is the clan leader Chu Xiaofeng, who has reached the divine king realm. Above them, there are several beings who possess the immortal lineage of saints. Compared with the superpowers in the world, it is not even up to par, but there is no supreme being here, and the saint realm is the limit of this realm. Chu Tian is the youngest son of the clan leader Chu Xiaofeng, and has been a dissolute playboy since childhood. When he was a child, he molested a decent woman and was beaten up, which damaged his brain. Therefore, he has always had a violent and weird temperament, making him unpredictable. But such a playboy was in a coma for more than a month because of a sudden serious illness a year ago. After waking up, he seemed like a completely different person, with a completely different temperament. He even turned the useless echo stone into treasure, thus making the Chu family earn a fortune. Su Joga pondered for a moment, recalling what the vendor had said before. He murmured with a hint of amusement in his mouth, did you meet someone in the same profession? Interesting, then who is Chu Xuanru? Su Joga asked. The girl's face flushed and her heart was pounding. She held her face with her delicate hands, lowered her head and did not dare to look directly into Su Joga's domineering and aggressive eyes, whispered softly, Sir, that Chu Xuan is incredible. She is the saintess of the Tianwen sect. I heard that she is the adopted daughter of the Chu family. She has been childhood sweethearts with Chu Tian since she was young and they have a very good relationship. The only person in the world who can record Chu Xuanru's piano music is Chu Tian. It is precisely because of Chu Xuanru's care that no family in the entire Wangtian city dares to offend the Chu family. Su Joga nodded slightly and said lightly, Thank you very much. The girl seemed even more shy, and she touched her little hand and spoke softly, stammering, You're welcome, sir. I heard that a new restaurant has opened up ahead, and it has a lot of spiritual beast delicacies that are extremely delicious. I wonder if you have time. Having said this, the girl raised her head. Su Joga had disappeared without a trace. How could I have missed such a stunning and talented person? The girl was stunned, feeling a little lost. In the distance, after getting a lot of information about Chu Tian. Su Joga was almost certain that this was the new destined protagonist he was looking for. New leeks have been harvested. Su Joga couldn't help but feel in a very good mood, and walked forward leisurely. Several young men who didn't know the consequences were surrounding Xiu Lianyue, constantly inviting her. Miss, I am Lu Yuan from the Lu family in Wangtian City. May I know your name? Would you be so kind as to come to the restaurant and have a seat? You philandering fellow, where is that woman from a while ago? Girl, please don't go with him, come with me, and I will buy you whatever you want. A fat man in fancy clothes with a big belly said with a smile. I wonder if you could take off your veil so that I can have a glimpse of your beautiful face, a young man said with a smile. Alas! It's a pity that Brother Chu has gone crazy and hasn't been hanging out with us lately. They are the young masters of the noble families in Wangtian City. Faced with such a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament, even with a veil, her graceful and perfect figure is enough to make people excited. Several young men present were chatting and laughing and teasing, surrounded by a group of young masters from aristocratic families. Xiu Lianyue looked calm and indifferent, like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. He just stood there quietly without even looking at the group of young masters. The little cold dragon in his arms kept grinning at this group of guys. However, such a small and charming appearance did not scare them, but made them feel a little funny. Zhou Lianyue frowned and said softly, "Roll." "Ha? What?" When they heard Zhou Lianyue's voice, the young men present were slightly startled, and then laughed. "The girl's voice is so pleasant, but it makes me feel itchy. Hey, girl, why don't you come with me to your boudoir?" I do. Buzz. Before the man could finish his words, the group of young masters surrounding him instantly turned into ice sculptures. The air around them suddenly became extremely cold, a terrifying force surged, and the ice sculptures exploded into pieces in an instant. Bang! Bang! Chapter 112, Annihilate the Five Clans, and the Xianjun Dao domain is shaken. The ground was covered with broken ice. A barrier fatally appeared in front of Zhou Lianyue, and her white dress was not stained at all. She looked at everything in front of her with cold eyes and murmured softly. "He said that there's no need to hold back when you meet someone like this." Her words were calm, as if these young masters from aristocratic families were nothing more than ants that could be easily crushed to death in her eyes. Seeing this horrifying scene, the people around immediately fled in all directions like frightened birds and beasts. Murder? In the dark, powerful auras suddenly appeared here. Several protectors who had been hiding in the dark suddenly appeared with astonishing auras. They were powerful men in the realm of Void God. They all looked horrified and shouted angrily in extreme anger. "Witch! You actually killed my clan's son? You are courting death." Zhou Lianyue's cultivation had reached the Sate realm, far superior to them. They didn't even have time to react before they saw their young master turned into an ice sculpture and exploded without leaving any trace. "Witch! Who are you? Tell me your name," one of the protectors shouted angrily. "Why are you wasting so much time talking to her? The young master of my clan is dead, so this person must die too." One of them attacked directly with brutal moves, threatening Zhou Lianyue's life, and just at this moment, boom, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped everyone. Any woman who dares to touch this emperor's son is really asking for trouble. A voice as deafening as thunder exploded in the minds of these protectors. Their faces suddenly turned pale, blood flowed from their mouths and noses, and they fell to their knees on the ground. The person who took the first step was exploded into a ball of blood. Bang! Who is it? From a distance, a tall, strong, and extremely domineering blonde young man appeared. His face is as handsome as a demon, and his brows are unruly eye in the eyes of everyone. He was like a dazzling sun, making it impossible for anyone to muster up a single bit of resistance. It's Su Jioge. Su Jioge's face was filled with black lines. "I've only been walking for a short while, and already there's something so blind as to act like this." Seeing the person coming, Zhou Lianyue's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she slowly put down her raised hand. What did he just say? Zhou Lianyue recalled what Su Jioge had just said. The beautiful face hidden under the veil couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth in a beautiful and moving arc. Su Jioge frowned and swept his imperial eyes over the crowd. Such terrifying pressure and aura made all the protectors present look horrified. The one who could seriously injure them in an instant must be at least a divine king. It turned out to be such a young genius? How is this possible? A protector spoke angrily. "Do you know who we are? Asshole. I am from the Lu family of Wangtian City clan. You killed my clan leader, so why don't you let us go? Otherwise, you will have nowhere to escape in Wangtian City." Su Jioge didn't get angry but laughed instead. "Oh? Are you all powerful behind the scenes? Master Ing Lao, yes. Su Jioge, take them with you and let them watch their family being destroyed with their own eyes." Su Jioge was too lazy to explain more to this group of ants. Since when did a family whose highest power was no more than that of a saint dare to threaten me? Not to mention them, if it weren't for the presence of Yi Shang and Chu Tian here, he wouldn't even bother to look at the mere Xianjun Dao domain. Old Ing agreed, and without saying a word, he searched the souls of these protectors one by one, and then disappeared on the spot with them. Mr. Ing was extremely efficient. In less than an incense stick of time, deafening noises and countless screams were heard near Wangtian City. Boom, boom. They were all razed to the ground. Such terrifying aura fluctuations even alarmed the top forces in this world. Countless divine thoughts were spying on him, but Old Ing only revealed a little of his cultivation and shouted coldly, "Roll." The powerful men from those top forces were frightened out of their wits. "Supreme? What is going on? Go! Send someone to check for me." Which supreme being has come to my Xianjun Dao realm during this period of time? In Xianjun Dao domain, the top forces from all sides could no longer sit still at this moment. A supreme being is like a god to the entire Xianjun Dao realm. They had never even thought that such an existence could be just a protector. Suddenly, Ying Lao's voice sounded in my ear. Emperor's son, the Lu family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, all 5 families have been dealt with. No one survived. Su Zhouge nodded slightly, looking at Zhou Lianyue standing aside. He could guess the reason without even asking. During this period of time, Zhou Lianyue and I have been traveling to various Taoist realms. Hundreds of people were killed just by some ignorant guys, not to mention the forces involved behind it. Su Zhouge couldn't help but feel a headache. After thinking for a moment, he decided to let Ying Lao follow him. There was a being at the supreme level. His extremely terrifying pressure made the surrounding practitioners avoid him, and their faces turned pale with fear when just a trace of his aura was leaked. It's a lot more free now. The Chu family of Wangtian City. A handsome young man was playing with a wooden sculpture. On his left and right, 2 pretty maids were massaging the boy's shoulders. One on the left and one on the right. They looked so comfortable and enjoyable. Chu Tian was in a good mood. He listened to the news from the girl next to him and said with a smile, "Thanks to Roar's piano music, this Echo Stone has become a big hit. After these few trips, my Chu family not only didn't lose much, but actually made a lot of money." A girl next to him said with a smile, "Young master, you are truly a genius. If this continues, I'm afraid the position of the head of this family will belong to you, young master." Chu Tian waved his hand, his eyes flickering, and said lightly, "No, I don't care about the position of the head of this family at all. My goal, Chu Tian, is to reach a wider world outside of the Xianjun Dao realm. Definitely not staying in one corner." Such pretentious and domineering remarks could not help but make the beautiful eyes of the 2 girls behind him ripple with admiration. One girl even deliberately softened her body, lying in Chu Tian's arms, letting him do whatever he wanted, and said softly, "Young master is a rare talent. In the future, please don't forget Zhor and Bayer." Chu Tian laughed and spoke, "It's natural." He really enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything. More than a month after he fell into a coma, all kinds of never-before-seen images and ideas kept popping up in his mind. Although it was a little vague, it felt like he didn't belong to this world at all. It was precisely those unfamiliar memories in his mind that made him think of turning the petrified and decayed Echo into something magical. Deriving such a wonderful USE in the past, I was really too extravagant. As the son of the clan leader, he has all the talents and resources, but he has no idea how to use them. It's different now. Those memories made Chu Tian realize that he was the man of destiny as mentioned in the legend. In this world, strength is the best capital. After that, not only did he make the elders and disciples of the entire clan look at him with admiration, he also changed his ways and did many extraordinary things. Looking at the pretty and rosy-faced girl in his arms, he was enjoying the service of another girl. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and he couldn't help but grin. This world is so fascinating, and just when he was immersed in beautiful reverie, boom! A few loud noises frightened him so much that he fell off his chair. Even the girl in his arms had her buttocks come into close contact with the floor, and it was painful. "What happened?" Chu Tian exclaimed with a changed expression. Chapter 113, The Chu Family's Surprise, Thanks to the Person Who Made the Move. Ouch! The girl cried out in so much pain that tears came out of her eyes. "Sir, what's wrong with you?" The sound continued, and in less than an incense stick of time, this huge noise continued to sound from all directions. The floor beneath my feet was shaking. Chu Tian looked in the distance with a changeable look in his eyes. What exactly happened? Those directions, Lu family, Wang family. Chu Tian quickly reacted and realized where the loud noise came from. Chu Tian frowned, and a bad feeling surged in his heart. Just then, a guard came hurriedly, panicked, and shouted loudly, "Oh no! Sir! Oh no!" A young girl next to him frowned in displeasure and said, "Can't you see that the young master is resting? What's the matter?" Chu Tian raised his hand and said, "Pearl, let him speak." The guard stepped forward, bowed, and spoke immediately. "Sir, something terrible has happened. Just now, the soul tablets of the spies you hid in the Lu, Li, and Wang families were all shattered at the same time. They are all dead." "What did you say?" Chu Tian's pupils shocked, captivating looks. This was the foundation he secretly cultivated in order to balance the various families in Wangtian City. It cost a lot of resources. You told me that everyone is dead? Chu Tian was extremely angry and strode directly towards the main hall. Sir! Where are you going? Chu Tian, wait for me here obediently, I still have some things to do. At this moment, in the Chu family's meeting room, the elders of the Chu family had already gathered here, and the clan leader Chu Xiaofeng was also here. Looking worried, Chu Tian strode forward from the door, and the elders' eyes lit up when they saw him. It was as if I had regained my backbone. During this period of time, Chu Tian's successive superb operations made them feel so scared. They have completely changed their views on this unruly dandy young man. Sure. Sure is here. Bah! What Sure, clan leader? It's Xiaotian who's here. The elders looked delighted. Chu Xiaofeng's helpless brows gradually relaxed when he heard this. He walked forward and said with a smile. Xiao. No, Tianer. Tianer, you're here at the right time, come quickly. Chu Tian looked at the Chu family elders and said with some confusion. Father, elders. When exactly did this happen? That sound just now, Chu Xiaofeng sighed and whispered with a serious expression. Tianer, the servants just brought me news that the Lu, Li, and Wang families in Wangtian City, destroyed by some unknown powerful being. Chu Tian's breathing stagnated. How is this possible? The clans of Wangtian City all have beings that are at the level of God King. Among them, many aristocratic families are affiliated with the superforces in Xianjun Daoyu. What kind of existence could destroy them all? Chu Tian found it hard to imagine. After listening to the discussion of the elders, Chu Tian roughly understood the current situation. Hey, who the hell is coming? How come the 5 families were destroyed without any news? Yeah, I don't know what they did. I heard that all 5 families were killed. Could this matter implicate our Chu family? As members of the same aristocratic family from Wangtian City, the elders could not help but feel grief-stricken and worried, but after Chu Tian heard it, his eyes flickered and suddenly became bright. He clapped his hands and laughed. Okay. Everyone present was stunned. Full of confusion, Chu Xiaofeng asked doubtfully, Tianer, what do you mean? What's good about it? Chu Tian laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Elders. This is a great thing for our Chu family. Although I don't know what the 5 clans did, my Chu family is still safe and sound, which proves that this matter has nothing to do with my Chu family. There are a total of 6 tribes in Wangtian City, and the other 5 tribes have all been destroyed. Doesn't this mean that the business resources and spirit stone mines of these 5 tribes will be taken over by my Chu family in the future? You say, isn't this a great thing? After hearing this, the elders' eyes lit up. They all suddenly realized Chu Xiaofeng was just enlightened and said with great joy. Yeah. Tianer is right. My Chu family is fine now, but the other 5 clans have already perished. It doesn't take any effort for my Chu family to do anything. From now on, Wangtian City will no longer be ruled by our Chu family alone. The eyes of the elders of the Chu family immediately changed when they looked at Chu Tian. Chu Xiaofeng laughed loudly and said in a very heroic manner, Ha! Tianer is truly the Qilin son of my Chu family. Come on, take a seat. Chu Xiaofeng directly let Chu Tian sit in his position as the head of the family. None of the elders in the venue had any objection and they kept praising and admiring him. Yes. As long as Tianer is here, our Chu family will prosper in the future. It was thanks to Tianer's idea that the Echo Stone sold well a few days ago. Otherwise, we would have lost everything. Chu Xiaofeng, the 5 families were destroyed, and the resources they controlled before were not a small amount. Tianer, what do you think our Chu family should do next? Chu Tian sat on the first seat. It was obvious that he was very pleased with the flattery from these elders. He looked up to the sky. He looked like Zhuge Liang reborn, fully capable of handling matters. After pondering for a moment, he smiled faintly and said, Father, the resources of the 5 tribes are not a small amount. With the strength of our Chu family, we can still afford it. Besides, except for the Lu and Li clans, the others are all affiliated with forces that are not weaker than the Tianwen sect. If we rashly annex them, it will inevitably make them unhappy. In my opinion, it would be better to contact Sister Zuanro and ask her Tianwen sect to come forward to IN this way. It will be difficult for other powerful people to say anything about this. What we lose is just a few more resources that we have to hand over to Tianwen sect every year. With Sister Zuanro's status, the resources she paid couldn't be much more. Having said that, Chu Tian Xiaoming took a sip of tea and continued confidently. With the resources of the 5 clans, our Chu family will definitely be able to reach a higher level in the future. It is even possible for us to become the top force in Xianjun Dao domain from now on. The resources that the 6 tribes of Wangtian City hand over every year are enormous, which is not a small amount. If there is no big power to protect it, it will surely be swallowed up by others without leaving anything behind. But who made Chu Zuanro the saint of Tianwen sect, the number 1 force in Xianjun Dao realm? As long as they pay enough resources and have the protection of the Tianwen sect, the Chu family will be able to develop secretly. Moreover, given Sister Zuanru's personality, these resources, even if they are paid, will eventually return to the Chu family. Chu Tian grinned and couldn't help feeling proud of his own sophisticated strategy. The purpose of ambushing so many spies among the other 5 tribes was to slowly erode them in secret, although I don't know who destroyed the 5 tribes, but thank you for your help. Chapter 114, 2 Souls in One, Immortal God and Demon Body. This is a great help to me. Chu Tian's pi is really big. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders blushed. I'm so excited. Chu Xiaofeng, our Chu family has Tianer, he is truly blessed by our ancestors. Then came the voices of flattery from the elders. Chu Tian felt very satisfied. Ever since he had those memories in his mind, his thoughts were very clear about almost everything. He looks down on everyone with his advanced knowledge. Chu Tian smiled modestly. All of this is inseparable from the help of the elders and my father. However, the sudden destruction of the 5 clans is too strange. During this period of time, my Chu family should not be too aggressive, so as to avoid suffering an unexpected disaster. Father, it would be best if we could send someone to find out what happened and who these 5 tribes offended. This way, we can come up with a plan to deal with it. Chu Tian's eyes flickered and he spoke slowly. After all, in this world, the strong are respected. After this incident, he wanted to become stronger even more, so that he could control his own destiny. Chu Xiaofeng nodded and said, Tianer is right. We must not be careless about this matter. I will send someone to investigate the cause right away. Chu Tian, since there is nothing else, the child will leave first. Chu Xiaofeng, okay. Chu Tian left the house and walked towards the door. He was humming a little tune and was in a good mood. At this moment, a guard's voice suddenly sounded outside the door, which made Chu Tian stop. Who are you? Sir, please stop. Outside the Chu family's door. Su Jioga stood in front of the door with Chiu Lianyue, smiling. The Chu family's guards looked at the 2 people in front of them cautiously. The man was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, and although the girl was wearing a veil, it was not difficult to see that she was a peerless woman. Following behind him was an old man in a black robe, who was obviously no ordinary man. Such a dignified appearance is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Therefore, the 2 guards guarding the gate of the Chu family were quite polite and spoke in a nice way. Where did you come from, sir? This place belongs to the Chu family of Wangtian City. You cannot enter without permission. Seeing someone dare to stop the emperor's son, Ying Lao snorted in displeasure. Humph! The tremendous pressure made the 2 guards' faces change terribly, and they froze in place for a moment. The supreme realm is in existence at the supreme ancestor level anywhere. Ying Lao simply snorted, without even using any strength, and yet the 2 men could not bear it and trembled all over. Okay. Su Jioga said with a smile. He glanced at the 2 of them. The cultivation level of the Chu family guards was considered quite good. Both of them were at the Giyi realm. He said it, pretending to be aware. Ah, so this is the Chu family? I've heard a lot about you. We have just arrived in Wangtian City. We heard about the name of the young master of the Chu family in the city and wanted to come and pay him a visit. May I inform you? Su Jioga had a faint smile on his face and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. He does not have the condescending and arrogant attitude of disciples from big forces. Instead, he makes people feel warm and friendly. The backs of the 2 guards were soaked without them knowing it. They looked at each other and looked at the old man behind Su Jioga as if they were facing a great enemy. This old man's cultivation is definitely extraordinary. It seems that the visitor has no ill intentions, and may even be a disciple of some powerful force. One of the guards thought about it, nodded, bowed, and said very politely, Sir, please wait a moment. I will go and inform the young master. No need. At this time, Chu Tian's voice suddenly sounded. He strode forward, came to the door and said, I'm here, what's up? Chu Tian glanced at Su Jioge and Xiao Lianyue. Just this one glance and my whole body was shocked. A man of heavenly talent, with the appearance of a dragon and a phoenix, and an extraordinary and domineering bearing. Su Jioge was a full head taller than him. Her innate noble and elegant temperament, coupled with her dazzling blonde hair, even Chu Tian, who was always proud of himself, couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority in his heart. On the other side, Xiao Lianyue made Chu Tian even more astonished. Such a perfect and graceful figure, even Sister Xian Ro is inferior to her. That layer of thin white gauze adds a touch of mystery and coolness. There was a hint of surprise and evil in Chu Tian's eyes. Which family are these two, the saints and saints from? This was the first thought in Chu Tian's mind. He was in a daze for a long while before he reacted. He coughed twice, looked at the two of them and spoke. I am Chu Tian, the young master of the Chu family. I wonder why you two came to see me. After all, he is the young master of a clan, so Chu Tian tried his best to appear calm. As Su Jioge glanced at him, name, Chu Tian, identity, son of the Chu family leader, time traveler, destined protagonist, personality, lustful, arrogant, conceited, hidden personality, righteous, indecisive, honest, realm, slashing yuan realm 9th level, physique, acquired dual soul body, a very special physique among all the gods, born with a strong spirit and quick thinking. The divine thoughts can be divided for cultivation, and one can do two things at the same time. When the two souls are used together, one can enter the realm of heaven. If you get the right technique and kill the two souls, they will have the same mindset and their cultivation can be superimposed when they merge into one. Immortal God and demon body, hidden and unawakened, ranks 17th in the universe. The first ray of outer domain God and devil energy entered his body, and his body became as strong as the ancient gods and devils after the baptism, extremely powerful. But the stronger this body is, the more it can affect a person's mind. Those with weak willpower and higher cultivation will be controlled and driven by the spirit of gods and demons, and act on instinct. Kung Fu, Yuanshi Ju, Wanlong Jin, Qingfeng Bu. Treasures, Spirit King Bright Grass, Blood Nourishing Pill, Life Experience, the young master of the Chu family in Wantian City, Xianjun Daoyu. Because he possessed an immortal divine body and was secretly influenced by it, he was spoiled when he was young, had an arrogant and domineering personality, and suffered a brain injury in a fight. Becoming moody half a year ago, she accidentally fell into a coma and was possessed by the time traveler Chu Tian, but failed and fell into a coma. By chance, the two of them merged their souls and forged a body of two souls. Current luck value, 13,000, dual souls in one body and an immortal divine and demonic body. Su Jioge looked at Chu Tian's personal panel and pondered for a moment. The immortal god and demon body, this is an extremely powerful special physique. However, because its flaws can affect the mind, most people with this body have extremely cruel and violent personalities. But he didn't expect that the destined protagonist in front of him was a body of two souls, and his spiritual level was far superior to that of ordinary people. After a quick glance, Su Jioge roughly knew the reason. People with two souls in one body are born with powerful souls and spirits. With their characteristics neutralized, it means that the shortcomings of the immortal divine and demonic body will not affect Chu Tian at all. The two complement each other. This is so unique. No wonder he is the destined protagonist. It's really interesting. Su Jioge's imperial eyes flickered as he thought secretly. Chu Tian felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Su Jioge. This feeling was as if I was stripped naked in front of this person and was seen clearly, and I couldn't help feeling a little creepy. Chapter 115 Jour Beer. Sir, please have some tea. Chu Tian felt a little uncomfortable all over. He frowned and asked with some confusion. My friend, what's wrong? Su Jioge smiled faintly and said. Oh, sorry, the Emperor, my junior sister and I are from a hidden sect. We heard about Master Chu's glorious deeds when we passed by Wantian City, so we came to visit him. After meeting him today, I can see that he is indeed a handsome man, a rare talent, and his reputation is well deserved. No one doesn't like to hear words of praise. What's more, the person who said this was a young hero who Chu Tian thought was better than himself in both appearance and temperament. He couldn't help but feel his vanity satisfied, and he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. This brother really overpraises you. Overpraised. Brother, you and this girl have extraordinary temperaments. I guess they are from some big sect, right? Chu Tian asked with a smile. May I know your names? Su Joga smiled faintly. Our sect is quite special. Before we left the mountain, our master told us not to reveal any information about our sect. After a conversation, Shu Tian roughly understood the purpose of their visit. From what Su Joga said, he was probably just a disciple from some small and insignificant sect. After all, Shu Tian knew the Shanjun Dao realm very well, and there was no hidden sect that he didn't know about. And Shu Tian has always liked to make friends with bad people since he was a child, and he never refuses anyone who comes. Especially because of the presence of Qiu Lianyue, a peerless woman with a perfect figure. Shu Tian seemed extremely enthusiastic about this and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha! Brother Su is really polite. And Miss Qiu, come on, a guest is a guest. I, Shu Tian, also like to make friends with some young talents. Would you be so kind as to come in and have a chat?" Shu Tian acted like the head of the family and spoke in a heroic tone. When he heard this, the smile on Su Joga's face widened, and he said with a smile, "In that case, it would be disrespectful to refuse." Shu Tian stepped aside and said politely, "You too, please." When Qiu Lianyue passed by, she glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. Shu Tian's heart was filled with restless heat. With his personality, he would never let go of such a stunning woman so easily, yet he deliberately pretended to be humble and gentle and said with a faint smile, "My humble abode is simple, please forgive me. The decoration of the Chu family is still very grand, and it is one of the best in Wangtian City." Shu Tian introduced everyone along the way and led the two to his own villa. When the maids Zhur and Bayer saw the young master returning, they excitedly rushed up to him and said shyly, "Sir, what have you been doing?" Seeing the two girls like this, Shu Tian, who had originally wanted to perform well in front of Qiu Lianyue, suddenly turned pale. He quickly pushed the two girls out of his arms. He coughed twice without changing his expression, said seriously, "Well, Zhur, Bayer, we have guests coming today, so don't be rude." Guest? Zhur and Bayer were slightly stunned and both looked behind Shu Tian. As a woman, although she was amazed by Qiu Lianyue's figure and temperament, she did not want to lose her composure like Shu Tian. On the contrary, when they saw Su Joga, both girls' beautiful eyes lit up and their gazes were full of longing. I thought of the same thing in my mind. So handsome. Neither of them had ever seen a man with such an extraordinary temperament. He has a handsome and charming face, unruly brows, and is noble and extraordinary. He also has an unprecedented sense of dominance and self-centeredness. This kind of experience was something Shu Tian had never given them before. The pretty faces of the two girls turned red instantly, and their previously unbridled behavior became somewhat restrained. He bowed towards Su Joga very politely. "Hello, sir." "Hello, young lady." While speaking, he would occasionally look up to peek at Su Joga's dignity, with his eyes sending him flirtatious glances, but because his own son is here, he can't show it. This scene was clearly seen by Shu Tian. For no apparent reason, a nameless anger rose in my heart. He has always been conceited, but he never expected that Bayer and Zhur, the girls he personally raised, would be so infatuated with him after seeing him. Shu Tian spoke coldly. "Bayer, Zhur, why don't you go and make tea for the two distinguished guests?" As maids who had been with Shu Tian for a long time, the two girls could naturally hear the displeasure in the young master's tone. Bayer and Zhur's pretty faces changed and they left the place in a hurry and shame. Shu Tian turned to Su Joga and said, My two maids have always been indulgent, please don't forgive me, brother Su." Su Joga naturally saw the flirtations between the two girls, and he was no longer surprised by this scene. He waved his hand and smiled faintly. "These two girls are lively and cute, it's okay." When he said this, Su Joga suddenly felt a chill. Looking to the side, Qiu Lianyue's beautiful eyes were staring straight at him. Su Joga had no choice but to put on a helpless expression. "What does this have to do with me? I haven't done anything yet." The three of them came to a pavilion with pleasant scenery. Shu Tian patted the dust off the stone bench very gentlemanly and said, "Sit." Su Joga sat down very naturally, while Qiu Lianyue beside him stood still. Shu Tian was a little puzzled. "Why don't you sit down, girl? This stone bench is often wiped, so it's not dirty." Qiu Lianyue shook her head slightly and spoke. "I'll just stand." This was the first time Qiu Lianyue spoke since she came in like jade beads falling on a plate, crisp and moving. The shout went straight into Shu Tian's heart. He was very eager to take a peek at Qiu Lianyue's peerless beauty beneath her veil. His eyes twinkled and he smiled and joked. "The girl has a beautiful and moving voice now. I'm sure that under this veil, there must be a face that is stunning, right? I wonder if I can have the honor to see it." Xiao Lianyue stood beside Su Joga and didn't say anything. Su Joga said with a smile. My junior sister has been a solitary person since she was young, so her appearance under the veil is nothing. It's a polite refusal. Chu Tian was a little disappointed when he heard this, but then he thought that this was only the first time he met them, and from what Su Joga said, he should be staying in Wangtian City for some time. So Chu Tian was not in a hurry. After all, as the son of the head of the Chu family in this Shenzhen Dao domain, there are probably few women who can refuse him as long as they are not disciples of those big forces, right? Su Joga didn't know what Chu Tian was thinking. If he knew, he would probably just chuckle. I in front is Yi Shang, a bootlicker, and behind is Chu Tian pushing. Gemini I in the distance, Bayer and Zhur were coming back with tea sets and a pot of freshly brewed strong tea, smiling. After placing the tea set on the table, everyone rushed to pour tea for Su Joga. The two women fought secretly, and in the end, Bayer was defeated. Zhur gently poured a pot of tea with her jade hands and handed it carefully to Su Joga, because her back was facing Chu Tian didn't know her expression at the moment. Zhur stared at Su Joga's handsome face and spoke softly in a tender voice. Sir, please have some tea. Chapter 116, The Daring Maid. Chu Tian's soul trouble. Her beautiful eyes contain spring, and her glances send out secret autumn feelings. The pleasure of expressing her feelings secretly in front of her own master made Zhur feel soft and numb all over. Su Joga, with his extraordinary domineering temperament and unparalleled handsomeness, coupled with his luxurious golden hair, is undoubtedly the one who satisfies the fantasies of all young girls. Su Joga was slightly startled, and his expression became strange as he looked at the maid in front of him, whose face was flushed as if she had taken an aphrodisiac. On the contrary, Xiao Lianyue had a calm expression. However, a thin layer of ice suddenly appeared on the cup of hot tea in Zhur's hand. Bayer was watching from the side and was filled with hatred. This damn girl, my young master is obviously unhappy, yet he dares to be so blatant, not to be outdone. She handed Xiao Lianyue a cup of tea and said with a smile, a girl. Chu Tian was unaware of the little actions of his two maids, and he leisurely picked up a cup of tea. He would steal a glance at Xiao Lianyue from time to time. It seems that in this way, one can see the face hidden beneath the veil. My heart couldn't help but pound. Chu Tian, brother Su, this tea is from the Tianshui tree. It is very beneficial to practitioners. Please don't be polite to me. This kind of tea is extremely rare even for him, and he made an exception and took some out today, intending to show off his wealth. Su Joga took a sip of Xiaoming, which was slightly bitter at first, but then became sweet. This so-called Tianshui tea is no different from ordinary tea. In fact, it is far inferior to the Enlightenment tea in the Woji immortal sect. However, Su Joga still pretended to be flattered and said with a smile, how can you let brother Chu spend money on such precious tea? Chu Tian laughed and waved his hand. Ha ha. It's okay, it's okay. I still have a lot of this stuff. If brother Su likes it, it's no harm to take some away. In the following conversation, Su Joga flattered Chu Tian intentionally or unintentionally, making Chu Tian even more inflated. The smile on his face never stopped from beginning to end. Su Joga would occasionally tease Chu Tian's two pretty maids inadvertently as a response to them, and he seemed to enjoy it. This made Zhur and Bayer blush and look so beautiful that their pretty eyes seemed to turn into water. However, the surrounding temperature also dropped sharply. Chu Tian couldn't help but shudder all over and said with a chill, what's going on today? It's a nice sunny day, but why is it a little cold? Zhur, sir, you just recovered from a serious illness, you may have a cold. In my opinion, since you and this young master had such a pleasant conversation, you might as well let them stay here for a few days. Bayer, yes, sir. Bayer hasn't seen you chatting so happily with your peers for a long time. When the two girls said this, they glanced at Su Joga, who was smiling. Everyone has their own little thoughts. Chu Tian nodded thoughtfully and murmured, that's true, let brother Su and Miss Chiu live in the Chu family, so that it will be convenient for me to have further contact with Miss Chiu. But he raised his head and looked at Zhur and Bayer. Seeing the two women's blushing faces and extremely emotional, Chu Tian was slightly stunned. Said with concern, Zhur, Bayer, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? He even reached out and touched the two women's hot foreheads. The two women's heartbeats suddenly quickened, and Zhur hurriedly said, No, sir. Maybe I wore too many clothes today, and the sun made me a little restless. Having said this, Zhur trembled unconsciously, bit her red lips lightly, and gave Su Joga a charming look. Ying Lao, who had been following respectfully and silently, frowned. Just a glance at the two girls made Zhur and Bayer feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their whole bodies were cold. Humph! What is the status of the emperor's son? How can such a vulgar woman seduce him? If I hadn't reminded them, I'm afraid they would have wanted to throw themselves into the emperor's arms. Yingluo thought with extreme disdain. Such a bold move, such outrageous words. Even Su Joga was a little shocked. Are Chu Tian's two maids so fierce? Your masters are still here. Looking at the passionate eyes of the two women, Su Joga's eyes flickered and he thought secretly of these two maids. Maybe they can be used. At this moment, a jade hand was placed silently on Su Joga's shoulder. A ray of bone-chilling cold energy penetrated through the clothes and went straight into the heart. Su Joga was so cold that his teeth were chattering. His Chiu Lianyua's voice rang beside my ear. Does it look good? Although she knew that Su Joga's status would inevitably attract many men, she didn't mind it, but she can't tolerate just any cat or dog. Looking at Chiu Lianyua's extremely peaceful eyes, Su Joga patted her hands helplessly and transmitted his voice. Lianyua, I really don't have any other ideas. You should be able to understand that this Chu Tian is of great use to me. Chiu Lianyua nodded slightly when she heard that, and withdrew her jade hand without any expression. Chu Tian was still unaware of the bold actions of his two maids, said with a smile. In that case, Brother Su, I guess you don't have anywhere else to go during this period of time. How about you just live with me? Su Joga, this is not good. As soon as Su Joga spoke, Jur and Bayer immediately said, what's wrong with this? Yes. Mr. Su, please stay a few more days. Speaking of this, Bayer seemed to feel something was wrong. My son is still here, quickly added. Our young master is very hospitable. Even in a big sect like Tianwen sect, there are many geniuses who are friends of our young master. Seeing two such enthusiastic women, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why do I feel like Jur and Bayer want each other to stay more than I do? But he didn't think much about it and just said. Jur Bayer is right, Brother Su. Although my Chu family is not big, it is more than enough to accommodate you and Miss Chiu. As soon as he said this, Chu Tian was shocked. Suddenly, there was a strong pain in my mind. Chu Tian lost his balance and fell to the ground, his face grim. He covered his head and growled in pain. Seeing this, Jur and Bayer became anxious all of a sudden, and they no longer cared about flirting with Su Joga, and screamed together. Ah! Sir! Jur immediately stepped forward to help Chu Tian up and said to Bayer. Bayer, hurry up. Go get the soul-fixing pill. Soul-fixing pill. The sudden situation made Su Joga feel a little strange, but soon, he reacted. If his guess was correct, it must be the long-silent soul that had traveled through time and space that was causing trouble. It seems that the acquired body of shared soul is not so perfect. When Chiu Lianyue saw this, a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes, murmured softly. There seems to be something wrong with his soul. Su Joga pretended to be confused and said. Brother Chu, what's wrong? Chapter 117, Su Joga, the miracle Dr. Beer left in a hurry, and Jur was so anxious that tears were about to come out, said. Mr. Su, you don't know that my son has had some mental problems since he was young. I got seriously ill a while ago, and now I have splitting headaches from time to time. Only the soul-fixing pill can relieve my young master's pain. Su Joga suddenly realized and stepped forward and said. Can you show it to me? Jur nodded with some doubt and said. Mr. Su, do you have a solution? Su Joga stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and lightly touched Chu Tian's brow with his fingertips. I closed my eyes and sensed something secretly. It was the first time that Jur was so close to Su Joga, and his handsome face was clearly visible. Looking closer, it seems even more charming. My heart couldn't help but tremble. Jur quickly shook her head and blamed herself secretly. What am I thinking about? The young master is already ill. Why am I still having such nonsense thoughts? Su Joga pondered for a while, and his spiritual sense directly and roughly penetrated into Chu Tian's sea of consciousness. Chu Tian seemed to be in even greater pain, and started to scream miserably. Su Joga wouldn't care about so many things. In Chu Tian's sea of consciousness, he could clearly sense Chu Tian's current abnormality, all in sight. Chu Tian's soul is much stronger than that of ordinary people, although they are two souls sharing one body, perhaps due to acquired reasons. There is a very strong sense of separation between them. It was as if another soul was competing with Chu Tian for control of this body. Su Joga slowly opened his eyes, and a barely perceptible light flashed in his imperial eyes. What's the matter? Pearl asked. Su Joga pondered for a moment and said with an embarrassed look on his face. Brother Chu's spirit is indeed somewhat peculiar. I feel restless for no apparent reason. No wonder I need something like the soul solidifying pill. Because Chu Tian is a cultivator and possesses an immortal divine and demonic body, the soul that traveled through time cannot perfectly occupy this body. By chance, this created the two souls into one body. Chu Tian's soul right now hasn't completely merged with that of the other time traveler, so this situation happened. Jur was constantly trying to calm Chu Tian down. In the distance, Bayer came hurriedly with a white jade bottle in her hand. The soul-fixing pill is here. Quick! Beer came to Chu Tian, hurriedly opened the bottle, took out a gray pill from it, mixed it with water and put it into Chu Tian's mouth. After taking this soul-fixing pill, Chu Tian's ferocious expression obviously eased a lot. The struggle between the other souls in my mind fell silent. Chu Tian opened his eyes with beads of sweat the size of beans on his head. I looked around in a daze, and heard Jurabir's surprised voice in my ears. "Sir! Are you okay?" Bayer was so scared. Chu Tian was still a little conscious and muttered, He stood up with some difficulty and looked at Su Joga and Xiao Lianyue beside him. Only then did I remember everything that had happened before. Said somewhat weakly, "Brother Su, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Su Joga watched quietly from the side, waved his hand when he heard this, and spoke. "It's okay. Brother Chu, is this a common occurrence?" After this incident, Beer and Jur stopped flirting with Su Joga, but looked at Chu Tian with concern. After all, this is still their own young master, and Chu Tian is the son of the clan leader. If something really happens to him, their own lives will be in danger. Chu Tian felt a little thirsty, so he drank a cup of tea in big gulps and said with a sigh, "I have had this problem for a long time. Just some minor quirks, I'm used to it." Su Joga smiled faintly. "This is no small matter. Coincidentally, when I was investigating just now, I discovered something. Brother Chu's current condition is very similar to a special physique in the legend." "Oh?" Chu Tian was slightly stunned and looked at Su Joga with some disbelief. Could this guy also know medical skills? Chu Tian to Brother Su, please stop joking with me. Even the great doctors and alchemists in Wangtian City can't find the cause of my illness. He is not the kind of person who can be fooled easily. Su Joga didn't care, but spoke slowly. "Brother Chu, ever since that serious illness, you often have memories that you have never seen before?" Xiao Lianyue looked at Su Joga in surprise. When will this guy be able to treat patients again? In fact, Su Joga was just talking nonsense based on the information provided by Chu Tian's panel. Su Joga looked at Chu Tian with a smile, and seeing his shocked expression, he felt like he had satisfied his desire to be a miracle doctor. Naturally, he enjoyed playing with the destined protagonist in the palm of his hand. Su Joga continued, "Sometimes you even feel like you don't belong in this world?" As soon as these words came out, Chu Tian's pupils dilated instantly. This matter is his most hidden secret. Even his father and Zurabir didn't know about it, and he never told anyone. "I just met this person for the first time. How did he know about him?" Chu Tian was shocked and asked quickly. "Brother Su, what do you mean? Could it be that I am the reincarnation of some powerful being?" The strange memories in his mind made Chu Tian always believe that he was the reincarnation of a powerful person. Jur and Bayer on the side looked at each other, somewhat confused. Su Joga was slightly stunned when he saw this. This destined protagonist is really good at imagination. Su Joga shook his head and said, "Brother Chu, am I wrong?" Chu Tian thought he had really met a noble person today, and he was extremely curious about the memories and images in his mind. He asked hurriedly, "Yes, yes. Brother Su, you are absolutely right. What the hell is wrong with me?" After getting Chu Tian's reply, Su Joga's face suddenly darkened. He looked thoughtful and finally sighed heavily. "Why?" This sigh made Chu Tian dumbfounded. "What does this mean?" A bad premonition suddenly arose in my heart. The reincarnation of a powerful being is just the best idea. I have a splitting headache from time to time. No one can stand it. Chu Tian became anxious and spoke urgently. "Brother Su, please tell me quickly." Jur and Bayer were also extremely curious. Bayer, "Yes, Master Su, what disease does my master have? Isn't it some incurable disease?" Jur glared at her coquettishly and said, "How can you talk like that? How can you say that to my lord?" Bayer stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. Su Joga tapped the stone table lightly with his fingers, looked at Chu Tian and spoke slowly. "I wonder if Brother Chu has ever heard of two souls sharing one body? Two souls in one body?" Chu Tian frowned, and kept recalling this word in his mind. Chapter 118 Chu Tian's palpitations. His identity exposed. Su Joga raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Seeing him like this, he knew that the destined protagonist had fallen into the trap, said in a deep voice. The special physique of having two souls in one body is extremely special. In a sense, this is a good thing. But things are not absolute. Just now I saw your appearance, Brother Chu. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be a person with two souls in one body. The reason for this is, perhaps some powerful being wants to take over your body, Brother Chu. What? Chu Tian's pupils widened, his eyes full of disbelief, his face suddenly turned gloomy, and his intuition told him that the mysterious Mr. Su in front of him might not be lying. Chu Tian, Brother Su, please don't joke with me. Su Joga, Brother Chu is in this state now, so of course he has not been possessed by the spirit. However, that soul has now merged with your soul, Brother Chu, and his willpower is fighting for the control of your body. If you don't believe it, Brother Chu, you can think about it yourself. Su Joga didn't say much, leaving everything up to his own imagination. The more you talk, the more others will doubt your intentions. Chu Tian's eyes flickered, and after hearing this, he was silent for a long time and finally, he took a deep breath and looked at Su Joga and spoke. Brother Su, what you said is really too serious. If this is true, then Brother Su, you are my Chu Tian's benefactor. Brother Su, I'm a little tired. Let's stop here today. Although Su Joga could describe his symptoms accurately, Chu Tian would not easily believe it just because of Su Joga's few words. Instead, he should go to the Sutra repository to check for information about this dual soul body. Chu Tian slowly stood up, said goodbye and walked away. Seeing the young master leaving, Jur shouted loudly. Sir! Where are you going? Chu Tian, Jur, buyer, please take good care of these two distinguished guests for me. After that, there was no sound. Seeing Chu Tian's departing back, Su Joga didn't care but smiled faintly. Everything I say is true. As for whether to believe it or not, that is up to the destined protagonist himself. Su Joga believed that it wouldn't be long before Chu Tian would come to him for help again. Seeing the young master leave so suddenly, Jur and buyer looked at each other, then bowed to Su Joga. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. My young master is already a little weak, and he may be too tired today, so I will go back first. Please follow me, both of you. Su Joga nodded, turning around and looking at Xiao Lianyue who was standing beside him. Seeing her expressionless face, Su Joga stood up and walked over, chuckling. Unhappy? As he spoke, Su Joga lifted half of her veil, looked at her charming and beautiful face, and couldn't help but pinch her crystal clear and soft little face, then help her smile physically. Look, it's so nice to smile. Xiao Lianyue's delicate body trembled, there was a hint of fluctuation in her beautiful eyes. Buzz, a cold chill came over me. Su Joga's hands were covered with a layer of frost. Su Joga stared at her closely. This little bit of frost was insignificant to him. Why? Do you mind me so much? Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, the bone-chilling coldness immediately receded like the tide. Xiao Lianyue gave an expressionless physical smile and knocked Su Joga's hands away. You are the prince of the Su family, you are not allowed to touch me. Su Joga, what's wrong? The emperor's son is also a human being, he also has needs. Xiao Lianyue just looked at him quietly, suddenly said. They are no longer perfect. Su Joga was stunned. He originally wondered what was wrong with Lianyu, but it turned out that she cared about this. He smiled and shook his head and said. I have no interest in them, don't worry. The woman this prince likes must be at least half as pretty as you, Lianyue. It's too low. I don't want it. Su Joga flattered him in a serious manner, then he laughed loudly and followed the direction of Beershewer in front. Old Ing came over silently and spoke softly. Please rest assured, princess. As long as I am here, I will never let these vulgar women get close to the body of the prince. Xiao Lianyue didn't say anything. Inside the Chu family's scripture library, Chu Tian was searching like crazy for the ancient book that recorded the story of two souls living together. The ground was littered with scattered books, making the place a mess. No, no. Chu Tian kept muttering, frowning as he picked up book after book and threw them on the ground. He really didn't want to believe what Su Joga had said before, that he was already conceited, and after gaining those memories, he became even more convinced that he was the chosen one. But according to what Brother Su said, if there really is a strong person who wants to take over my body but fails, and secretly hides in my soul, that's really terrible. After all, no one wants a spirit that has ill intentions towards them and is always thinking about taking over their body. after searching for a long time, I couldn't find any books related to the concept of two souls living together, Shu Tian said angrily in displeasure. Damn it. Why is it nowhere? Is that guy trying to deceive me? There is no such thing as two souls living together in this world. Shu Tian sat down on the ground with his eyes flickering. The Chu family has limited resources, and perhaps Roer, the saint of the Tianwen sect of Shinjun Dao Domain, would know something, Shu Tian thought secretly. Squeak. Just at this moment, the door of the sutra library was pushed open. A man with an ordinary-looking face and dressed in linen clothes pushed the door open and walked in. When the man saw the books scattered all over the floor, his heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with the young master again? Shu Tian raised his head and saw that the person who came was none other than the leader of the bodyguard who was hiding in Wangtian City to collect and convey information. He was slightly stunned, said. Li Hu, what are you doing here? Li Hu looked around vigilantly, then stepped forward and said respectfully. Master. You sent us to investigate the destruction of the 5 tribes earlier, and we have already made some progress. Shu Tian raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Oh? Who is it? Tell me. Li Hu nodded, clasped his fists in awe and said. I heard from some vendors in the West Market that before the 5 tribes were destroyed, the young masters of the tribes who had always been on good terms with you, young master, offended a pair of young men and women with extraordinary looks. It was the young masters of the 5 tribes who flirted with the women, causing displeasure on the other side. That's why they sent the old man in black who followed them to slap the 5 tribes and destroy them. Even your friends will be gone. Speaking of this, Li Hu still felt a lingering fear. After all, to be able to easily destroy the 5 tribes of Wangtian City with such terrifying strength, probably only the saints in Shinjun Daoyu can do it. Shu Tian's pupils widened, somewhat unable to believe it. How is this possible? Just one person? Could it be that he is a genius from some superpower who came here to gain experience? The more you think about it, the more likely it becomes. But why does the person described by Li Hu seem so familiar? Shu Tian asked in a deep voice. Do you know what the man and woman, and the old man who followed them, look like? Li Hu nodded and said. Those 2 people have outstanding temperaments and very distinctive appearances. The leader seems to be a blonde young man, and the woman accompanying him is wearing a veil. After Li Hu finished speaking in one breath, Shu Tian trembled all over, grabbed him with a look of horror and said in a lost voice. What did you say? Chapter 119, Shu Tian's purpose. After hearing the news, Shu Tian was shocked beyond words. He had previously thought that Su Jioga and Xiu Lianyue were just disciples from an insignificant force, but I didn't expect that his background was so deep and terrifying that he wiped out 5 tribes just because of a disagreement. Shu Tian's eyes kept flickering and his heart was beating rapidly. It turns out, it's that Mr. Su and Miss Chiu? He didn't even notice it, but he became unconsciously respectful in his words. Moreover, I actually got to know such a being and became friends with him. Shu Tian took a deep breath, and in an instant he was filled with extreme ecstasy. This sudden surprise made him very excited. You have to know that the 5 clans of Wangtian City are not just any random forces, they are all on par with your Chu family. But they were all calmed down by the old man behind Master Su alone. What does this indicate? Young Master Su and Miss Chiu must be geniuses from some superpower who have come here to gain experience. If he thought about it carefully, he would quickly realize that something was wrong. How could 2 people who don't even take the 5 tribes of Wangtian City seriously come to visit me? But now Shu Tian didn't think so much. He was even secretly delighted that not only did he not offend them, but he actually became friends with these 2 noble geniuses. Sure enough, compared to those rotten fish and shrimps from the other 5 tribes, Shu Tian's vision and pattern are much higher than others. Calm down my extremely excited heart. Shu Tian looked at Li Hu seriously and spoke. Li Hu, are you sure about this? You should know that I don't like people who spread false information. Li Hu's face changed when he heard this, and he quickly spoke. Master, I have asked dozens of vendors on West Street about this matter. They all said the same thing, and they witnessed the whole process with their own eyes. I guarantee with my life that this is 100% true. Shu Tian nodded slightly and waved his hand. Okay, I got it. Li Hu continued. Master, there is one more thing. Shu Tian, what? Li Hu, the Tianwen sect has sent news about the ownership of the 5 tribes' territories in Wangtian City. Her Highness Zuan should be back in the next 2 days. Zuanru, long time no see. Roer, how are you? A trace of nostalgia flashed in Shu Tian's eyes. Okay, go down. Li Hu took his leave. After Li Hu left, Shu Tian finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Thinking of me, Chu Tian, I am indeed the chosen one. These two nobles I just made friends with are actually geniuses of superpowers. It's impossible to say that I'm not happy, Chu Tian vented for a long time before he calmed down. Suddenly I remembered what that mysterious Mr. Su said before, given the other person's status, he would naturally disdain to deceive himself. Chu Tian believed most of it at once, muttered. Two souls in one body, I don't care who you are or why you appear in my consciousness, but I, Chu Tian, am the true owner of this body. A hint of viciousness flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. Dare to worry about your own body, I must definitely expel him. However, even the famous alchemists in Xianjun Dao domain did not understand this special situation. What should they do? Chu Tian's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Chu family, knight. Ever since Chu Tian learned the identities of Su Joga and Qiu Lianyue, he has become more respectful. That day, a luxurious and sumptuous dinner was set up to entertain the two of them. Su Joga looked at the extremely sumptuous banquet in front of him. Maids with pretty faces and dressed in thin gauze brought plates of delicacies to the table. Zhou and Bayer stood on both sides of Chu Tian, lifting and pinching his shoulders. The whole room was filled with the body fragrance and food aroma of the girls passing by, and it looked magnificent and very enjoyable. Qiu Lianyue didn't seem to like this scene very much, and frowned when she saw it. Even Su Joga was stunned for a moment when he saw this lewd and extravagant scene, looking at Chu Tian, who was sitting in the chief's seat with his eyes slightly squinted, enjoying the massage like an emperor. Su Joga couldn't help but think secretly, good Chu Tian, you actually enjoy it better than this prince. In this world where one can do whatever they want if they have strong background, I have indeed restrained myself a lot. Should I hire a few maids? Su Joga looked at Qiu Lianyue beside him, seeing the person coming. Zhou and Bayer's beautiful eyes lit up with joy and they spoke softly. Master Su, and Miss Qiu are here. Zhou said. Ha! Chu Tian opened his eyes, a look of great joy, and quickly stood up from his seat. Compared to before, he was much more enthusiastic and greeted him with a big laugh. Brother Su! You are finally here. And Miss Qiu. Su Joga responded with a smile. Brother Chu invited me, so I have to give him this little bit of face. Chu Tian's smile widened as he spoke. Ha ha ha! Brother Su and Miss Qiu are our guests, so I have to entertain them well and show my hospitality as a good host. I prepared this banquet tonight especially for you. After knowing the identities of the two, Chu Tian wanted to make friends with Su Joga even more. He pushed open two tables and chairs and said with a smile. Brother Su, Miss Qiu, please take a seat. Su Joga nodded slightly and sat down with Qiu Lianyue. At their level, the desire for food and drink is no longer that important. Since Chu Tian invited himself and Lianyu to a banquet late at night, he must have something he wanted to ask for. Su Joga couldn't help but think of the scene in the daytime and roughly guessed something. Chu Tian looked around and said with some confusion. Brother Su, where is the senior who followed you? In his opinion, if nothing unexpected happened, the old man should be Brother Su's sect elder. Su Joga, Mr. Ring had some things to deal with, so he didn't come. Chu Tian nodded, sat in his seat and said with a faint smile. Brother Su, Miss Qiu, you can treat me as your own home when you are here. Don't be so formal. This is the best spiritual wine in my Wangtian city. It is of great benefit to practitioners like us. Please. Having said that, Chu Tian drank first as a sign of respect. Su Joga also took a symbolic sip at this sumptuous dinner. Chu Tian and Su Joga had a great conversation. I don't know whether he was asking about the two of them intentionally or unintentionally. Whenever it came to a critical moment, Su Joga would just laugh it off. Unfortunately, even at the dinner, Qiu Lianyue still did not take off her veil. He only took a small sip each time, which made Chu Tian a little disappointed. No one paid too much attention to it. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the girl seemed to be dominated by Brother Su. Chu Tianhao took a sip of wine, looked at Su Joga and said with a smile. It is my luck to be able to make friends with young talents like Brother Su and Miss Qiu today. Brother Su, this cup is for you. Zhou and Bayer also held wine glasses and came to Su Joga in a charming manner, speaking in a very seductive voice. Master Su, Zhou would like to offer you a toast on your behalf. And Bayer. Chapter 120, Creation Tongshin Pill, Double Happiness. The two women changed into light clothes tonight, one blue and one red, which were translucent and revealed their graceful bodies. They surrounded Su Joga on the left and right, carrying a pleasant fragrance and looking at Su Joga affectionately. After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. The pretty faces of the two girls both had a hint of drunken red, and their red lips were crystal clear and moist, adding a touch of spring. Color. After seeing Su Joga drink the wine and talking for a while, Chu Tian said calmly. Brother Su, what happened during the day? It's finally here, Su Joga chuckled and said in a puzzled tone. What is it? Chu Tian, it's about my two souls in one body. After I went back, I thought about it for a long time and found that it was indeed as Brother Su said. I might really be the one with two souls in one body. Since Brother Su knows a lot about dual souls, is there any way to expel the other soul from my body? Even Rower was helpless after seeing his condition. As of now, I'm afraid only Brother Su, who understands the dual souls, can help. Su Joga nodded upon hearing this and spoke slowly. If you, Brother Chu, are born with two souls in one body, then this special physique will be beneficial to you rather than harmful. However, if the acquired dual soul body is not handled properly, the consequences may be disastrous. As for this method, it is not impossible. Chu Tian was stunned and asked quickly. Please help me, Brother Su. If you can cure my condition, Brother Su, whatever you want, as long as my Chu family has it, I can give it to you. Oh? Su Joga raised his eyebrows, looking somewhat interested. Real? Chu Tian assured. Of course. To be honest, Su Joga was extremely envious of the immortal divine and demonic body hidden by Chu Tian. The immortal god and demon body is even more powerful than the emperor god body. His innate divine and demonic avenue is a perfect match with his Black Emperor halberd and Chaos halberd of the Eight Desolations, and can greatly enhance his combat power, Su Joga asked secretly in his heart. System, are there any more Creation Profound pills? The Creation Profound pill was the pill that he had given to the destined protagonist, Lin Neui, in the Shintian Dao realm before. Its effect can activate hidden special physiques, the system voice soon sounded. Ding. Return to the host. The Creation Profound pill requires the consumption of villain value, 6,000. Su Joga frowned. Didn't it only take 3,000 villain points before? Inflation, prices have gone up. The system's response was simple and clear. The corners of Su Joga's mouth twitched. Dog system, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Ding. Reply to the host. The effect of the Creation Tongxian pill varies from person to person. The one suitable for the destined protagonist Chu Tian is the one with a villain value of 6,000. Although because of the harvesting of Yi Sheng and Nangong Gu, his villain value is now quite high, but this doesn't mean that it won't hurt to spend these 6,000 villain points. However, using 6,000 villain points to exchange for an immortal god or demon body and a road to gods and demons is still a very cost-effective deal. Su Joga pondered for a moment and nodded. Exchange. Ding. The exchange of the Creation Profound pill was successful. Current villain value, 26,500. Seeing that Su Joga didn't reply for a long time, Chu Tian became anxious. Brother Su, please. Su Joga smiled faintly. I know you're in a hurry now, but don't be in a hurry. It's not that there is no way to solve the problem of two souls coexisting in one body. I have two ways to solve it. The first is that, Brother Chu, you will endure a splitting headache for a few years, and the two souls will gradually merge into one. Since you are fine now, Brother Chu, it proves that the other soul that wants to take over your body is not too strong. Of course, there is no guarantee that there will be some backlash. When Chu Tian heard this, he rejected it decisively. And the other one? Su Joga smiled mysteriously. Another? It is to awaken the latent spirit in your body in advance, suppress and fuse it. In this way, not only will there be no future troubles, but your spirit will also be greatly strengthened, and your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds, and you can do two things at the same time. After all, having two souls in one body is also a rare and special physique. After hearing so many benefits, Chu Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter. Please help me, Brother Su. After Su Joga pondered for a moment, he flexed his palm and a jade-like precious pill appeared in his hand. Just by taking a look at it, you can tell that this pill is extremely extraordinary. Qiu Lianyue, who was standing by, also noticed this scene and looked over. As the daughter of a god-level alchemy emperor, she had naturally seen countless elixirs. He was not unfamiliar with the Creation Profound pill that Su Joga took out. A hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Qiu Lianyue was a little confused as to why Su Joga did this. Could it be that this person has some special physique? The special physique has not been activated, and even the emperor would find it difficult to detect the difference. In the era of the emperor's fall, almost every major clan would stockpile some creation pills. Give it to the younger generations in the clan to detect whether there are any special physical conditions hidden and undiscovered. Apart from this, the Creation Profound Pill has no other use, but now, it has been lost for a long time. Chu Tian looked at the pill and said with some confusion. Brother Su, this is, Su Joga made up a story casually, this pill is called the Soul Calling Pill. After taking it, it can activate the soul hidden within your consciousness. It just so happens that my sect has a magical power that can suppress that spirit for you, making it easier to absorb. Brother Chu, if you believe me, you can think about it before taking it. The art of changing the configuration of the Creation Tongshan pill will double your happiness. As for solving the problem, Su Joga had never considered this at all. You, Chu Tian, have a splitting headache. What does this have to do with me? Su Joga said calmly without blushing or beating his heart. Soul calling pill? Chu Tian kept thinking in his mind, but couldn't find a similar name. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Brother Su was indeed a genius from a superpower. Not only could he see his special situation at a glance, but he also had such a magical elixir. Chu Tian's face immediately became filled with gratitude. He looked at Su Joga deeply and said in a deep voice, Brother Su, such a great favor will be unforgettable for me, Chu Tian. Although he seemed touched, Chu Tian still didn't dare to accept it so easily. I have only known Brother Su for less than a day, and it is obvious that this soul-calling pill is not an ordinary thing. Why should the other party pay such a huge price? A hint of doubt arose in Chu Tian's heart. Brother Su, does this soul-calling pill really have no side effects? Such a precious pill must be very valuable, right? Su Joga naturally saw through his vigilance and took back the soul-calling pill without any care, said with great confidence. Of course, the things in our sect are extraordinary. However, Brother Chu, you don't need to worry about it. Brother Chu and I hit it off right away and we share the same ideals. This kind of thing is nothing to us. Chu Tian's eyes lit up when he saw Su Joga's confident face, combined with the other party's unfathomable, mysterious, and terrifying background identity. I'm afraid that the entire Chu family's resources, like this extremely precious soul-calling pill, are not taken seriously by Brother Su. Chu Tian really thought that the other party appreciated him and that he had met a true noble person. So I believed it mostly. Chapter 121. Chu Tian, a man who is worse off than dead. After all, meeting a noble person is something you can only encounter by chance. Chu Tian didn't expect that his luck would be so good. Su Joga saw that he was somewhat interested and smiled faintly. If Brother Chu still has any doubts, you can come to me again after you have thought it over. The soul-calling pill should also be found in ancient books. No. Don't even think about it. As soon as Su Joga spoke, Chu Tian said with a serious face. Brother Su is truly my benefactor, Chu Tian. How could I doubt what Brother Su said? Let's get started now. Zhuer advised with some concern. Sir, why don't we wait until Zuan comes back? Bayer also said so. Yes, sir, this matter is very serious. Please don't let anything dangerous happen. Although they had flirted with Su Joga before, they had to kindly remind him at the critical moment when the life and safety of their young master were in danger. Chu Tian waved his hand in displeasure when he heard that. Pearl, Bayer, what are you talking about? Brother Su and I hit it off right away. How could Brother Su really harm me? These two maids of mine have too narrow a vision. What is Brother Su's identity? With the power behind the other party, even the 5 tribes of Wangtian City can be easily destroyed. Why would he go to such lengths to persecute the son of the head of the Chu family, as if he was afraid of displeasing Su Joga? Chu Tian laughed heartily. Brother Su, there is no time to lose, please help me. Su Joga smiled and nodded. He didn't expect that this guy would be so gullible. As expected, his brain was damaged since childhood. Doesn't look very smart. Zhou Lianyue looked at Su Joga's smile and knew what bad things were going on in his mind. Didn't say much. Chu Tian was just a stranger on the street. Su Joga shook his head and laughed. Brother Chu, please rest assured that this soul-calling pill will not cause any harm to your body. As he spoke, Su Joga took out the Creation Profound pill and handed it over. Chu Tian took it, looked at the Creation Profound pill in his hand, and swallowed it with a gulp without saying a word. At this moment, he had immense trust in Su Joga. Such a decisive move made even Su Joga couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. Brother Chu is truly a great man. Since Brother Chu believes in me so much, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Chu Tian said seriously. Brother Su, don't be too stressed. This is my own decision. Even if I fail, it's not Brother Su's fault. The two spoke sincerely and heartfeltly. People who didn't know them would think that they were close friends who had known each other for a long time and were closer than brothers. Zhou Lianyue just watched the scene quietly. The creation profound pill has no side effects. The worst case scenario is that it turns into a wisp of spiritual energy and fills the sea of qi. She also really wanted to see what kind of special physique Chu Tian had that deserved his attention. After taking the Zhaohua Tongxian pill, Chu Tian felt his body and found nothing unusual. He couldn't help but say with some doubt, "Brother Su, why don't I feel anything special after taking it?" Su Jioge smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Brother Chu, we'll be here soon. The process may be slightly painful, so please be patient, Brother Chu." Chu Tian smiled indifferently. "Ha ha. Brother Su, I, Chu Tian, have lived for 20 years. What kind of scenes have I not seen? This little pain is still, boom." Before he could finish his words, Chu Tian's whole body shook violently. The qi and blood in the body began to boil at the same time, but my heart seemed to be under 1,000 pounds of pressure, and my hands and feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Chu Tian's limbs suddenly twitched wildly and he screamed with a ferocious expression. It felt as if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing at my body. My heartbeat accelerated rapidly and my face turned extremely red. The creation profound pill gradually began to exert its power, and wisps of mysterious aura continuously activated the immortal divine and demonic body hidden in his body. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Chu Tian screamed in extreme pain. This sudden scene scared both Beer and Zhuer. "Young master. Sir, what's wrong with you? This condition is even 10,000 times more painful than a headache." Boom. 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 Chu Tian could even clearly hear the sound of his own heart pounding. In the deepest part of his body, a long hidden, extremely strange black aura gradually flowed into his limbs and body. Veins popped up on Chu Tian's forehead and he kept scratching his cheeks with his hands. A bright red blood flowed from his eyes, mouth, and nose, just like a ghost. Beer and Zhuer, who were standing by, were so anxious that they were about to cry and were at a loss as to what to do. "Sir! What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Master Su, what's happening to my master?" Su Jioge raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took a sip of the wine slowly, and said lightly, "It's the soul summoning pill that worked. Don't worry. The process will be painful, but it should be fine for a man like Brother Chu. He has been carrying an innate chaotic divine body since birth, never taken the creation profound pill. Naturally, I don't know the pain involved. I just have a slight understanding of it." Hearing Su Jioge's relaxed tone, the two women stared at Chu Tian with wide eyes. At this moment, Chu Tian's face turned purple, the blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, and it was as scary as it could be. "You tell me this is okay?" The aura on Chu Tian's body is becoming more and more terrifying, and his immortal divine body is slowly awakening. The awakening of the physique is like the terrifying and domineering divine body of the immortal god and demon body. The pain brought by being forcibly activated is far more than what is described in words. Wisps of black cyclones overflowed from Chu Tian's body. This ancient and strange divine and demonic energy was the beginning of the awakening of the immortal divine and demonic body. After feeling this breath, Zhou Lianyue's beautiful eyes flickered. This unique atmosphere. This person actually has a hidden special physique. Su Jioge looked calm, and from time to time he would pick up some side dishes to taste. This was in stark contrast to Chu Tian, who was in great pain. "Ha, ha." Chu Tian was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Suddenly, as if some shackles were broken, his eyes turned red, his head was raised high, and he roared in extreme pain. Boom, an incomparably thick and mighty pillar of gods and demons rises into the sky. This atmosphere is ancient and desolate, filled with solemnity and divine power. Zhuer and Beer had never seen such a scene before, and they were so frightened that they screamed. Su Jioge frowned and waved his hand, knocking the two women unconscious. "Be quiet." Then he murmured softly, "Master Ing, seal off the space here and don't let the divine and demonic energy leak out." The empty space behind him was fluctuating, and the voice of old Ing came faintly from somewhere. "Yes, sir." Chapter 122 Swallowing the Thunder Tribulation. The origin of the immortal god and demon body outside the door. The power of the Supreme Realm directly isolates this place from the outside world. In the air, the majestic aura of gods and demons surged and gradually gathered into phantoms of gods and demons, desolate and domineering, filled with strong evil spirit and murderous intent, and roaring with fighting. Su Jioge narrowed his eyes slightly and gently put down the wineglass in his hand, looking at Chu Tian, whose body was continuously emitting the power of gods and demons. Mysterious and ancient divine patterns appeared on the black avenue of gods and demons, surrounding Chu Tian. Zhou Lianyue couldn't help but ask, "What you up to?" Su Jioge smiled lightly. This guy has an immortal divine body hidden in him. However, his immortal divine body, soon, it will be mine. Immortal divine and demonic body, domineering and unparalleled, mainly attacks and kills. Moreover, he is born with the power of the great Tao of gods and demons, an extremely rare and special great Tao among the great avenues that he possesses now. Except for the great avenue of chaos, the other great avenues cannot compare with it. How can this not be exciting, even in the era of the Emperor's fall? The immortal body of gods and demons is an extremely powerful physique. Zhou Lianyue nodded when she heard this. She knew that Su Jioge's innate chaotic body could integrate the physiques of all parties and change infinitely. The two of them just waited here quietly, waiting for Chu Tian to truly activate it. Under the concentration of this rich power of gods and demons, the images of gods and demons in the sky became clearer and more real. Boom! A terrible thunder sounded. Anyone with a demonic physique, once awakened, will surely experience endless calamity. Zhou Lianyue moved. She walked towards the door. At this time, Su Jioge stood up and stopped her, chuckling, "Let me." After possessing the devouring divine body, the power of thunder tribulation in his body became a rare tonic for him. Su Jioge naturally didn't want to miss out on such a benefit. Zhou Lianyue frowned and looked at him. "It's obvious that he doesn't trust me." Su Jioge looked strange and asked, "What's that look in your eyes? You little girl, don't you believe in this emperor's son?" Zhou Lianyue, this is a physical calamity, very dangerous. Su Jioge suddenly became anxious and said unhappily, "Don't look at me with the eyes of the emperor's fall. This emperor's son is no longer the same as before. You better watch carefully. After absorbing several physical essences, I am not really afraid if I really fight with Zhou Lianyue. That if he could take possession of the origin of Chu Tian's immortal divine and demonic body, then Su Jioge could almost guarantee that he would be superior to Zhou Lianyue." After saying that, Su Jioge strode towards the door, looking at the thunderbolt brewing in the sky. Su Jioge's eyes were calm. Dense runes appeared under his feet and he stepped into the air. The long golden hair moved without wind, and the Emperor's Sutra of the Beginningless was running, continuously providing tremendous divine power. Boom! In the thunderclouds in the sky, an extremely thick pillar of lightning that had been brewing for a long time turned into a thunder dragon and fell towards Su Jioge. The night sky was lit up, carrying the power of annihilation, destroying everything in the world. "This breath, come on." Su Jioge laughed loudly, and the characteristics of the Emperor's divine body appeared, and golden divine light burst out from his whole body. His blood was surging and roaring, and instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed directly into the violent and terrifying thunder tribulation. Su Jioge was bathed in this thunder, and his body was constantly making crackling sounds. The azure blue lightning wandered around Su Jioge's body like a little snake. After all, Chu Tian is only at the 9th level of Zhanyuan realm, with his own cultivation in the realm of Divine King, coupled with the characteristics of the Emperor Heaven divine body. The power of the thunder tribulation on this body could not even penetrate the slightest bit of his body. Zhou Lianyue was below, looking at the scene with some worry, but soon, she realized that she was worrying too much. Su Jioge in the sky instantly turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. The majestic and destructive power of thunder was actually being constantly devoured and eliminated by it. Su Jioge was like a greedy glutton at this moment. The extremely thick lightning pillar was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The devouring power constantly devours and transforms this huge power of thunder. God's boundary. With this massive amount of energy provided, Su Jioge's realm broke through to the 8th level of the Divine King realm in one fell swoop. When the last bit of thunder power was absorbed, Su Jioge laughed loudly. He licked his tongue happily and murmured, "This devouring divine body is really useful." He just flexed his palm and black cyclones surged. The Black Emperor halberd with an aura as heavy as the abyss appeared in his hand. Holding the Black Emperor, Su Jioge seemed to have transformed into a dark god king. The black halberd in his hand turned into a black meteorite and was thrown towards the thundercloud above. "Thank you for the gift." This extremely terrifying blow pierced through the sun and the moon and directly sank into the thundercloud that was surging with violent thunder. The thundercloud in the sky was actually broken into a deep hole by the Black Emperor's halberd. It turned into a huge whirlpool, with countless thunders rushing towards it. Boom! With the explosion of this terrifying force, the physical thunder tribulation caused by the immortal god and demon body disappeared. Chu Tian in the house has also reached the most critical moment. Roar, the phantoms of gods and demons roared together, and a huge murderous aura rushed straight into the sky, directly drowning Chu Tian's consciousness. Chu Tian frowned and his eyelids twitched, as if he was engaged in some intense battle. After finishing everything, Su Jioge slowly fell down, looked at Xiao Lianyue and said with a smile, "How about it?" I said it's no problem. Xiao Lianyue nodded, glanced at Chu Tian who was unconscious in the room, and spoke. His immortal divine body has awakened. Su Jioge looked over and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Well, let's go over and finish it now. How can I waste a creation profound pill without charging you some interest? Su Jioge and Xiao Lianyue came into the house, come to Chu Tian. After awakening the immortal divine and demonic body, Chu Tian's cultivation level actually broke through to the first level of the virtual god realm. His physical body was now much stronger than before. Even facing someone at a higher level than him is no problem. But it's a pity that such a strong physique will soon belong to this emperor's son. Looking at the unconscious Chu Tian, Su Jioge said softly, "Brother Chu, you have worked so hard. Everyone sees your efforts. This emperor will heal you right away." Before taking action, Su Jioge did not forget to make a joke. Then he placed his hand directly on Chu Tian's forehead and performed the extremely mysterious replacement technique. Buzz, a bright white light flashed, and a strong suction force came from Su Jioge's hand. The power of the replacement technique is searching for the origin of the immortal divine and demonic body hidden in Chu Tian's body. Pull it away alive. This kind of pain is no less than taking another Zhaohua Tongxian pill to awaken. The physique, which is double the happiness to it, seemed as if all the bones in his body were broken one by one, and Chu Tian suddenly opened his eyes in pain, let out a shrill scream. Chu Tian's eyes were red and bloodshot, and he looked at Su Jioge in front of him in disbelief. Didn't you say it was just a slight pain? Chapter 123. The confused protagonist Chu Tian looked at Su Jioge with his teeth bared. His expression was as brilliant as it could be. The tremendous pain all over his body made him break out in a cold sweat. When Chu Tian felt a large amount of strength draining away from his body, as if he was about to lose something, he was horrified. "Brother Su, what are you doing?" Su Jioge said with a smile. "Don't worry, Brother Chu, this is under treatment and will be healed soon." He stretched out his big hand, and an extremely dark immortal body of gods and demons, filled with the aura of gods and demons, appeared in his hand. Just awakened, still warm. Ding. The destined protagonist Chu Tian loses his immortal body and his luck value loses 6,000. Ding. Triggering triple critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 18,000. Su Jioge was stunned for a moment, then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wow. Good job, finally I got the critical hit reward of the villain value, a triple critical hit of 18,000. This villain value has even exceeded Chu Tian's original luck value. Su Jioge couldn't help but look at Chu Tian with a pleasing gaze. Looking at the origin of the immortal divine and demonic body, Chu Tian inexplicably felt a strong sense of emptiness in his heart. It was as if I had lost something extremely important. This is... Chu Tian murmured. Su Jioge patted his shoulder and said seriously, "Brother Chu, congratulations, you are cured." After saying this, he took the origin of the immortal divine and demonic body into his pocket. Chu Tian just watched this scene with his own eyes, and he was completely confused at this moment. As if he hadn't reacted yet, he spoke in a daze. Thank you, Brother Su." He always felt that something was wrong. However, seeing Su Jioge say this, the hidden danger of his two souls being in one body was eliminated, and Chu Tian's mood became extremely happy. I couldn't help but sigh to myself, sure enough, all this pain is worth it. Under the psychological effect, Chu Tian laughed. Ha ha ha. Brother Su, after your treatment, I feel better than ever before. You are my great benefactor. Brother Su, please accept my greeting. As he spoke, Chu Tian clasped his hands together and spoke to Su Jioge with a serious look of gratitude. I really don't know how to repay you for such a great favor, Brother Su. From now on, Brother Su is my closest brother. As long as you say a word, I, Chu Tian, will not blink an eye even if I have to go through fire and water. Su Jioge also laughed. Brother Chu, there's no need for such a generous gift. It's me who should thank you more. Relying on Chu Tian, he not only obtained the immortal body of a god or demon, but also triggered a triple reward of 18,000 villain points. Both of them had other thoughts. They looked at each other and laughed. Chu Tian looked at Zhu and Bayer beside him, and then he noticed that they were unconscious, and asked with some confusion. Brother Su, what are Zhu and Bayer doing? Su Joga, well, they were tired and fell asleep due to exhaustion. Brother Chu, I think it's getting late, it's almost time to rest. Chu Tian looked out the window. It was pitch black and it was already evening, nodded and said, Hey! Brother Su, look at me. I finally found a confidant, but for a moment I actually forgot about time. Yes, in that case, Brother Su, see you tomorrow. Su Joga smiled and nodded, then left with Qiu Lianyue. Looking at Su Joga's departing figure, Chu Tian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This Mr. Su is really a strange man. I never thought that I, Chu Tian, would have such a charismatic personality that I could make friends with such a genius. Chu Tian raised the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat proud and high-spirited now that the 5 tribes of Wangtian City have been wiped out. The only ones left are just some small fry who can't cause any trouble, and he also solved the hidden danger of 2 souls living together. All this is thanks to Mr. Su, who has an extraordinary background and indirectly helped me achieve my goal. This made Chu Tian even more certain that Su Joga was his destined benefactor. On the other side, Su Joga, who was also in a good mood, looked at the origin of the immortal divine and demonic body in his hand. He turned around and looked at Qiu Lianyue beside him and asked with a smile. Lianyue, do you know what kind of physique this is? Qiu Lianyue said calmly. Immortal god and demon body. I never thought that person's hidden physique would be so powerful. In their time, the immortal bodies of gods and demons were also very famous. How did you know? Qiu Lianyue couldn't help but ask curiously. Su Joga laughed and said mysteriously. This prince's methods are far more than just these. Lianyue, I've already said that I am different now than I was during the emperor's fall. Qiu Lianyue didn't ask any more questions, but said. Since you've already got what you wanted, why stay here? Su Joga waved his hand. Don't worry, this brother Chu still has a lot of potential that has not been developed. Having said this, Su Joga paused, and a hint of surprise flashed in his imperial eyes. Ding. Yi Shang, the protagonist of Destiny, was bewitched and began to doubt the heroine of Destiny, and his luck value lost 1,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching a villain value of 1,000. Su Joga's expression gradually became playful, and he spoke softly. Maybe, we'll come back later. Qiu Lianyue was a little puzzled. Why? Su Joga, there's news from Gu Yuanzi. After being left to roam for so long, the leeks are now ready to be harvested. Yi Sheng doesn't have much luck left now, and judging from his appearance, he can no longer produce anything particularly useful. Instead of keeping it, it is better to cut it directly, and you can also get the red treasure chest rewarded by the system. After returning to his residence, in order to avoid any further trouble, Su Joga took out the origin of the immortal god and demon body that he had obtained from Chu Tian. I plan to take this physique as my own now. Behind him, the wheels of time appeared faintly, emitting an incomparably mysterious power. Within this area, the flow of time has slowed down. Su Joga's eyes flickered, and without hesitation he integrated the origin of the immortal god and demon body into himself. Suddenly, countless divine and demonic auras enveloped Su Joga's temperament became more ancient and mysterious, like a sleeping ancient god or demon, quietly waiting to wake up. The next morning, Chu Tian hurriedly sent Zhu and Bayer to invite the 2 distinguished guests. After obtaining the origin of the immortal divine and demonic body, even without revealing his cultivation, Su Joga's aura became extremely terrifying, carrying a faint trace of divine and demonic aura, which made people afraid. Why do I feel that Brother Su is a little different from yesterday? Chu Tian was stunned for a moment, but didn't think much about it. Instead, he looked at Su Joga nervously and asked, Brother Su, what on earth is going on? Chapter 124, Leave. It's time to harvest leeks. Didn't you say yesterday that the hidden danger of my dual souls being together had been eliminated? But why did the memory of another soul still flash through my mind in my dream last night? Chu Tian was extremely worried, fearing that Su Joga's treatment was not adequate. Su Joga said with a faint smile. Brother Chu, calm down. I have indeed helped you get rid of the other soul, but you still need some time to rest. Those memories will slowly merge with you, Brother Chu, as time goes by. Don't worry. Su Joga comforted. Chu Tian felt better after hearing this and nodded thoughtfully. I see. It turns out I was worrying too much. Brother Su, I'm really sorry. I'm not questioning your methods, but this matter is so important to me that I dare not be too careless. Chu Tian hurriedly explained for fear of causing the other party's displeasure. People with such great power as Brother Su are naturally arrogant. It is indeed a very disrespectful act to question the other party's methods again and again. Su Joga waved his hands to show that he didn't care. Brother Chu, what are you talking about? We are friends, so I won't get angry about this. Chu Tian's face lit up with joy when he heard this, as if he had been pardoned. He said with a laugh. Good. Brother Su, you are really open-minded. I think Brother Su and Miss Chiu are new here, so they may not be familiar with Wantian City. Today, how about I take you two to visit Wantian City? Chu Tian invited. Su Joga shook his head and said with some regret. Brother Chu, we accept your kindness. But, news suddenly came from the sect that we may not be able to stay here for long. Ah? Chu Tian was shocked. My illness has not been completely cured yet. Zhu and Bayer also looked surprised. Zhuer, Mr. Su, are you leaving? Chu Tian was anxious. Brother Su. Why is it so sudden? When do you leave? Su Joga smiled bitterly. Now. Chu Tian's face changed and he said with reluctance. How can this be? You have just arrived in Brother Su and I feel like we are old friends right away. I have never entertained you properly. Su Joga's eyes flickered and he spoke slowly. It's not always possible, this is not something we can decide. But don't worry, Brother Chu, take this bottle of medicine. It contains the soul-nourishing pill that can regulate your spirit. Take it once a day. I think within half a month, your spiritual problems will be completely eradicated. Having said that, Su Joga took out a green pill bottle and handed it over. This time, it is really the soul-nourishing pill. This is the soul-nourishing pill that Su Joga had exchanged for at the cost of 3,000 villain points. As the name suggests, it can restore a person's injured soul to the greatest extent, even if it is just a remnant soul. As long as a certain amount is taken, there is hope that it can be restored to its original state, or even further. Although the effect was significant, Su Joga had never removed the other soul in Chu Tian's soul. The effect of the Yang Yuan soul pill will only intensify the revival of the other soul, causing Chu Tian's headache to become even worse. If things go wrong, the spirit might even take away control of the body. This is. Chu Tian's breathing stagnated and his eyes widened in surprise. How can this be done? Brother Su. You've already helped me a lot, and now you want to give me the soul-nourishing pill. How can this be possible? He had heard Ruer talk about this pill before. In order to solve the problem that was bothering her, Ruer once spent a huge amount of money to find the Yang Yuan soul pill. It's a pity that this elixir is too precious and rare. Even with the power of his Tianwen sect, it is difficult to find one. Chu Tian looked at the green bottle in his hand which contained the Yang Yuan soul pills. There were at least 20 or 30 of them. Such lavish spending is like a dream, Su Joga said indifferently. How can the friendship between me and Brother Chu be compared with a bottle of Yang Yuan Dan? Brother Chu, if you don't accept it, you are not giving me face. How can you not want to? Chu Tian was absolutely willing in his heart. He was trembling with excitement. The medicine contained in this small bottle was almost worth all the resources of his Chu family, and it was also in short supply. Too precious. It is so precious. Chu Tian forced out a few tears and looked at Su Joga with true feelings. With a plop, he knelt down. Su Joga was stunned. This is? Chu Tian prostrated himself and said loudly, Brother Su's kindness in giving me a new life is no different from being my own breadwinner. Brother Su, please accept my greeting. A barely perceptible smile flashed across Su Joga's eyes, but he did not show it, said shaking his head. Why? Brother Chu, why do you have to do this? Su Joga helped up the grateful Chu Tian, and for the first time he felt that he was a kind-hearted person. Look into his eyes and say, Brother Chu, time is running out. Lien Yue and I should leave too. Chu Tian said in a deep voice, full of reluctance, Brother Su. This scene was like a farewell between life and death. Finally, Chu Tian said in great seriousness, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Su-joga, of course. After saying goodbye, Su-joga and Xiao Lianyue left. Chu Tian tightly grasped the green jade bottle in his hand, looked at the backs of the two people, stood there for a long time, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Zhuer kindly stepped forward and reminded. Master, Mr. Su and Miss Chiu have already left. You just recovered from your illness not long ago, you should go back to your room and rest. Buyer, yes, sir, please don't let Mr. Su down. The two girls were also very reluctant to see Su-joga leave. After all, with such generosity and such a handsome appearance, it would be hard for anyone to refuse. Chu Tian looked dimly and murmured. Brother Su, you are such a good person, think about me. Chu Tian, how could I be so virtuous and capable to befriend such a great man? Although it was only a little over a day, Chu Tian felt that he and Su-joga had been friends for a long time, like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Not long after Su-joga and the other person left, Li Hu hurried in from outside the door and shouted loudly. Master! Master! Chu Xuannu was back from Tianwen sect. We have arrived at Wang Tian City. What? Brother Su had just left and Roar was already back. Chu Tian's face lit up with joy. He hadn't seen Roar for many days and missed her terribly. Pearl and Buyer exclaimed at the same time. Is it Miss? Miss is back. Chu Tian hurriedly put away the bottle full of Yang Yuan soul pills and said to Li Hu. Quick! Take me to pick up Roar. Do father and the elders know about this? Li Hu also nodded excitedly and said. Master! The clan leader and elders have been waiting for you outside Wangtian City for a long time. Chapter 125, Xu Zuanru, the saintess of Tianwen sect. Suspicious Chu Tian nodded and said with a happy expression. Zhuer, Buyer, let's go and pick up Roar. He thought that it would take at least a few days for Roar to arrive, but he didn't expect her to come back so soon. Chu Tian straightened his clothes and hurried out of the house. At this moment, a loud and hearty laugh came from outside the Chu family's territory. Ha ha ha! Tianer, look who's here. Clan leader Chu Xiaofeng led a group of Chu family elders and came out from outside the door next to him. A tall, beautiful girl in a light blue dress came towards him. The girl had long black hair that fell on her shoulders, fair skin, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her eyebrows are like willow leaves, her nose is as white as jade, and her temperament is holy and ethereal, just like a snow lotus bud about to bloom. The tall and slender legs were faintly visible under the half-covered veil, smooth as jade. It was the saintess of this generation of Tianwen sect, Xu Zuanru. When she saw Chu Tian, Xu Zuanru's beautiful eyes lit up and sparkled, said in a delicate voice. Brother Chu Tian. She trotted forward, accompanied by a whiff of the unique fragrance of a young girl, and came to Chu Tian's side. Brother Chu Tian, long time no see. Roar misses you so much. Chu Tian was stunned and slightly dazed. I unconsciously compared Roar with the extremely beautiful Miss Chiu. Although Roar is slightly inferior, she is still a graceful and elegant lady. Coupled with the noble temperament she has cultivated in the Tianwen sect, she is worthy of being a most beautiful woman in the world. When Chu Tian heard Roar's voice, he finally reacted, then chuckled and touched his head, said somewhat embarrassedly. Roar, I miss you too. Have you been doing well in Tianwen sect during this period? Yeah. Chu Zuanru nodded and said with her lips pursed. The master and senior brothers and sisters in Tianwen sect are all very kind to me. Brother Chu Tian, don't worry too much. Chu Tian, that's good. Seeing that his adopted daughter and his beloved son still had such a close relationship, Chu Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He turned around and looked at the elders of the Chu family. They also smiled and said nothing, looking like experienced people. Chu Xiaofeng, Roar and Tianer haven't seen each other for a long time. It seems that we old guys have disturbed their reminiscence. Let's go first and let Tianer and Roar be alone for a while. Chu Tian said proudly. The elders of the Chu family nearby also laughed when they heard this. Ha ha! The clan leader is right. They are young people. We should give them some space. Let's go, we old guys won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Chu Xiaofeng and a group of elders left the place. One is his adopted daughter, and the other is his beloved son. Chu Xiaofeng is naturally happy to see this scene. Chu Zuanru blushed when she heard that, and she stamped her feet in an angry manner and said, What are the clan leader and elders doing? Chu Tian smiled indifferently and said, Roar, come quickly, we haven't seen each other for a long time, I have a lot to say to you. Zhu and Bayer also joined in the fun. Yes, young lady. During the days when you were away, the young master was talking about you every day. Chu Zuanru murmured shyly. Really, the two of them came to a courtyard and sat down, and Chu Tian asked Zhu and Bayer to leave. Looking at Chu Zuanru, who was shy on the opposite side, he couldn't help but ask. Roar, how come you came back so quickly this time? Is it because of the matter of the 5 tribes in Wangtian City? Ah. When this matter was mentioned, Chu Zuanru's expression became much more serious and she nodded. Brother Chu Tian, you are right. This matter is not only of concern to our Tianwen sect, but also to the Tianshui Dao sect and the Wanqing sect. What? Chu Tian was shocked and said in confusion. Although the resources of the 5 Wangtian tribes are attractive, since your Tianwen sect has come forward, they should not say much, right? The forces that Roer mentioned are all top level in Xianjun Dao domain, and are not weaker than Tianwen sect, Chu Zuanru said seriously. This matter is not ordinary. The 5 tribes of the small Wangtian city can't cause any trouble in my Xianjun Dao domain, but brother Chu Tian, don't you know the man who destroyed the 5 tribes? I heard from my master that a supreme being has arrived in my Xianjun Dao realm. It was that supreme being who annihilated the 5 clans. The great men in the sect had sensed the supreme being's actions the day before yesterday, and the other forces must have sensed it as well. That's what attracted their attention. Supreme? Chu Tian's pupils shrank, as if he thought of something. Supreme? How is this possible? The old man behind Brother Su is actually a supreme, and existence of this level is at the ancestor level even in the heavens and myriad worlds. For a moment, he simply could not imagine how terrifying Brother Su's background could be. Chu Zuanru saw Chu Tian's shocked expression and said with some confusion. What's wrong? Brother Chu Tian, do you know some inside information? After all, the Chu family is at the center of the matter, and they might know something about the hidden truth of the matter. The Tianwen sect came here on their own, precisely because they wanted to find out for themselves about the situation of that supreme being. Chu Zuanru, brother Chu Tian, if you know anything, you must tell me. Everyone in Tianwen sect takes this matter very seriously. Chu Tian's heart was in turmoil, and suddenly he laughed out loud towards the sky. Ha ha ha. Chu Zuanru was full of confusion. What's going on? Chu Tian couldn't stop the smug look in his eyes, and said mysteriously. Roar, what if I say that I know that supreme? In fact, I have a good relationship with them and we are close friends. This time, it was Chu Zuanru's turn to be shocked. She covered her mouth in disbelief, her beautiful eyes showing surprise. Brother Chu Tian. Don't talk nonsense about this matter. Chu Tian smiled proudly. Who am I, Chu Tian? How could you just say such nonsense? Roar, please listen carefully. Chu Tian has great trust in Roar. The two have been childhood sweethearts since they were young. Chu Tian recounted every detail of how he, Su Jioga and Xiao Lianyue met, and even told them about how Su Jioga helped him solve a headache. The more Chu Zuanru listened, the more surprised she became. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she couldn't believe that brother Chu Tian could get to know such a person. Is this true? Chu Tian smiled without saying anything and nodded. Chu Zuanru stood up and walked forward, approaching Chu Tian with some suspicion, and said with concern. If this is true, it would be a great thing. But, brother Chu Tian, you have only known Mr. Su for 1 day. Why would he do this? I've never heard of the concept of 2 souls in 1 body. Chapter 126 Yi Shang's Final Destiny. She was afraid that Chu Tian had been deceived. Chu Zuanru, brother Chu Tian, is your illness really cured? Chu Tian said with great confidence. That's for sure. Who am I, Chu Tian? I feel much better now. Not only that, brother Su also gave me a bottle of Yang Yuan Soul Pill, which is the kind of pill you went to look for before. Roar, take a look. As he spoke, Chu Tian handed over the small bottle filled with Yang Yuan Soul Pills. To be honest, he and Su Jioga were not related at all, and he didn't understand why the other party was so nice to him. Chu Zuanru took the small bottle with some suspicion and poured out the Yang Yuan Soul Pill inside. Looking at the crystal clear white pill, Chu Zuanru was slightly stunned, and then her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This is actually the soul nourishing pill. Chu Zuanru covered her mouth in disbelief and said in shock, there are still so many. Brother Chu Tian. What is the origin of that, Mr. Su? The other party casually took out 20 or 30 of such precious pills. This cannot be fake. Such a generous act made even she feel a little curious. After getting Chu Xuanru's confirmation, the last bit of doubt in Chu Tian's heart was dispelled. You know, Ruor is the holy maiden of Tianwen sect, the number one force in Xianjun Dao realm, even she said so there is definitely no problem with this pill. Thinking of this, Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud in a very good mood. Ha ha ha. That's what I told you. Ruor, how could Brother Su lie to me? Look, now you believe in my friendship with Brother Su, right? For Brother Su, this precious Yang Yuan soul pill in our eyes is probably just something that others can easily get. Chu Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she had recognized Chu Tian again. I couldn't help but feel happy for him and said in surprise, Brother Chu Tian. According to what you said, Mr. Su is really a good person. She handed the bottle of pills back. Chu Tian took the bottle full of Yang Yuan, took out a pill and swallowed it, said with a smile, You do not say. As soon as the soul-nourishing pill entered his stomach, it turned into streams of miraculous air, continuously nourishing his soul. The vision in front of me suddenly became extremely clear. Chu Tian's eyes lit up, feeling this wonderful feeling. His originally confused and heavy body became relaxed. Wow! It is indeed a holy elixir. I feel like my spiritual awareness has been expanded a lot. This soul-nourishing pill is truly miraculous. Chu Tian said with some excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tian was suddenly startled, and his head felt as if countless needles were inserted into it, causing an unbearable pain. Chu Tian screamed. This frightened Chu Xuanru so much that she hurried forward and spoke with great concern. Brother Chu Tian? What's wrong with you? Chu Tian's head drooped heavily, and when he raised it again, his eyes became lost and confused. He looked around with confusion and bewilderment, muttering, Here it is, Xianjun Dao realm, inside the stone city. Su Zhuge and Xiu Lianyue walked in this ancient city. This ancient city is located in a very remote place in Xianjun Dao domain. The spiritual energy here is extremely scarce, and most people passing by have very low cultivation levels. Compared to the prosperous Wangtian city, the people in Shichang are deserted and mostly elderly. The city is lifeless, and the rusty bluestone slabs and buildings here look lifeless. Su Zhuge murmured after checking Yishang's location. Where on earth did Yishang go? How strange. The system clearly told him that Yishang's exact location was right here, but after searching here for a long time with Lianyue, they could not find any trace of the other party. Looking at the little cold dragon hovering beside Xiu Lianyue, its whole body was snow white and crystal clear, and it looked very extraordinary. Xiao Hanjiao seems to be very affectionate towards Lianyu. From time to time, he would rub Xiu Lianyue's hands and cheeks. Suddenly, a clear argument was heard from the front. What? Did I hear it right? This is the best ginseng I picked from the Mulan Mountains. It's worth 40 middle-grade spirit stones. You actually took 20 middle-grade spirit stones? Why don't you go and rob it? Such a loud noise naturally attracted the attention of many people around. Su Zhuge and Xiu Lianyue are naturally no exception. Su Zhuge looked in that direction, slightly stunned. The destined lady? Name, Chu Lianer. Identity, abandoned daughter of the Chu family. Destined heroine, personality, steady, weak, strong. Housekeeping, boundary, 3 layers of the universal boundary. Constitution, medicinal spirit body. Medicinal spirit body is undoubtedly the best medicine for those evil cultivators to refine human pills. Kung Fu, soul containment technique, fire-making technique, treasures, ginseng king, spirit gathering pill, current luck value, 6,000, not far away, at a small stall. A pretty girl with delicate features and a pretty face, dressed in linen clothes, was standing with her hands on her hips, glaring at the stall owner angrily. Chu Lianer snatched the ginseng king from the stall and said with a pout, This is not a scam. Not selling it anymore. I'm going to find another buyer. The stall owner also said helplessly, Girl, I swear to God, I didn't cheat you. These materials of yours were originally supplied to the Li family, a powerful family in Wangtian City. Naturally, they charged a high price. Don't you know? Now the 5 major clans in Wangtian City have suddenly been destroyed overnight. The supply of our medicinal pills can only be given to the only remaining major clan, the Chu family. I am not afraid to tell you that the price the Chu family paid for this ginseng king is not as high as the original price paid by the Li family. In the past, the Li family paid more than 60 medium-grade spirit stones for it, and sometimes even more. And now it's in the hands of the Chu family, and it's been cut in half. The Ginseng King only takes 25 middle-grade spirit stones. The stall owner sighed and muttered. I just made a profit of 5 spirit stones from you. Now all the industries in our cities have been taken over and monopolized by the Chu family. The days ahead will be tough, girl. I advise you to make a move sooner rather than later. You can't be sure that in a few days this Ginseng King won't even have 20 spirit stones left. Chu Lianer was stunned when she heard this, and was a little unconvinced. Is that true? The stall owner shook his head and said, Hey, girl, if you don't believe it, you can go to those big commercial houses and have a look. The price they paid was lower than mine, so I'm still being conscientious. Passers-by suddenly realized what was going on and started talking about it. No wonder I was wondering why the purchase prices of those big commercial banks are so ridiculously low now, so this is the reason. This Chu family is really not human, right? Alas, there is nothing we can do. In the past, there were 6 clans competing, but now only the Chu family is left. They have the final say in everything. Chapter 127, Meeting Yi Xing again, increasing luck value. Chu Lianer stomped her feet in anger when she heard that. His eyes widened and he said angrily. This Chu family is simply too much. How are Grandpa and I going to survive if this continues? She is a cultivator and an alchemist at the same time, and the spirit stones she needs to consume alone are a considerable expense. Besides, there are Grandpa and Brother Yi at home. In a sense, this Ginseng King is a rare treasure that is enough to cover the expenses of several people for half a month. Chu Lianer was so happy when she found this top-grade Ginseng King in the Mulan Mountains, but now, even this top-grade Ginseng King is only worth 20 medium-grade spirit stones, let alone other ordinary materials. The stall owner sighed and said quietly. Miss, I see you come here often, so how about I give you 23 middle-grade spirit stones for this Ginseng King? Chu Lianer thought about it for a while, hesitated again and again, and finally, fearing that the Ginseng King would depreciate again, she had to say it. All right, uncle, I misunderstood you before, I'm sorry. The stall owner waved his hand. It's okay. It's okay. After all, it's not easy for everyone right now. Just as Chu Lianer was about to hand over the top-grade Ginseng King, a light laugh was heard. Hee hee, young lady, how about selling this top-grade ginseng to me? Chu Lianer was stunned for a moment. She turned around and saw the handsome man with golden hair in front of her and the extraordinary woman in a white dress beside him. Slightly stunned, it is obvious at first glance that these two people are not ordinary people, Chu Lianer asked with some confusion. Who are you? Chu Lianyue glanced at the Ginseng King in Chu Lianer's hand. It is indeed the top-grade Ginseng King, but the value of the Ginseng King is only enough to refine earth-grade elixirs. To herself and him, it was as useless as the weeds that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. Su Jioga smiled warmly and spoke softly. Girl, you don't have to know who we are. I think the Ginseng King in your hand is good. Can you sell it to me? I'll offer 100 mid-grade spirit stones. What? When these words were spoken, not only Chu Lianer, but even the surrounding stall owners and passers-by were greatly shocked. 100 middle-grade spirit stones? Whose young master is this? You know, even when the other 5 tribes were still there, the number of Ginseng Kings was no more than 60. Sir! Look at me, I also have Ginseng King for sale. Su Jioga naturally turned a deaf ear to the words of the stall owners in the surrounding stalls. What he cares about is not just the Ginseng King. Chu Lianer is my target. When Chu Lianer heard Su Jioga's offer, her face was full of surprise and she said in disbelief. My lord, I am the king of ginseng. As if she was afraid that Su Jioga had seen it wrong, Chu Lianer continued to add. It's top quality, but it's not worth the price at all. Sir, did you see it wrong? Su Jioga chuckled and shook his head, saying indifferently. I'm not mistaken. What I want is the Ginseng King in your hand. 100 spirit stones, is that too little? When the industries in the surrounding cities were suppressed by the Chu family, some people were willing to spend a price far exceeding the previous price to buy a Ginseng King. How could Chu Lianer be unwilling to accept such a generous gesture? No. I'll sell it. But sir, although this Ginseng King is of top quality, it is not worth so many mid-grade spirit stones. Just give me 40 middle-grade spirit stones. No, 30 will be enough. Shu Lianer said seriously. 40 medium-grade spirit stones was the price she said at first. It's just that the economy is so bad right now and it's not easy for everyone, so let's just say 30 coins. The stall owners around all widened their eyes at the same time when they heard this. That expression seemed to say, "Are you serious about bargaining for yourself?" Sujioga was also stunned, and then couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. I gave you too much, but why are you trying to lower the price for yourself? It doesn't matter whether it's a lot or a little. Money can't buy this young master's happiness. If I say 100, it means 100. Such a naive girl is worthy of being the destined heroine. A rare smile flashed across Qiu Lianyue's beautiful eyes as she stroked the little cold dragon in her hand. I couldn't help but feel a liking for this lovely and simple girl, said softly. Take it. He has no shortage of spiritual stones. Even though she said that, Shu Lianer still shook her head and spoke with a firm look on her face. No one's spiritual stones are blown by the wind. Sir, if you want, just give me 30 spirit stones. Do you want 30 instead of 100 spirit stones? The stall owners around looked at Shu Lianer with disappointment. These two are obviously not ordinary people. He is definitely a disciple from a wealthy sect. Girl, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? At this moment, a man in cloth and a straw hat suddenly walked out of the crowd. Lianer, what are you doing here? Hasn't it been done yet? Seeing the person coming, Shu Lianer said softly. Brother Yi, there is a problem here. It will be ready soon. What's the problem? The man wearing a straw hat asked curiously. Shu Lianer looked at Sujioga and Qiu Lianyue in front of her, and said with some embarrassment on her face. It's this gentleman who wants to buy the Ginseng King in my hand for 100 middle-grade spirit stones. Oh. This is good news, Lianer. I remember that the Ginseng King's purchase price before was 40 medium-grade spirit stones. Could it be that the price has increased again? The man in the straw hat grinned and seemed to be in a good mood. He turned around, and when he saw Sujioga, his whole body was shocked, his pupils instantly dilated, filled with disbelief, and Sujioga was looking at the person in front of him with a smile, the destined protagonist, Yisheng. Yisheng now looks much more mature than before. His face was covered with stubble and his hair was messy, and what's even more frightening is that there is a long scar on Yisheng's face. Name, Yisheng, poisoned. Identity, protagonist of destiny, disciple of the leader of the vast sea sect, age, 21, personality, arrogant, forbearing, tenacious, realm, 4th level of the Zhanyuan realm, constitution, none, kung fu, ancient Luo emperor scripture, immortal mysterious demonic art, new, world destruction and heaven burning art, new, great will destruction and sun destruction art, heaven shaking palm, vast sea heaven scripture, treasures, god killing ring, new, blood drinking emperor spear, new. Life experience, rebirth of quasi-emperor, current luck value, 10,000, a luck value of 10,000. When seeing Yisheng's luck value, Sujioga frowned. System, what's going on? Logically speaking, after being bewitched by Gu Yuanzi, Yisheng's luck value should be less than 3,000 now, and now, it has recovered a lot? Chapter 128, a competent treasure hunting rat, Yisheng's suspicion. The system voice sounded, ding. Return to the host. The Destiny protagonist can increase his luck value through the treasures obtained in the later stage. Sujioga suddenly understood what was said and nodded slightly. The expression gradually became playful. I see, not only is he growing, but so is the destined protagonist, judging from the new treasures and skills added to Yisheng's body. It was not difficult for Sujioga to see that these were the treasures that Yisheng finally obtained from the ancient immortal ruins. It should be the lifelong inheritance of a great emperor, although I really don't want to catch a sheep and pull it out, I have to say that the reborn protagonist is strong. Even if most of his luck and treasures were worn away by himself, he could still collect countless things. Sujioga was extremely satisfied with Yisheng's performance. I couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that I didn't kill this man before. Qiu Lianyue naturally noticed Yisheng, but she didn't say anything. When he saw the two people in front of him, Yisheng's whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his heart was in turmoil. The prince of the Su family, how is this possible? Why is this guy here? Yisheng roared in his heart. Ever since the ancient ruins, Sujioga has become his lingering nightmare, and he is shrouded in fear all day long. And today, when Lianer and I were out selling medicinal herbs, what a coincidence, we ran into each other in this extremely remote place. How could Yisheng not be shocked? Yisheng's eyes kept flickering and his mind was working rapidly. He gasped for breath, trying to force himself to calm down. Qiu Lianer obviously noticed that something was wrong with him and asked with concern. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Yi Sheng hurriedly lowered the brim of his hat, not daring to look directly at Su Joga's captivating gaze, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Ahem, no, I'm fine, Lianer. Chu Lianer frowned and said seriously. Brother Yi, what's wrong with your throat? Could it be that the poison in your body hasn't healed yet? Grandpa said that there is no time to delay, so you should eat it now. As she spoke, Chu Lianer hurriedly took out a few rough pills and handed them over. At this moment, Yi Sheng wanted to die. You really want to let your teammates down like this, although he wanted to tear Su Joga into pieces, but I'm really afraid of him. Without recovering his cultivation level before rebirth, he was as weak as an ant in Su Joga's eyes. Yi Sheng lowered his head and shook his head. I'm tired, Lianer, let's go back quickly. Su Joga's eyes flickered when he heard this, knowing that Yi Sheng was afraid that he would discover his identity in public pretending not to know him. He chuckled and spoke. What's wrong with this brother? He seems to be unwell. Girl, I think you should sell the Ginseng King to me, so you can go back and have a rest, right? 30 is 30. Chu Lianer nodded. She knew that Brother Yi had just recovered and his health was not very good yet. If something goes wrong, it will be bad. Chu Lianer handed over the Ginseng King and spoke. Sir, this is for you. Su Joga nodded slightly, took the Ginseng King and casually threw out 30 fairy-grade spirit stones. Chu Lianer took it subconsciously. What is this? When the immortal spirit stone appeared, the abundant spiritual energy contained in it made the eyes of everyone present become hot and their breathing quickened. This is at least a top-grade spirit stone. Oh my god. Did I see that correctly? 30 high-grade spirit stones for a Ginseng King? How is this possible? Chu Lianer was attracted by the voices of the crowd. When she saw the heavy spirit stone in her hand, her body was startled. She had seen it at her grandfather's place before. This was not a mid-grade spirit stone at all, it was clearly an immortal grade. Such spiritual stones are only circulated among those super powerful forces. Chu Lianer's beautiful eyes narrowed and she quickly raised her head and spoke. Sir, this is absolutely not allowed. Everyone's attention was attracted by the immortal spirit stone. Su Joga and Xiu Lianyue disappeared from this place at some point. Looking at the empty surroundings in front of her, Chu Lianer was slightly distracted. Under the fiery gazes of everyone, she hurriedly put the spirit stones into the storage ring. This sudden windfall made Chu Lianer extremely surprised. She looked at Yi Sheng, who was shaking with his head down, and said in a soft voice. Brother Yi. We've made a fortune. Yi Sheng finally came to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief when he no longer saw Su Joga. The back was already soaked. Yi Sheng did not pay attention to Lianer's words. Instead, a hint of ecstasy of surviving a disaster flashed in his eyes. The prince of the Su family didn't even notice him? Yi Sheng gasped for breath and touched the deep scar on his cheek. This scar was the one he had destroyed himself in order to change his ways and give up his old attitude as a bootlicker. More importantly, in order to conceal his identity and appearance, so as to escape Su Joga's surveillance. That's it. It must be because I destroyed my own appearance, so the prince of the Su family didn't recognize me at all. Thinking of this, Yi Sheng couldn't help but burst into laughter, extremely crazy. Ha 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 ha. This sudden burst of laughter startled Chu Lianer, who was standing by. It is indeed a very happy thing to get 30 fairy-grade spirit stones, but brother, you shouldn't be so happy. After laughing for a long time, Yi Sheng finally calmed down, walked towards the outside of the stone city with Chu Lianer. Yi Sheng kept his head down the whole way, his eyes dim, flashing with undisguised murderous intent, muttered. Su Joga, and Nangong Qing, you two bastards. One day, I, Yi Sheng, will take back everything that belongs to me with my own hands. Chu Lianer's voice sounded, speaking with some doubt. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Yi Sheng was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, said softly nothing. Oh, Chu Lianer didn't care too much, but walked forward happily. Brother Yi. Hurry up. Grandpa would be very happy if he knew we got 30 immortal spirit stones today. Yi Sheng remained silent, constantly recalling the scene of his previous encounter with Su Joga, that he was hiding in the Shenjun Dao domain, in such a remote place. The possibility that the prince of the Su family would appear here is extremely small. The universe is so vast that Yi Sheng simply doesn't believe that such a coincidence could happen. Looking at Chu Lianer jumping in front of him, Yi Sheng's eyes became a little uncertain. Only Lianer and old Ning knew that he was here. This reminded him of a terrible possibility that an old fortune teller he had met before told him. If that is the case, a strong murderous intent suddenly emanated from Yi Sheng's body. In his hand, a blood-red airstream gathered faintly, and it looked vaguely like a spear. If there were someone here, they would definitely be shocked. At this moment, Yi Sheng's murderous intent had actually become real and was breathtaking. Chapter 129 The troubled Gu Yuanzi and the mysterious Ning Lao. Inside an elegantly decorated restaurant in Shicheng. Su Zhuge and Xiu Lianyu sat at the highest point. Su Zhuge had a dim gaze, looking down at the departing figures of Yi Sheng and Chu Lianer in the distance. He withdrew his gaze and smiled. Su Zhuge picked up the wineglass on the table, took a sip in a good mood, and his eyes lit up slightly, said with some surprise, "Ha! This wine is pretty good. I never thought that in this remote little town there would be such fine wine. Lian Yue, try it." Xiu Lian Yue did not move, but Xiao Qianqi in her arms was looking at the wine on the table with great curiosity. He poked out his little head, his big eyes full of curiosity and confusion, and he stuck out his tongue and licked it. The strong smell of alcohol rushed straight to the top of Han Xiaoqian's head. He saw stars and passed out with his belly turned over. Su Zhuge burst into laughter upon seeing this. "This little thing is interesting. Lian Yue, why don't you try it?" Xiu Lian Yue shook her head and said softly, "I don't drink." The man wearing the straw hat before seems to be the guy from the ancient Xian ruins. "I know," Su Zhuge said with a chuckle. Xiu Lian Yue was puzzled. Then why let him go? Su Zhuge drank a glass of wine and said nonchalantly, "It's not the time yet." The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and then murmured, "As for him, just leave it to that old man to deal with." As the main killer, Su Zhuge believed that Gu Yuanzi would handle the matter well, otherwise, it would be the Xinglua divine sect behind him that would be dealt with, right? Gu Yuanzi. Su Zhuge smiled without saying anything, and sent a message to Gu Yuanzi through his divine thoughts. Tao Village, Shicheng, beside a small stream. It was a sunny day, and Gu Yuanzi, who was enjoying fishing, was sitting lazily on the shore, with an immortal look. He closed his eyes and rested his mind. He looks like an otherworldly master. At this moment, the fishing rod in front of him moved. Gu Yuanzi opened his eyes, his pupils were filled with fear. How is this possible? Just now, the prince of the Su family unexpectedly used some unknown means to transmit a message to me. Gu Yuanzi was so shocked that he felt a chill on his back. As expected, the Su family's prince had left a mark of divine consciousness on his body. Gu Yuanzi's old face relaxed and he murmured bitterly, "The prince of the Su family is really good at this. I thought I'd be happy for half a year, but today I've fallen into your hands." Su Zhuge sent a message to himself. It was almost time to close the net. In other words, the boy with a mysterious origin is in trouble. As for what means to use, let me decide. The prince also said that we can't just kill him directly. Isn't this putting me in a difficult position? What should I do? Gu Yuanzi sighed, shook his head and muttered to himself, "That kid's fate is something I have never seen before. He will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. I may not be able to kill such a man of destiny even if I want to. It's a pity that you have offended that killer. If you don't die, it will be me and the Xinglua divine sect that will suffer. Adhering to the principle of a friend's death is better than my own." Gu Yuanzi looked at the fishing rod in his hand, which was gradually calming down. His eyes flickered. He thought for a long time and finally fell silent. I don't know what he is thinking about. "Fish, oh fish, you are still able to escape from my hands and be free. But I'm different." Gu Yuanzi now feels like a fish that is hung tightly by Su Zhuge, with nowhere to escape. The only thing to be thankful for is that I noticed it early and did not choose to run away. Thinking of this, Gu Yuanzi sighed, slowly stood up and disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Yi Sheng and Chu Lianer also returned to Tao Village. Chu Lianer pushed open the door happily and said loudly, "Grandfather, we're back." In the simple thatched house, a short and hunchbacked old man was constantly grinding something. The old man remained unmoved, as if he had not seen the two of them. Chu Lianer skipped forward, came to the old man, and spoke mysteriously. "Grandpa, guess how many spirit stones I sold my ginseng king for?" Upon hearing this, old Ning glanced at her and spoke indifferently. 50? Chu Lianer shook her head and said in a tender voice with her eyes narrowed, "No. Grandpa, it's 30. When Mr. Ning heard this, he was startled and stopped grinding immediately. The dull old eyes looked at Chu Lianer in astonishment. He seemed to be wondering if this girl's brain was burned out. "Elder Ning, Lianer." Chu Lianer tilted her head. "What's the matter?" "Mr. Ning, it's selling very well." Don't sell it again in the future. Zhu Lianer frowned, but quickly reacted. She took Old Ning's hand and spoke in a soft voice. Grandfather, what are you thinking about? My 30 spirit stones are not ordinary spirit stones. Look. As she spoke, Zhu Lianer threw out the 30 immortal spirit stones all at once. As soon as those spirit stones appeared, the entire narrow thatched house was filled with majestic spiritual energy. This is... Old Ning's pupils shrank and he looked at Lianer with disbelief. Immortal spirit stone? Seeing her grandfather's expression, Zhu Lianer raised her head proudly and said, Hey, how's it going, Grandpa? Lianer is awesome, right? Swish. Old Ning stood up and stared at Zhu Lianer with a questioning look and said in a deep voice, Lianer, where did these spirit stones come from? Zhu Lianer was stunned, as if she didn't understand why her grandfather was like this. The king of ginseng that I'm selling. There was a young man with golden hair. He gave me these spirit stones and then disappeared. That young man is such a good man. Blonde gentleman. Old Ning's eyes flickered, and he glanced at Yi Shang behind Zhu Lianer, as if he had thought of something, said slowly. I understand, Lianer, you go out first. Zhu Lianer was puzzled. What's wrong, Grandpa? Mr. Ning, I have something to discuss with your elder brother Yi. Zhu Lianer nodded, somewhat confused when she heard that, and walked out very obediently. She didn't quite understand why her grandfather was so excited. Bang! When the door was closed. Yi Shang lowered his head and remained silent. The old man in front of him had a mysterious origin. For some unknown reason, his cultivation was damaged and he felt it was precisely because of his miraculous skills that he was able to eliminate the poison in his body. You know, Nangong Qing is a saint-level alchemist. The person who can eliminate her poison is definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, Yi Shang was still extremely respectful to Mr. Ning. Old Ning started grinding the powder in the stone jar again. The scene fell silent for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, Old Ning raised his head, looked at Yi Shang and spoke quietly. Yi Shang, ah? I'm here. Ning Lao, you have been here for quite a while, right? Yi Shang was a little confused. Well, more than a month. Thank you, Mr. Ning, for your support during this period. No need to thank me. Yi Shang was interrupted by Mr. Ning before he could finish his words. Chapter 130, Expulsion Order. Confused but determined. Yi Shang, if you really want to thank someone, then thank that girl Lianer. If Lianer hadn't pulled you out of the water and begged you, I wouldn't have saved you. Old Ning stared at Yi Shang with a sharp gaze and spoke in a deep voice. The person who can plant such a complex poison in your body is definitely not an ordinary person. I don't care what your past is, and we don't ask for anything in return. But you must remember that your own troubles must not involve Lianer. Do you know? At this point, Mr. Ning's voice couldn't help but get a little louder. Yi Shang could feel the invisible and intangible pressure from Old Ning. He was startled and quickly clasped his fists and said, Don't worry, Mr. Ning. I understand this. Old Ning nodded, threw out a few pills, and then began to grind the powder in the stone jar. These pills should be taken over several days. It won't take long for the poison in your body to be completely eliminated. By then, it's almost time for you to leave. Mr. Ning mercilessly ordered them to leave. Yi Shang's pupils trembled. Mr. Ning's words were so simple and straightforward. How could he not understand what the other party meant? Yi Shang was silent for a long time, and finally knelt on the ground and said sincerely, Mr. Ning, I, Yi Shang, will never forget the kindness you and Lianer have shown me. Please accept my greeting. Yi Shang was grateful from the bottom of his heart. He took the pill in front of him and slowly and quietly left the house. Looking at Yi Shang's leaving back, Old Ning shook his head and sighed. After so many days and having lived for most of my life, how could I not see that girl Lianer has feelings for Yi Shang? But in Yi Shang, Old Ning could feel the tremendous hatred hidden beneath the calmness. As a dying man, the only thing that worries me is Lianer. I just hope that Lianer won't be implicated by you. Outside the house, Yi Shang clenched his fists. Zhu Lianer came over skipping and jumping, and asked in a very curious voice, Brother Yi, what did Grandpa tell you? Why is it so mysterious? Yi Shang glanced at the young and pretty girl in front of him, shook his head gently and said, Nothing, Lianer. Old Ning just gave me some pills to restore my body. Chu Lianer nodded as if she understood something. Is that so, Brother Yi? Then you should have a good rest. My grandfather is a very powerful alchemist. There is no one in this world that he cannot cure. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go pick those herbs I planted earlier. Yi Shang, I'll help you, Chu Lianer. Oh, Brother Yi, you are injured. If you really want to help me, you should recover quickly. Then I will let you do all the housework. When the time comes, Brother Yi, you have to take me to those fun places you mentioned. When Chu Lianer said this, her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she was too shy to say anything more. Without giving Yi Sheng any chance to speak, she simply covered her face and trotted out with her hands. She walked briskly and looked in a very good mood. While Yi Sheng stood there, his eyes flickering. As someone who has lived 2 lives, Yi Sheng could see Lianer's affection for her at a glance, but she just pretended to be ignorant about it. After experiencing the death and betrayal of 2 of his most beloved women, Yi Sheng developed a deep resistance to all women in the world. I don't believe in feelings at all. I have been here for a long time, and at first I was very wary of Lianer and Ning Lao, fearing that they would plot against me, but as the days passed, with Lianer's meticulous care, Yi Sheng slowly accepted her. However, there is still an invisible barrier standing in between. Why Yi Sheng laughed at himself. Oh, Nangong Qing, the prince of the Su family, I am still under the shadow of you 2 after all, but believe me, one day, I will make you pay the price you deserve. You will regret everything you have done before. Yi Sheng clenched his fists. His greatest reliance now was the treasure he had obtained from Taiyuan Fairyland, the lifelong inheritance and imperial weapons of the crazy killer emperor. You will laugh when you know this name. Feel free to laugh if you want to. I really can't think of any other one. QAQ. The Guangxia Emperor was once a famous emperor in the heavens to prove your truth through killing and conquer the world. Now I have abandoned the skills I practiced before and practiced the unique skills of the Mad Killer Emperor, the immortal demon skill, and the world-destroying and heaven-burning skill of the immortal mysterious demonic art can only be practiced perfectly if one has endless hatred. It is simply tailor-made for the current self and is unexpectedly suitable. The terrifying killing power of the world-destroying and heaven-burning art, combined with the Emperor's killing god ring and the blood-drinking Emperor's spear, is horrifyingly powerful. If a god stands in the way, the god will be killed. If a Buddha stands in the way, the Buddha will be killed. During this period of time, Yi Xingxin was greatly encouraged by these treasures. However, now he must first remove the poison from his body and bide his time. Son of the Su family, you appear in this Xinjun Dao realm. Is it because of me again? Yi Shang murmured. How on earth do you manage to discover my existence again and again? As the rebirth of a quasi-emperor, his soul is extremely powerful. If Su Joga leaves a mark on him, it will definitely not go unnoticed. The last time, it was because of that bitch Nangong Qing. This time, Yi Sheng was unwilling to accept that possibility. After thinking for a long time, he decided to find the senior to solve his doubts. Calculate the real person. Swan Tianjinren was a powerful man whom he met by chance a few days ago, because he himself is the most vivid example. Yi Sheng has great faith in fate since his rebirth. In his previous life, he had met this Shinren, and it was he who told him that he had no hope of becoming an emperor in this life. At first Yi Sheng didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect that what the other party said would come true. When he met Master Swan Tian again, Yi Sheng was even more ecstatic and kept asking him whether he had a chance to become an emperor in this life. The conclusion is die in this life. I will be betrayed by my beloved and face a formidable enemy. However, these will eventually become nutrients on the road. Only by giving up everything can one achieve the path to becoming the supreme emperor. Emperor! Yi Sheng's eyes were as sharp as torches. No one can stop me in this life. Thinking of this, Yi Sheng took a deep breath and strode towards one direction with a determined look on his face. While Yi Sheng walked through the quiet forest and came to the other side of the Taozuan stream. On the shore, there was an old man with a leisurely look on his face, a childlike face and white beard hanging down from his forehead. The old man has an ethereal and extraordinary temperament, with an immortal air, not like a human being. Yi Sheng's face lit up with joy and he hurried forward. Senior, please help me solve this puzzle. Chapter 131, Killing God Ring. I can't bear it. Looking at the old man in front of him, Yi Sheng's face was full of awe and sincerity. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. Swan Tianjinren was also a famous figure before his rebirth. Countless powerful people have sought his advice. In addition, Master Swan Tian's predictions about him were very accurate, so Yi Sheng still had great respect for Gu Yuanzi, a hermit like him, senior. Seeing the person coming, Gu Yuanzi was not too surprised. He still looked calm and indifferent to everything. He fished quietly, as if he didn't see Yisheng. Guanzi did not reply, and Yisheng just stood there motionless. He knew that the temperament of any such expert who traveled the world was unpredictable. If Guanzi was too proactive, he would become suspicious. When they met that day, and it was by chance that they met in Stone City, he was overjoyed and took the initiative to step forward and ask. Thanks to Yisheng's initiative, Guanzi, who had been thinking about how to approach this guy, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a long time, Yisheng couldn't help but look at the fishhook. There is clearly no bait at all. How can we catch fish? Yisheng thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, a palm-sized carp swam over, shaking its body. To Yisheng's shocked expression, it opened its mouth and took the hook. The fishing rod trembled slightly, and Guanzi raised his right hand, creating a dazzling splash of water and bringing the fish up. As soon as it left the water, the fish suddenly grew several times larger. Its scales sparkled under the sunlight, and its tail was a dazzling gold. The aura is also very extraordinary, at least it is a spiritual demon in the Zhanyuan realm. Yisheng's eyes were shocked. This is actually a sturgeon carp, fishing without bait. Guanzi's extraordinary method made Yisheng stunned for a moment. Guanzi looked at the fish in his hand with calm eyes and put it into a bamboo hat beside him. It was as if he had just discovered Yisheng, stroking his beard and speaking softly. You're here. In order to create the aura of a hermit, Guanzi put a lot of thought into it. When seeing Yisheng's surprised expression, Guanzi was very satisfied and said lightly, "What is it?" Yisheng finally reacted and hurried forward to speak. "Senior, I would like to ask you something. I seem to be facing the catastrophe of life and death that you mentioned. I felt so trapped in it that I couldn't get out of it. It was hard to unravel for a while. Please help me solve this puzzle." When Guanzi heard Yisheng's words, his face turned dark. "I couldn't help but speak. Speak human language. This kid has been talking for a long time, but what the hell is he talking about? It was so mysterious that I couldn't make out the reason. After talking for a long time, why do I feel like he is more of a riddle than me?" "Ah?" Yisheng was stunned, then he clasped his fists and spoke simply and clearly. "It's like this, Senior. I have an enemy who somehow always manages to find my location." "Senior, do you know anything?" "Enemy?" Guanzi knew the general idea in an instant. It is very likely that the Su family's prince also left a mark of divine consciousness on you, let alone you. Even I, an old man, can't resolve it, and now you're coming to me. Guanzi frowned and murmured as he looked at Yisheng. "Let me do the math for you." Yisheng's face lit up with joy and he nodded quickly. Guanzi pretended to count with his fingers, then, as if he noticed something, he sometimes frowned and sometimes looked confused. He said with a look of shock, seeing this scene, Yisheng became anxious. "Senior, what's going on?" Guanzi stared at him, shook his head and said in a deep voice, "You are indeed experiencing that catastrophe now. You won't be able to survive this disaster even if I tell you how to break it." "What?" Yisheng's pupils suddenly shrank, he became extremely out of control and said in a lost voice, "Senior, why on earth is this happening? Didn't you say there is still a glimmer of hope in this doomsday?" Guanzi stroked his beard, sighed heavily and said, "Why? Before this, it was true. But your enemy is no ordinary person either. You are right in your suspicion. He can indeed know your location at all times. Your every move is controlled by the other party. Tell me, how can you break this calamity?" After getting Guanzi's affirmation, Yisheng suddenly panicked. Plop! He knelt down and kowtowed. "Senior, please help me. If I, Yisheng, can survive this disaster safely, I will definitely follow your lead in the future." Guanzi looked at Yisheng, who was kneeling on the ground, pretending to be embarrassed, and said softly after a long silence, "Alas, such a great catastrophe is related to the secrets of heaven. You and I are not related at all, and I don't want to be implicated in this matter." Guanzi said meaningfully, "What you mean is, you want me to do things for you without any benefits?" Yisheng's eyes flickered when he heard this. As for the prince of the Su family, he actually had no idea what to do, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find Guanzi to seek a solution. Why Yisheng thought about it again and again, struggling with something in his mind. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he took out a palm-sized red circular ring from his storage ring. It was the killing god ring that he obtained from the inheritance of the great emperor. as soon as the killing god ring appeared, the strong and powerful evil spirit and murderous intent filled the surroundings. Among them, one seems to be able to hear the faint roars and screams of the innocent souls who died there. Yi Shengcheng presented it with both hands and said respectfully and sincerely, "Senior, I don't have anything else. This is a treasure I got by accident, called the Killing God Ring. Please accept it, Senior." He knew that if he didn't pay some price, it would be too difficult to ask this Xinwen Swantian to take action since the other party had no relationship with him at all. When he saw the Killing God Ring, Gu Yuanzi's pupils widened in shock. It turned out to be a top-notch imperial weapon. "I didn't expect this guy to have such a treasure." Seeing that Yi Sheng was very understanding, Gu Yuanzi's mouth was almost crooked with laughter, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he almost couldn't control himself and revealed his flaws. "Ahem." Gu Yuanzi refused with a serious face after two sounds. "Who do you think I am? It's just an imperial weapon, you can take it. I can't bear your life and death calamity." Yi Sheng was stunned. He never expected that even a divine object like the Killing God Ring could not move Gu Yuanzi. "I couldn't help but become more convinced that the fortune teller in front of me must have a solution," Yi Sheng said in a deep voice. "Senior, you can bear it." "Gu Yuanzi, I can't bear it." "Yi Sheng, I can bear it." After a struggle, Gu Yuanzi knew that it was almost time. It was best to just look disgusted and reluctantly put the killing ring into his pocket, trying hard not to burst out laughing. Gu Yuanzi sighed heavily on the surface. "Oh. There's really nothing I can do with you. Oh well." Chapter 132, You Can't Live Without Being Crazy, and Prove Your Truth Through Killing. At the same time, Su Jioge on the other side seemed to sense something and stopped. Ding. The destined protagonist Yi Sheng lost the Emperor's Killing God Ring, and his luck value lost 3,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 3,000. Su Jioge was stunned, and Xiao Lianyue beside him asked softly, "What's wrong?" Su Jioge pondered for a moment, then laughed. "This Gu Yuanzi, his hands don't seem to be very clean. You want to get your hands on this Emperor's things? If the final villain value didn't belong to me, I would have to give him a good beating." A light breeze lifted Yi Sheng up. Gu Yuanzi said quietly, "Hey, boy, do you know the price I will have to pay if I interfere with this fatal disaster? At least, it will consume thousands of years of my lifespan. However, since there is some kind of fate between you and me, it may be God's will." Seeing Gu Yuanzi accept the Killing God Ring, Yi Sheng's face was overjoyed and he said respectfully, "Senior, thank you for your kindness. After I overcome the calamity, I will definitely find a way to find those elixirs to extend your life." Gu Yuanzi nodded slightly and said, "That's thoughtful. Boy, do you still remember what I said to you before?" Yi Sheng, "What?" Gu Yuanzi, "On your way to becoming an emperor, you will inevitably encounter betrayal. This betrayal may be from your beloved or your relatives and friends." When this was mentioned, Yi Sheng's eyes flashed with strong murderous intent. "Senior, this incident has indeed happened. But what does this have to do with my enemy finding me?" Gu Yuanzi said with a look of disappointment. "Have you ever thought that this betrayal might happen more than once?" "What?" Yi Sheng's breathing stagnated. Gu Yuanzi's voice followed. "If my guess is correct, there should be someone watching you all the time. That person, if nothing unexpected happens, must be from your enemy. Let me ask you, have you come into contact with any unusual people recently?" "Abnormal." Yi Sheng was shocked and his expression became extremely terrified. His heart was in turmoil, and the first people he thought of were Chu Lianer and Old Ning. During this period of time, the only people he had the most contact with were these two. "Gu Yuanzi, boy, this imperial weapon you gave me should be the treasure of the crazy killing emperor. If I am not mistaken, you are also practicing the Emperor's undying mysterious demonic art of the crazy killer emperor. This emperor's scripture is not an ordinary thing. It cannot survive without madness and magic. Only by becoming cold and heartless can one achieve great success in cultivation. Having said this, I have revealed the secret. Think about it carefully." After saying this, Gu Yuanzi turned into a wisp of breeze and disappeared on the spot, coming without a trace. Going without a trace, all that was left was the fishing rod. Yi Sheng stood there, unable to let go for a long time. I kept recalling what Gu Yuanzi said in my mind, then he thought of Chu Lianer and Old Ning. Why did he and Lianer meet the prince of the Su family when they were out selling? Why did the prince of the Su family give Lianer 30 immortal spirit stones? Is there any unknown transaction hidden in this? Moreover, Tao village is just a remote mountain area, but Nangong Qing is a saint-level alchemist. How could it be possible that the poison pill she took was cured by a mountain villager by such a coincidence? Everything is so weird. A barely perceptible red light flashed in Yi Sheng's eyes. The immortal demonic art is affecting his will. Without madness, there is no life. If he wants to become an emperor in this life, he must cut off all the shackles. Only then can he be free of desires and achieve the status of an emperor. Yi Sheng didn't think much about it, as if he had made up his mind. An extremely strong murderous intent emanated from him, and he disappeared on the spot. At this time, outside Tao village, Chu Lianer was happily carrying a small basket covered with gauze, with a brand new jade pendant hanging around her waist. Humming a little tune, he walked slowly towards home. Chu Lianer was in a very good mood and murmured with some anticipation, "It feels so good to be rich." After picking all the herbs, she returned to Stone City and purchased a lot of items needed for cultivation in daily life. When he took out a fairy-grade spirit stone, he directly alarmed the manager of the business, who gave him a VIP token, which enabled him to get a 20% discount on everything in the future. This gave Chu Lianer, who had always borrowed money, a rare chance to experience the pleasure of being a wealthy woman. When I came back, I thought about how Brother Yi had been living a very tight life at home, except for practicing, taking elixirs and taking medicinal baths. Chu Lianer also spent a lot of money to buy a roast chicken and some fine wine at Luxianlu. The wine there is very famous. I'm sure Brother Yi will be very happy then. Hee. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front and blocked the way. Chu Lianer was slightly stunned, then said with some surprise and joy, "Brother Yi? Why are you here?" At this time, Yi Sheng had a gloomy face and a cold expression. Keeping people at a distance, Chu Lianer stepped forward and said doubtfully, "What's wrong, Brother Yi? You don't look well." Yi Sheng's eyes were full of struggle, and he responded in a hoarse voice, "Where have you been?" Chu Lianer, "Ah? Yi Sheng, why didn't I see you in the back mountain? Didn't you say you went to collect herbs?" Chu Lianer couldn't help but feel a little strange at such a cold tone, and said, "I have already collected those herbs." "What's wrong, Brother Yi?" Yi Sheng didn't say anything, but noticed the jade token on Chu Lianer's waist. His heart was shaken, and his expression became even more grim. He said something that left Chu Lianer confused. "This jade token should be the way for you to contact the prince of the Su family, right? Chu Lianer, I still trusted you so much. I ask you, why did you betray me?" Yi Sheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of bloodshot. This terrifying appearance, like that of an evil spirit, scared Chu Lianer. She said with panic on her face, "Brother Yi, what are you talking about? What Su family prince? What did I betray you about?" Seeing her so panicked, Yi Sheng became more certain of what he was thinking. He stared at the bamboo basket and said coldly, "What's in there?" "Ah. This," Chu Lianer said slowly as she peeled off the gauze. "Of course, puff." Before she could finish her words, a scarlet spear with an eerie and sinister aura pierced directly through her chest. Countless blood splatters. Chu Lianer's body trembled, and she froze in place. She looked at the scarlet spear on her chest in disbelief, her beautiful eyes full of confusion and doubt. Brother Yi. Chapter 133. Heart-wrenching. As time went by, Yi Sheng, who was reborn as a quasi-emperor, was extremely arrogant and domineering at first. He knew everything that happened before his rebirth, those countless supreme opportunities. In this life, I will be able to change all the regrets and finally achieve enlightenment and become an emperor. But Yi Sheng soon discovered that he was wrong, even outrageously wrong. After meeting the prince of the Su family, his life seemed to have undergone a drastic change as well, and everything was heading towards an uncontrollable direction. Think about him, Yi Sheng, who is not only a quasi-emperor, but also a man of destiny who has been reborn. However, he kept running into obstacles in front of Su Jioge. First, Shura died, and then another beloved betrayed him. In the end, even the wheel of time was taken away by the other party, and everything was lost. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been unable to endure such pain and committed suicide long ago, but Yi Sheng didn't. But this blow was huge, even for him. Just when Yi Sheng was feeling discouraged, he met a young girl. The girl's name is Chu Lianer. Yi Sheng didn't understand why the other party wanted to save him, but under her meticulous care, his cold heart filled with endless murderous intent seemed to melt a little as if encountering the warm sun. During this month, Yi Sheng experienced a feeling he had never had before. Lianer doesn't care about her identity or background, nor does she care about her cultivation background. She was so naive that she would be at a loss and haggle over those low-grade spirit stones that she didn't even care about. But Yi Sheng knew clearly that the few low-grade spirit stones that Chu Lianer had been bargaining for were all for the purpose of buying more healing herbs for herself or for yourself. Save as much as you can, but towards others, Chu Lianer is warm-hearted and gives without any care. After experiencing the betrayal of his beloved Nangong Qing, Yi Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Is there really such a pure and kind woman in this world? Slowly, without realizing it, I seem to be falling in love with her. This girl who calls herself Brother Yi from time to time with Chu Lianer by his side, Yi Sheng's murderous intent gradually faded. Sometimes he even thought that living with Chu Lianer in Tao Village might not be a bad thing. But he is a quasi-emperor. In his previous life, he was a quasi-emperor who was above all the heavens and worlds and worshipped by billions of creatures. Gradually regaining consciousness, Yi Sheng looked at the girl in front of him, trembling all over until his death. The other party was still calling his name. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he himself didn't know that the immortal, profound, demonic art of the mad killer emperor would infinitely magnify a person's hatred and subtly change a person's character. At the beginning, the crazy killer emperor had lost his mind and was deserted by his friends and relatives, which led to him being hunted down by countless enemies and eventually ending up dead. Yi Sheng's mind was soon overwhelmed by the murderous intent in his heart, and the last trace of guilt and regret in his heart disappeared. Yi Sheng quickly drew out the blood-drinking Emperor's spear, turned around without looking back, and prepared to leave. His eyes were as cold as the abyss as he murmured, "Lianer, you shouldn't betray me, I thought you were different." His cultivation level actually broke through a level at this moment, kill the 5th level of Yuan realm. Unexpectedly, it was just as Master Swantian said. After killing Lianer, his immortal profound demonic art was further improved. Yi Sheng's heart became even colder and more determined. Sudden bang! The sound of something falling to the ground was heard. Yi Sheng paused slightly, then turned back with some curiosity in his heart. When Yi Sheng saw the shattered wine and the tempting roast chicken, his whole body was shocked. His pupils gradually dilated, filled with disbelief. "This is..." Lianer's voice suddenly rang in my mind. "Brother Yi, when you recover, I will take you to Luxianlu to try the fine wine and roast chicken there. Every time I pass by there, I can smell the aroma of wine from a distance." At that time, I sneered. "Lianer, that probably won't be cheap." "Chu Lianer, hee, actually, I want to eat it too. I've never been there in my life." She had always been reluctant to go to places with high costs, but she spent most of her savings on it. Yi Sheng suddenly felt a suffocating feeling in his chest, and his breathing stagnated. He was overwhelmed by an indescribable, heart-wrenching pain. Yi Sheng knelt on his knees, his whole body shaking violently. Uncontrollably, he came to Chu Lianer, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. "Lianer! Lianer!" Yi Sheng was like a madman, and at this moment, he finally faced his own heart. "No." Yi Sheng held Chu Lianer's gradually cold and lifeless body and howled to the sky. This heart-wrenching pain is 10,000 times stronger than the betrayal by Nangong Qing before. At this time, I was in a thatched house in Tao Village. Mr. Ning, who was grinding medicinal herbs, knocked again. Crack! The stone jar filled with powder suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Old Ning's pupils shrank, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. "Lianer? Lianer! Lianer!" Yi Sheng hugged Chu Lianer, his eyes were bleeding and his chest was filled with grief. Why, what have I done? The person I love the most was killed by my own hands? Yi Sheng roared madly. White boom, an extremely terrifying airflow suddenly poured out from his body, strong winds blew around him, and the monstrous bloody murderous intent condensed like a ghost. Yi Sheng's black hair turned white in an instant. A voice echoed in my mind. "You've lost everything. It's all because of him. The prince of the Su family, kill him, kill him." That voice was extremely evil and could be deceptive. It actually gradually calmed Yi Sheng's extremely sad heart. The sentence seemed to give him an acceptable reason. Yi Sheng calmed down, his eyes bloodshot. "Right. It's all because of that Su family prince that I ended up like this. It's all your fault." Yi Sheng's mouth was bleeding, and he spoke with gritted teeth like a ghost. Putting Chu Lianer down gently, Yi Sheng stroked Chu Lianer's cold cheek with a loving gaze and spoke softly. "Lianer, wait for me. I will avenge you." It looked as if the person who had just made the move was not himself, But Su Joga, thinking of this, Yi Sheng's aura became even more terrifying. The immortal profound demonic art was running at a rapid speed, and his cultivation level actually broke through to a new level. Without any ties or concerns, Yi Sheng at this moment has given up everything, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, under the transformation of the immortal mysterious demonic art, turned into an incomparably dark demonic energy, possessed by the devil. Chapter 130. For the Princess Initiative, Yi Sheng grabbed the blood-drinking Emperor spear with his big hand, emitting a strange blood-red light, disappeared from the spot in an instant. Not long after he left, Su Joga and Xiao Lianyue appeared at some point. Ding. The Destiny hero Yi Sheng personally killed the Destiny heroine Chu Lianer, and his luck value lost 4,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 4,000. Looking at Chu Lianer's body on the ground, Su Joga couldn't help but sigh. She's a good girl. It's a pity that I paid it to the wrong person. Even he did not expect that Gu Yuanzi could deceive people to this extent. How was this done? The temperature around him suddenly became much colder. Su Joga was slightly startled and looked over. Lian Yue, what's wrong? A terrifying chill emanated from Qiu Lianyue. The beautiful face beneath the veil was extremely cold, and her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. Both of them witnessed the scene just now. I am not a kind-hearted person, but as a woman, Qiu Lianyue still felt a little moved when she saw Yi Sheng personally kill someone who had devoted so much to him. Xiaohan Jiao Qin noticed something was wrong with his master, and kept rubbing against her, making an ah sound. Chu Lianer's body suddenly froze into ice, and in just a breath of time, it turned into an ice sculpture. In the ice, the blood solidified, and Chu Lianer seemed not to be dead, but to be sleeping quietly. Seeing this scene, Su Joga looked at her with some surprise. I didn't expect Lian Yue to be such an emotional person. Su Joga said after pondering for a moment. Why, Lian Yue, do you want to save her? Xiao Lian Yue shook her head and said softly. No. But the voice seemed particularly cold. How could Su Joga not know what she was thinking? The emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at Chu Lianer's body, said with a faint smile. If you want to save him, then go ahead. It's okay. Xiao Lianyue looked at him, her eyes seemed to be asking, is it really possible? Su Joga walked up to her helplessly, rubbed her head and said. Don't ask me, just make your own decision. When we practice, what matters is that we have a clear mind. If it were me, I would definitely not save a useless stranger, but Su Joga would not forcefully change her will because of his own reasons. As the daughter of Emperor Changqing, Lian Yue has countless elixirs that can almost bring people back to life. This girl is only at the Wanfa realm, so weak and pitiful. For Lian Yue, it is nothing more than the difference between what she wants and what she doesn't want. After getting Su Joga's consent, Xiao Lian Yue was silent for a while. An emerald green pill appeared in Yu's hand. This pill is filled with endless vitality. Green Emperor pill. Moreover, the vitality it contains is even more powerful than those among Suzhou's singers. Xiao Lianyue raised her hand slightly, and the Qingdi pill was wrapped in true energy, passed through the layer of ice, and slowly entered Chu Lianer's mouth. A powerful and rich vitality suddenly burst out from Chu Lianer. The Qingdi pill was constantly repairing Chu Lianer's internal organs, and Chu Lianer's lifeless body actually regained a hint of warmth. His face gradually turned rosy. If someone were to encounter such divine power, they would surely be amazed. Those ice cubes were melting. Xiao Lianyue used her power to tear apart the surrounding space. Chu Lianer was sucked into it and disappeared. Su Joga shook his head and laughed when he saw this. Fortunately, she is lucky. She just died not long ago and her soul has not dissipated yet. Otherwise, even if the emperor comes, it will be useless. Speaking of this, Su Joga asked with some curiosity. Where did you send her? Xiao Lianyue nodded slightly and spoke softly. It's a very far away Dao realm, and there are only mortals there. Her cultivation and memories have been sealed by me. Su Joga looked at her lovingly. There are so many miserable people in this world, can you save them all? Xiao Lianyue said something that left Su Joga confused. All unfaithful people deserve to die. Su Joga was stunned, then nodded blankly. That's the truth. It's almost time for Yi Sheng to finish his work. Xiao Lianyue came in front of Su Joga and just looked at him straight. Su Joga, what? A blush appeared on Xiao Lianyue's beautiful cheeks. I was hesitant and hesitated to move forward. Suddenly I remembered what my father once said. Girls, you need to be more proactive. As if she had made up her mind, Xiao Lianyue walked forward gently and kissed Su Joga on the cheek through a veil. Thanks. Then, a faint fragrance came, and he quickly withdrew to the side. Boom, Sujyoga felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his head was buzzing. His expression was so surprised as if he had seen a ghost. Lien Yue, you just now? Xiao Lien Yue, nothing, let's go. Aren't you still going to look for Yi Shang? After saying that, without giving Sujyoga any chance to react, he walked straight forward. Now it's Sujyoga's turn to fail. That he never thought that Xiao Lianyue, who was always aloof, would actually take the initiative to kiss him. Sujyoga wiped his cheek with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling, licked his lips and murmured like, not bad. At this moment, Tao Village, once a peaceful and tranquil place, has turned into a tragic ruin. Old Ning looked like a madman, with a head of white hair. Flying in the air, like a devil, his eyes were filled with overwhelming anger, and he stared at Yi Shang opposite him with murderous intent and shouted. Yi Shang! Liander treats you well, you are such a heartless person. As a being at the level of God King, he was once a saint. Of course, Shu Liander's soul tablet is kept here with him, but just now, Liander's soul tablet was broken. What does this tell us? Liander is dead. Having lost the last concern in his heart, old Ning looked at Yi Shang in remorse and hatred. Heartbroken, the look on his face made me want to eat him alive. Is there anything else in this stone city that can threaten Liander's life, apart from Yi Shang and the enemies behind him, Mr. Ning? Really couldn't think of who else it could be. I hate it. I told Liander a long time ago that you are not an ordinary person. But I never thought that Liander would be implicated by you. Yi Shang. Didn't you promise me that you would protect Liander? I'm asking you. Liander, what happened? Old Ning's eyes were filled with tears, and in an instant she seemed to have aged by dozens of years. His whole body was filled with a strong sense of death. Yi Shang held the blood-drinking emperor's spear in his hand and faced Ning Lao's questioning. When he heard the word Liander, he seemed to be touched by something. I started crying and laughing at the same time. Liander. Yes, where's Liander? Liander was killed by me? Old Ning's eyes were bulging, and he roared like an angry old lion. What did you say? Chapter 135, The Saint in His Twilight Years. Ning Yuan's wrath. The overwhelming and intimidating pressure from the Divine King realm roared towards Yi Shang. Yi Shangru was hit hard and his whole body shook. The ground beneath my feet collapsed and broke into countless pieces. Under the influence of old Ning's aura, the sky seemed to have turned gray, as if it was about to collapse. The wind and clouds were surging all around, as if foreshadowing the coming of a terrible storm. Yi Shang! You are a heartless beast. Old Ning looked like a madman, with his white hair flying all over his shoulders, his blood boiling, and his violently beating heart could be heard even from a long distance away. The former holy realm, even if the realm has fallen, is definitely not something that ordinary people can endure. Yi Shang's face changed slightly, and his eyes became clearer after feeling this horrifying, suffocating breath. Mr. Ning, the figure of old Ning became layered and gradually illusory in his eyes. In the end, he turned into Sujyoga, looking at him with a mocking expression. No. Sujyoga? Yi Shang widened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him in shock. Under the influence of the immortal mysterious demonic art, his mind was tainted with demonic energy. Buzz, the blood-drinking emperor's spear emitted a strange light in his hand, and a shocking demonic intent suddenly burst out from Yi Shang's body. Emperor's weapon? Old Ning's pupils trembled, as if he had not expected that Yi Shang would have such a treasure as the emperor's weapon. I feel even more hatred in my heart. Okay, I didn't expect you, Yi Shang, to hide so deeply. Even I was wrong. Liander is so unfortunate that she actually falls in love with a devil like you. Ha 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 ha. Old Ning's white hair was flying, and his smile was full of desolation and sorrow. I only regret that I didn't kill you, you beast. Die. Old Ning roared. He was now in his twilight years and had entered the stage of the 5 signs of decline. Otherwise, the realm would not have fallen to this point. He originally wanted to spend his old age here with Liander, but he never expected that the old man would send his young one to his death. There is a strong aura of death emanating from old Ning. Using strength rashly will only accelerate death, but he had no intention of living at all. The power of the Divine King realm, mixed with a trace of supreme holy power. Old Ning's eyes were like torches, and his old body wielded a brilliant and powerful magical power. 5 Mountain Seal. Boom! The majestic and heavy seal slammed towards Yi Shang. This blow contained the Rock Avenue and weighed 1,000 pounds. The Rock Avenue is infinitely powerful and indestructible. Its forces like a towering Mount Tai pressing down on Yi Shang. Yi Shang's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Although he had no power of the great Dao to use, the blood-drinking Emperor's spear in his hand made up for the gap between the two to a great extent. A stab to the sky, the two enormous forces swept up countless spiritual energy around them, and extremely terrifying power erupted from it. The sharp spiritual energy leaked out from it directly cut Yi Shang's limbs and chest. The vibration from the Five Mountains seal passed through the blood-drinking Emperor's spear and made Yi Shang's right hand numb. The blood-drinking Emperor's spear almost slipped out of his hand, but relying on the power of the Imperial soldiers, he still managed to defeat the attack. Boom. Immortal demonic power. Yi Shangqiao retreated hundreds of steps and barely managed to stand firm. His entire body was filled with strange and fascinating magic patterns. Magic power? Upon seeing this, the murderous intent in Old Ning's eyes became even stronger. He turned into a stream of light and flashed in front of Yi Shang, slapping him with a palm. This palm instantly shattered Yi Shang's internal organs. Bang! Puff! The blood-drinking Emperor's spear flew up, and Yi Shang hit the ground heavily, creating a huge deep pit. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a lot of flesh. His expression was listless, and he let out a hoarse roar full of unwillingness. Drink, drink, he looks like a madman now. Su Jioge, you are really powerful, Yi Shang said grimly, trembling all over. But you must die today. His whole body of blood was burning, and the devilish intent in his pupils was even more powerful. Immortal mysterious magic power, burning the sky and turning into essence. Yi Shang roared towards the sky, and the monstrous demonic energy rose into the sky. At this moment, his realm actually jumped to the 9th level of Zhan Yuan realm. Obviously, he was 2 realms lower than himself, but the aura coming from Yi Shang was something even Old Ning could not ignore. Horrifying evil thoughts. If I don't kill you today, I, Ning Yuan, will never be able to be reborn. Old Ning's eyes widened, and divine light burst out from them. His old and decayed body seemed to transform into a giant in an instant. He clasped his hands together and smashed Yi Shang's head heavily with his elbow. Ning Lao shouted, "Rock Avenue!" Buzz, the ochre-yellow road turned his hands into stone, majestic and heavy. No one could have imagined that such a dying old man was once a saint whose power was feared by countless people. With this strike, the divine power remains as strong as ever. If it falls down, the brain will fly everywhere and the body will explode and die. Yi Shang's eyes were filled with madness, and he shouted angrily, unwilling to be outdone. Su Jioge. Today, either you die or I live. He was so overwhelmed by evil thoughts that he had completely treated Old Ning as Su Jioge. Blood-drinking Emperor Spear. The blood-drinking Emperor Spear inserted into the ground felt the call of its master and kept vibrating. With a hiss, it was pulled out from the ground and turned into a red light that penetrated the galaxy and came towards the back of Old Ning. Old Ning noticed it, but did not turn around to stop it. Even if he had to die, he had to kill this beast today. Yi Shang did not defend himself at all, but punched towards Old Ning's abdomen. A long whistle sounded, and the punches hit the flesh. The moment the elbows fell, they directly hit Yi Shang's neck. Boom! A fish-white light burst out, and the entire Tao village was submerged in it. Yi Shang's eyes seemed to be about to burst, and like a kite with a broken string, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Every bone in his body was broken, not a single intact spot. Old Ning is nearing the end of his life. Although he appears to be at the level of a divine king, he is just outwardly strong but weak inside and cannot hold on for long. In order to kill Yi Shang, he was even willing to exchange his life for his own. It was naturally not pleasant for the two of them to fight like this without regard for their lives. The terrifying force reduced the area within a radius of dozens of miles to ashes, leaving it devastated and in ruins. Yi Shang was dying, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, breathing only weakly. It seemed that he would not live long, and it was unknown whether he would live or die. And Old Ning's body was pierced by a blood-red spear, and he suddenly fell in midair. The two people's situations are extremely similar. A powerful saint-level figure came to Tao village in his old age, ready to die alone. No one cared about his past, but he unexpectedly met an innocent and romantic girl, was moved by her, and they depended on each other from then on. Chapter 136. My friend, my calculations are accurate, right? Ning Yuan's eyes gradually became dim, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Not only was the violent and strange power of the blood-drinking Emperor's spear destroying his body, but the 5 degenerations of heaven and man also erupted at the same time. He has already been doomed, and even if Emperor Changqing were reborn, he would be powerless to save him. Looking at the empty ruins, Ning Yuan seemed to see the peaceful and quiet Tao Village of the past and the girl running in the sunshine. He stretched out his hand, wanting to touch it, but it dropped down helplessly. Leonor, in this desolate and ruined place, no one knew that a saint had fallen. I don't know how long it was, but suddenly a creaking sound was heard around. Yi Sheng supported himself on the ground with both hands, trying to get up. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth, and most of his storage ring was broken into pieces, with many of the healing holy pills inside it being shattered. Yi Sheng took out the last pill and looked at the gray and dull pill in his hand. The funny thing was that this was actually the pill that old Ning had given to him before. He didn't care whether the pills worked or not and swallowed them all in one gulp. However, he still couldn't stop his damaged body from breaking, but Yi Sheng didn't care at all. Instead, he sat on the ground, raised his head and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. With this smile, all the resentment in my heart disappeared, and my mind felt more relaxed and open than ever before. Son of the Su family, I finally. Yi Sheng's expression changed from crying to laughing, and he shouted loudly with great joy, and just when he was most excited, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. Oh? Finally what? Under the setting sun, Su Jioge and Xiao Lianyue came riding on the supreme divine roar, the huge golden beast's body and the man and woman with extraordinary temperament on its back. Su Jioge's eyes were smiling, and his long golden hair with a golden luster looked like a fairy mist under the red glow, making his handsome face like jade even more charming. He has a tall and majestic figure, as if he was born to be the protagonist of the world. Xiao Lianyue, who was standing beside her, had taken off her veil at some point. Her beautiful face was like that of a god, her expression was calm, and her pair of bright eyes like gems were extremely peaceful. Her figure is perfect and graceful, and the white dress further highlights her ethereal temperament. Su Jioge looked at the messy surroundings, stroked his hands and exclaimed in admiration. He fought hard to kill a divine king with the cultivation of Zhan Yuan realm. Although his qi and blood were weakened and he didn't deserve the name, it has to be said. Yi Sheng, you are still very good. When hearing this familiar nightmare-like voice, Yi Sheng's pupils shrank and he looked in that direction stiffly. Su Jioge? Su Jioge smiled faintly and said the same words he said when they first met. Why, seeing this emperor's son, are you surprised? Su Jioge's eyes were full of mockery as he stood on the supreme divine roar, the divine beast of heaven and earth, looking down at him from above. Impossible! Yi Sheng suddenly yelled. He held his head with both hands and kept pulling his hair. He looked hideous and terrifying, and roared in fear, impossible, impossible. Aren't you already dead? Why are you still alive? Su Jioge was stunned and frowned. What on earth is this guy talking about? This emperor's son is dead. He had no idea that Yi Sheng was facing an illusion, and mistook old Ning for himself. As if he suddenly remembered something, Yi Sheng looked towards the fallen Su Jioge. The blood-drinking emperor's spear pierced through the corpse, and the corpse suddenly became blurred, and gradually turned into the senior that Yi Sheng respected so much, Mr. Ning. Buzz, Yi Sheng's mind went blank all of a sudden, and his whole body felt cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Su Jioge also followed his gaze, and when he saw old Ning's body, he said with some amusement, I'm talking about Yi Sheng. You don't think that person is the emperor's son, do you? At this point, Su Jioge shook his head and said that he felt very sorry for him. Hey, how could I be wrong about this? I am right here, don't you want to kill me? Come. Su Jioge spread out his hands, ready to be slaughtered. It was extremely painful, and a miserable roar was heard. Yi Sheng kept banging his head on the ground like a madman. Bang. Bang! Bang! His forehead was covered in blood, which dripped into his eyes. The huge pain made him sober for a short time. The scene of killing Chu Lianer and Ning Lao kept replaying in his mind. Mr. Ning, Lianer, Yi Sheng, feel so ashamed of you. Yi Sheng tore his hair and wailed loudly. Su Jioge smiled faintly upon seeing this. Ridiculous. Didn't you kill them yourself? Why do you regret it now? Xiao Lianyue also looked at Yi Sheng, who was constantly repenting below with her beautiful eyes coldly. If this was not the person he wanted to deal with personally, he would have killed him long ago. And Yi Sheng, she witnessed the full ugliness of human nature. Su Jioge, how pitiful! Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng roared at Su Jioge with his eyes wide open. Roll. I don't need your sympathy. If it weren't for you, how could I, Yi Sheng, the reincarnation of a dignified quasi-emperor, end up like this? Su Jioge. Let me ask you, did you do all of this? Su Jioge didn't say anything when he heard this, but smiled. Yi Shang, answer me. Su Joga glanced at him with pity in his eyes, shook his head and sighed. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you. Since you want to know so much, I will satisfy you. Anyway, your usefulness has already been used up. I just added a little bit of fuel to the flames. Yi Shang, you should know that it was you who really did it. Su Joga said with a dim look and slightly narrowed eyes. Seeing the other party admit it, Yi Shang's breathing stagnated. He seemed to understand something. You mean? Su Joga glanced at an empty place and said lightly. Gu Yuanzi, this emperor knows you are here. Get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, the empty space began to fluctuate. Gu Yuanzi scratched his head and came out with an embarrassed look on his face. He. Lord Emperor, I am here right now. Look, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me, Your Excellency, and have completed it perfectly. Su Joga raised his eyebrows, looked at him with a smile, and spoke. Yeah? Gu Yuanzi's heart skipped a beat, his back felt cold, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Broken, this prince, is he trying to silence the witnesses? His heart instantly sank. It's you? Yi Shang's terrified and unbelievable scream suddenly sounded from below. Xuan Tianjinren. Yi Shang's heart and lungs stopped beating, his eyes widened, when he saw Master Xuan Tian being extremely humble in front of the prince of the Su family. He suddenly understood everything. Xuan Tianjinren is the son of the Su family's emperor. Gu Yuanzi looked down, chuckled and said. Hey, little friend Yi Shang, long time no see, look at what I said. You are destined to be betrayed by someone close to you once again. This person is me. How about it? I didn't expect it, did I? My arithmetic is first rate in the universe. Chapter 137 Yi Shang's death. Suicide. Yi Shang looked incredulous, and after hearing that, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't believe that the Master Xuan Tian, whom he trusted the most, was actually the prince of the Su family's man. Why? Why did you lie to me? Gu Yuanzi shrugged and then said helplessly. Hey, Yi Shang, how can this be called a lie? I just said it casually. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. As if he had thought of something, Gu Yuanzi glanced at Ning Yuan's body in the distance and spoke with some horror. You bastard, did they really kill them? Puff. Yi Shang's heart was shaken, as if struck by lightning. The energy and blood in his body surged backwards, and a stream of blood gushed out of his mouth. He was weak and looked like a dying person. Su Joga looked at Gu Yuanzi with some surprise. I didn't expect that this guy could be so lethal with just a few words. As expected of the protagonist killer. Seeing Gu Yuanzi's frivolous expression, Su Joga couldn't help but go up and kick him in the face. Ah! Yi Shang below could no longer endure such humiliation and roared to the sky. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and he looked like a ghost. He was defeated, and he was defeated so thoroughly by Su Joji that no one has ever been able to push him into such a desperate situation. With a strong desire to die welling up in his heart, Yi Shang could no longer endure the humiliation of being played around in the palm of someone's hand. He stared at Su Joga in the sky, as if he wanted to bite his flesh and blood into pieces. He growled in a hoarse voice. The Su family's prince, I never thought you would push me to this point. One day, your fate will not be any better than mine. All his means have been exhausted, and now he really can't think of any other way to kill Su Joga. Su Joga laughed jokingly. You, the protagonists of destiny, all like to make harsh remarks before you die. Are you done? I'm done, it's time to get on the road. Yi Shang laughed loudly with extreme disdain. Ha ha ha. It's nothing but death. Su Joga, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You are such a despicable and shameless fellow, you are unworthy of being the son of the great emperor. Perhaps knowing that he could not escape today, Yi Shang spoke sarcastically without any hesitation. Su Joga narrowed his eyes slightly and just looked at him quietly. If you think these words can hurt this prince, then you are very wrong. I wanted to give you a quick death, don't you know that? Aren't there many things in this world that are more terrifying than death? Su Joga took a step forward, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Yi Shang in an instant. Yi Shang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in disbelief and horror, What are you up to? Su Joga grinned and placed his hand directly on Yi Shang's forehead. The immortal divine and demonic body released a wisp of divine and demonic aura, and this divine and demonic aura broke the last string that kept Yi Shang awake. At this moment, the true energy in Yi Shang's body suddenly became chaotic. constantly eroding his last bit of sanity. The aura of gods and demons is a force even more terrifying than demonic aura. The immortal god and demon body can easily make people lose their minds. If not, this kind of physique without any disadvantages would probably be ranked among the top 10 among all the god body in the heavens. Yi Shang's pupils widened. In his vision, Sujyoga's figure gradually became strange and distorted. In the end, Sujyoga, Xiao Lianyue, and Gu Yuanzi had completely changed their appearance. Chu Lianer glared at him ferociously with a face like that of an evil spirit. Brother Yi, I've been so good to you, why do you want to kill me? Elder Ning, Yi Shang. Return Lianer's life. Yi Shang was horrified. He held his head with both hands, crawled on the ground, and kowtowed repeatedly to explain. No, it's not me, Lianer, Elder Ning, it's not me. Crack. The deepest belief in my heart collapsed. In his 2 lifetimes as a human, he had an indestructible quasi-emperor level heart of Taoism. Even when facing Sujyoga, his determination to pursue the Tao remained unshaken. Finally, at this moment, it was completely shattered. Ding. The Destiny protagonist Yi Xingdao's heart is broken, and his luck value loses 2,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching a villain value of 2,000. Sujyoga smiled, looking at Yi Shang, whose realm was constantly declining like a madman, and knew that it was time for him to be harvested. Gu Yuanzi looked at the scene in front of him with horror. Isn't the prince of the Su family too cruel? They have to go through this pain until they die. Gu Yuanzi closed his eyes and silently chanted sutras for Yi Shang to comfort his traumatized heart. Fellow Taoist Yi Shang, Amitba, just go. Although this matter was largely done by me, I cannot escape from it. But Gu Yuanzi still did not show any regret. After all, the prince of the Su family said it himself: either he dies, or he and others as well as the entire Xinglua divine sect will be destroyed. Gu Yuanzi forced out a tear. Yi Shang, you have done immeasurable good deeds. May the Buddha bless me and I will be reborn into a good family in my next life. Below, Yi Shang's eyes were filled with pain and regret. Finally, he couldn't stand the questioning anymore and let out a loud roar. The blood-drinking emperor's spear turned into a stream of light and flew over. Puff! It pierced through his flesh and blood. In an instant, all the blood in the body was sucked dry by the blood-drinking emperor's spear that was emitting a faint light. Yi Shang's eyes gradually lost their focus and brightness, and in the end, they were filled with a sense of relief, as if he had been liberated. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground. The destined protagonist, the quasi-emperor reborn Yi Shang, after suffering inhuman torture, finally chose to commit suicide here. As the destined protagonist, he has an indomitable character. Even if he is really in a desperate situation where he is sure to die, he will definitely rise up in anger and resist, looking for the only glimmer of hope. Yi Shang is a quasi-emperor who has been reborn, and there are still many things that have not been completed. Under the influence of the divine and demonic aura and magic power, he actually chose to commit suicide. You can imagine how desperate he was. Ding. The destined protagonist Yi Shang died. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Red Treasure Box *1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Red Treasure Box *1. Sujyoga's eyes were dim and his face was calm. Yi Shang's death did not cause him any disturbance at all. Sujyoga grabbed the blood-drinking emperor's spear with his big hand and put it into his pocket, then he turned around and smiled faintly. Well, now is the time to settle the accounts. Ancient Genshur. Sujyoga stepped into the air, layers of rune ripples appeared under his feet, and he rode on the supreme divine roar again. Gu Yuanzi, who was still lamenting Yi Shang's death, was suddenly shocked by Sujyoga's Q attack. Chapter 138 Right to Choose, Yuling Fairy Skirt. Gu Yuanzi said awkwardly with a look of guilt on his face. Lord Emperor, since people have understood, can I leave now? After saying that, he turned around and saw the old man who appeared behind him. At some point, I almost lost my soul and my heart was about to jump out of my chest, screaming, ah! Sujyoga raised his eyebrows and said lightly. When did this prince tell me that you can leave? Gu Yuanzi said humbly. Does Your Excellency the Emperor have any other instructions? Sujyoga looked Gu Yuanzi up and down and continued with a smile. Gu Yuanzi, he looks honest and righteous, but he is actually full of evil intentions. Gu Yuanzi chuckled and said, Your Excellency the Emperor's son, thank you for the compliment. Sujyoga was stunned, and Xiao Lianyue beside him couldn't help but chuckle. Puff. Sujyoga looked at the old wily fellow with a frown on his face, and he looked intimidating without even getting angry. This prince is not praising you. Let me ask you, is there something missing from Yi Shang? When Gu Yuanzi heard this, his pupils widened in shock and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Could it be that the emperor's son knew about the imperial soldiers that I had secretly accepted before? Gu Yuanzi was trembling all over and immediately took out the killing ring. He said in horror. Emperor, emperor, emperor. You mean this? This treasure was indeed given to me by that guy. Look at my memory. Didn't I forget it for a moment? Gu Yuanzi slapped his head and presented the killing god ring with both hands. Su Joga looked at the scarlet red ring, and a wisp of true energy quietly lifted up the killing god ring. This killing ring is filled with murderous intent and the aura of wronged souls. Su Joga grabbed it and couldn't help but admire it secretly. Tisk. It's a pretty good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp red ring turned into a red light and flew towards Gu Yuanzi, tearing the space apart. With the sound of breaking through the air, it can cut through everything in the world. Extremely sharp, Gu Yuanzi widened his eyes and felt cold all over. Even though he was a saint, he didn't dare to move at all in front of Su Joga, regardless of his extremely terrifying identity or the old man who was watching him covetously. Gu Yuanzi felt that if he resisted even a little, he would be killed instantly by the other party, ended up dead. His heart suddenly rose to his throat. Whoosh! The killing ring passed across his cheek, and his silver hair flew, drawing a long half-moon arc, and returned to Su Joga's heart. Su Joga played with the ring in his hand and looked at him with a smile. You're quite sensible. Go away. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzi breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned. If he were to be frightened a few more times like this, he would probably die early. Gu Yuanzi had a look of fear on his face and bowed tentatively. My lord, I'm leaving now? Su Joga, why? It's not impossible to stay. Gu Yuanzi, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Gu Yuanzi stopped and turned around slowly with an embarrassed look on his face. Open your mouth and speak. That. Your Excellency the Emperor. Su Joga turned the killing god ring in his hand, feeling quite interested, and asked calmly, what to do? Gu Yuanzi, my lord, please see if the divine thought you left on me can be, no. Before Gu Yuanzi could finish his words, Su Joga smiled decisively. Gu Yuanzi's breathing stagnated. Why is that? Su Joga said impatiently, this prince is a little tired. If you don't leave now, you don't have to leave. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Gu Yuanzi suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared on the spot. This old thing, run faster than a rabbit. Su Joga raised the corner of his mouth. As the main killer, how could I let him go so easily? It has to be said that Gu Yuanzi's level of deception is still very high. Even the protagonist of Destiny was fooled. It will be of great use in the future. Su Joga looked at Zhou Lianyue who was standing beside him. Zhou Lianyue, solved? Su Joga smiled faintly. Well, Lianyue, let's go. Zhou Lianyue nodded slightly and the two of them rode on the Supreme Divine Roar and left the place. On the way, Su Joga opened the two red quality treasure chests with some anticipation. Ding, opening the Imperial Red Treasure Chest. Congratulations to the host for getting the right to choose *1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Armor, Yuling Fairy Skirt. Su Joga was stunned. He was not surprised by the Imperial soldiers, but what on earth was this right of choice? Su Joga couldn't help but ask. System, what is this option? Return to the host. The choice can be based on the host's choice to find the most suitable Destiny protagonist. The Destiny protagonist selected by the option is currently a strong threat to the host, so the host is advised to use it with caution. Oh, Su Joga narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, and couldn't help but become very interested. With his current level of cultivation, even in the era of the Emperor's fall, he would be unmatched when facing some geniuses who are 1,000 years older than him. He really couldn't think of any other destined protagonist in this world who could threaten him. Interesting. Su Joga raised the corner of his mouth and looked forward to it secretly. After breaking the seal for so long, I have met many destined protagonists, but most of them were played around by me. They were not even my opponents, and there were no big surprises for me. The emergence of this option made Su Joga feel very interesting. Zhou Lianyue, who was standing by, felt a little surprised when she saw that Su Joga seemed very happy. What's wrong? Su Joga's eyes flickered and he smiled faintly. Fine. By the way, Lianyue, how long have you and I known each other? Zhou Lianyue thought about it and then said. Almost 120,000 years. Su Joga was stunned and stared at her with wide eyes. Have you also taken into account the time spent within the divine source? Zhou Lianyue tilted her head, and her expression seemed to be saying, "Isn't that right, Zhou Lianyue, not counting the time spent in the divine source, it's almost 17 years. Su Joga had just held his coming-of-age ceremony some time ago. If calculated based on this time, there is not much difference. After all, their two families have known each other for a long time. Su Joga, Lianyue, after we go back, I will take you to see your father," he said suddenly. Zhou Lianyue was silent for a while after hearing this, and then said, "Will this disturb Uncle Su?" Su Joga waved his hand and chuckled. "How could it be? He is really looking forward to seeing you." Su Joga could already imagine his father's delighted expression when he saw Zhou Lianyue. "Lianyue, take this." Su Joga took out the Imperial Protective Weapon Yuling Fairy Skirt from the Imperial Treasure Chest. He said it with some anticipation in his tone. Su Joga swore, "I definitely just want to give it as a gift, and I definitely don't want to use the Eyes of Karma to revisit the scene with Nangong Qing." Chapter 139. Anxious Chu Tian found something abnormal. Zhou Lianyue was stunned, looking at the light-emitting, ethereal white dress in front of her with some disbelief. "This fairy dress looks absolutely beautiful. The silk is soft and smooth, and it is surrounded by wisps of fairy mist. It can be said that no woman can refuse this feathery fairy dress, even Zhou Lianyue is no exception." Zhou Lianyue was very surprised and said softly, "Is this for me?" Su Joga smiled and nodded. He looked at the fairy dress in his hand and spoke. "We've known each other for so long, and after thinking about it, I think these things are more suitable for you. I discovered this by accident. You can give it a try." Su Joga said with some anticipation. Zhou Lianyue's beautiful eyes, as calm as water, became bright. She stretched out her jade hand, and when her slender fingertips touched the feathery fairy skirt, she trembled slightly unconsciously. "Try it quickly," Su Joga said with a faint smile. "Don't worry, I'm here to keep watch for you, so no one will be able to peek." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lianyue glanced at this shameless guy, said softly, "Thanks." Afterwards, she took the feather fairy dress, her beautiful eyes flickering, and looked at it quietly for a long time. It was obvious that he liked it very much. She looked at Su Joga, who was standing beside her with an expectant look on his face. She waved her hand and a thick ice wall separated the two of them. Filled with a cold atmosphere, the supreme god roar below shuddered all over and let out a low roar with some dissatisfaction. Su Joga was slightly stunned when he saw this scene, then he frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "No way, you're also on guard against a gentleman?" But he still smiled. Although Lianyue was on guard, his own eyes of cause and effect were an origin-level divine object. The small ice wall is no different from a decoration in front of Su Joga. A flash of white light. Su Joga stared at the scene in front of him, his pupils slightly dilated, and after watching for a long time, his eyes felt a little sore. "I muttered to myself silently, just one look, I'll just take one look really, yeah." Then, when you see clearly the jade white, smooth and graceful curves. Su Joga was completely shocked and couldn't bear to take his eyes off her for a moment. It is well proportioned, full and round, with exquisite curves, just like the most perfect masterpiece of God, coupled with her cool and peaceful beautiful face, such a breathtaking and perfect picture. Su Joga swore that this was definitely the most charming woman he had ever seen in his life. Suddenly, it was as if I discovered something. Su Joga's pupils shrank suddenly with eyes wide open, heart pounding, blood boiling all over the body. "Lianyue is actually, Bai Di Bang." Before he could finish his words, a crystal clear and piercingly bright ice lotus suddenly exploded. "The aura is terrifying, and it carries tremendous power. Su Joga is the prince of the Su family. He is the most noble and supreme being in the world." It just flew out like this. Afterwards, Su Joga explained with an apologetic look on his face. "Zhou Lianyue, you misunderstood, I really didn't see anything. I swear. This is all a misunderstanding." Zhou Lianyue's face was as cold as frost, keeping people at a distance. After putting on the feathery fairy skirt, her white dress was whiter than snow and not stained by dust. It is surrounded by the aura of Tao, like a pearl lost in the mortal world. What is even more amazing is that her temperament has become even more ethereal and fairy-like, and the feathery fairy skirt perfectly reveals her graceful and proud curves. Even Su Joga couldn't help but be slightly distracted after watching a few minutes. Zhou Lianyue looked unconvinced. "Really didn't see it?" Su Joga said immediately. "Zhou Lianyue, you see, I am only at the Divine King level now. If I really wanted to peek, how could I not be discovered by you?" Xiao Lianyue, I have discovered you. Su Joga was suddenly speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Anyway, he would never admit it. They were family. At worst, he could show it to her later. No one is at a disadvantage, right? This is what Su Joga thought along the way. The two returned to Wangtian City again. Su Joga comforted her for a long time, and Xiao Lianyue's expression finally eased a little. Su Joga looked around and said with a chuckle, "We've been away for several days. I think Brother Chu must have missed us very much. Get rid of Chu Tian quickly so that you can use that option." He wanted to see what kind of destined person the system would find for him. While on the road, I recalled that perfect figure from time to time in my mind, at this time, inside the Chu family. Aren't I in my own room? Is this the Sutra Library? Chu Tian looked at everything around him with a frown. It happens again. Ever since Su Joga treated him that day, he has been feeling uneasy. Sometimes I would even lose consciousness for no apparent reason, and when I turned around, I would find myself in another place, and it's happening more and more frequently lately. Lian Ro and Zhuren Bayer beside her noticed that something was wrong with them. Chu Tian's face looked ugly. The first thing that came to his mind was the two souls sharing one body and the divine soul hidden in his mind. But haven't they all been removed by Brother Su? Moreover, after taking the soul-nourishing pill, his spiritual awareness has indeed become much stronger. Even the previously obscure skills and magical powers have become very easy to comprehend. Brother Su, it should be impossible for you to lie to me. Chu Tian secretly comforted himself in his heart. During this period, he kept sending people to look for Su Joga's whereabouts, but there is no news at all. Perhaps Brother Su has already left this world. After all, a disciple from a major sect with a mysterious identity and extraordinary background might come here just to gain some experience. That's what Chu Tian thought. At this moment, a moving and distant piano sound suddenly rang in my ears. The sound of the piano was light and soothing, which gradually calmed Chu Tian's originally restless and depressed heart. This voice is Ruer. Chu Tian left the Sutra Library and followed the direction of the piano music, arriving at a deserted and quiet backyard. At this moment, Chu Xuanru was wearing a blue dress and had an extraordinary temperament. She was sitting in the center of the courtyard, stroking the bronze guqin in front of her with her jade fingers. The guqin has an elegant shape and is carved with dragon and phoenix patterns. The moving and pleasant sound of the guqin comes from it. There are many beautiful birds of all shapes and sizes all around. Some of them are falling down, and some are hovering in the sky. It is like a picture scroll that is isolated from the world and extremely peaceful. Chu Tian's footsteps gradually slowed down. For fear of disturbing the beautiful woman in front of him, he just found a seat and sat aside, waiting quietly for Chu Xuanru to finish playing. As the piano music rose and fell, Chu Tian slowly closed his eyes and enjoyed this moving music. Chapter 140. Should I leave first? Chu Xuanru's piano skills are well known in the Xianjun Dao domain. Coupled with her pitiful and beautiful face, countless geniuses and evildoers wanted to get close to her and have a taste of her beauty, and it was precisely because of this reason that Chu Tian was able to make use of the useless phonograph stone, thus allowing the entire Chu family to make a fortune. Buzz. As the piano music faded, it entered its finale. Chu Xuanru opened her beautiful eyes that were like gemstones and watery. When she saw Chu Tian sitting next to her, her eyes lit up and she immediately stood up and spoke in a soft voice. "Brother Chu Tian. You're here?" The words were full of joy and attachment. As he spoke, he trotted over to Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes softened a lot and he smiled. "Roar, your piano skills have improved again. Not bad, not bad. It sounds really good." Chu Xuanru's pretty face turned red and she said a little embarrassedly, no one could imagine that this shy girl with a pretty face would actually be the contemporary saint of Tianwen sect. Chu Tian touched Chu Xuanru's head and said softly, "It's already great. There are so many people in Xianjun Dao domain who want to listen to your piano music, Roar. I'm lucky. I can listen to it for free. Chu Xuanru, as long as you want to listen, Brother Chu Tian, I am willing to play it as many times as you want. It's just that Brother Chu Tian always feels that you are acting weird recently." She looked Chu Tian up and down at Chu Tian. "What's strange about that?" Chu Xuanru, Brother Chu Tian, you have been saying some very strange things these days. I don't know why you seem like a different person. Chu Tianrun was shocked and had an inexplicable bad premonition, asked hurriedly. "What did I say?" Chu Xuanru just asked me where I was, which dynasty, and a bunch of incomprehensible questions. Chu Tian's pupils shrank. When did that happen? Chu Xuanru thought about it and then said, "It was probably around noon 2 days ago." Chu Tian's eyes flickered, and he gradually began to think. 2 days ago at noon, I remember that at that time, I had just taken a Yang Yuan soul pill, and then, for some reason, I felt very sleepy. I don't remember clearly what happened afterwards. I only remember that when I woke up, I found myself in Wantian City. It's bad. Chu Tian said in horror, as if he had thought of something. Chu Xuanru, what's wrong? Brother Chu Tian? Chu Tian looked at Chu Xuanru with a serious expression and said, Roar, do you remember what I told you before about the two souls sharing one body? The me you saw before might not be me. It might be another spirit hidden in my body with evil intentions. What? Chu Xuanru covered her mouth in surprise. Brother, didn't you say yesterday that Mr. Su had helped you solve this problem? Did the other party lie to you? As Chu Tian's life was in danger, Chu Xuanru's face suddenly turned cold. No, I want to go find him. After saying that, Chu Xuanru turned around and was about to leave. Roar! Chu Tian immediately stopped her upon hearing that and spoke seriously. Roar! No! Let's not talk about the fact that you've never even met that Brother Su. Even if you find him, Brother Su's identity and background are no less important than your Tianwen sect, and may even be higher. If you go there rashly, I'm afraid you'll make Brother Su unhappy. Besides, since Brother Su was willing to give me such a precious Yang Yuan soul pill, it is impossible that he has any bad intentions. Under Chu Tian's persuasion, Chu Xuanru calmed down for a while. Come to think of it, even his Tianwen sect does not have the holy pill like Yang Yuanhan pill. If Mr. Su, who casually took out such a treasure, wanted to hurt Brother Chu Tian, he could have just done it directly without going through so much trouble. What should we do then? Chu Xuanru looked at Chu Tian with concern. She doesn't want her brother to become a different person in the future. Chu Tian also had a worried look on his face. He thought for a long time and finally said, perhaps this matter was beyond the expectations of Brother Su. For now, there is no other way except to find Brother Su. Fortunately, I have the soul-nourishing pill, which can temporarily suppress the other soul in my body. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Poor Chu Tian is still kept in the dark. He mistakenly thought that it was the effect of the Yang Yuan soul pill that prevented him from being possessed by another soul. Little did they know that it was because of the existence of the Yang Yuan soul pill that the soul had a chance to breathe. Whenever he didn't appear, he would hide deep in Chu Tian's mind and recover quietly. Chu Xuanru, I'll go find him. Chu Tian sighed and said as if he had accepted his fate. Alas, success is determined by fate. I, Chu Tian, finally have a chance to realize my ambitions, but I don't want to be trapped in this dual soul body. A noble person like Brother Su comes and goes without a trace. You can only meet him by chance, but not by force. I am so lucky to have his help. Chu Tian felt unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. In this Xinjun Dao domain, even Ruer's master was powerless. After seeing it, I couldn't even explain what was wrong with me. When Chu Xuanru saw her brother Chu Tian, who was always full of vigor and had finally turned over a new leaf, looking so dejected, a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, said with great determination, Brother Chu Tian, you will come with me to Tianwen sect tomorrow. I will go to find the sect master and the elders. They must have a way. If that doesn't work, I will take you outside Xinjun Dao territory to seek a solution. The two of them have been childhood sweethearts, and the Chu family has been very kind to her in raising her. Chu Xuanru will never allow herself to see anything happen to Chu Tian. Chu Tian was deeply moved after listening to it. He looked at Chu Xuanru affectionately and said, Roar. Similarly, Chu Xuanru also looked at the other person lovingly. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and could even feel each other's heavy breathing, and at this beautiful moment, an untimely voice rang out. Report! Young Master! Young Master! Outside the door, Li Hu rushed in hurriedly, breaking the silence. The two of them were shocked, and the warm scene came to an abrupt end. There was a flash of anger in Chu Tian's eyes, and he really wanted to beat Li Hu up. Damn guy, he interrupted my good thing. Chu Xuanru also reacted suddenly, and her little face turned red like a ripe apple, as if water was about to drip out. I lowered my head and dared not look at him. Li Hu looked at the two of them and felt cold all over. He said this while touching the back of his head somewhat embarrassedly. Master, should I go first? Chapter 141, The Imperial Clanine Family. Chu Xuanru's life story. Chu Tian suppressed his anger and stared at Li Hu, said in a deep voice, Tell me, what happened again? You'd better have something important to report. If it's something insignificant, I think you're getting old. It's time for you to go home and retire. Li Hu shuddered all over when he heard this. He knew the young master's methods clearly. His IQ fluctuated, and when he was powerful, he could resolve the crisis of the entire Chu family, but on weekdays he is extremely dissolute and only cares about pleasure. Li Hu said hurriedly. Master, Mr. Su and Miss Chiu are here outside the door. What did you say? Chu Tian's pupils widened, emitting an extremely terrifying light, grabbed his collar and questioned. Where are they? Li Hu said hesitantly, Mr. Su and Miss Chiu just came a while ago, and thought you were not here, so they went to the market. You damn it! Why don't you invite Brother Su over? Chu Tian kicked Li Hu hard. This bastard almost sent away the only person who could save him, Li Hu said with a look of grievance. Have you ever told me this before? Chu Tian wished he could slap this guy to death with one palm. His eyes flickered and he was extremely excited unexpectedly. Just when I had no other choice and wanted to give up, Brother Su appeared again. How could he not be excited? Chu Zuanro asked curiously. Brother Chu Tian, could it be that Mr. Su you mentioned? Chu Tian looked excited and overjoyed, grabbing Chu Zuanru's shoulders and saying. That's right. Rower, as long as Brother Su comes, I will be saved. As he spoke, he continued to shake her shoulders. Seeing Chu Tian so happy, Chu Zuanru was naturally happy for him and couldn't help but chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. Okay, I get it, Brother Chu Tian, look how happy you are. It just so happens that Rower also wants to meet Mr. Su, who is so highly praised by you, Brother Chu Tian. After hearing this, Chu Tian was stunned. Then he thought of Su Jioga's handsome and enchanting face, and a sense of crisis inexplicably surged in his heart. After thinking for a while, he said. Well, or Rower, you can just stay here. I can do it on my own. Why? Chu Zuanru tilted her head, her face full of confusion. Chu Tian had a conflicted expression. He couldn't say that he was afraid that you would be abducted by the other party. However, with Rower's personality, this kind of thing is impossible to happen. After thinking it over again and again, seeing Chu Zuanru's puzzled expression, Chu Tian had no choice but to say it helplessly. Okay, then you can go with me to pick up Mr. Su. Because of his own physical problems, Chu Tian's enthusiasm for Su Jioga is far greater than that for Chiu Lianyue. Chu Tian turned around and asked immediately when he saw Li Hu kneeling on the ground. Tell me quickly, where is Brother Su now? Li Hu, Mr. Su and Miss Chiu are strolling around West Street right now. Chu Tian's expression looked better after hearing that. Fortunately, this guy at least knows the location of Brother Su. After saying that, he simply tidied his clothes and immediately spoke. Take me there quickly. Chu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation. What kind of person is that Mr. Su? These past few days, I've been listening to Brother Chu Tian's constant chatter, and my ears are almost calloused. So Chu Zuanru was also extremely curious about Su Jioga. At this moment, in Wangtian City. Su Jioga looked at Chiu Lianyue, who looked disappointed and said with a faint smile. I thought it was something else. You came all the way here just for this? I thought it was something else. Su Jioga looked around and couldn't help but ask the small vendor on the side. Where is the guy who was selling candied haws here before? Is he gone now? One of the vendors looked envious and said sourly after hearing this. Alas, he had some bad luck some time ago, and was accepted as a disciple by Qingshan sect. This guy is so lucky, he met a noble person, and the spiritual stone he gave me, wow, the spiritual energy in it is still unforgettable to this day. Yeah. The vendors around said. When they looked up and saw Su Jioga, everyone was shocked and had an expression of disbelief. Isn't this the? Su Jioga said with a faint smile. Is there any other place selling candied haws here? Yes. After seeing Su Jioga's previous wealth, everyone understood that the young man in front of them was definitely not an ordinary person. Just by casually making a move, you can get immortal grade spirit stones. What does this mean? Everyone is jealous of the lucky candied haws vendor before, but everyone wants to be him. Now that the opportunity is here and there is hope for the path to immortality, why not rush for it? The vendor's presence suddenly became extremely enthusiastic, swarming over and constantly clamoring to lead Su Jioga. Some even went so far as to fight over it. Finally, under the guidance of everyone, Chiu Lianyue finally got what she wanted, and thanks to Su Jioga's generosity. Those small vendors also returned as they wished, looking at Zhou Lianyue holding 3 strings of candied haws in her hand. Su Jioge couldn't help but find it a little funny that he smiled and shook his head and said, "If you like to eat them, why not buy all those candied haws?" He couldn't quite understand why Zhou Lianyue's first thing after arriving here was to rush here to look for the candied haws. At this moment, the crowd in the distance moved away, leaving a wide and bright road. "Get out of the way, don't you have eyes? My young master is going out. It's Chu Tian, the young master of the Chu family. Why is he here? Wait, isn't that Lady Chu Xuannu? Why is she here too?" Among the crowd, Chu Tian came trotting over with a hurried look on his face. When he saw Su Jioge in the front, he was so overjoyed that he shouted loudly from a distance, "Brother Su." Su Jioge looked over with some surprise, his eyes flickering. He didn't expect that before he even got there, the other party would come to his door. Su Jioge noticed Chu Xuanru behind him. Name: Chu Xuanru. Identity: daughter of the Immortal Emperor clan, adopted daughter of the Chu clan head, Destiny Queen. Personality: careful, gentle, loyal. Realm: 3rd level of Void God realm. Physique: Ling Luo immortal body, ranked 41st among all the gods, born with an affinity for music, forming his own school, with lingering music lingering in the ears. The great way of music displayed by his physique can increase one's cultivation, cleanse the mind, and enable one to further comprehend the way of heaven. They complement each other and are the Taoist companion divine bodies most desired by all the cultivators in the heavens. Kung Fu, Heavenly Questions, Mysterious Scripture, 10 Songs of Absolute Heaven, Qing Luo Immortal Technique, Lingbo Step, Treasures, Dragon Patterned Phoenix Harp, Heavenly Silk, Heavenly Questions, Sunu Sword, Kongyu Flute, Life Experience, the granddaughter of the 7th elder of the Yin family of the Immortal Imperial clan. Her parents met with enemies and died while wandering in the Shenjun Dao domain. When she was young, she was picked up by Chu Xiaofeng and brought back to the clan. She and his son Chu Tian were childhood sweethearts. When he was 12 years old, he was discovered by chance by an elder of Tianwen sect. After being brought back to Tianwen sect, he was accepted as a disciple by the sect master. At the age of 15, she became the Zuan of the Tianwen sect. Current luck value, 10,000. Chapter 142. The Savior is here. Su Jioge suddenly realized that this was Chu Tian's destined heroine, the Imperial clan Yin family. Su Jioge pondered for a moment and had no impression of this Imperial family. Being able to be remembered by myself means that at least I can compete with the former Su family, although everything has changed since Dad showed up. This also shows that the Yin family, an Imperial clan, is not a very powerful Imperial clan. However, even with this identity, it is enough to crush any force in Shenjun Dao realm. Su Jioge looked at the other person's face attentively, and found that she was indeed quite pretty. Chu Tian on the other side, as if he had seen his savior, walked forward excitedly and spoke. "Brother Su, Miss Zhou, it feels like a long time since we last met. I miss you so much. My servants in the mansion were so blind that they dared to refuse you, Brother Su, entry. I have punished them severely." Su Jioge frowned as he looked at the extremely enthusiastic Chu Tian in front of him. What's going on? According to his original plan, shouldn't Chu Tian know that he was deceived and become furious at this time? Why is there such an enthusiastic attitude? Su Jioge said with a faint smile. "It doesn't matter. When I left, I also missed Brother Chu very much. I just stopped by to take a look when I passed by this time." Beside Chu Tian, Chu Xuanru was looking at Su Jioge with great curiosity. Even Chu Xuanru couldn't help but be slightly distracted, thinking secretly in her heart, "What a handsome man. Is this the Mr. Su that Brother Chu Tian mentioned?" Even in the Tianwen sect, she had never met a young man with such an extraordinary temperament. However, as the holy maiden of the Tianwen sect after all, Chu Xuanru did not behave too out of control. Instead, she looked at Zhou Lianyue, who was beside Su Jioji. As if he had just noticed Chu Xuanru, Su Jioge looked over and asked, "Brother Chu, this is," Chu Tian introduced with a smile. "Ah, this one, she is my sister, her name is Chu Xuanru. Roar, this is the extraordinary man, Master Su, whom I often told you about. This is Miss Qiu, Master Su's fellow apprentice sister." Chu Xuanru nodded slightly, took a step forward very politely, bowed slightly, and said, "Meet Mr. Su, Miss Qiu. Behave appropriately and be graceful." Su Jioge grinned and pretended to be surprised. "Oh, so this is the famous Chu Xuanv. Lianyue and I had heard on the way here that Miss Chu Xian was not only an excellent zither player, but also very beautiful. Today I see that it is indeed worthy of its reputation." Chu Xuanru chuckled after hearing this. Mr. Su, you are too kind. These are just the flattery of the world. It is not that exaggerated. Having said that, I couldn't help but feel a little secretly happy after all. Being praised and acknowledged by a handsome man like Su Joga is enough to explain a lot. Mr. Su, you are such a celestial being. I have never met one even in my Tianwen sect. I wonder which sect you are from. Chu Zuanro asked. Su Joga said casually. It's just a small and unknown clan, not worth mentioning. Since the other party was unwilling to say more, Chu Zuanru was very tactful and did not ask any more questions, keeping smiling. A small and unknown sect cannot produce outstanding geniuses like you two. The two were talking and laughing, and Chu Zuanru had a very good first impression of Su Joga. Chu Tian on the side seemed a little embarrassed. Looking at Chu Zuanru and Su Joga chatting happily, he didn't know what to feel for a moment. Chu Tian couldn't help but speak. I wonder how long Brother Su will stay in Wangtian City this time. Don't leave after a while like last time. This is what he cares about most. Su Joga responded with a smile. It should take a little longer this time. After all, the matter between Lian Yue and I has been almost settled. Chu Tian's face lit up with joy and he laughed. Okay. This way I can communicate more with you, Brother Su. Su Joga nodded and said casually. Brother Chu, is your condition better? Finally getting to the point, yesterday's eyes lit up, then he put on a somewhat dejected look inside and said. Oh, don't mention it. After your treatment last time, Brother Su, I do feel better, but Brother Su, was the spirit in my mind really removed successfully? Su Joga pretended to be confused and said. Oh? What does that mean? Chu Tian or Brother Su, please don't misunderstand me. I am not questioning your methods. But these past few days, I always suddenly fainted, and then appeared in a strange place. There is no way to know about that memory. This has never happened before. Su Joga frowned when he heard this and began to ponder, then he asked seriously. Brother Chu, have you taken the soul-nourishing pill I gave you before on time? Chu Tian nodded and said. I take it on time every day, and my spiritual awareness has indeed become much stronger now. Thank you so much, Brother Su. Chu Zuanro said from the side. Could it be that your illness, Brother Chu Tian, cannot be cured by this Yang Yuan soul pill? I heard that this Yang Yuan soul pill is a pill that can repair and strengthen the soul. As soon as these words came out, Chu Tian's face changed slightly, and he quickly winked at Chu Zuanro and said. Rower, shut up. My illness can only be cured by Brother Su. By asking this, aren't you questioning Brother Su's methods? He only sighed that Rower was still too young, not knowing that for a genius like Su Joga, the most taboo thing was for others to question his methods. Chu Tian, Rower, why don't you apologize to Brother Su? Chu Zuanro had never seen Chu Tian like this before, and couldn't help but speak to Su Joga with a somewhat lost tone. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I didn't mean anything else. Su Joga looked at her in surprise. Chu Zuanro was right. For a person like Chu Tian who had two souls born after birth, this soul-nourishing pill was not a tonic, but a death-prompting talisman. It's just ridiculous that Chu Tian is so clever. Su Joga smiled indifferently and said. It's not a big deal, Brother Chu. Your sister is doing this for your own good. There's no need to blame her too much. Su Joga looked at Chu Zuanro and said with a smile. Miss, you are right. This soul-nourishing pill is indeed used to restore the damaged soul. I helped Brother Chu remove another hidden danger in his mind before, which was also a great damage to Brother Chu's soul. The pills I gave him are for recuperation and recovery. So, Brother Chu, there's no need to blame your sister too much. Seeing Su Joga speaking for her, Chu Zuanro looked at Su Joga with great gratitude. She cares about Chu Tian's safety more than anyone else. I just asked this question because I was afraid that Chu Tian would be bewitched by people with bad intentions and would try any possible means. In contrast, Su Joga was not only willing to speak for himself, but also explained the reasons. Such polite, decent, and humble behavior made her like him more. Chu Zuanro, Mr. Su, I understand. Thank you. Chu Tian looked at Chu Zuanro, who had a lost look on her face, and suddenly felt a little regretful. Was what I just said a little too extreme? But there is no way, this matter concerns my life safety, how can I not care? although he felt a little regretful, Shu Tian still hoped that he would not make any mistakes. Chapter 143, The Loyal Heroine, Conquered. Su Joga looked thoughtful and said slowly, but according to what Brother Chu said, this kind of thing actually happened. Who knows, the spirit may have subsequent means. As for the specifics, we still need to observe for some time. It just so happens that I will be staying in Wangtian City during this period of time. With me here, Brother Chu doesn't have to worry too much. Shu Tian was overjoyed when he heard this. He looked at Su Joga and spoke. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Su. I feel relieved with your words, Brother Su. He laughed loudly, feeling very happy. At the previous feeling of worry disappeared in an instant with the appearance of Su Joji. Su Joga waved his hand and said with a smile, I will do my best. Shu Xuanru at the side pursed her lips and chuckled. Brother Chu Tian, if that's the case, then what are we still doing here? Shu Tian suddenly realized, touched his head with a smile and said, Yes, look at me, I am really too impatient. Brother Su, Miss Chiu, please come with me to my house for a gathering. After that, he invited the two of them, and they talked and laughed all the way to the Chu family's residence. Inside the Chu family, Beer and Jur seemed particularly happy when they learned that Su Joga was coming. The two of them were busy running around, serving tea. Shu Tian was always thinking about the hidden danger of his dual soul. He took a big sip of tea and said, Brother Su, you are truly my benefactor. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Can you help me take another look now? Su Joga smiled and said, Brother Chu, don't worry. You have to eat this meal one bite at a time. You can't rush your illness. Su Joga looked at Shu Xuanru. I've heard that Miss Chu has an excellent zither voice. I wonder if I can have the honor to hear her play today? Shu Tian was stunned. He didn't expect Su Joga to make this request. I couldn't help but look a little embarrassed, although this was not a big deal. For some reason I was extremely reluctant to let others see Ruer playing the piano. Shu Tian hesitated for a while, then looked at Shu Xuanru beside him and said, Ruer, did you hear that? Shu Xuanru nodded slightly. Shu Tian laughed. Ha, that depends on your own wishes. If you don't want to, I think Brother Su won't embarrass you. Having said that, Shu Tian said to Su Joga, Brother Su, my sister is quite shy and I'm afraid she might lose her composure. I think it's better not to, okay. Shu Tian was interrupted by Shu Xuanru before he could finish his words. Shu Xuanru glanced at Su Joga, only to find that he was also looking at her and blinking. Shu Joga's previous behavior made Shu Xuanru very fond of him. It was just playing a song, and as the benefactor of Brother Chu Tian, Su Joga would naturally not refuse such a simple request. Chu Tian froze when he heard that, and looked at Shu Xuanru in disbelief. His meaning just now was very clear, but he never expected that Ruer, who was always cold to outsiders, would actually agree on her own initiative. Shu Joga laughed and said with great anticipation, Ha ha ha, okay. In that case, I am all ears. Seeing this scene, Shu Tian opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. A flash of white light flashed, and an ancient zither carved with dragon and phoenix patterns appeared here. Shu Joga said with his eyes brightening. Dragon Phoenix Guqin? Shu Xuanru was slightly startled and looked at Su Joga with some surprise. It seems unexpected that someone could recognize this piano. Not many people understand this. Shu Xuanru shook her head and said softly, Mr. Su is indeed well informed. The Dragon and Phoenix Guqin is one of the 10 famous Gyukins that have been lost for a long time. This is just a replica, not the real thing. Su Joga said with a smile. A supreme-level magical weapon, it's also quite good. There are 10 most famous Gyukins in the world, and each of them is a treasure that has been lost for a long time. Almost every one of them is at the Imperial weapon level. Although it is not a rare divine object, it is extremely rare and is undoubtedly the most precious treasure for those who love music. Shu Xuanru gently put down the Guqin, and everything around her seemed to become extremely quiet. Shu Xuanru, sorry for showing off. The jade fingers quickly plucked the strings of the zither, and a moving and pleasant sound rang out, sometimes brisk, sometimes radical. Gradually a magnificent piece of music was played. Wisps of Taoist aura surrounded Shu Xuanru. She was wearing a deep blue dress and had an ethereal temperament. With the blessing of the piano music, she looked particularly moving. Shu Joga drank tea and enjoyed the moving piano music. My mood couldn't help but calm down a lot, and I quietly enjoyed this beautiful scene. No wonder Chu Tian was able to make a fortune through the phonograph stone. It has to be said that Chu Zuanru's piano skills are superb, as if she has become one with the music. Combined with the blessing of the Ling Luo immortal body, it can remove distracting thoughts from people's minds. And under this condition, one will inevitably have a different understanding of the world. Almost every minute and every second is a pleasure. Even Xiao Lianyue, who was standing beside her, started to listen quietly. Chu Tian looked at Chu Zuanru, who was playing the piano, and then looked at Su Joga, who was smiling beside him. I don't know what to feel for him. Every second sitting here was like sitting on pins and needles, and he wished it would be over quickly. As the person closest to Chu Zuanru, he naturally knew how attractive Ruer was to such a young hero. She was afraid that Su Joga would fall in love with Ruer because of this. Fortunately, he did not see any lust in Su Joga's eyes. I couldn't help but feel secretly grateful. Brother Su is truly a gentleman. It seems that I was overthinking it. However, she didn't expect that Su Joga on the other side had already secretly set his sights on Chu Zuanru, and was somewhat tempted. For Su Joga, he had seen many women with gorgeous and beautiful looks, except for Lian Yue, who was an exception. The people he cared about were all those who could help him, for example, Nangong Cheng. It is not difficult to see from her panel that she is a natural alchemist. With her around, he can provide himself with a steady supply of elixirs. Chu Zuanru's Ling Luo immortal body is also a rare auxiliary system. Su Joga's eyes flickered as he looked at the charming woman in front of him and thought secretly in his heart. System, are there any genuine dragon and phoenix Gyukins for sale in the mall? Ding. Back to the host, yes. Dragon Phoenix Guqin, Emperor level, required villain value, 8,000, so expensive? Su Joga was stunned. This is not a small amount of money. Although Lian Yue didn't mind taking a maid, however, if he really wanted to win over Chu Zuanru, it might not be that easy given her loyal character. However, that's what makes it challenging. Chapter 144, Authentic Dragon and Phoenix Guqin. Su Joga gritted his teeth and painfully spent 8,000 villain points to exchange for the Authentic Dragon and Phoenix Guqin from Jiangnan Street. Looking at Chu Zuanru, Su Joga raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes flashing with brilliance, as if he were a hunter seeing his prey. Finally, I don't know how much time had passed. With the closing of the last chapter, everything returns to the beginning. Chu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. Su Joga clapped his hands lightly and exclaimed with a smile in his eyes. Yes, Miss Chu's piano playing is indeed unforgettable, and her reputation is well deserved. Chu Zuanru smiled slightly and said very humbly, Mr. Su, you are overpraising me. Ha ha ha. Chu Tian on the side also laughed and said, it's not easy to get Brother Su's approval. Brother Su, you've listened to the music and drank the tea, now can you help me figure out what the problem is? Su Joga raised his hand, no hurry. Chu Tian's breath was choked, not in a hurry yet. He was so anxious. Su Joga slowly stood up and came to Chu Zuanru. Several people felt a little confused. Su Joga's warm smile makes people feel like a spring breeze. Looking at Chu Zuanru with a smile, being stared at so deeply by such a handsome young man was something that even Chu Zuanru found difficult to handle. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush as she spoke. Mr. Su, what is this? Su Joga smiled but said nothing. A ray of light flashed up. A Guqin that looked exactly like Chu Zuanru's appeared. Compared to the fake, this dragon and phoenix Guqin has a more ancient feel, and the dragon and phoenix carved on it seemed to be alive and vivid. As soon as it appeared, the aura of the imperial weapon permeated the place. What is this? As someone who knows about piano, how could Chu Zuanru not recognize what this is? Exclaimed. Dragon Phoenix Guqin? Chu Tian on the side was even more shocked. Although he didn't understand what these things were, the aura coming from the ancient zither was clearly that of a treasure of the imperial weapon level. His breathing suddenly became heavy. No one expected that Su Joga would casually take out an imperial weapon. Brother Su, what are you doing? Xiao Lianyue watched this scene quietly from the side, but didn't say much about it. Su Joga said with a chuckle, I haven't heard such moving piano music for a long time. It just so happened that I got a pair of ancient zither by chance, and it had been lying idle in a storage ring, gathering dust. When I saw the girl today, I realized that I had met its owner. Miss Chu, I will give it to you today. What? As soon as these words came out, not only Chu Tian, but even Chu Zuanru's beautiful eyes were shocked, and their eyes were full of disbelief. How can this be possible? Chu Zuanru suddenly panicked. She couldn't believe that Su Joga would actually give her such a precious authentic dragon and phoenix Guqin, not to mention the symbolic value behind it. Just an imperial weapon is a priceless treasure. Chu Tian was even more stunned by Su Joga's lavish behavior. This is the emperor's soldier. This is not some cabbage that you picked up casually. This treasure that so many people are vying for is not even available in the entire Chu family. This made him even more curious about Su Joga's identity. Who was Brother Su? Could it be some powerful son? Su Joga looked at Chu Xuanru, who was surprised, and said lightly, "Miss Chu, this ancient zither is of no use to me. It is like a pearl covered in dust. After listening to Miss Chu's music today, I deeply felt that only a treasure like this could be worthy of Miss Chu's piano skills. Take it. It's not valuable to me." Boom, Chu Tian's head was buzzing, and Su Joga's words kept echoing in his mind. It's not a valuable thing. This is the emperor's soldier. If even this is not valuable, then what else is? Chu Tian immediately looked at Chu Xuanru and kept winking at her. That expression made him want to agree to it on her behalf. Chu Xuanru was silent for a while after hearing this, and then shook her head seriously, said softly, "Mr. Su, this item is really too valuable. I can't take it." Chu Tian, why is this happening? Roar. Chu Tian on the side finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke anxiously. Several people looked over at him. Chu Xuanru, brother Chu Tian. Chu Tian quickly realized that he was wrong, and laughed awkwardly. Haha, Roar, what I mean is, haven't you wanted this Guqin for a long time? Since Brother Su has said so, if you don't accept it, it would be too disrespectful to Brother Su. Su Joga glanced at him and sneered in his heart. Thank you for your help. Su Joga, if the young lady feels guilty, Lian Yue and I will be here for the next few days. You might as well play a few more songs. I heard that the girl's piano music is worth thousands of gold coins per piece. All this can be considered as payment. Su Joga said half-jokingly. A hint of struggle flashed across Chu Xian's beautiful eyes. To be honest, she had been searching for this dragon and phoenix Guqin for a long time. There has been no news about this Guqin. As one of the 10 most famous musical instruments in the world, it is impossible not to be moved. Seeing Chu Xuanru hesitating, Chu Tian moved his lips slightly and spoke directly. Roar, take it quickly, this is an imperial weapon. Chu Xuanru glanced at him, pursed her lips, and finally nodded slightly and looked at Su Joga and said, "In that case, thank you very much, Mr. Su." Still seeming a little embarrassed, Chu Xuanru took out a piece of snow-white silk thread and a beautiful sword while speaking. "Master Su, this is the heavenly silkworm silk and the heavenly question Su Nu sword. And this dragon and phoenix Guqin. Although they are not treasures, I know that their value is far less than this genuine dragon and phoenix Guqin, but it is also the most precious thing I have at the moment. Please accept it." Su Joga was a little surprised. Although this sword is only a holy item, the heavenly silk next to it is different. Natural silk is a very rare material produced by the extinct natural silkworm. It has a wide range of uses and functions. What Chu Xuanru took out was as big as a palm, and contained tens of thousands of silk threads, which was a considerable number. Seeing Chu Xuanru's serious expression, Su Joga knew that if he didn't accept it, she would probably not accept the dragon and phoenix Guqin either. He smiled faintly. Good. Chu Tian widened his eyes. He really didn't expect Chu Xuanru to do this. Roar, you were so stupid. Su Joga handed over the dragon and phoenix Guqin, and his hand accidentally touched Chu Xuanru's jade hand. It's icy cool, smooth and tender this time. Chu Xuanru's delicate body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. A blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. He looked at the smiling Su Joga with some disbelief. Did he do that on purpose? No, it was probably just a momentary carelessness. Chu Xuanru comforted herself. After taking the Guqin, unstoppable joy emerged in Chu Xian's beautiful eyes. She stared at the dragon and phoenix Guqin, gently stroking the strings, and seemed to like it very much. Ding. The favorability of the destined heroine increased by 20. Current favorability, 80, degree of fall, 20. The head of the destined protagonist Chu Tian is green, and his luck value has lost 500. Congratulations to the host for reaching a villain value of 500. Chapter 145. Chu Tian's second spirit. Just this little, Su Joga was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the authentic dragon and phoenix Guqin that he had exchanged for at such a huge price only increased his favorability by 20 points. She is worthy of being the loyal heroine. It turns out that he won't be bribed by me so easily. Su Joga glanced at Chu Tian, who was standing beside him with an ecstatic look on his face, and thought secretly in his heart. Su Joga returned to his seat and looked At Xiao Lianyue beside him, I found that Xiao Lianyue's face was calm, without even a trace of fluctuation. It was as if he had tacitly agreed. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Su Joga shook his head and laughed, said to Chu Tian, who had not yet recovered from his shock. Brother Chu, now that you have listened to the song and drank the tea, let's get started now. Finally, we are getting to the point. Chu Tian's eyes lit up and he spoke quickly. Okay. Brother Su, I'm actually not that anxious. Although he said that, Chu Tian's uncontrollable smile betrayed him. Su Joga was not surprised at all for this kind of guy who said one thing and thought another. Instead, he said with a faint smile, "It's better to do it today than to wait for a better day. After all, this is a matter concerning your life and safety, Brother Chu, so we can't be careless." After saying that, he placed his hand on Chu Tian's forehead. A faint light flickered. Chu Xuanru on the side stared at the scene in front of her. She also wanted to see what Su Joga's methods were. Anyone who can take out an imperial weapon so easily is definitely not an ordinary person. Su Joga, Brother Chu, relax. Because Ruhr obtained an imperial weapon, Chu Tian believed in Su Joga even more. Without any resistance, he allowed Su Joga's consciousness to invade his mind. Opening up one sea of consciousness would almost mean exposing everything to the other party, which is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to do. If the other party has ill intentions, they can easily disrupt the sea of consciousness and cause serious damage to the soul. Chu Tian didn't hesitate at all, but instead smiled and joked. Brother Su, this time it won't be as painful as last time, right? Su Joga said with a smile. No. Su Joga slowly closed his eyes, and a ray of divine consciousness probed into the deepest part of Chu Tian's sea of consciousness. In the most secret place, Su Joga discovered the abnormality. The other soul in Chu Tian's mind actually recovered a lot as Chu Tian continued to take the Yun Yuan soul pill. Now Chu Tian's own soul has vaguely begun to have the intention of dividing half of the country and competing with it. At this rate, it won't be long before the two become incompatible and devour each other. The other guy inside Chu Tian's body is living a really comfortable life. Su Joga was very satisfied with the scene before him, decided to stimulate this spirit. His divine consciousness directly penetrated into the divine soul, and a burst of terrified rebuke suddenly came from it. Who is it? Outside, Su Joga slowly opened his eyes. What happened? Chu Tian asked with concern. At this moment, a sudden pain like a needle prick came from my mind. Ah! Chu Tian screamed. He covered his head and rolled on the ground. His face was hideous, his expression was painful, and sweat kept oozing out of his forehead. Brother Chu Tian. Chu Xuanru, who was standing by, became anxious upon seeing this and hurried forward. What's wrong with you, Brother Chu Tian? Master Su, what's going on? Su Joga's somewhat heavy voice came. He spoke with a frown on his face. It's not optimistic. I didn't expect that the spirit in Brother Chu's mind is so strange. Logically speaking, I should have removed this spirit that day. But I don't know what the other party had in mind, and he managed to escape. Now it seems that the soul might have been left behind by a powerful person who has already fallen and wanted to possess Brother Chu. What? Chu Xuanru was shocked. If it is true as Mr. Su said, the other soul in Brother Chu Tian's mind is some ancient being, that would be troublesome. Brother Chu Tian's strength is by no means a match for the other party. Master Su, please save my brother. Please. Chu Xuanru was extremely anxious and confused for a moment. Su Joga stared at Chu Tian, who had a painful look on his face, shook his head and said quietly, Alas, it's not that I don't want to help, but even I am somewhat powerless. That spirit is so powerful that it is beyond the ability of ordinary people to remove it. At least, for now, the entire Xianjun Dao territory is powerless. Suddenly, Su Joga frowned as if he sensed something. He scolded in a calm voice. Who are you? Why do you want to occupy Brother Chu's body? Get out of his body now. Chu Tian in Chu Xuanru's arms slowly opened his eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. Brother Chu Tian. You're awake. Chu Xuanru on the side was overjoyed when she saw this. Su Joga, no, he is not Brother Chu. Miss Chu, be careful. Su Joga said immediately. An irresistible suction force came, and Chu Xuanru's delicate body unexpectedly pounced towards Su Joga uncontrollably. She threw herself straight into Su Joga's arms. Su Joga hugged Chu Xuanru with one hand. Chu Xuanru's delicate body trembled, her face full of surprise. She looked up at the handsome Su Jioga in disbelief. She just let him hold her in his arms, and her little face suddenly turned red, not sure whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Su Jioga's hand specifically touched that soft and elastic place. Chu Xuanro suddenly shuddered all over and couldn't stop shaking, even his speech began to stutter. This. Chu Xuanro only felt her body lighten as Su Jioga loosened his hand. She just reacted and her whole body couldn't stop feeling soft and limp, as if it was about to melt, being taken advantage of for no reason. Even though Chu Xian had a good personality, a trace of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes, but at this moment, Su Jioga's voice came. Miss Chu, I'm sorry for the offense. The person in front of you right now is not your brother Chu Tian. It's another spirit in his body. What? Chu Xuanru was startled. She looked at Su Jioga, who had a serious expression and a frown on his face. I saw that his eyes were clear, without any distracting thoughts, and he didn't even look at me. The anger in his heart subsided for a moment and he said in surprise, Mr. Su, what's going on? But at the same time, she was also somewhat unhappy. After all, Chu Xuanru was still very confident about her appearance, but the other party had just taken such a big advantage of her but didn't react at all, which made her inexplicably feel an invisible sense of frustration. Once this thought came to her mind, it was quickly wiped out. Chu Xuanru, what are you thinking about? The most urgent task now is clearly brother Chu Tian. Ding. The fateful heroine Chu Xuanru's fall degree increases by 20. Current favorability, 80, degree of destruction, 40, the destiny protagonist Chu Tian's luck value has lost 200. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 200. Chapter 146. I ask you, do you want to live? Little did he know that Su Jioga was so happy at this moment that he did that on purpose just now. It is so soft that the smooth touch is intoxicating even through a layer of gauze. When he heard the system's voice, Su Jioga's mouth corners slightly raised. It seems that compared to the favorability, the fall value is easier to increase. Su Jioga glanced at Qiu Lianyue, who was standing aside expressionlessly. I guess my sneaky behavior just now should not have been discovered by her. At this time, Chu Tian on the ground was looking at this scene in confusion. His name is Chu Tian. As a time traveler, his memory was awakened half a year ago. However, Chu Tian is a cultivator who has reached the Zhanyuan realm, and his soul is too powerful. An accident happened halfway through, and he was not able to take over the body completely, and was unable to fully control it. You have to know that most of the time travelers started out as ordinary people or losers with extremely low cultivation, but as soon as Chu Tian arrived, he ran into such a powerful cultivator. Naturally, he was no match for it and could only fall into a deep sleep helplessly. But just a few days ago, I was unexpectedly able to use this body. During this period, Chu Tian kept asking questions from his servants and learned everything about this world and the Chu family's sutra library. It's a pity that this state cannot last long. After a few hours, I will fall into a deep sleep again. Chu Tian looked around. Have I woken up again? When Chu Tian saw everyone with extremely alert faces, he had no idea what was going on. He spoke somewhat confusedly. Hello. Who are you? Why are you occupying brother Chu Tian's body? Chu Xuanru asked angrily. I was wondering why you came to ask me some weird questions a few days ago. It turns out you are not brother Chu Tian at all. Master Su, please, save brother Chu Tian. Su Jioga frowned and said helplessly. Miss Chu, don't be too anxious. Brother Chu's soul has only fallen into a deep sleep for a moment, and he will probably wake up soon. Su Jioga took a step forward, his imperial eyes fixed on the man in front of him. So you are the other soul in Chu Tian's sea of consciousness, although the other party is likely to be the same kind of person as you, but unfortunately, he met himself. Su Jioga said in pretended anger. I advise you to leave brother Chu's body honestly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Tian's pupils widened in shock. Did the other party notice him? This is not good. Having been traveling through this place for some time, he knew that there were so-called immortals in this world who could move mountains, fill the sea, and ride on clouds. Their methods were breathtaking. If they find out that I am not the original owner of this body, I will be doomed. Chu Tian pretended to be stupid and said. What's wrong? Did something happen? If Su Jioga was not here, Chu Xuanru might have been deceived by him, but even Mr. Su said so. How could Chu Xuanru be deceived by him? Her beautiful eyes were extremely cold as she spoke in a cold voice. Stop pretending, you are not brother Chu at all. Chu Tian's breath was choked. Shouldn't it? Logically speaking, the other party couldn't possibly know his identity, and he had fooled them several times before by pretending to be stupid. Why did it fail this time? His memory was not connected with Chu Tian's, so he had no idea what had happened before. Su Joga's eyes flickered as he spoke at this time. Miss Chu, it's useless. It is impossible for the other party to leave Brother Chu's body so easily. Without a physical body to take care of him, he will surely die. What should I do then? Chu Zuanru was anxious. She was afraid that the brother Chu Tian whom she once knew would never come back. Chu Zuanru glanced at Chu Tian, who was still pretending to be stupid, with endless hatred in her eyes. Su Joga said after pondering for a moment. Miss Chu, if you believe in me, please wait outside for a moment. I do have a way to temporarily suppress this spirit. However, this is the secret manual of my sect, so it is not suitable for outsiders to see it. Please forgive me. Really? Chu Zuanru was delighted and nodded quickly. Mr. Su, as long as you can save Brother Chu Tian, I will do anything for you. I'm leaving now. She knew that anyone with a powerful force would not want to reveal their methods too much. As for the Mr. Su in front of her, his origins were mysterious, so she naturally did not have any doubts and just left the place temporarily. Seeing Chu Zuanru leave, Chu Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, and he looked at Su Joga. What is he going to do? Is there really no way to get rid of myself? Chu Tian was extremely anxious. He had finally made the trip through time, and he didn't want to die so easily. Shou Lianyue on the side stepped forward and asked, what do you want to do? She didn't believe that Su Joga would be so kind. Su Joga smiled at her and spoke softly. Of course I'll give him a helping hand. As Su Joga spoke, he looked at Chu Tian on the ground with a cold and indifferent look. Okay, stop playing dumb. Your poor acting skills cannot be hidden from this prince's discerning eyes. Brother Chu, oh, no, it's another soul person in Chu Tian's consciousness. Su Joga said with a smile, I'm right. Chu Tian's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that he could be seen through so easily by the other party. His expression suddenly became serious. Who are you? What do you want to do? What? Su Joga raised his eyebrows, chuckled and walked up to his side. Of course I'm helping you. Help me? Although he is a time traveler, he is not stupid. The blonde man in front of him was obviously acquainted with the original owner of this body and his sister. I have no relationship with him. Why is he helping me for no reason? But he felt a familiar and frightening aura from Su Joga. Chu Tian said with great fear. Help me? Why would you help me? Aren't you friends with the original owner of this body? Knowing that he couldn't hide it from the other party, Chu Tian simply stopped pretending. The worst that can happen is that I die again. It just so happens that the next time I travel through time, maybe the tire will be punctured. Friend? As if he had heard something funny. Su Joga narrowed his eyes with extreme disdain and said coldly. Is Chu Tian worthy of it? If he wasn't thinking about Chu Zuanru and the luck points in his body, would the son of a noble family in a weak Dao realm be worthy of being his friend? At this moment, Su Joga's eyes seemed particularly arrogant and domineering. Su Joga squatted down, his mind moved, and a sudden divine thought directly hit Chu Tian's mind. When I felt this familiar breath, it was this breath that stimulated me to wake up. Chu Tian said in shock. That person just now, was you? Su Joga laughed and said. Who do you think will help you here besides me? Don't you realize that you are now able to vaguely control Chu Tian's body? I have to say that you are quite courageous. With such a weak spirit, you dare to possess the body of a cultivator at the Zhanyuan realm. If it weren't for this emperor's help, it wouldn't be long before you would be devoured and become the nutrients for him to strengthen his soul. Having said that, Su Joga changed the subject. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a captivating light, bewitching. I ask you, do you want to live? In this vast and splendid world, will I live on in Chu Tian's place? Chapter 147, The Transaction with Chu Tian. After these words were spoken, Chu Tian fell silent, his eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking. Su Joga just looked at him quietly without any hurry, waiting for his reply. He knew that this request was simply impossible for the other party to refuse. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Chu Tian looked straight at Su Joga and said with some confusion. Are you really that kind? Why are you helping me? Su Joga chuckled and spoke slowly. I'm not helping you, I'm just making a deal with you. This deal is not bad for you. Moreover, during this period of time, it will allow you to control this body. Even in the end, it is not impossible to replace it. Chu Tian widened his eyes, his breathing became rapid, and he seemed very excited. For him, nothing could be more attractive than this. After all, the time he can move around is limited, so he still has to take the risk of being discovered by the original owner of this body. If it is really as Su Jioga said, it would be the best thing for me to take his place. But he didn't believe that this stranger would be so kind as to help him. There was a hint of struggle in Chu Tian's eyes, and at this moment, Su Jioga on the opposite side said slowly, "You have to think carefully. The time is short. Maybe in a while, you won't be the master of this body anymore." His meaning was clear, Chu Tian said after hesitating for a moment. "You said you could help me? How? Does this mean you agree?" Su Jioga said with a smile. Although Chu Tian's face was full of doubt, he still nodded. The smile on Su Jioga's lips became even more intense. He came to Chu Tian, squatted down and whispered something in his ear from time to time. Chu Tian's eyes were shocked, and he stared at Su Jioga in disbelief. This guy actually wants to get Chu Xuanru. During this period of time, he roughly understood the identity of the original owner of this body through the limited time he had. Chu Xuanru was his sister. Su Jioga patted his shoulder and said, "I want you to pretend to be Chu Tian these few days. Shouldn't that be a problem?" Chu Tian's eyes were uncertain. He thought again and again, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll help you. But I don't have any memory of him. What if I get caught?" Su Jioga said nonchalantly, "It's okay. Didn't I tell you? I'll help you. Consider these as a gift for our first meeting." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jioga released his divine consciousness, which directly sank into Chu Tian's sea of consciousness. This familiar breath made Chu Tian seem particularly afraid, and he said with some horror, "What are you going to do?" Su Jioga smiled slightly. "Of course, it is to help you better adapt to your current identity." The divine consciousness re-entered a chaotic space, where the spirits of two people were constantly fighting for the dominance of this body, one black and one white. If he continues like this, it won't be long before Chu Tian can regain his body. Su Jioga frowned and murmured somewhat unhappily, "After taking so many soul-nourishing pills, my soul is still so weak. What a waste." He shook his head and attacked Chu Tian's original soul directly with just one move. The white spirit that had the upper hand began to weaken and gradually calmed down and shrank back. The black soul took this opportunity to devour a wisp of the white soul. A small amount of memory about Chu Tian emerged. Chu Tian's eyes lit up, and his gaze continued to shine. He felt it was a magical skill and said it in disbelief. These are actually the memories of this body's original owner?" Because he had always been at a disadvantage before, the original Chu Tian obtained a lot of memories from him, but now, with Su Jioga's intervention, the situation has been reversed. Chu Tian was overjoyed, and this hazy and unfamiliar world suddenly became much clearer to him. The look he showed towards Su Jioga became even more fearful, because from those memories, we can learn that the person in front of us has a mysterious origin and an extraordinary background. He is probably an extremely terrifying existence in this world. Su Jioga slowly opened his eyes and looked at him with a faint smile. "Well, do you believe what I said now?" Chu Tian was shocked. He nodded blankly and said, "I understand. I will help you get what you want." Su Jioga, that's right. I'm here, just follow what I teach you. After saying that, he laughed and walked out of the yard. Zhou Lianyue on the side glanced at Chu Tian, who was lying on the ground in a state of uncertainty. Although I didn't know what decision they made, I didn't ask much. On the other side, as soon as Su Jioga appeared, Chu Xuanru ran up with an anxious look on her face. She looked at Su Jioga, then looked behind him and said, "Mr. Su, is brother Chu Tian okay?" Su Jioga smiled faintly, took a long breath and said, "Brother Chu Tian is fine for now." "Really?" A light suddenly flashed in Chu Xian's beautiful eyes, said with some disbelief, "Then, Mr. Su, can I go see brother Chu Tian?" Su Jioga smiled lightly and nodded, "It's natural." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Xuanru quickly ran towards the yard and house. Looking at the direction where Chu Xuanru left, Zhou Lianyue, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Su Jioga with a smile on his face and spoke softly. "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" "Ah." Su Jioga turned around and said as if he didn't hear clearly, "Lianyue, what did you say? Zhou Lianyue shook her head and said nothing more. Instead, he spoke faintly. I'm a bit bored here, I want to go out for a walk. Are you going? Su Jioge shook his head and said with twinkling eyes. In a moment. Chu Tian's affairs have not been dealt with yet, and the person in front of him is just an impostor. If Chu Zuanru, who had been with Chu Tian since childhood, was not here, she might discover something that would be bad. Forget it. Zhou Lianyue didn't say much, but walked out the door holding Xiao Qianqian. Su Jioge was stunned, somewhat confused. Without thinking too much, he spoke softly. Master Ing, there is nothing for you to do here for now. Go and protect Lian Yue for me. If there are any who don't have eyes, just kill them directly, and don't report to me. A faint voice came from the space behind me. As you command, Lord Emperor. A smile appeared in Su Jioge's eyes, and he thought secretly in his heart, Brother Chu, I am very fond of your sister, I'm sorry. Chapter 148, Boiling a Frog in Warm Water. Boiling the saint inside the door, Chu Zuanru hurriedly opened the door, and when she saw Chu Tian lying on the ground with a look of surprise, she walked forward with joy and said in surprise. Brother Chu Tian. Are you okay? Chu Tian on the ground was startled by the sudden figure. There was a flash of panic in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Chu Tian took a deep breath, looked at the girl in front of him, and forced a smile. He slowly got up from the ground and said, It's okay, rower, I'm fine. Chu Xian's beautiful eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she spoke with great excitement. Brother Chu Tian, do you know? You scared me to death. Thanks to that Mr. Su. If it weren't for him, I really don't know what to do. Chu Tian's eyes flickered. Yes, I really have to thank Brother Su. After integrating Chu Tian's memories, although he was still a little uncomfortable, after a moment, both the tone and expression were very similar. It can be said that even if Chu Tian's biological father, Chu Xiaotian, were here, he would not be able to recognize the changes that have taken place in Chu Tian. This time. Su Jioge walked in slowly from outside the door. He spoke slowly, this is just the first step. I have only temporarily suppressed the spirit in Brother Chu's mind. There is no guarantee that it will happen again at any time. Chu Tian sighed and said. Alas, what Brother Su has done for me is enough. If the real Chu Tian was here, he would definitely not give up so easily, but he was willing, but Chu Zuanru beside him was not. How can this be possible, Brother Chu Tian? If the previous scene happens again, how dangerous it would be. Chu Zuanru came directly in front of Su Jioge and knelt down. Mr. Su, I know you have an extraordinary background in mysterious methods. There must be a way to save Brother Chu Tian, right? Please help my brother. Roar? Chu Tian was shocked. Why are you doing this? Before speaking, he looked at Su Jioge and found that Su Jioge was also looking at him. This guy really acted like the character that if he didn't know it, he would probably be deceived by the soul in Chu Tian's body. As if he was already accustomed to his identity, Chu Tian hurriedly squatted down and tried to pull Chu Zuanru up, but Chu Zuanru didn't move, and knelt there firmly. Su Jioge sighed and said helplessly. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that the price is too high. Even I can't afford it. I have done my best to get to this point. Chu Zuanru, Mr. Su, can you tell me the reason? I am the saintess of the Tianwen sect. As long as my Tianwen sect has it, please tell me, Master Su. I will definitely get it. Su Jioge stared at her for a long time, and finally said as if he was defeated. I can only tell you that the price you have to pay to cure Brother Chu is more precious than the authentic dragon and phoenix Guqin. Not to mention the Tianwen sect, even in my sect it is an extremely important treasure. What? Chu Zuanru was so shocked that she just stood there in a daze. At her level, she couldn't imagine anything more precious than this imperial weapon. I already owe Mr. Su a huge favor, and I would feel even more guilty if I forced him. Chu Zuanru felt hopeless in an instant, and her expression became extremely depressed. Is this really the only way? Chu Tian stepped forward, patted Chu Zuanru on the shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, rower, I'm fine. He was not a native of this body, so naturally he hoped that it could not be cured. With Su Jioge's help, that soul would just be swallowed by him immediately. I will keep you alive, Chu Tian thought secretly. Just at this time, Su Jioge spoke. It's not that I don't want to say Brother Chu, but there are too many things involved. I hope you can understand. I understand. Shu Zuanru lowered her head. She knew that the price to pay was extremely high and she and Chu Tian simply could not afford it. Chu Tian also sighed. Rower, forget it. If even Brother Su says so, then there may really be no way. It's a pity that I may not be able to see you again, Rower. If I am unfortunate enough to be possessed by that other soul, Rower, you must kill me then. Chu Tian said in a somewhat desperate tone, like the last words of a dying person. No. Brother Chu Tian, don't give up so easily. Shu Zuanru was confused and looked at Chu Tian anxiously. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he turned to look at Su Joga and said with a firm face. Master Su, what if I am willing to be your slave and serve you like a cow or a horse? I am the listening lotus divine body. The music I play can assist in spiritual practice. This was all she could think of now that it's finally here. Su Joga's eyes lit up that he had waited for so long, constantly revealing the heavy price that would have to be paid, making her realize that she could never repay it. In addition, Chu Tian is secretly helping him in this way. The only thing the other person can think about is his own body. Su Joga knew that he had taken a big step towards success, but he did not show it. Instead, he looked at Chu Zuanru with an embarrassed and extremely surprised expression. Well, Miss Chu, why are you doing this? Not to mention that even if I get those treasures, my chances of successfully treating Brother Chu are very limited. It could even backfire. Seeing that Su Joga's tone had relaxed a little, Chu Zuanru felt that there was a chance and hurriedly spoke. Master Su, please save my brother. Su Joga was silent for a long time, and finally seemed unable to withstand her pleading. Open your mouth and speak. Well, that's fine, but don't hold your hopes too high, Miss Chu. Seeing Su Joga agreed, Chu Zuanru was overjoyed. Real? Mr. Su, thank you. Su Joga waved his hand. But no matter whether this matter succeeds or not, you will need to go with me in the end. After all, what I used were things from my master's sect. It would be hard to explain if I went back empty-handed. Chu Zuanru nodded. Master Su. As long as you can save Brother Chu Tian, Shenro will be yours from now on. Su Joga looked at Chu Tian beside him, then looked at her, and said after thinking. This matter is of great importance. In my opinion, you and Brother Chu should go back and think about it carefully. Don't worry, with me here, Brother Chu shouldn't have any problems in the next few days. Come back to me when you have thought it over. Chu Tian quickly understood what Su Joga meant. He hurriedly pulled Chu Zuanru up from the ground and said, Roar! I don't agree with this. Follow me. Just like that, under Chu Tian's strong pulling, he took the very reluctant Chu Zuanru away from here. Su Joga just watched the two of them leave. He is in no rush. He planned to boil Chu Zuanru for a few more days, like boiling a frog in warm water, and finally make her come to him willingly, begging herself to save her brother. Chapter 149, Breaking Through the Realm. Who says there are no loyal people around the villain? Time passed in a blink of an eye and it was 3 days later. During these few days, Chu Zuanru was exhausted both physically and mentally. Brother Chu Tian's illness became more and more serious. He would cry out in pain from time to time and fall to the ground wailing in tears. His appearance was so ferocious and terrifying that Chu Zuanru felt a pang of pain in her heart. She didn't know that all this was a play that Su Joga asked Chu Tian to perform in front of her. Finally, this day, Chu Zuanru could no longer bear to watch Brother Chu Tian suffer in such pain. As Chu Tian just fell asleep, Chu Zuanru looked at him with a distressed look on her face. Over the past few days, Brother Chu Tian has been tortured beyond recognition and is in great pain every day. All I could do was watch helplessly from the sidelines, completely powerless to do anything. Chu Zuanru felt very uncomfortable. Even the people of the Chu family noticed something strange. Chu Tian's biological father, Chu Xiaofeng, came to ask many times what had happened. In response to this, Chu Zuanru just gave a rough excuse. Brother Chu Tian, Rower will definitely save you. Chu Zuanru said with a firm face, as if she had made up her mind. After he finished speaking, he slowly stood up, walked out of the room and gently closed the door. After Chu Zuanru left, Chu Tian on the bed moved his eyelids slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Chu Tian's eyes flickered. Compared with before, he no longer looked listless at all. He was clearly very sober. Rower, I'm sorry. I will live well in Chu Tian's place in the future. To do this, I can only sacrifice you. To be honest, after he had absorbed a lot of Chu Tian's memories in the past few days, he had a general understanding of everything about Chu Tian's life. The original owner of this body liked her adopted sister, but what does this have to do with me? For him, the best thing now is that he can survive in this world. When Chu Tian thought of Su Joga's face, he felt a little scared. There is no other reason. It's just because Su Joga's identity is too mysterious. His methods were strange and unpredictable. Not only did he discover his own existence, but he also played the original owner of this body in the palm of his hand. Outside the house, a melodious and sad tune was played slowly. Chu Zuanru gently stroked the authentic dragon in Phoenix Guqin. With her superb playing skills, the piece of music was played in a way that was unforgettable and soul-stirring, like resentment, like longing, like crying, like complaining. Chu Zuanru was immersed in the sound of the piano, as if only in this way could she temporarily get rid of the grief of separation. For now, we can only rely on Mr. Su.At this time. Su Joga and Xiao Lianyue outside the Chu family courtyard noticed the sound of the piano. As a woman, Xiao Lianyue could feel the emotions in the music. Ling Luo's divine body was indeed extraordinary. The sound of her piano could even stir people's moods, ups and downs, just like the strings plucked by her. Xiao Lianyue looked at Su Joga beside her and said softly, "What are you going to do with Chu Tian?" Emperor Su Joga said calmly with a smile in his eyes. "No big deal." Xiao Lianyue, you seem to enjoy the feeling of playing with others? Su Joga was stunned when he heard this, and vaguely heard a hint of dissatisfaction from Lianyue. "Lianyue, what's wrong? Why have you been acting weird these days?" Xiao Lianyue shook her head, walked forward, turned around, stared at Su Joga and said, "You should know that you are the son of the great Emperor Wu Shi, and the only son of an emperor in the world. To them, you are someone they will never be able to look up to in their entire lives. As the emperor's son, you shouldn't waste too much time in a place like this." Over the past few days, she found it difficult to understand the hypocrisy between Su Joga and Chu Tian. In her eyes, if Su Joga really wanted to take Chu Zuanru as a maid, then he could just do it directly whether forced or not. So during this period of time, Xiao Lianyue didn't say much about Su Joga's behavior, but Su Joga didn't do that. Xiao Lianyue could only understand that he was enjoying the pleasure of playing with others in the palm of his hand. "I hope you can face up to your own identity. For you, the innate chaotic body is more than just this." Xiao Lianyue said very seriously. After saying this, she left the place quietly. Su Joga was stunned. He stood there and suddenly became silent. My heart was in turmoil and I couldn't calm down for a long time. Finally, as if he understood something, Su Joga's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had been enlightened. "Yes. I am the emperor's son. Since I was born, my goal has always been to be the protagonist of destiny." Lianyue was right. She really enjoyed the feeling of controlling others, but he completely forgot that his original goal was to seize the supreme throne. The destined protagonist is nothing more than the nutrients for one's own achievement. At this moment, Ying Lao's figure appeared out of nowhere. He took a great risk of being blamed and said this with a humbly bowed face. "My lord, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." Su Joga's eyelids twitched, and he vaguely felt that what Ying Lao wanted to say was similar to what Lianyue said. "Explain." Mr. Ying nodded and said with great respect, "I think what Lady Emperor said is correct. Your Excellency, you have indeed stayed here for too long." Unlike Xiao Lianyue, Ying Lao spoke very tactfully. Su Joga's face was calm, showing no signs of emotion. Finally he nodded and spoke softly. "I see." Su Joga's imperial eyes flickered. "After killing several destiny protagonists in succession, it seems that I have indeed gotten a little too proud of myself recently. No one is perfect, even the emperor's son is no exception." Su Joga figured it out in an instant. A faint white light flashed from his body. His state of mind improved, and at this moment, his realm, which had been dormant for a long time, actually broke through from the 8th level of the Divine King realm to the 9th level of the Divine King realm. Su Joga was slightly stunned. He had never expected that he could break the mirror like this. Although Chu Zuanru's piano music helped, more importantly, Su Joga reflected on what he had done during this period of time. The Emperor's mandate and the destiny of heaven are the protagonists, and the priority between them must be clearly distinguished. He looked at Ying Lao, who was kneeling on the ground with a pious look on his face, and couldn't help but think of what Lianyue had said before. The Emperor's order, this is indeed what this prince wants to pursue. Su Joga raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "That's really interesting, Elder Ying. Congratulations to the Emperor for reaching a higher level of cultivation. You will soon become a saint. I dared to speak out before, please punish me, Your Excellency. Su Jioge laughed out loud when he heard this, and felt particularly happy. Ha ha ha. Alright, this emperor will forgive you. I am on the road of cultivation, and I am so happy to have such a loyal person by my side. How can I punish you? Who says there are no loyal people around the villains? Chapter 150 Brother Chu, it's time to get going. Everyone can flatter and lick someone's boots blindly, but for the future of the Su family, Mr. Ing was willing to speak frankly at the risk of angering Su Jioge. For the geniuses and evildoers of those big families, they would not take a Deadpool like Ing Lao seriously at all, but Su Jioge was unexpectedly open-minded. I have to say, this time it was really thanks to Lian Yue and Ing Lao. The figure of Ing Lao gradually disappeared into the darkness, and Su Jioge strode towards the Chu family courtyard with an extremely happy mood. Su Jioge narrowed his eyes slightly, flashing with an imperceptible brilliance. Brother Chu, I've had enough fun. It's time for you to get going, too. As he spoke, Su Jioge changed his face and entered the courtyard. Chu Xuanru's piano music gradually subsided. With the blessing of the genuine dragon and phoenix Guqin, the two complemented each other, and actually attracted many very rare and exotic beasts around, who were listening quietly. However, after sensing the presence of Su Jioge, these strange beasts fled in all directions. Chu Xuanru raised her eyes and murmured when she saw Su Jioge. Mr. Su, Su Jioge chuckled, stepped forward and spoke. Miss Chu. I came here this time because I have something to tell you. Chu Xuanru was stunned and said with some confusion. What? Su Jioge, during this period of time, my junior sister and I have stayed here for a long time. The master is urging me to leave now. I'm afraid I have to leave today. Buzz. A very discordant melody sounded. After hearing this news, Chu Xuanru, who was an excellent piano player, unexpectedly played a noise. Su Jioge glanced at the dragon and phoenix Guqin in front of her and spoke slowly. After I leave, I may be powerless to treat Brother Chu's illness. Miss Chu, please make a decision. Ah, so fast? Chu Xuanru seemed a little surprised. She didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Mr. Su, can't you stay a few more days? Su Jioge smiled faintly, shook his head and said. Please understand, Miss Chu. I understand. Chu Xuanru nodded, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of struggle, and finally she looked at Su Jioge with determination and said. Mr. Su, please help and save Brother Chu Tian. Su Jioge raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He was not surprised by her decision, but reminded her in a deep voice. Are you ready? I'm not 100% sure about removing the other spirit in Chu Tian's body. After this success, whether you succeed or not, your life will no longer belong to you. Chu Xuanru bit her red lips and nodded stubbornly. She didn't even tell her master about this matter and acted on her own. No one knew about their agreement except Chu Tian and young Master Su and Miss Cho. Chu Xuanru's beautiful eyes were red and a little moist, and she spoke slowly. From today on, I, Chu Xuanru, will be yours, Master Su. If you violate this rule, you will never be able to be reborn. After getting Chu Xuanru's confirmation, Su Jioge didn't say much. He raised the corner of his mouth and spoke. I see. Don't come in for the next period of time. After a brief explanation, Su Jioge entered Chu Tian's room. After he left, Xiao Lianyue's figure appeared at some point. The veil had been taken off her beautiful face, and she looked at Chu Xuanru calmly. Chu Xuanru, Miss Xiao? Xiao Lianyue, just wait here. He will help you. Although Xiao Lianyue already knew the result, but she still spoke to comfort Chu Xuanru. Xiao Lianyue suddenly said something that made Chu Xuanru a little confused. In the future, you will thank this day. Because after today, you will be greeted by a vast world. The Ling Luo divine body should not be confined to this small Dao domain. Although the dragon in Phoenix Guqin, one of the 10 famous Gyukins, is an imperial weapon, it simply cannot perform to its full potential in the hands of ordinary people, but it is different with Chu Xuanru. She can attack and defend, and even help others to cultivate. Chu Xuanru was puzzled when she heard this. Indoor, with the entry of Su Jioge, Chu Tian finally took off the disguise he had been wearing for these days. He stood up and walked forward. Mr. Su, I have done everything you asked. Now, can you help me get rid of that troublesome guy? The troublesome guy he was referring to was naturally the soul of Chu Tian, the original owner of this body, there was a hint of teasing in Sujyoga's eyes. He nodded with a normal expression. That's natural. This emperor's words are trustworthy. Sujyoga said with a smile, which had something to say. From today onwards, there will no longer be a person named Chu Tian in this world. Chu Tian was overjoyed when he heard this and bowed. Mr. Su's kindness will never be forgotten. Please help me, sir. Sujyoga asked Chu Tian to sit quietly, and his spiritual sense entered Chu Tian's sea of consciousness without any explanation and in a very rough manner. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and closed his eyes in pain. His forehead was covered in sweat, and although he was clearly not the original owner, his willpower was strong enough that he did not utter a sound of pain. As an old acquaintance, this was not the first time that Sujyoga had entered his sea of consciousness. So he quickly found the place in the center of the sea of consciousness where the soul and spirit merged. The original owner Chu Tian's white soul had already become fragile after being eroded for many days. Originally, he was not afraid of the other black soul, but Sujyoga's attack a few days ago was too deadly. After sensing Sujyoga's breath, Chu Tian's almost pleading thoughts came from the weak white soul. Brother Su, save me. Sujyoga in the outside world grinned and said softly. Brother Chu, don't worry, I'm here to save you. The black divine soul also sent out divine thoughts, urging Sujyoga to act quickly. Just when Chu Tian was secretly rejoicing in his heart, thinking that he would soon live in Chu Tian's place, suddenly, a powerful spiritual attack directly destroyed his soul. Boom! If you allow someone to enter your consciousness so easily, unless it is the person you trust the most, you'd better be prepared to be attacked at any time. No one expected that Sujyoga would choose to give up attacking the white soul and instead kill the black soul first. Chu Tian's eyes were dim. He hadn't even reacted yet, his mind was in turmoil, his face was full of disbelief. Why? Didn't we agree that I should live on for him? Finally, as if he had lost his soul, Chu Tian just fell straight to the ground. Bang! Ding! The Destiny protagonist Chu Tian, the time traveler, is annihilated, and his luck value has lost 2,000. Ding! The destined protagonist Chu Tian lost his dual souls and his luck value lost 1,000. Chapter 151, the cuckoo takes over the magpie's nest and becomes the host. Sujyoga looked at Chu Tian, who was lying on the ground with calm eyes. There was no emotion on his face as he spoke calmly. Congratulations, you have fulfilled your value. As for what I promised before, sorry, I don't remember. Sujyoga glanced at Chu Tian, turned around, opened the door, and walked out. When Sujyoga saw Qiu Lianyue, who had been waiting outside for a long time, he was slightly startled. Lianyu, Chu Zuanru, who was beside Qiu Lianyue, stepped forward eagerly and asked anxiously. Master Su. How is brother Chu Tian? Sujyoga looked at her and sighed weakly. Miss Chu, I have tried my best. That spirit is too powerful. It is definitely not an ordinary person. Next, it is unknown which spirit will seize control of this body. A few days ago, Sujyoga had intentionally or unintentionally instilled in her the great risk of failure by doing so. Even before taking action, Sujyoga kept reminding people that the final result might not be optimistic, and in the end, it might be possible that the strange soul would survive. Chu Zuanru also understood this. Sujyoga, my only worry now is, who will wake up next, Brother Chu or the other spirit? I'm afraid, please rest assured, Mr. Su. Chu Zuanru said seriously. Brother Chu Tian and I have been childhood sweethearts since we were young. No matter what he looks like, I will be able to recognize him. Before leaving, I discussed this with Brother Chu Tian. I have the means to identify Brother Chu Tian. As a time traveler, Chu Tian has always been somewhat uneasy about Sujyoga's methods, fearing that the original owner of this body would take back control of the body when he wasn't paying attention. After spending these few days together, Chu Zuanru's trust in him has reached its limit. She firmly believes that he is her brother Chu Tian. Fearing that something unexpected might happen, Chu Tian secretly kept an eye out and took the initiative. If he could exchange secret codes with Chu Zuanru, he would be the real Chu Tian. Otherwise, it is another soul that is controlling the body. Therefore, Chu Zuanru was not worried at all about determining whether brother Chu Tian was really the real person. Little did she know that she had been wrong from the very beginning. Chu Zuanru glanced at Chu Tian, who was lying on the ground behind Sujyoga. She turned pale and exclaimed, Brother Chu Tian. She passed Sujyoga directly and hurried into the house. Sujyoga didn't care too much, but looked at Qiu Lianyue beside him, raised the corner of his mouth and said with a faint smile, Coming? Qiu Lianyue, yeah. Su Joga, let's go today. Xiao Lian Yue, yeah. Su Joga smiled, walked forward and stared at her calm and beautiful face, then he reached out and pinched her little face. How indifferent. Lian Yu, thank you for waking me up. This Ling Luo divine body of Chu Zuanru is useful to me. I think you don't mind, right? Xiao Lian Yue's tone was flat, without any particular emotional fluctuations. Whatever you want. Su Joga just stared at her for a long time without any other movement. Their eyes met, and even someone with Xiao Lianyue's personality could not stand the aggressive gaze. Finally, helpless, she turned her head away as if defeated and stopped looking at him. Don't you still have to deal with Chu Tian? Go now. Su Joga was delighted when he saw this, and he laughed and nodded, good. After saying that, he came into the house, where Chu Zuanru was trying to wake up the unconscious Chu Tian. Chu Zuanru also felt a little relieved by Chu Tian's even breathing. Brother Chu Tian, Brother Chu Tian. Chu Zuanru kept calling softly. Chu Tian's eyelids suddenly moved, and he slowly opened his hazy eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, what came into view was Chu Zuanru's bitter face. Chu Tian was slightly stunned, then murmured. Roar, why are you here? Where is this? Seeing Chu Tian waking up, Chu Zuanru's pretty face was overjoyed and she said excitedly. Brother Chu Tian. Are you awake? Because his body had been occupied by another soul in the past few days, Chu Tian had no idea what was happening, but at this moment, Chu Tian felt unexpectedly good. The other soul was extinguished by Su Joga and turned into nutrients to continuously nourish his own soul. Moreover, there was no longer that vague feeling of pain in his mind, not even the slightest pain. Chu Tian felt his body. He looked at Roar with some surprise, then looked at Su Joga, who stood up with a smile on his face. I vaguely guessed something. My illness is cured? Chu Tian murmured. Upon hearing this, Chu Zuanru felt extremely happy, and tears actually fell on her pretty little face. It was as if the pressure that had been pent up for a long time was finally released. When she heard Brother Chu Tian say this, she could no longer hold back her tears. Brother Chu Tian. Brother Chu Tian. You're finally okay. Your illness was cured by Master Su. Chu Tian was still a little confused at this moment. When did you get treated? Why don't I know what happened? But Chu Tian, who was so smart, understood everything in an instant. Could it be? Was it Brother Su who cured me when I was in a coma? My illness is healed. Chu Tian still couldn't believe it. As a person with two souls acquired later in life, the two were incompatible. He could always feel that there was some kind of existence lodging in his sea of consciousness, like a thorn in his throat, but I couldn't even notice it, let alone expel it. It was not until he met Su Joga that he felt more certain. Now, apart from feeling a little dizzy in the head, that feeling of something stuck in the throat is gone at all. Doesn't this mean that it was Brother Su who helped? Chu Tian's face showed an ecstatic expression. He looked at Su Joga with tears of gratitude, and said in a deep voice. Brother Su? You saved me? He looked at Su Joga, but at this moment Su Joga's eyes were particularly strange. You are not Brother Chu. Ah? Chu Tian was stunned. Not only him, but even Chu Zuanru beside him was stunned for a moment. Impossible, how could Brother Chu Tian admit his mistake? This familiar breath and tone of voice are exactly the same. Su Joga's face was extremely cold and he said in a deep voice. Miss Chu, it looks like we have failed. Brother Chu, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. What? Chu Zuanru was struck by lightning and froze in place. Chu Tian panicked. What does this mean? Brother Su, it's me. I am Chu Tian. Not that soul. P.S. Sorry for the one chapter today. Chu Tian chapter is over, mainly because I feel that Chu Tian is a bad protagonist, and deviates too much from the preset, so I want to sort it out and start the next chapter quickly, and need to think about it. Thanks. Chapter 152, Chu Tian's Death. Requiem. Su Joga looked heartbroken and said with a sigh. Stop pretending. Hey, Miss Chu, I've already told you that doing this is extremely risky, and even if you pay, you may not get any reward. In fact, the cost is even more serious. Your brother Chu Tian is dead. Chu Zuanru was completely stunned. She couldn't believe this fact, but it came from Master Su's own mouth. As if she had thought of something, Chu Zuanru stared at Chu Tian and spoke softly. Brother Chu Tian. Do you still remember the secret code between you and me? Chu Tian was completely stunned and said in bewilderment. Code word? What code word? Roar, when have I ever spoken to you in secret? Upon hearing this, Shu Xuanru's face suddenly turned gloomy. Bang! A heart-pounding force burst out from her body. Chu Tian was caught off guard and was instantly knocked away by this force. He rolled several times before stopping. Chu Tian's head was buzzing, and he still didn't understand what was going on. Chu Tian said in a daze as he got up from the ground in a miserable state. Roar! Roar, what are you doing? Shu Xuanru stood up from the ground without even looking at Chu Tian lying on the ground. She was like a completely different person compared to before. She stood beside Su Joga with a cold expression and spoke slowly. Mr. Su, brother Chu Tian, are you really never coming back? Su Joga nodded slightly and said, I have tried my best. Brother Chu now is no longer the same as before. After getting Su Joga's confirmation, Shu Xuanru's bright eyes lost their luster, and she looked like she was dying. With her body extremely cold, Chu Tian struggled to get up from the ground and kept on explaining himself. Roar! What's wrong with you? I am Chu Tian. Brother Chu Tian, who you have played with since childhood. Brother Su, you know that, right? You must know that, right? I have not been possessed by that spirit. Chu Tian was extremely anxious and looked at Su Joga with pleading eyes, but when he saw Su Joga's cold and ruthless eyes and his face with a mocking smile, Chu Tian was shocked. It was an expression he had never seen before, being high and mighty, and indifferent to all living beings. It's like looking at an ant. Chu Tian seemed a little bit unbelievable. This moment, he suddenly felt Su Joga's innate aura of a noble and extraordinary disciple from a powerful force. Su Joga ignored Chu Tian's plea, but patted Shu Xuanru on the shoulder and comforted her softly. It's come to this, there's nothing we can do. I told you before that the chances of this succeeding were only 1 in 10. But the only thing to be thankful for is that the battle between the two souls and the dual soul body is not a pure possession of the soul. This person has devoured Brother Chu's soul. It is estimated that it will not be long before their souls merge. At that time, Brother Chu's memory will also be inherited by him, and his soul will be the same as Brother Chu's. Shu Xuanru's beautiful eyes lost focus and she murmured, No. This is not Brother Chu Tian, he's not at all. Even if this person in front of him possesses all of Brother Chu Tian's memories in the future, and even his soul is essentially Chu Tian, he is still that other soul. Brother Chu Tian is dead. A long tear rolled down Shu Xuanru's eyes, and the memories of playing with Chu Tian when she was young kept coming to her mind. She couldn't accept this reality. Shu Joga shook his head and sighed. The agreement between you and me, Shu Xuanru, Mr. Su, thank you. I will not regret this. But before that, I have something else to take care of. Having said that, Shu Xuanru looked at Chu Tian with icy eyes. Chu Tian's pupils widened. He had never seen such a strange look in Roar before. No. Roar, I'm really Chu Tian. Believe me. I won't lie to you. Shu Xuanru suddenly said faintly, the King of Heaven covers the Tiger of Earth. Ah? Chu Tian was stunned and stood there for a moment. What? When Shu Xuanru heard Chu Tian's puzzled words, the last worry in her heart was dispelled. She lowered her eyes and her long eyelashes trembled. As expected, you are not. That was the secret code that Brother Chu Tian and I had agreed on before. Chu Tian was anxious. What? What is this? Roar. I don't know. Chu Tian had no way to defend himself. Put. Su Joga on the side almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. What kind of code is this? Su Joga was a little surprised at first. That time traveler was really a weirdo. He wanted to discuss the original owner Chu Tian before he died. Now, I have saved myself the opportunity to fool people. Shu Xuanru's chest heaved. She took a deep breath, and finally seemed to have made up her mind. He raised his head and said with a determined look, Brother Chu Tian, it's over. She turned to look at Su Joga and spoke softly. Mr. Su, can you give me a moment? Su Joga, what do you want to do? Shu Xuanru glanced at Chu Tian, who was in a panic on the ground, and said softly, This is Brother Chu Tian's body after all. I want to end it myself. As she spoke, Shu Xuanru took out the dragon and phoenix Guqin. Seeing this, Su Joga didn't say much and just nodded. I understand. This is your own family affair. You should handle it yourself. But you have to know that we don't have much time left. Chu Xuanru, it won't be long. Su Joga left the house, and a breeze blew the door shut. Chu Shen's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she gently stroked the dragon and phoenix Guqin in her hand and spoke. Brother Chu Tian, let Roer see you off for the last time. Chu Tian's pupils shrank and he screamed. Roer? Roer! What are you going to do? Buzz! A string was plucked, and everything around seemed to stop. Chu Tian froze in place, his eyes wide open, pupils filled with fear and confusion. Outdoors, seeing Su Joga coming out, Zhou Lianyue said softly, "It's over?" Su Joga, yeah. It's almost there. In the room behind the two of them, the sound of a faint piano suddenly came to mind. The sound was full of sadness and moved the heart. Zhou Lianyue glanced in that direction and spoke slowly. Now you are satisfied. This Miss Chu is yours from now on. Su Joga spread his hands helplessly. Lianyue, you know, I am not a lustful person. All I care about is her Ling Luo divine body. Zhou Lianyue, it doesn't matter. Su Joga turned around, closed his eyes, and murmured as he enjoyed the sad and beautiful piano music. Wait for her, it will be soon. Chapter 153, Eliminate Future Troubles and Take in the Girl of Destiny, Ding. The Destiny heroine killed the Destiny hero herself, the Destiny hero Chu Tian died, and the luck value lost 4,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the villain value, 4,000. Ding. The favorability of the destined heroine Chu Xuanru increased by 5. The fall value increased by 20. Current favorability, 85, degree of fall, 60. As a requiem came to an end, the destined protagonist Chu Tian was killed by Chu Xuanru herself. The voice of the system rang in his ears, but Su Joga's face remained calm as usual, without any ripples. As if he had thought of something, Su Joga asked with some confusion. System, why didn't you kill the treasure chest this time? Ding. The destined protagonist Chu Tian did not die at the hands of the protagonist, so no treasure chest reward will be given. Su Joga's face turned dark. Dog system, can you say it again? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial Red Treasure Chest *1. Su Joga's expression looked better now, and he checked his current villain value. Host's current villain value, 50,500, recovered Yi Shang's treasures, left behind the god-killing ring and the blood-drinking Emperor Spear, 50,000. After successively killing 2 destined protagonists, his villain value is now exceptionally abundant. The villain points consumed by the investment in the Creation Profound Pill and the Yanyuan Soul Pill on Chu Tian were also returned with interest. If it weren't for the Dragon Phoenix Guqin that consumed 8,000 points of his villain value would now be infinitely close to 60,000. Su Joga was slightly excited. You know, there are many treasures in the system mall that even I am quite excited about. The cheapest Imperial weapon among them only requires 5,000 villain points. Even an ultimate Imperial weapon like his own Black Emperor halberd only costs 10,000 villain points. Resisting the urge to spend a lot of money, Su Joga calmed himself down and decided to wait until he returned to his tribe. Creaky. The door of the room opposite was opened. Chu Xuanru walked out with a distraught look on her face. In the room behind her, the destined protagonist Chu Tian had died at some point, but he looked intact and had no injuries at all. The requiem directly destroyed his soul. Now Chu Tian is just an empty shell. Chu Xuanru came to Su Joga with lifeless eyes. Su Joga looked at her and spoke, all right? Chu Xuanru nodded, and looked up at him with a complicated face. Master Su, brother Chu Tian, is it true that he can't come back? Even though his favorability towards her has reached 85 and his love value is 60, the loyal heroine still finds it difficult to forget Chu Tian. However, Su Joga was not in a hurry about this. Chu Tian is dead anyway. Su Joga nodded and comforted softly. Miss Chu, I'm sorry. Although I have only known brother Chu Tian for a short time, I treat him as my own son and brother. It's a pity that a man like brother Chu died young. No one wants to see this. Chu Xuanru's beautiful eyes were a little hazy, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. For a moment, I fell into deep sorrow. Su Joga did not make any other move, but just looked at her quietly and said, We should go now. Chu Xuanru nodded and said with some self-blame, Mr. Su, it's all my fault. This is why you suffered such heavy losses. Su Joga, it doesn't matter. It's a pity that we didn't save brother Chu. I just hope that Brother Chu can rest in peace in his grave and not blame me. Chu Xuanru forced a smile and said softly. No. Brother Chu Tian is a good man. Mr. Su, I'll go with you. From today on, Roar is yours. Ding. The destined heroine Chu Xuanru has returned, and her favorability has increased by 10. Her fall value has increased by 20. With Chu Xuanru's acceptance, his favorability level in her eyes has approached 100. Su Jioge was slightly surprised that he looked at Qiu Lianyue, who had a calm expression on his face, and suddenly a strange thought flashed through his mind: since the Destiny heroine can watch it, then can Lianyue's? System, show me Lianyue's favorability towards me. Ding. Return to the host, check, and consume 500 villain points. Su Jioge, taking advantage of someone's misfortune, huh? Consumption. Although he was extremely reluctant, Su Jioge couldn't help his curiosity and started to check it out. Qiu Lianyue's favorability panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Qiu Lianyue. Current favorability: 120. Current fall value: 0. The two extremely contrasting values made Su Jioge slightly stunned. However, he had not expected this 120 points of favorability. This prince so charming. Su Jioge was rarely narcissistic. But why is the fall value 0? The system did not respond, and Su Jioge did not ask any further questions. Instead, he took out a space magic weapon and summoned the Supreme Divine Roar. As the Supreme God's roar appeared, this tremendous pressure swept across the entire venue. Su Jioge looked at Qiu Lianyue beside him and spoke. Lianyue, take Xuanru and go first. Go back to the Su family. Su family. Chu Xuanru was stunned. When she saw the extremely majestic and powerful roar of the Supreme God, she couldn't help but be stunned for a while. This Mr. Su's mount, even in the Tianwen sect, the number one force in her Xinjun Dao realm, Chu Xuanru had never felt such a powerful beast in the guardian beast. Mr. Su, who was he? Su Jioge's mystery made her very curious. Qiu Lianyue glanced at Su Jioge and nodded slightly, said softly, let's go. After saying that, he climbed onto the huge body of the Supreme God's roar. Ah! Chu Xuanru finally reacted and went up with him in a daze, confused. Miss Qiu, what is Master Su going to do? Qiu Lianyue, he will be here soon. Chu Xuanru nodded, and with a roar of the Supreme God, he turned into a blazing golden sun with the two women and disappeared into the sky, leaving the Xinjun Dao domain. Looking at the direction where the two women left, Su Jioge's imperial eyes flickered and he spoke slowly. Master Ying. Ying Lao, yes. Ying Lao still appeared without anyone noticing. What do you want, Lord Emperor? Su Jioge glanced at Chu Tian in the room, his face calm, and said lightly. Let's destroy the Chu family as well. Oh, right, there is also the Tianwen sect in this world. These two places are too closely related to Chu Xuanru. He didn't want Chu Xuanru to be affected in the future because of the issues between the Chu family and the Tianwen sect. Mr. Ying nodded very respectfully. After explaining all this, Su Jioge turned into a golden rainbow and disappeared on the spot. Ying looked around, and the vast and mighty power of the Supreme Realm surged out from his old body like a surging river or sea. Boom! A ray of white light submerged the entire Chu family. Chapter 154, The Imperial Clan Su Family. The Emperor's son returns. The Supreme Divine Roar was flying in the void, and Chu Xuanru on its back looked a little embarrassed. She looked at Qiu Lianyue beside her, opened her mouth, hesitated and wanted to say something, but finally stopped. Qiu Lianyue's voice came very softly. If you want to ask anything, just ask directly. She clearly didn't look back, but it was as if she had a pair of eyes behind her. Chu Xuanru pursed her lips and said after pondering for a moment. That, Miss Qiu. Who exactly are you and Master Su? She has always been very curious about this question. Even Brother Chu Tian didn't know until he died. Qiu Lianyue glanced at her and spoke. The Imperial Clan, the Su family, do you know? The Su family. Chu Xuanru murmured, constantly recalling the memories about the Imperial Su family in her mind, but the level of Xinjun Dao realm is too low. Even as the Holy Maiden of Tianwen sect, she only knows a little about what the Imperial Clan is like. If she had thought of something, Chu Xuanru covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes greatly shocked. Miss Qiu. Are you saying that Master Su and you are both from the Imperial Clan? He is, and I am not. Zhou Lianyue said Chu Xuanru's mood was in turmoil. It is said that no matter which imperial clan it is, they are an existence that is above the pinnacle of all the heavens and worlds. The Dao realm they were in was totally incomparable to the Xianjun Dao realm. She heard all this from her master. Chu Xuanru had a complicated expression on her face. She had never expected that young Master Su would be a member of the imperial family. She looked at the desolate emptiness around her and sighed softly. I have only visited the nearby Dao realm. I've never been to such a faraway place, imperial family. To her, this seemed like a place she had never imagined. Zhou Lianyue, in fact, the imperial family is not that different from what you think. As the daughter of Emperor Changqing, in her eyes the imperial family is nothing more than a clan with the inheritance of the emperor. Just like the great Emperor Changqing could have established an imperial clan himself, but he did not do so. Instead, he chose to create a top-level Taoist sect that was no weaker than the imperial clan, Holy Ruins Realm, Supreme Green Emperor sect. Chu Xuanru looked at Zhou Lianyue, who had a calm and indifferent expression, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such a stunningly beautiful woman must have a background that is no less than that of Mr. Su. After all, judging from Mr. Su's appearance, he seemed to be very afraid of this girl. Chu Xuanru, Miss Chiu, since you and Master Su are both from the outside world, why did you come to Xianjun Daoyu with your identities? Is there something worthy of Mr. Su's attention? Zhou Lianyue, you are right. Chu Xuanru, ah? What is that? Zhou Lianyue turned her head and looked at her, then said nothing. This made Chu Xuanru confused. The scene became awkward for a moment. Zhou Lianyue was a calm and quiet person, and Chu Xuanru was not very good at dealing with people. The two women, both of whom were loyal, fell silent after an unknown amount of time. Zhou Lianyue said softly. He's here. Chu Xuanru, what? Behind the supreme god roar, a golden light broke through the air and landed beside the two women. You're walking pretty fast. After letting Eldering deal with the Chu family and the Tianwen sect, Su Joga followed closely behind. He smiled faintly and said to the two women, Chu Xuanru, Mr. Su? You're here. Su Joga glanced at her, nodded and smiled. Shenro, I'm sure Lianyue has also told you about our identities. Chu Xuanru nodded slightly and said softly. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary. Su Joga laughed indifferently and said. It's okay. Miss Chu, I have done my best to save Brother Chu. He even resorted to using our clan's greatest treasure. It's really unfair to ask you to do this. Chu Xuanru shook her head and said. It's okay, Mr. Su. These are what we agreed to early on. She also didn't want to make Su Joga too embarrassed. Maybe this is fate. Even the people of the imperial family couldn't save Brother Chu Tian, let alone others. Su Joga, it's great that you think this way. But don't worry, Miss Chu. You don't have to do anything in the imperial family. There's no need to be too polite. His original intention was just to let Chu Xuanru assist him in cultivation. Besides, Chu Xuanru's cultivation was not low, and she could also convey messages for him. Mr. Su, you don't have to call me Miss Chu. Chu Xuanru lowered her eyes and said softly. Just call me Xuanru. Su Joga chuckled and didn't say much along the way. He introduced the imperial family, the Su family, to Chu Xuanru, although it was just a few simple words, but from Su Joga's words, it was not difficult for Chu Xuanru to imagine what kind of existence the imperial family, the Su family, was in the world. Her beautiful eyes lit up with wonder. The supreme divine roar was moving at a fast speed. It passed through many realms and soon arrived outside the Holy Emperor realm where the Su family was located and entered it. As soon as she entered the Holy Emperor's Dao realm, Chu Xuanru was shocked by the extremely abundant spiritual energy here. What a powerful spiritual power! As the Su family's territory, the Holy Emperor Dao realm has an spiritual energy that is many levels higher than that of the Xianjun Dao realm. There is even a trace of innate purple energy in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which can make people's minds peaceful and not easily breed inner demons. This place is undoubtedly the most suitable for practicing and understanding the world. Chu Shen's beautiful eyes flickered. She felt that if she stayed here for a few days, it would be of great benefit to her cultivation and understanding of the music scores. Thinking of this, Chu Xuanru couldn't help but turn her head to look at Su Joga and Zhou Lianyue. They both had calm expressions, as if they were used to it. Chu Xuanru looked at everything in the Holy Emperor's Dao realm with curiosity. The supreme god roared all the way forward, heading towards the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in this world. and came to a place where magnificent and ancient palaces were located. Here, it is surrounded by clouds and mist, as if you have entered a fairyland. The extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth has actually turned into reality, presenting layers of white misty forms, which look ethereal and spectacular. As soon as the Supreme God's roar appeared, his dazzling and majestic figure like the blazing sun attracted the attention of the younger generations of the Su family below. Is that a divine roar? It's the supreme divine roar of Lord Emperor. The Emperor's prince is back. The younger generations of the Su family who were practicing martial arts below were ecstatic. The news spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and soon the news spread throughout the entire Su family. Su Yangyu looked up at the dazzling figure in the sky, his eyes somewhat fiery. Chapter 155, Meeting her father, the anxious daughter of the Emperor. However, he still looked at the young children with a serious face and scolded them in a deep voice. Practice well here, don't delay. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and followed in the direction of Su Jioge. Inside the Su family hall at this moment, the elders and clan leader of the Su family were holding a meeting as usual, because they have monopolized an entire ancient ruins. The entire imperial clan, the Su family, is now thriving and growing from the inside out. Almost everyone's strength has been raised to a higher level, and the resources mined in Taiyuan Fairyland during this period are countless. Clan leader Su Tian had a rosy complexion all day long, as if he had regained a second spring. When Su Tian heard the noisy noise outside, he frowned and spoke with some displeasure. What's going on? It's so noisy. An elder from the Su family said with a smile. I guess it's those kids again. I asked them to go to the ancient ruins a while ago, and it was really fun for them. An elder with sharp ears listened carefully and said, Hey, that's not right. They seem to be talking about the Emperor's son. Could it be that the Emperor's son has returned? What? Su Tian's pupils suddenly lit up, and he stood up from his seat with a swoosh and said loudly, Go check it out. Above the supreme divine roar, Chu Xuanru looked at the scene below and was shocked. Emperor's son, why are they all shouting, Your Excellency the Emperor's prince? Chu Xuanru looked at Su Jioge, who was smiling beside her, and an unbelievable guess suddenly emerged in her mind. Could it be? The supreme divine roar slowly landed on the ground and stopped in an open area outside the Su family's main hall. Just at this moment, clan leader Su Tian led a group of elders and hurried out. He saw the Emperor's son's exclusive mount at a glance. They were all overjoyed. Emperor's son? Is it really the Emperor's son? The Emperor's son is back. A group of people strode forward and hurried to greet them. We are here to see His Majesty the Emperor. Su Tian said loudly and excitedly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. No matter which one of the group in front of me, the aura is as deep as the abyss and extremely terrifying. He is not inferior to the great powers of the Tianwen sect, and is even better. And these people actually called Master Su the Emperor's son? This is, calm down. Su Jioge's figure appeared beside him. Su Jioge and Xiu Lianyue fell from the supreme divine roar naturally. Su Tian and a group of Su family elders bowed respectfully. I have met the Emperor's son and I have met the Emperor's daughter. All the elders have a very favorable impression of Xiu Lianyue in everyone's mind. She had almost already been chosen as the future wife of the Emperor's son. Su Jioge nodded slightly, and found that Chu Xuanru did not follow, so he turned around and spoke. What are you standing there for? Chu Xuanru finally reacted and said woodenly, Here I come. Seeing the newcomer, the elders of the Su family looked puzzled. When did another woman appear by the side of the Emperor's son? Su Tian, Your Excellency, this girl is. Su Jioge smiled faintly and said, This is Miss Chu Xuanru. Su Jioge didn't explain anything else. Everyone present was a smart person. Naturally, they understood what the prince meant and were in sync with him. Shinro, these are the elders of my Su family. This is the clan leader. Su Jioge said lightly. Chu Xuanru had never seen such a grand scene before. She lowered her head involuntarily for a moment and murmured timidly, Meet the clan leader and elders. Su Tian laughed and said nonchalantly, Since Lord Emperor has brought people with him, they are guests of our imperial clan, the Su family. Emperor, can you arrange a place for her to live? Upon hearing this, Su Jioge glanced at Chu Xuanru beside him, thought for a moment, and then spoke. No need, I will make my own arrangements. He planned to arrange for her to live next door to him, just like Nangong Cheng. Su Joga looked around and said with some confusion. Where's Chinger? Su Tian said with a smile. You may not know, my Lord Emperor, that Miss Nangong, as a member of the forbidden divine race, has entered this ancient ruins once before and is very familiar with it. I think he is still exploring the ancient ruins and hasn't come back yet. Su Joga nodded and waved his hand. Okay. You guys should leave first, take Xuanru to my place, and let her get to know my Su family. Lian Yue and I still have to go see father. Emperor? The elders were shocked. Su Joga whispered to Chu Xuanru. Lian Yue and I still have something to do. They will send someone to show you around here in a bit. From now on, you will live here. Chu Xuanru lowered her head and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Okay. After finishing the explanation, Su Joga looked at Xiao Lianyue beside him and said, Let's go? Xiao Lianyue nodded slightly, and the two of them went to the Su family's ancestral land together. Su Joga communicated with the divine consciousness left by his father in his body and tried to sense his father's location. My father practiced in seclusion in the deepest part of the ancestral land, comprehending the uninhabited realm that no one had ever reached, above the emperor. It can be said that in the entire Su family, except Su Joga, no one can find where Su Huangji is. At this time, Xiao Lianyue, who had been in a calm mood, became inexplicably uneasy. After hesitating for a while, she said, Or, forget it. Ha? Su Joga was a little confused. Why? Given my father's personality, I think he would be very happy to see you. Anyway, we'll meet sooner or later. Xiao Lianyue's heart was beating wildly. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. It was as if she was afraid that Su Huangji didn't like her. Seeing that Su Joga said so, Xiao Lianyue had no choice but to lower her head and speak softly. All right, the two of them waited quietly there. The surrounding power suddenly fluctuated violently. As if sensing something, Su Joga's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Here I come. Xiao Lianyue became even more nervous. A long, powerful laugh was heard. Ha ha ha. My son. What's the matter that you want me to come here for? Su Huangji's voice was like thunder, shaking people's hearts and minds. At the same time, a layer of golden light appeared in the deepest part of the Su family's ancestral land. Just like the rising sun, even if you are far away, you can still feel its majestic and supreme power. An extremely blazing golden sun rumbled over. The one among them was none other than the only great ancient emperor existing in the world today. Su Huangji. Chapter 156, Above the Great Emperor. A 100% chance? Su Huangji appeared in a very dignified manner and laughed loudly. My son, you really want me to die? How have you been out there these days? Is everything going well? Su Joga, starfish. Looking at the old man in front of me with white hair, an ancient and oppressive aura. I don't know if it's because my father used the divine liquid of creation, but Su Joga can clearly feel that his father is in very good condition now. Not only did his hunched figure become more upright, but even the strong dead air he had before faded a lot, as if he had been given a second spring. But even so, Su Joga couldn't help but roll his eyes and complain. Dad, is it really okay for you to use your imperial power so casually? He also hopes that his father can live a few more years. Emperor Su laughed and walked forward to pat Su Joga on the shoulder. My goodness, this slap made Su Joga grimace in pain, and he was almost broken to pieces. Su Huangji, ha? My son, your father is in very good condition now. Originally, I thought that it would take at least 50,000 to 60,000 years to reach a realm above that of the great emperor. Now it seems that I can try in less than 5,000 years. Su Joga's eyes flickered when he heard this and he said with concern. Are you sure? Su Huangji nodded and made a gesture with a smile. Su Joga's pupil shrank, and he said in disbelief, 100% sure? Su Huangji shook his head and laughed heartily. 1%. Su Joga, he originally thought that with the help of his own divine liquid of creation, he would be able to gain enlightenment above the great emperor in advance, and his father would have at least a 40% to 50% chance of reaching that level, but I didn't expect the success rate to be so low. Su Huangji was very open-minded and said nonchalantly. My son, you know that this opportunity is already very rare. This is all thanks to the help of your divine liquid of creation. But don't worry, I've come this far after all this time. Why would I be so anxious? He still has more than 20 drops of the divine liquid of creation. If he uses them all, the chance of success will be at least 50% to 60%. However, even as an emperor, he cannot guarantee these things. If I fail in bragging in front of my son and then die, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Sujyoga thought for a while and said, I still have some creation divine liquid, father, do you need it? Su Huangji smiled and shook his head. In his heart, the divine liquid of creation was a priceless treasure, and the 50 drops that Jyoga gave him were completely enough. If there is a 50% to 60% chance of failing to break through, then no amount of divine liquid of creation will be of any use. Instead of giving it all to himself, it would be better for Jyoga to keep the remaining divine liquid of creation for himself, so that it would help him in his future achievements in becoming an emperor. Above the emperor, the father and son each have their own thoughts. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. Jyoga grinned and said, Father, look who I brought with me. As he spoke, he pushed up Qiu Lianyue, who had been keeping her head down and saying nothing. Su Huangji waved his hand nonchalantly. Ha, I noticed this girl a long time ago. It is extremely rare to reach the saint realm at such a young age, even in your era. Yes, she is indeed suitable to be the daughter-in-law of my Su family. Su Jyoga was stunned. It seems that father hasn't recognized Lianyue yet, some said with a smile. Father, take another good look at who she is. Su Huangji raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Oh? Could it be that this girl is known to my father? Su Jyoga, of course. Su Huangji looked at Qiu Lianyue with burning eyes for a long time. Qiu Lianyue's eyes were a little evasive, and she didn't dare to look directly into Su Huangji's eyes. I have to say, this father and son look like they were carved from the same mold. The emperor's eyes were as sharp as a sword. Even though he was already an emperor in his old age, his eyes were still awe-inspiring and full of majestic aura. However, over the years, the mighty, domineering and heroic Emperor Wu Shi in our memories has changed drastically. Qiu Lianyue said softly, Uncle Wu Shi, uncle. When these words came out, Su Huangji was stunned. He paused where he was for a moment, and it took him a long time to react. Open your mouth and speak. Girl, what did you call me? Suddenly, I thought of the old man Changqing's little daughter, who was as lively as a porcelain doll. Su Huangji's eyes were shocked. The two families had a close relationship, and Su Jyoga and Qiu Lianyue often played together when they were young. Unfortunately, with the invasion of the dark side, Su Huangji did not visit Emperor Changqing for a long time. Therefore, he never knew what Qiu Lianyue would look like when she grew up. But now, the woman in front of him actually looked somewhat similar to the daughter of the Changqing emperor in his memory. Su Huangji's dim eyes suddenly became extremely bright. As if he had thought of something, he shouted in disbelief. Who are you, girl you? Su Jyoga laughed when he saw his father's expression. Qiu Lianyue nodded shyly and spoke softly. Boom. These words were undoubtedly like a bolt of lightning. There are not many things that can make Su Huangji lose his composure, and the daughter of Emperor Changqing is one of them, the fiancée that he carefully selected for his beloved son. Thinking back on those days, I tried my best to educate the young Su Jyoga ideologically. I want my son to capture Changqing's precious daughter. It's a pity that after Jyoga was sealed into the ancient divine source, Emperor Changqing never saw his daughter again, and every time I asked that old guy, he was mysterious and refused to tell me. Even when he died, he didn't say anything, so the matter was left unresolved. Su Huangji never thought that one day he would be able to meet the daughter-in-law he was most satisfied with. I'm so excited. Okay. Su Huangji laughed out loud with great joy. The sound was as loud as thunder, making Su Jyoga's head buzz. The dim old eyes suddenly brightened, and Su Huangji kept looking Qiu Lianyue up and down. No matter her cultivation or appearance, he became more and more satisfied. He said with unstoppable joy in his eyes, Okay, girl you, I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Where did you go during the emperor's fall? Qiu Lianyue, back then, darkness invaded and the way of heaven was incomplete. My father was afraid that my physique would attract the attention of the chaos demon god, so he sealed me in the depths of the boundless sea of the ancient divine source. Uncle Wu Shi, I just woke up recently too. The Chaos Demon in the darkness of the Emperor's Fall era liked the most the extremely powerful special physique origin like Su Jyoga and Qiu Lianyue. As the Emperor of Dan, Emperor Changqing is naturally no match for Su Huangji in terms of combat power. Even Su Huangji, who had destroyed most of his dark side for the sake of his beloved son, finally had to seal Su Jyoga into the ancient divine source. On the one hand, it was for Su Jyoga's safety, and on the other hand, it was because it was impossible to become an emperor in this world. It is no wonder that Emperor Changqing would do this. Chapter 157. There is fatherly love, but not much. Although he had a premonition in his heart, Su Huangji's eyes widened after hearing it, and his imperial eyes were still a little angry. Great! I knew it! That old guy Changqing lied to me and said he was sending you to the ancient fairyland to stay away from the disputes. It's a good thing I went to their forbidden tribe and scared those old guys half to death. With Emperor Changqing's wealth, he should have thought of this long ago. This old guy is still that. At this point, Su Huangji seemed to have thought of something, looked at Zhou Lianyue with a calm face, and quickly shut his mouth. He forgot about it for a moment. The great Emperor Changqing had fallen 20,000 years ago. Su Huangji coughed twice and said to Zhou Lianyue with great seriousness, "Girl, your father, and I are close friends. Given the friendship between our two families, staying at my Su's house is like staying at your own home. There's no need to feel restrained. From now on, you will be the goddess of my Su family. With my support, you don't have to worry about anything else." His voice was extremely gentle, as if he was looking at his own daughter. Goddess, Su Jioge looked at his father with a strange expression. What is this for? Seeing that Zhou Lianyue did not reply, Su Huangji glanced at Su Jioge, who was looking embarrassed at the side. He said calmly without showing any emotion, "Jioge, when did you find Yue? How come your father only knows about it now?" Looking at the appearance of his beloved son and Yu girl, it was not difficult for Emperor Su to guess that they had been together for some time. What? Did you bully Yu girl? Su Jioge felt bad when he heard his father's unfriendly tone. No, the dad who was so friendly and caring about that person in the previous second, seemed like a completely different person in the next second. There is fatherly love, but not much. Su Jioge shrugged helplessly and said, "I don't." "Really? If you don't believe me, ask her." Su Huangji stared at Su Jioge for a long time, looking calm, and said in a deep voice, "Come with me for a moment." Afterwards, he put on a kind and friendly face and spoke to Zhou Lianyue with a smile. "You girl, wait for us here for a while." Zhou Lianyue nodded obediently. The father and son, Su Huangji and Su Jioge, came to a nearby side. Su Jioge sighed. "Father, I really didn't do anything." Su Huangji glared at him and said unhappily, "Is this what the father said?" Su Huangji turned his head to look at Zhou Lianyue, who was not far away, then turned around and laughed. "Ha ha ha. My son, it seems that you really haven't forgotten your father's teachings. Hurry up and tell me, when did you see him?" Su Jioge was stunned and didn't react for a while. He thought that his father was going to scold him. Su Jioge confessed everything truthfully, and recounted everything that happened from the moment he met Zhou Lianyue in the ancient ruins. Su Huangji was listening with great interest, and would exclaim in admiration from time to time, "You are worthy of being my son, Su Huangji. Well done." Obviously very satisfied. "But son, I can tell you that I watched you grow up with my own eyes. Our two families are close friends. Yu girl has a quiet and simple personality. Although her father is gone now, you must not treat her badly because of this, okay?" Su Huangji said seriously. "I know, Lianyue is actually a pretty good person." Su Jioge said. To be honest, although I can't say that I love Zhou Lianyue deeply, at least I have a great impression of her. Moreover, given the friendship between the two families, the relationship between him and Lianyue has long been tacitly understood by both families. "But father, what did you mean just now? Do you want to make Lianyue the goddess of my Su family?" Su Jioge asked. Su Huangji, "Silly child, now that old man Changqing is gone, Yu girl is all alone, shouldn't I give her a suitable status? There's nothing to lose anyway. Let's use this status to tie Yu girl to our Su family so she won't run away." The more Su Jioge listened, the more he felt something was wrong. In the end, he widened his eyes and couldn't believe it. "This is my father?" But in the end, thinking about it, Su Huangji instilled in me the idea of marrying one person to make the whole family rich when I was very young. I think he is an old fox. Su Huangji had a kind smile on his face, looking like an old father who cared about his child's lifelong affairs, and asked tentatively, "My son, let me ask you a question. Your relationship, what progress have you made?" Su Jioge paused and said unhappily, "No, why are you asking so many questions? Let it be." Seeing the appearance of his beloved son, Su Huangji raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "That's right. Yu girl's talent is countless times higher than Changqing's, and she also has a congenital Dao fetus holy body. My son, you two are simply a perfect match. While I am still alive, you must capture her as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will personally arrange your wedding for you two. Try to give me a precious grandson as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. Emperor Su laughed happily at he was really looking forward to seeing what kind of peerless genius would be born from the combination of Su Joga and Xiao Lianyue. Su Joga was speechless. With my father's long lifespan, why would he still worry about these things? Suddenly I had the urge to escape from this place. The father and son exchanged greetings for a while, and then Su Huangji showed meticulous care for Xiao Lianyue, and the two chatted for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Su Joga couldn't stand it anymore and said, all right, father, you can go back to seclusion now. It's getting late. Lian Yue and I will go back to our tribe first. Su Huangji said, somewhat displeased. What's the hurry? After so many years, I finally get to see Miss Yu. I'm happy and glad to see her. Judging from the situation, we will have to talk for at least a few more hours. Xiao Lian Yue glanced at Su Joga and said softly, Uncle Wu Shi, I think we should stop here today. I'll come see you later, okay? Su Huangji has already decided that Xiao Lianyue is his daughter-in-law, so naturally he will not reject her. Hearing this, he pondered for a while, then nodded and laughed. Ah, that's true. Look at my old bones. I was really a little too happy for a moment. Su Joga said goodbye to his father and spoke. I'm leaving. Su Huangji waved his hand. Okay, remember what your father said. Su Joga, got it. After saying that, he turned to look at Xiao Lianyue beside him and said softly, let's go? Xiao Lianyue nodded. The two figures quickly disappeared from the spot. Watching the two of them leave, Su Huangji was in a very good mood, just as he was about to return to the depths of his ancestral land to meditate again. Ding! A crisp sound was heard, and a white jade bottle rolled to the ground. This is... Su Huangji frowned and picked up the white jade bottle on the ground with some confusion. What's in the bottle is actually the magical liquid of creation. Su Huangji was slightly startled and couldn't help laughing and muttering, this brat. Then he laughed loudly, transformed into an extremely bright golden light, and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 158, Holy Ruins Realm. The treasure left behind by the Changqing Emperor Su Joga brought Xiao Lianyue back to where they lived. There was no conversation along the way and the scene was a little quiet for a while. Su Joga couldn't help but ask, Lianyue, what's wrong? Why do you seem so depressed since you came back? Xiao Lianyue glanced at him and said softly, I might be away for a while, huh? Su Joga was slightly stunned and asked with some confusion, where are you going? Xiao Lianyue's beautiful eyes were calm as she spoke slowly. Go back to the Holy Ruins Realm. Su Joga frowned and said, Sacred Ruins Realm? He knew where that place was. Emperor Changqing and Lianyue once lived there, and Emperor Changqing's Taoist lineage also existed there. However, my father had long told me that the Taishang Qing Emperor sect had been declining since the death of the Changqing Emperor, and now, it no longer exists. The Holy Ruins Realm has also fallen from its former supreme position to a place even inferior to the lower levels, and is now uninhabited. The ruins of the Supreme Green Emperor's sect had long been spied on and looted by countless people, so there was nothing worthy of attention at all. Why now? All the people in the heavens have completely forgotten about this realm. Su Joga, why? Lianyue, your father's lineage has died out. The Holy Ruins Realm has now become a wasteland. Although this is a cruel fact, it is true the power of the Taoist sect is different from that of the imperial family. As a Taoist sect that once had a glorious emperor, after the death of Emperor Changqing, it lacked the cohesion of a leader and was inevitably scattered and gradually fell apart, but the imperial family is different. Everyone has the same surname and is related by blood, so the meaning is different even if it has declined. As long as the bloodline is still there, the family will exist. Moreover, as long as a talented and outstanding leader emerges among the same clan, they can regain their glory or even go further. This is also the reason why the imperial families have lasted for so long. Xiao Lianyue had a calm expression and spoke softly. I know. But in the Holy Ruins Realm, there are things that my father left for me. That's what my father told me before I entered the ancient divine source. Su Joga's pupils narrowed and he looked at her in disbelief. You mean, Emperor Changqing still has wealth left? Come to think of it, the wealth accumulated by Emperor Changqing is almost equal to the entire foundation of several ancient clans. As the only alchemy emperor in the era of the emperor's fall, Emperor Changqing has a wide network of contacts, and there are many emperor-level figures who ask him to refine pills. How could he leave only so little for his only daughter? Moreover, with the emperor's means, hiding these treasures is a very easy task. Xiao Lianyue, that's the dowry. Su Joga was shocked. Considering the work of Emperor Changqing, the treasures he left behind could not be less than an entire ancient immortal ruins. At the very least, the emperor pill alone is something that is not found in the ancient immortal ruins. Are we going now? Su Joga asked Xiao Lianyue. Yeah. I don't know what to do here, it shouldn't take long. Su Joga stared at her for a long time, then said after a moment's silence. Okay then. I'll have someone follow you. I'm not sure if you can go alone. Xiao Lianyue, no need. I can do it alone. With her cultivation level reaching the Saint Realm, she is almost equivalent to an ancestor in this era. There aren't many people in the universe who can threaten her. At the very least, those supreme beings are at the foundation level of the major superpowers and will not act rashly. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Su Joga nodded slightly. In that case, let's go and take a look. After all, this is where you once lived. Xiao Lianyue, then I'm leaving. She was decisive and prepared to leave without saying anything more. Wait. Su Joga stopped her. Xiao Lianyue stopped. Su Joga, if anything happens, remember to let me know. Be careful on the road. Xiao Lianyue nodded, yeah. Looking at her departing back, Su Joga's imperial eyes flickered. A complex and indescribable emotion arose spontaneously. As if he thought of something, Su Joga suddenly paused, his expression became a little strange and he muttered. Wait a moment, did I forget that this guy has a poor sense of direction? Su Joga, mastering? The figure of the old man appeared faintly. Lord Emperor, I am here. What can I do for you? Su Joga's eyes were dim, and he said slowly, tell Izu and the others about this. Tell them to send someone to protect Lianyue for me and make sure she doesn't find out. Also, Lianyue must not be in any trouble, understand? Although Xiao Lianyue has a good cultivation base and the imperial-level protective gear yielding fairy skirt that I gave her, ordinary people cannot hurt her at all, but there is no guarantee that any accidents will happen, which is what Su Joga does not want to see. It would be much safer if we let the Su family's ancestor go together. Mr. Ing nodded and said respectfully. Understood. After saying this, he disappeared into the darkness. Su Joga thought about it, grinned, and shook his head with a laugh. Hey, can't we go together after I finish my retreat? Why do you have to leave so quickly? He returned to the palace where he lived. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he heard the soft and pleasant sound of a piano. The music played by the dragon and phoenix Kuchin seems to add a layer of beauty to this world. Hundreds of birds pay homage to the phoenix, and all kinds of magical birds and beasts land in the courtyard. Su Joga strode over, and when he saw Chu Xuanru playing attentively, he sat down with a smile. As if she had noticed something, Chu Xuanru stopped. The song that stopped in the middle made Su Joga feel itchy and he was a little confused. Why don't you continue playing? Chu Xuanru smiled shyly, and then continued playing. It was a moving song. As the music ended, Su Joga smiled faintly, stroked his hand and praised. It is really peaceful and enjoyable to listen to Miss Chu's music. Chu Xuanru said seriously. If Mr. Su likes it, Xuanru can play it every day. This is what Xuanru should do. From the moment she agreed to follow Su Joga, she had already prepared to become his maid. Moreover, on the way, Chu Xuanru got a glimpse of how noble and extraordinary Su Joga's identity was. For an existence like this, it takes such a huge price to save brother Chu Tian. The cost is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Therefore, Chu Xuanru felt even more guilty. Ding. The favorability of the destined heroine Chu Xuanru increased by 10. The degree of being conquered increased by 10. Current favorability, 95, degree of fall, 70. Chapter 159 Chaos Dao Fruit. Breakthrough into the Saint Realm. The sudden voice from the system startled Su Joga. What's going on? He didn't know what Chu Xuanru was thinking, but he didn't care too much about it. If this destined heroine could complete her self-strategy, that would naturally be the best thing. Su Joga slowly stood up and said with a smile. Okay, I'm going to stay in seclusion for a while. If you need anything, just tell the clan leader and elders. You should slowly adapt to the situation here first. Chu Xuanru nodded slightly. Mr. Su, I understand. In the quiet and solemn ancient hall, Su Jioge was at the top and opened the system mall. The interface of the system mall appeared in the field of vision. There are a dazzling array of treasures, including countless invaluable treasures. Su Jioge was embarrassed for a long time in front of all the treasures. My villain value of 50,000 is not too much, but not too little either. Some of them were divine physiques and origin level treasures, which even he was excited about, but those would require at least hundreds of thousands of villain values. After hesitating for a long time, Su Jioge's gaze still remained on that technique. Chaos Sutra evaluation. There are 9 articles in total. It is difficult to evaluate them. I will just say they are awesome. After practicing, you can condense the Chaos Dao fruit on the Ling Tai, strengthen your spiritual consciousness, and transform the true energy you use into the Chaos Chi, which can evolve into thousands of things and reverse the destiny. Requirements: only those with an innate chaotic divine body or a mortal body can practice this, and it requires extremely high talent. Required villain value: 100,000. 100,000 villain value. Su Jioge had noticed this technique a long time ago. The reason why I was not in a hurry before was because my father's Emperor's Sutra of the Beginningless was enough for me, but now it is different from the past. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Divine King realm. You are only one step away from becoming a saint. Anyone who wants to become a saint needs to condense the Dao fruit. For Su Jioge, there are many kinds of Dao fruit to choose from. The Beginningless Emperor Sutra can certainly allow him to obtain such a powerful existence as the Beginningless Dao fruit, but it is not the most suitable one for him, and this Chaos Sutra can condense the Chaos Dao fruit, which perfectly fits one's innate chaos divine body. It's a pity that the villain value has never been enough. Su Jioge pondered for a moment and said tentatively, Dog system, I want this Chaos Sutra. Ding. Your villain value balance is insufficient, please recharge. We recommend that you purchase the Chaos Sutra fragments in installments, it does not affect anything. Can I still pay in installments? Su Jioge's face turned dark. After a conversation, Su Jioge spent a full 30,000 villain points and finally got the Chaos Sutra as he wished. Ding. Consume 30,000 villain points to exchange for Chaos Sutra. Current villain value: 20,500. Chaos Sutra fragments: 1, 2, 3. Got it, but not completely. A series of obscure inscriptions of the Great Tao emerged in his mind, and those ancient golden runes pieced together to form a fragment. Su Jioge didn't care too much. With the first 3 chapters of the Chaos Sutra, it is enough for me to condense the Chaos Dao fruit and cross into the Holy Realm. Su Jioge summoned the Wheel of Time, which was hung high behind him. A pale yellow area enveloped it, driven by the divine power of the Wheel of Time. The flow rate of time in this space and the outside world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Su Jioge closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Chaos Sutra. It has to be said that the complexity of the Chaos Sutra was a bit difficult even for Su Jioge, who was able to perfectly comprehend an emperor-level magical skill within a few days. After consuming a certain amount of villain value assistance, this Chaos Sutra indeed became simple and clear. In the next few days, Su Jioge stayed indoors, and Chu Xuanru also felt it, so she sensibly played the role of her Ling Luo divine body outside. The sound of her piano can assist people in their practice, allowing them to better enter a state of selflessness and comprehend the world. Just like that, with the blessing of numerous buffs, a Chaos Dao fruit as big as a golden elixir finally condensed in Su Jioge's sea of consciousness. That Taoist fruit was filled with an ancient and mysterious aura. Its lines were ingenious, and rich chaotic energy continued to gather in it until the formation is complete. Buzz, a majestic aura suddenly poured out from Su Jioge, and holy power continued to emerge. Chu Xuanru, who was playing outside, seemed to have sensed something. She looked at the palace shrouded in golden divine light with her beautiful eyes blank. The breath of the Holy Realm? She has never been able to get a glimpse of Su Jioge's cultivation level, but this time, she clearly felt the extremely strong power. Only by becoming a saint can you use the holy power. In the hall, Su Jioge slowly opened his eyes. His eyes are dim and all-encompassing, as if the sun, moon, and stars are rotating. Her golden hair became even more dazzling and shone on her shoulders. He has a handsome and evil face, sharp features, sword-like eyes, and star-like eyebrows. Enter the holy realm. The eternal true Qi in his sea of Qi has been completely transformed. The Chaos Dao fruit will become more and more powerful as the realm breaks through. Su Jioge looked at his right hand, and a wisp of gray-white chaotic energy was swirling around his fingertips. That wisp of chaotic energy is unpredictable and evolves into countless things. Gradually it turned into red, gold, black, The innate chaotic divine body can switch physical condition at any time, the aura of gods and demons, the golden energy of the emperor, the devouring demonic energy, the corners of Sujyoga's mouth slightly raised. Obviously he was extremely satisfied with his current situation. Open your mouth and speak. System, open the panel. Bite, Master, Sujyoga, identity, son of the Su family, son of the Wuxia Emperor, realm, first level of the Sate realm, physique, innate chaos body, eternal evergreen body, imperial god body, devouring god body, immortal god demon body, cousin effect divine eyes, 10,000/3000, golden holy blood, 10,000/2000, lifespan, 21/21939, skills, chaos scripture, 30,000/5000, beginningless emperor scripture, 10,000/10,000, soul master seal, 10,000/10,000, chaos halberds of the 8 desolations, 10,000/10,000, 13 halberds of the reverse path, 3,000/3000, genuine golden body, 1,000/1000, treasures, 1 imperial red treasure chest, black emperor halberd, blood drinking emperor spear, killing god ring, myriad abyss black scale armor, fortune divine liquid *20, saint slaying golden halberd, heaven suppressing spirit pearl, Shanqing Emperor Sword, Qing Emperor Pill, villain value, 19,000, enter the first level of the Holy Realm. After the breakthrough, Sujyoga was in a good mood and was eager to find someone to practice with. The first person that came to my mind was Chiu Lianyue. Sujyoga sighed. Alas, Lianyue left too early. After possessing the system and the wheel of time, the biggest gap between the innate chaotic body and the innate Taoist holy body, and the speed of cultivation improvement has also been shortened. It can be said that if Sujyoga could face Chiu Lianyue now, he is absolutely sure that he can defeat her. Sujyoga was slightly stunned, as if he had thought of something, etc. Don't you still have a choice? Chapter 160, The Sky Emperor Divine Body, 180,000 lux and 10,000s of sky. According to the system, this right of choice can designate the protagonist according to one's own requirements, and it is definitely not a weak destined protagonist like Chu Tian. Sujyoga couldn't help but grin and secretly looked forward to it. System, how should I use that option? Ding! The host can choose the gender, appearance, figure, and difficulty level of the next destined protagonist. The difficulty level will determine the personality and growth experience of the protagonist you are searching for. Sujyoga was slightly stunned. Body shape, appearance, why does it seem more and more wrong the more I listen? With a hint of curiosity, Sujyoga asked. System, what will happen if I choose the most difficult destiny protagonist? Maybe, should, probably, never mind, Sujyoga said with a frown on his face, somewhat impatiently. Alright, give me full strength. It's not suitable for me, the son of the emperor, to deal with small fry like Chu Tian and Yi Shang. Too boring. Ding. The option was used successfully. Searching for the corresponding destiny protagonist for the host, I hope that this time, the destined protagonist can satisfy me. For them, a destined protagonist like Chu Tian Yi Shang can only be regarded as the early and middle stages. If he just went there like that with his cultivation level at the Divine King level, it would be too much of a dimensionality reduction blow. Sujyoga thought secretly. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, ding. Search successful, checking the other party's panel information. Sudden, Sujyoga's consciousness was pulled into a hazy and chaotic space. As if passing through layers of thick fog, his vision descended to some unknown place. This is a quiet and peaceful place, surrounded by misty clouds, with drooping pine and willow trees, and a clear pool of water emitting mist. Sujyoga's gaze was uncontrollably focused on a young man. The young man had a resolute face, bronze skin, shoulder-length black hair, a tall and straight figure, and was dressed in a jet black robe. The temperament is extraordinary, like the deep sea, full of strong and steady power. In front of him stood an ancient black stone tablet. The young man had his eyes closed, as if he was contemplating something. At first glance, there is nothing noteworthy, but Sujyoga felt something was wrong. In the space around him, there seemed to be faint ripples, all of which seemed to be led by the young man. This is the destiny protagonist found by the right to choose. Bite, name, Manzai Sora, identity, son of heaven of the Forbidden God clan, son of the clan leader, protagonist of destiny, age, 29, personality, steady, rational, suspicious, sister Khan, decisive, realm, divine king realm 9th level, physique, Sky Emperor divine body, one of the 10 forbidden divine bodies in the ancient fairyland, born with a mastery of space, able to further comprehend the divine law of order, its divine body can influence and control the surrounding space, and can cross the galaxy in one step. As long as it has space, it is almost invincible. Even in the void, it can display its magical powers, with unpredictable means and the ability to reach the sky. Skills: Great Sumo Sutra, Incomplete, Void Treasure Technique, Bone Forging and Soul Building Technique, Great Slicing, Skyflame Bow Technique, 4 Directions Stopping the War, Infinite Realm Fall, 10,000 Miles Instant Step, Treasures, Void Pearl, Fallen Sun Bow, Disaster Suppressing Divine Chain, Sky Splitting Axe, Great Sumo Sutra, Fragment, Life Experience, Abandoned Child of the Wanchi clan in the Ancient Fairyland. He was abused and bullied since childhood, and was abandoned with his sister because of his impure blood. He was then adopted into the tribe by a slave couple. When the sister was bullied by the slave owner by chance, she was enraged and awakened the Sky Emperor Divine Body. She used the cutting technique to cut the slave owner into pieces. From then on, she began to rise and became unstoppable. Due to his childhood experiences, he learned the use of archery. He is rational and cautious by nature. He is afraid of being killed by jealous people, so he has always hidden his biggest secret, the Sky Emperor Divine Body. He never uses his space magical powers, but instead uses archery and axe to kill people. At the age of 19, he broke through to the Dao Palace realm and led his sister back to the tribe, but was still ridiculed and despised. He relied on his extraordinary combat power to kill the monster in the Zhanyuan realm and slapped the faces of those who once looked down on him. At the age of 20, he broke through the Zhanyuan realm. At the age of 22, he broke through the Shushan realm, and at the age of 27, he broke through the Shenhuang realm. He made rapid progress all the way and defeated all the geniuses of the Wanchi clan, thus gaining attention and having the opportunity to compete for the spot of the Son of God. When he was competing for a place at the age of 28, he was plotted against and his sister was held hostage. In a rage, he killed several elders' descendants and his cultivation was nearly abolished. He narrowly escaped death. Eventually, the matter became a big deal, and the clan's ancestor stepped in to resolve the situation, and he became the emperor, avenging his previous shame. Current luck value, 180,000. Sujioga was not interested in Wanchi Kong's life experience at all. Of the classic story of a loser protagonist turning into a genius. However, when I saw his luck value of 180,000, Sujioga's imperial eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a captivating light. 180,000? Apart from Lanyue, this was the first time he had seen a Destiny protagonist with such a huge luck value. Sujioga pondered for a while and soon understood the reason. The luck value of the destined protagonist will increase as she improves, including the destined heroine. For example, Yi Sheng obtained the inheritance of the Great Emperor, and his luck value increased suddenly. Realm improvement, treasure acquisition, and the growth of the female protagonist of Destiny, and this Wanchi Kong can almost be regarded as the destined protagonist in the middle and late stages, and he has experienced countless opportunities and dangers. So it's not surprising that he has a luck value of 180,000. Sister complex? Sujioga murmured. If I'm not mistaken, his sister should be the destined heroine. Buzz, in just a moment, that wonderful state of vision was brought back. After reading Wanchi Kong's panel, Sujioga finally became a little interested in his 9th level of Divine King realm cultivation. The Forbidden Gods. Maybe I should go to the Ancient Fairyland for a visit. The Ancient Fairyland is the territory of the Forbidden Gods. It exists outside the heavens and is also the place where the strength has been best preserved since the era of the Emperor's fall. Almost everything there is different from the heavens. In the glorious era when Emperor Luo was in full bloom, the people of the Forbidden Gods didn't even dare to fart. After the invasion of darkness, they hid in the Ancient Fairyland and refused to go out, and even sealed it off. As a result, now, after the decline of the heavens, the people of the Forbidden Gods dare to be so rampant and do not take the cultivators of the heavens seriously. And Nangong Qing came from there. Sujioga's imperial eyes flickered. If you go to the Ancient Fairyland, then bringing Nangong Qing with you is undoubtedly the best choice. As if he had thought of something, Sujioga spoke. System, what is the Destiny protagonist doing? Chapter 161, Sanghuang Realm, First Battle with Konghuang Divine Body. He noticed the stone tablet in front of Wanchi Kong, which was covered with runes he had never seen before and looked very extraordinary. Ding. Answering this question requires 500 villain points. Dear Sujioga, consumption. The stone tablet is called the Sanghuang Tablet and was cast by a powerful person in the Ancient Fairyland. It is a very common item in the Ancient Fairyland. Its function is to bring people's spiritual thoughts into a special area. In that area, you can randomly select geniuses with similar strength to each party to undergo combat training. It is the most common method used by the Forbidden God clan to train their disciples. Sujoga was slightly stunned after hearing this. I never thought that there would be such strange things in the ancient fairyland. He did become a little interested, and after understanding it through the system, he roughly understood the function of the Tsanghuang steel. He can retain his magical powers and enter a realm called Tsanghuang realm for a decisive battle. Then Wan Qikong is fighting. Sujoga murmured. Is there any way for me to get in and fight against this destined protagonist? Ding. You need to consume 3,000 villain points, dear. So many? Sujoga was surprised, but after breaking through to the Sate realm, he did feel itchy. After thinking about it, Wan Qikong has a luck value of 180,000 anyway, so the wool comes from the sheep, and I can just reap it when the time comes. Consumption successful. Buzz, as the system's voice sounded, Sujoga appeared in a void full of chaos. I looked around, there was only fog and nothing there. Sujoga said, this Tsanghuang realm is really magical. Who are you? How come you are here? At this moment, a furry white ball suddenly jumped out in front of Sujoga. The fur ball had a pair of big eyes. It circled around Sujoga and then looked at him with curiosity. Ha! Why don't you have any marks on your body? Are you going to duel? World Spirit, before coming, Sujoga had a general understanding of everything about the Tsanghuang realm. Looking at the fur ball in front of him, Sujoga smiled and spoke. Can you tell me the rules? Mauchio said honestly. This is the Tsanghuang realm. I will arrange for you to fight your opponent immediately. Both of your faces will be obscured. Except for magic weapons, you can use all the magical powers you know to your heart's content. Sujoga, Black Emperor. I looked at my right hand and found that there was no reaction at all. Interesting. Sujoga raised the corner of his mouth. Mauchio chuckled beside him. I've already said that what you have here is your divine consciousness, not your real body, so don't worry about any problems. If you fail, you will be sent out of the Tsanghuang realm, and you will be able to enter here again after a month. Are you going to choose your opponent? Sujoga nodded slightly and said. Then let's get started. Mauchio, okay. At this time, they were in the forbidden territory of the Wanchi clan of the God clan. Wan Qikong is training in the Tsanghuang realm. The technique of space cutting instantly killed the unknown monster in front of him. Boom! Wan Qikong watched all this calmly, without the slightest disturbance. Even, it feels a bit boring. I only need to make a slight move to know the limit of this realm. It's still too weak. In the Tsanghuang realm, no one knows each other's identity. So here, he can use the space magic power unscrupulously to further develop his own Sky Emperor divine body. Even though he has now become the emperor of the clan and his status is far higher than before, Wan Qikong still does not take it lightly. He knew that most of the people in the clan had long been dissatisfied with him, simply because of his impure blood. If he had not alarmed the ancestor that day, not only would he not have been able to obtain the throne of the Son of Heaven, but he would also most likely have his cultivation abolished, and he and his sister would have been expelled from the family once again. Wan Qikong clenched his fist. I am still too weak. Only when I become truly strong enough to ignore all the rules, will my sister and I be able to live a stable life. Wan Qikong spoke. World Spirit. Here. A small fur ball jumped out from the chaotic mist and said. Do you want to continue the challenge? Wan Qikong, is there a stronger opponent? Mauchio glanced at him and said hesitantly. Yes, there are, but considering your current state, the stronger ones are those who have entered the Saint realm. Wan Qikong's eyes were full of pride, and he said calmly, then enter the Holy Realm. Now, he is no longer satisfied with those weak opponents at the same level. Instead, he longs for a stronger opponent so that he can have a good fight with him. It's just entering the Holy Realm. It's not like I haven't fought before in the clan. Mauchio nodded and said. Well then, here we go. Wan Qikong's figure gradually became illusory. When he came to his senses, a figure appeared in front of him. The figure was tall and powerful, with a head full of dazzling golden hair. Wan Qikong was shocked. There was no other reason. It was because as soon as this person appeared, his Sky Emperor divine body keenly felt the fluctuations in the surrounding space. That majestic and oppressive aura was something he had never seen before. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. This was Wan Qikong's first reaction. Similarly, Sujoga on the other side also saw Wan Qikong, the other person's face. was blurry and it was impossible to tell what he looked like. Even his figure was very different from the Wan Qikong he had seen before. Su Joga frowned and complained. Didn't this dog system tell me to let it arrange a match for me against Wan Qikong? Forget it, just play with him. The person opposite moved without any explanation, and the two of them did not have any conversation. Boom, the space around him suddenly seemed to collapse. Beside Wan Qikong, the space was constantly compressed and condensed, and finally formed a white line of light, which slashed straight towards Su Joga, the art of space cutting. Wherever the white line passed, everything around it seemed to be torn in half, which was terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be horrified by this terrifying magical power, but Su Joga's expression changed slightly, and there was surprise in his imperial eyes. Then he said with surprise, "Space magic? This is undoubtedly Wan Qikong." Su Joga laughed loudly and looked at Wan Qikong opposite him with joy. Unmoved, Wan Qikong frowned, somewhat confused. "I was just testing it, but wouldn't this guy dodge? His cutting technique is so easy to use that even for a cultivator who specializes in body training and possesses an extremely powerful body, it is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables." The power of the avenue of space is completely beyond the scope of supernatural powers. Wan Qikong seemed to have been able to see the end of Su Joga being cut into two halves by him, but the next scene shocked Wan Qikong. Just when the cutting line was about to touch Su Joga's body, it exploded into pieces with a loud bang. His invincible space cutting technique that could cut through everything didn't even hurt the opponent's skin. Wan Qikong's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Chapter 162. Wan Qikong was shocked, and Wuliangji fell. Wisps of divine and demonic aura poured out from Su Joga's body. The cutting line was simply unable to cut off Su Joga's powerful physical strength. Su Joga raised his eyebrows and glanced at Wan Qikong opposite him with a little surprise. The power of space? Interesting. It can actually pose a considerable threat to the immortal bodies of gods and demons. If Wan Qikong had also reached the saintly realm, I would probably be hurt by him, but what Su Joga didn't know was that ordinary geniuses were extremely cautious when facing Wan Qikong's cutting line. People at the same level, unless they were monstrous in physical body, would find it difficult to withstand his attack. I don't know how many geniuses were defeated without knowing why. Seeing that the space cutting that he was so proud of couldn't hurt it at all, Wan Qikong couldn't help but tremble all over. This is not fear, but excitement. This guy's body is so strong. Wan Qikong couldn't help but admire. I have to say, your body is very strong. If I'm not mistaken, you should have some special physique, right? Wan Qikong asked. It doesn't hurt. Su Joga just smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "Is there a possibility that it is your magical power, too weak? With your strength, I think fighting in the Divine King realm is more suitable for you." As soon as these words came out, Wan Qikong's eyes suddenly widened. This is undoubtedly a humiliation for him. Wan Qikong's eyes flashed with anger, and he said in a cold voice, "Weak? That strike just now was just a test. It is rare to meet such a powerful genius, and I want to have a good chat with him, but the other party actually doesn't take me seriously." Wan Qikong snorted coldly, and the space around him instantly twisted, and he disappeared on the spot. Su Joga, oh? Is it the power of the great avenue of space again? Buzz, the surrounding space suddenly began to ripple, and Wan Qikong seemed to have split himself into two, constantly appearing in all directions. White lines came towards Su Joga from all directions. These cutting lines came from nowhere and were impossible to guard against. Although it looks ordinary, it is actually extremely sharp and fast. It is more powerful and terrifying than any magic weapon, and can easily cut through the black iron stone. The magic of the void can stop wars on all sides. Wan Qikong's voice came from everywhere. I want to see if your physical strength can withstand my big cuts. Su Joga narrowed his imperial eyes and said lightly, "If that's all, I think you still can't do it." Boom, a majestic aura of gods and demons suddenly burst out from Su Joga, and the road to gods and demons emerged. His body was filled with strange and ancient patterns of gods and demons, shining brightly. His long golden hair fluttered in the air. His aura was like the deep ocean, and at this moment he seemed to have transformed into an ancient god or demon. Those cutting lines cut through the divine and demonic energy that had gathered into a thick black fog, creating a huge hole in it and slashing straight towards Su Joga. Relying on the powerful physical strength of the immortal god and demon body, Su Joga's physical body has now reached a terrifying level. He didn't even put up the slightest resistance. I just want to see to what extent this immortal divine and demonic body can make my physical body. Click. Click. The moment the cutting lines got close, they instantly became the same as before, exploding into countless white fragments and ceased to exist. Wan Qikong, who was hiding in the space, held his breath. Some people couldn't believe that so many cutting lines could not hurt the other party at all. If the opponent had prepared for the previous attack, even if it was a defense, he couldn't have protected himself completely, right? All Wan Qikong could think of were those forbidden divine bodies like his own Konghuang divine body, powerful divine bodies known for their physical strength. What kind of physical condition is this? Wan Qikong was speechless. Su Jioge smiled faintly, looked in one direction and said, "Hiding there? Stop hiding." With the divine eyes of cause and effect, he can clearly sense where Wan Qikong is hiding. Not only that, even his cutting line can be predicted in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jioge punched out with the great way of gods and demons directly towards an empty place. This punch burst out with dense and dazzling divine light. The power was terrifying and majestic. The pure force contained in it weighed tens of millions of pounds, and even caused the entire space to collapse. Boom! Wan Qikong's face changed drastically, and he activated the void magic. He took a step forward and traveled 1,000 miles, arriving at a new and complete space. Now, he looked at Su Jioge with fear in his eyes. The opponent just made a casual attack, but it destroyed most of the battlefield along with the cutting line in space. Although he thought that his physical body was not weak, facing an opponent with such a terrifying physical body, Wan Qikong admitted that he was no match for Su Jioge in terms of physical body. However, the avenue of space is far from simple, Wan Qikong said in a deep voice. He has such a strong body after entering the Saint realm. He can't be an unknown person in the ancient immortal realm. You can't confront the other party head-on, as expected. I was still a little careless. Entering the Holy Realm is, after all, a level that is one major realm higher than one's own. Faced with such a monster with a strong body, space cutting is nothing to be afraid of in his eyes. In order to hide the divine body of the Sky Emperor, the avenue of space is not Wan Qikong's most powerful means at present. Coming to this Tsanghuang realm is nothing more than to hone one's own avenue of space. But in this Tsanghuang realm, he was unable to do anything to the opponent, nor could he use his magic weapon, which resulted in him being unable to fully display his strength. Wan Qikong's eyes flickered as he secretly thought about a countermeasure, but Su Jioge didn't give him any chance to think. Since he is the destined protagonist in the middle and late stages, his methods would naturally not be limited to these. Su Jioge moved, looking majestic and heroic. In the state of immortal god-demon body, he was filled with overwhelming fighting spirit, his blood surging, and every inch of skin on his body became solid and tight. It seems like he has endless energy. He appeared in front of Wan Qikong and punched him in the face. The extremely bright light directly flooded Wan Qikong's eyes. Wan Qikong widened his eyes with horror and shock. The power within it is simply not something that I can resist, he bit it and roared. The infinite realm is destroyed. The space around the two people was compressed to the extreme and exploded at the same time. Boom boom, the collision of these two extremely powerful forces caused a shocking sound and a rumbling roar, which directly shook the space where the duel was taking place. Bang! Wan Qikong flew backwards straight away. The whole person's figure became shaky and unreal. Chapter 163. The Tsanghuang realm is broken. My hen, what kind of power is this? Wan Qikong looked at his body. It was the first time since he entered the Tsanghuang realm that he was almost blown up by someone. At the last moment, Su Jioge's appearance was unexpected, and he suddenly unleashed the fluctuations brought about by the death of the infinite realm, which even affected himself to a great extent. If I were in the outside world, I would probably be seriously injured now. A huge hole appeared where the two had fought before, and the remaining aura was extremely terrifying. At that moment just now, the other party seemed to have detonated the space. Su Jioge raised the corner of his mouth and praised in a very rare way. Not bad, that strike just now was quite decent. The great avenue of space is really rare. Wan Qikong looked grim and said in a deep voice. Who are you? Among all the forbidden divine clans in the ancient fairyland, he had never heard of any clan's emperor with such a powerful body. The opponent's body was intact, which meant that his infinite realm death just now did not cause much damage at all. How could he not be frightened? Wan Qikong's eyes flickered. Is it the Nangong clan, or Zhuansuan, or Wenrun? In his memory, among these three forbidden gods, only there are peerless monsters who are famous for their physical bodies. Su Jioge smiled faintly. This is the Tsanghuang realm. Is my identity important? You don't want to reveal your identity, do you? Wan Qikong didn't say anything. He was silent for a moment before speaking. I am no match for you. He admitted it so frankly this surprised Su Joga a little. Oh? Wan Qikong said very conceitedly, my space avenue can't do anything to you. If you were to fight me in the outside world, you would die. Here, no one knows each other's identity, so he has nothing to hide. Although he has the trump card of the Sky Emperor Divine Body, what he is best at is archery. Moreover, it is impossible to use the Void Orb to strengthen the power of space here, and it is impossible to hurt the opponent at all. Su Joga was slightly startled when he heard this, and laughed out loud as if he had heard a funny joke. Ha ha ha. Funny. Su Joga narrowed his eyes and said softly, you mean, there are still many methods that have not been used? Not convinced? Wan Qikong's expression was calm, and he didn't care about Su Joga's sarcasm at all, said proudly. That's natural. Su Joga laughed and shook his head, then spoke slowly. What a confident protagonist, it seems like everyone does. Wan Qikong frowned, what? At this moment, the divine and demonic aura surrounding Su Joga changed. The black divine and demonic aura gradually turned into hazy chaos. Su Joga murmured. I haven't used it for a long time, I don't know if it still works. Without the Black Emperor halberd, it's still not easy to use. The chaotic energy surged, Su Joga's eyes were extremely captivating, and divine clouds lingered. Brilliant avenues emerged, and each one exuded a heart-pounding breath. These are the avenues? Wan Qikong's pupils shrank, and he was somewhat frightened that the other party could actually grasp so much power of the great Tao. The transformation of the immortal god-demon body made him feel the tremendous changes taking place in his body, as if he had become a different person. What are you going to do? Wan Qikong shouted. He felt something was wrong and subconsciously wanted to use the power of space, but at this moment, the space around him was collapsing like a broken mirror. The battlefield of the Red Emperor realm was vast and was overwhelmed by the tremendous power pouring out from Su Joga. You will be convinced. Su Joga turned into a sun, with various avenue powers intertwined. Chaotic light emerged, and came towards to suppress Wan Qikong. The divine power contained therein is totally unlike the power that can be exerted by entering the holy realm. The furry world spirit appeared out from nowhere and screamed when it saw everything around it was shattered. Stop fighting! Who did this? This is not a holy space. Wan Qikong's pupils gradually dilated as he faced this attack. He saw the world collapsing and even the battlefield was shattered. Afterwards, he was submerged in the brilliant divine light. Boom! Within the Wanqi clan, Wan Qikong's consciousness returned to the real world. He was so frightened that he was sweating all over, and his back was soaked without him knowing when. He was breathing heavily. Am I back? Wan Qikong thought with some disbelief, recalling the scene that happened before. Wan Qikong couldn't help but tremble all over. His heart was shocked. He looked with horror at the stone tablet that allowed divine thoughts to enter the Canghuang realm. So strong, really so strong. He had never felt such oppression from anyone who had entered the Saint realm. Buzz, beside him, a large golden bow and a deep blue gem as beautiful as a sea of stars appeared. The golden bow exuded a strong imperial aura and was engraved with mysterious gilded runes. It was thick, powerful, and full of toughness. Even the bowstring was made from the tendons and bones of a quasi-emperor level ferocious beast, and that gem was even more terrifying. Once it appeared, the surrounding space began to surge like a whirlpool. If it weren't for the power of Wan Qikong, I'm afraid he would have disappeared into the space. Void Pearl, Fallen Sun Bao, looking at the two magic weapons in front of him, Wan Qikong murmured with lingering fear. Who is the blonde hair? He even felt that even if he met this person in reality, with the help of the two treasures, he could exert 100% of his strength, but he would still not be able to withstand the previous attack. Within the Canghuang realm. Su Joga reappeared in a hazy space. In front of it, two little fur balls were fighting. You bastard! Do you know what you did? My hen! The Saint realm space is destroyed. This guy's strength is not even close to that of a Saint realm. Su Joga on the side seemed to be unsatisfied. What a pity, although this is a good place for training, it does limit the display of one's strength. Wan Qikong has quite a few treasures. If he could use them all, it would really bring him a lot of fun. However, with his cultivation level of the 9th level of the Divine King realm, it is considered quite impressive that he can exert the spatial power of the Sky Emperor Divine Body to such an extent while hiding his own physique. It's all thanks to the contribution of the Canghuang realm. Su Joga's figure became illusory, and the fur ball opposite seemed to have noticed something and immediately shouted at it. Wait! You broke into a space in my Canghuang realm. You can't just leave like that. The little fur ball used the power of the realm to try to imprison Sujyoga's consciousness in the Sanghuang realm, but it didn't work at all. Sujyoga used special means to be able to enter this world without relying on the Sanghuang steel. The little fur ball was shocked and exclaimed, "He got away. Where did this guy come from?" The little fur ball immediately looked at the fur ball that let Sujyoga join the battle and questioned. The fur ball rolled around and said with a very aggrieved look, "I'm a hen." Chapter 164, Out of the Gate, Ancient Fairyland in the Su family's territory. Sujyoga sat in the main hall, thinking quietly about something. He suddenly grinned and murmured, "Wankikon," looking at his right hand, everything that happened in that Sanghuang realm before was too real. Apart from being unable to use the imperial weapons and magic treasures, all the magical skills he mastered could be used intactly there. The power of the Sky Emperor divine body is determined by me. Sujyoga slowly stood up, put away the wheel of time, and walked out of the hall. With his appearance, the moving piano music came to an abrupt end. Chu Xuanru stopped what she was doing and said softly, "Sir, are you out of seclusion?" There was a gleam in Chu Xin's beautiful eyes, and she seemed to feel that Sujyoga in front of her had become even more unfathomable. Just like a dazzling sun, people can't help but want to get closer, but if the distance is too close, they will be burned by the incomparable heat. Entering the Holy Land, this level of cultivation is already comparable to that of my master. Sujyoga nodded slightly and said with a smile, "How long have I been in seclusion?" Chu Xuanru, 6 days. 6 days? Sujyoga was slightly stunned, as if he did not expect that this time would take so long. According to this time, Lian Yue should have arrived at the Holy Ruins realm, right? I don't know what happened. Sujyoga took out a communication talisman, which happened to have Cho Lian Yue's long-distance voice transmission on it. Point 2 Simple and clear words. Well, Sujyoga couldn't help but feel relieved. When he came to Chu Xuanru's side, Sujyoga noticed her slightly haggard face. Even those beautiful eyes showed a hint of fatigue and bloodshot, because the music played by the Ling Lua divine body can assist people in their practice. During the days that Sujyoga was in seclusion, she has been playing the dawn song for 6 days without sleep. Sujyoga saw through Chu Xuanru's current condition at a glance, and stroked her hair gently with some heartache. Chu Xuanru's delicate body trembled, but she did not refuse. Instead, she lowered her head and bit her red lips like a docile cat. To be honest, with her current favorability towards Sujyoga as high as 95%, she would not refuse even if Sujyoga really wanted to do something. Sujyoga, thank you for your hard work. Go back and have a good rest. Chu Xuanru shook her head slightly and looked at him with a firm expression. Mr. Su, it's okay. This is what Xuanru should do. In her heart, she always felt she owed Sujyoga something. What he had done was nothing compared to what Sujyoga had done to brother Chu Tian before. Sujyoga couldn't help but laugh when he heard this and said, all right, if this prince tells you to rest, then you should rest well. Also, from now on, just call me young master, no need to call me young master Su. Chu Xuanru was deeply moved by Sujyoga's concern. She lowered her head and murmured softly, ding. The favorability of the destined heroine Chu Xuanru increased by 5. Current favorability, 100, degree of destruction, 70. Seeing that he had conquered him perfectly, the smile in Sujyoga's eyes became even more intense. Today is a really good day. After simply settling Chu Xuanru down, Sujyoga sat in the courtyard, tapping the table gently, and after pondering for a while, he spoke lightly. Master Ing. Ing Lao, yes. Sujyoga, go and gather all the information about the Forbidden God clan in the ancient immortal realm and give it to me. Old Jing's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Sujyoga with some horror in his eyes. Your Excellency, are you going to attack the ancient immortal realm? Sujyoga was stunned, and laughed as if he had heard something funny. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ing, what on earth are you thinking about? This prince is not that free. It's just that I want to go to the ancient fairyland. Because Mr. Ing had been loyal to giving advice before, Sujyoga also had the rare opportunity to say a few more words to him. After hearing this, Mr. Ing felt relieved. The Su family is now in a period of rapid development. The entire family is thriving, and the Emperor's son and the Lord Emperor are in charge, and their words are final. If the prince really wants to lead his entire clan to attack the ancient fairyland, the two worlds may really erupt into the most violent conflict in history. Ing Lao, I understand, my lord. After bowing respectfully toward Su Jioge, Ing Lao disappeared into the shadows. Seeing Ing Lao leave, Su Jioge sat there and started thinking, I must go to the ancient fairyland, not to mention the existence of the destined protagonist Wan Shikong there. The mere fact that this is a Taoist realm that has been preserved intact since the time of the emperor's fall is something that makes people look forward to it. The inherited strength of the Forbidden God clan is unexpectedly intact, far surpassing that of the present-day heavens. This is also the source of their pride. It's a pity that since the invasion of darkness, this group of cowardly guys have sealed off an area for themselves and hid far away from the heavens, making it difficult for people to find them. Fortunately, Nangong Qing is here with me. With her leading the way, the trip should be much smoother. Thinking of this, Su Jioge's figure disappeared from the spot. There was nothing to do in the Su family's main hall today, so only Su Tian and Su Yangyu were here to handle internal affairs, because Su Yangyu was awarded the immortal phoenix blood by the emperor's son and was highly valued by the emperor's son. Su Tian now specially cultivates him among the younger generations. Su Tianjing was looking at the secret sect report, which clearly recorded the resources and treasures that the Su family had mined from the ancient ruins during this period of time. With such a huge amount of resources, the smile on Su Tian's face never stopped for a moment. Su Tian said with a smile, it's only been a few months, and the resources mined in Taiyuan Wonderland are already comparable to the resources of my Su family in half a year. No wonder someone once said that the resources in this ancient ruins could easily support dozens of Dao realms for 1,000 years. Yang Yu, if our Su family continues to develop at this rate, how long will it take for us to stand at the top of the universe? Su Yangyu was sorting out these secret sects, and when he saw the patriarch asking him questions, he spoke respectfully. Patriarch, my Su family is already at the top of the world. Su Tian laughed loudly, ha ha ha. The summit of the heavens you mentioned is all because of the existence of the great emperor and his majesty the emperor's son. What I mean is that the overall strength of all the members of my Su family is at the top of the world. After all, only in this way can we help the Prince of Heaven when he really needs us. Su Yangyu was silent for a while. He was the most fanatical supporter of Su Jioge. Chapter 165, Patriarch Su Tian's Ambition. The training of the sixth brother. Su Yangyu thought for a while and said, with the resources of an entire ancient ruins, I think it should take less than 100 years. Wrong. Su Tian smiled mysteriously. Yang Yu, why do you say that you are still too young and need to experience more? I can guarantee that within 10 years, or even less than that, the entire universe will be ruled by our Su family. Do you know why the great emperor asked us to enthrone the princess as the goddess of our Su family? That's because the person standing behind Lady Princess was the great Emperor Chongqing. Oh? What makes the clan leader so happy? Before Su Tian finished speaking, a smiling voice came from outside the hall. When they heard this voice, the two people in the hall were shocked and their eyes were full of surprise. Adult Emperor? Su Tian and Su Yangyu hurried to the outside of the hall to greet him, but they didn't expect Su Jioge to just walk in. He looked at the two of them and waved his hand. Okay, today is not an important day. No need to be so polite. Su Tian and Su Yangyu shouted in unison, Greetings, Lord Emperor. Su Jioge glanced at Su Tian and said lightly, I heard the clan leader's laughter when I was outside. Is there anything happy these days? I don't deserve it. According to the seniority of my clan, I am just your junior. Your Excellency, please just call me Xiao Tian. Su Tian said hurriedly with embarrassment. Su Jioge's face was filled with black lines, and he looked at the timid clan leader Su Tian with a displeased look. Xiao Tian, according to him, the ancestors of the Su family who had lived for who knows how long were also his descendants. I still need to call them Xiaoyi, Shower, and Xiaosan. Su Tian, thanks to you, Lord Emperor, the ancient ruins are now guarded by the second ancestor, and with the existence of my Su family's heaven-covering formation. No one in the entire upper realm knows about the emergence of the ancient ruins. Depending on the resources there, the clan has made a qualitative leap both inside and outside during this period of time. I believe that it won't take long for the entire Su family to be used by you, the prince, to conquer the heavens and the worlds. Su Jioge was stunned. When did I ever say that I wanted to conquer the heavens and myriad worlds? He glanced at Su Tian in surprise and found that his pupils were full of undisguised ambition. I didn't expect this guy to be a warmonger. In order to become one of the most wise patriarchs of the Imperial Su family and lead the Imperial Su family to regain its former glory, He devoted his life to the cause and died before Sujoga was born. I live in fear every day, busy and worried about things within and outside the clan. It's a pity that almost all imperial families were declining at that time. Without the great emperor, the imperial clan would not be the top among the worlds even if they had the foundation. Except for the ancestors in the clan's ancestral land, no one knew that Su Huangji was still alive. Not even himself. No one knew how many angry but necessary decisions Su Tian had made for the imperial Su family. Therefore, after learning that the emperor's son and the emperor were born, Su Tian saw unprecedented hope and was in an extremely excited state every day. Sujoga said lightly, "It's a good thing to be ambitious. But you have to understand that my Su family has a small population. Even with this prince and my father, we can't withstand too much trouble. Although the emperor is powerful, before my father broke through to the level above the emperor, every time he took action he would lose hundreds of years of his lifespan, which was too huge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to ask Izu and the others to use the heaven-covering array to hide the news of the appearance of the ancient immortal ruins." He did not deny Su Tian's idea, but now was not the time. Su Tian was slightly startled, and suddenly became much more sober. He nodded as if he had realized something. "Your Excellency, the emperor is right. It is indeed not appropriate for our Su family to start a war and hurt our bones right now. You can view the other party's panel. Although clan leader Su Tian is ambitious, he is 120% loyal to himself and the entire Su family. So Sujoga didn't say much, but said lightly, "I don't know how long my father will spend in seclusion, and I won't stay in the Su family all the time. Now countless eyes are staring at my Su family. After all, you are the head of my Su family. You have the final say on all decisions. If you want to do it, it's not impossible. If you can do it without any effort, that would be the best. Not putting in any effort." Su Tian frowned, thinking about something, then his eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had thought of something, and he spoke excitedly. "My Lord Emperor, what are you saying? Supporting a puppet? In this way, even if there is a loss, it will not be to my Su family." Sujoga grinned. As expected of him, he is the patriarch of the God clan. He is really a smart man. But soon, Su Tian became entangled again. "This is indeed a great idea, but who should I support?" Su Yangyu was stunned as he listened. Not knowing what was going on, he could only brew a pot of tea for the two of them and brought it to Sujoga. "The emperor is an adult." Sujoga took the tea, took a sip, and said calmly, "Shantian Daoyu." Shantian Dao Realm, the Dao Realm where Lin Yi, the first Destiny protagonist killed by himself when he was born, was located. Didn't they say before that the entire Dao Realm was willing to serve this prince? Now is the time. Su Tian was greatly shocked, and Su Yangyu, standing aside, was also a little shocked and thought secretly. It turned out to be Shantian Dao Realm? Sujoga didn't expect that what he said casually today would actually give Su Tian a new idea. He helped to become the sixth best brother, and led the imperial family, the Su family, to become the dark force behind the scenes of the heavens. When Sujoga saw all the worlds prostrating themselves and billions of living beings worshipping and shouting "Sir Emperor's son," he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling inside. "Did I ask you to do this?" Sujoga returned to the purpose of his visit, ignoring the two people beside him who were in a daze. "Open your mouth and speak." "All right, I have said enough today. It's up to you what to do. When will Nangong Qing come back? This prince has something to ask her." Su Yangyu stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir Emperor, Miss Nangong has come out of the ancient ruins and will arrive at the Su family the day after tomorrow." Sujoga's imperial eyes flickered. He nodded slightly when he heard the words and stood up. "Too slow, this prince will set out tomorrow." Su Tian was stunned and asked in confusion, "My lord, where are you going now?" "Sujoga, ancient fairyland." After saying that, Sujoga came to the outside of the hall, directly climbed onto the supreme god's roar, and said lightly, "Let's go to the ancient ruins." The supreme god let out a long roar, and in an instant turned into a huge golden divine light, heading towards the void outside the domain. Roar. In the void. A huge spirit boat is sailing forward. Above the spirit boat, Nangong Qing, who was on her way back, was chatting and laughing with a group of younger members of the Su family. "Sister Qing, what is your relationship with Lord Emperor?" Yes. "Sister Qing, just tell us. Do you like the Emperor's son?" "I think the Emperor likes Sister Qing, otherwise why would he keep Sister Qing here?" There were about 15 or 16 people present, most of whom were no older than 16 years old. Nangong Qing looked at them with a gentle expression and said with a helpless smile, "You little guys, you're not that old. What are you thinking about?" But soon, her beautiful eyes became disappointed again, and she looked into the distance and murmured softly, "It would be nice if it were really like this." Chapter 166, Enemy Attacks. The younger generation of the Su family is in danger. "Alright, you useless guys, you have to practice hard when you go back. Lord Emperor specially gave you this ancient relic for training. I have never enjoyed such treatment. You are really lucky in this life." On the spirit boat, several elders of the Su family cursed. Thinking back to the past, when the Emperor's son and the Emperor were not yet born, we all made our way step by step on our own. If I had the vast amount of enjoyment you have now, I would have broken through to the Supreme Realm long ago. Go practice, don't disturb Miss Nangong. When the elders spoke, the faces of the younger generations of the Su family changed drastically, and they ran away in shame, as if they had seen some natural enemy. Before leaving, he did not forget to complain. "It's obviously sixth grandpa. You guys are just too untalented. Lul Yulu." The sixth elder flew into a rage upon hearing this, and was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and rolled up his sleeves to start working. "Fart swallow is itchy, right?" Nangong Qing couldn't help but cover her face and chuckle. After the younger generations left, several elders said with some regret, "Hey, why don't we go today, Miss Nangong? Thank you for taking care of these children these days." During this period of time, as a saintly alchemist, she has refined many valuable pills for the younger generations of the Su family. There has been a significant improvement among the younger generations of the entire Su family. Nangong Qing chuckled and waved her hand. "You are too kind, elders. As the maid of the Emperor's son, this is just what Qinger should do. He speaks gently and is extremely friendly to everyone in the Su family. If Yi Sheng were to come back to life, he would surely howl to the sky." Wiming such decent and humble behavior made several elders of the Su family feel good about him. They looked at each other, stroked their beards and nodded with great satisfaction. "This girl is pretty good. Although he is a member of the forbidden divine race, he is not that overbearing. When the prince comes back, we will say a few good words to you, Miss Nangong, in front of him." Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes lit up and she leaned forward and said, "In that case, thank you very much, elders." She admired Su Jioga from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, as the daughter of the head of the Nangong family, with such a noble status, she would not have done it so personally. Sudden, an extremely terrifying magical power slammed heavily on Ling Zhou's side. Boom! This huge spirit boat instantly activated its defense formation, but even so, it still couldn't avoid shaking violently. Everyone on the deck was staggering. The huge noise made everyone's face change drastically. Even the younger generations of the Su family who had already returned to the house rushed out. "What's wrong? Sixth grandpa, what happened?" Nangong Qing's pupils shrank. All the elders of the Su family reacted immediately, and the sixth elder shouted angrily, "Enemy attack?" He looked into the distance and saw a group of masked men appearing not far away. There were about 20 or 30 of them. They were all carrying treasures that could conceal their faces and bodies. Their auras were astonishing. The weakest among them was at the Divine King level, and the two leading ones were even at the Saint level. It was launching an unfriendly attack towards the Su family's spiritual boat. Nangong Qing frowned and murmured, "This is..." The several elders of the Su family present at the scene were staring at the opposite side with unfriendly expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. The sixth elder immediately sent a message back to the tribe, shouting, "Who are you? Do you know that we are from the Imperial clan, the Su family? How dare you attack us? Ever since the birth of the great emperor and his son, no one in the world has dared to attack the Imperial family, the Su family." For a long time, the person on the opposite side did not answer, but continued to use his tremendous magical powers to attack the spirit boat. "Go! He's calling. Solve it quickly." This spirit boat is nothing more than a large magical weapon of the supreme level. Even with the protection of a large formation, it is difficult to withstand the attacks of two saints. The seventh elder's eyes were solemn and he spoke in a deep voice. "Sixth brother, this is bad. These guys are obviously targeting the younger generation of our Su family. They were extremely cautious along the way, as this place was too remote and basically no one would come here. Most of the elders of the Sioux family were escorting the spirit boat that was collecting resources from the ancient ruins, and on this spirit boat were all the younger generations of the Sioux family. The other party did not intercept the massive amount of resources, but instead attacked himself and others. It was obvious that they were targeting those children. The eighth elder, damn, what a bunch of beasts. They are clearly well prepared. It is clearly stipulated in the heavens that the powerful are not allowed to attack the younger generation. These guys have no shame at all. Don't let me know who they are, or I'll chop the people behind them to pieces. Sixth elder, it's useless to say anything now. The other side has 2 saint realms, and the 7th elder and I will go to fight them. The 8th elder and the 9th elder, you protect Miss Nangong and the children. With this defensive formation, we just need to hold them off. There were a total of 4 elders from the Sioux family present. The 6th elder and the 7th elder were both in the saint realm, while the other 2 were a bit weaker. Having reached the 9th level of sainthood, the 6th elder and the 7th elder looked at each other, understood the meaning in each other's eyes, and rushed out of the spirit boat with their magic weapons, kill the 2 people leading the opposite side. If the emperor's son knew about what happened today, the forces behind you would have no hope of survival. The 6th elder had white hair and was frantic. Like a demon, he urged the heaven-suppressing cauldron to smash towards the 2 saints. The power of the holy realm was so majestic that it suddenly burst out with terrifying power. Boom! The huge airflow directly caused the spirit boat to shift to the side. The 7th elder also restrained one of them, but the 2 saints opposite were no ordinary people. With every move they made, divine aura filled the air. The power of the avenue surged out, bursting out with dazzling and terrifying force. On the deck, a group of Sioux family younger generations looked at this scene with wide eyes and shouted, "Bah! Shameless guy! And he's wearing a mask. 8th Grandpa, let me go. I want to go out and fight them. Kill these bastards." The younger generations of the Sioux family present were like chickens with their blood pumped up, with blazing flames in their eyes. "Shut up!" The 8th elder shouted angrily, releasing his own pressure, which immediately sobered up the younger generations of the Sioux family. "Are you able to participate in a battle of this level? Go back to your room and don't come out." He immediately looked at Nangong Ching beside him and said in a deep voice, "Miss Nangong, please keep an eye on these children. They are the hope for the future of our Sioux family, and no mistakes are allowed." Nangong Ching's beautiful eyes flickered. Knowing that the situation was urgent, she hurriedly spoke to the younger generations of the Sioux family. "Be obedient, let's go in." I have to say, during this period of time together, Nangong Ching's words were still very effective. Under her leadership, all the younger generations of the Sioux family gathered together, but no matter what was said, they refused to enter the room. "Sister Chang, let me see. If necessary, I can also go out and kill the enemy." "Yes. 6th Grandpa and the others will be fine." They looked angry and extremely stubborn. Chapter 167. Who dares to touch the people of my imperial clan, the Sioux family? There is no harm without comparison. If it were someone from my own clan of gods at this moment, he would have probably run away in fear. Nangong Ching sighed softly and raised her white hand. Song Lingfu directly protected all the younger generations of the Sioux family. "Well then, remember not to act rashly." Bang! Bang! The defensive barrier on the spirit boat was constantly being hit, with the 2 elders holding back the opponent's Saint Realm leader. The remaining group of God King Realm minions will not be able to break through the barrier for a while. "This is not a solution," the 8th elder said coldly. "I'll go take care of those guys outside. Laojiao, you stay here and protect the kids." 9th elder, is everything okay? The 8th elder sneered, "Oh, I am only one step away from breaking through the Saint Realm. I don't even take these little minions seriously." After saying that, he rushed out of the formation, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. These masked men in the God King realm were as fragile as paper in front of the 8th elder, and he killed them in an instant with a snap of his fingers. They exploded into a cloud of blood mist, with the 6th and 7th elders holding them back, and the 8th elder dealing with the rest. The situation suddenly became peaceful. On the other side, a giant cauldron that suppresses the sky separated the saint on the opposite side. The 6th elder roared, and red blood rushed into the sky. The fist in his hand turned and burned golden, gathering tremendous power, and punched towards the giant cauldron that suppressed the sky. The void cannot even withstand the power within it being shattered. Bang! A dull and heavy sound like an ancient bell spread in all directions. The heaven-suppressing giant cauldron directly tore through the defense of the saint, and the other party was shocked, the Su family's holy realm. So powerful, he looked to the other side with terrifying eyes and shouted, "Old ancestor of the dead soul, why don't you take action?" At this time, a strange laugh was heard. The voice was hoarse and eerie, like that of a ghost. I know, after all, they are still the imperial clan, the Su family. Even this old man will need some time to break the formation on this spirit boat." Among the group of masked men in the God King realm, one of them directly slapped the formation with his palm. Crack! Countless large formation barriers suddenly shattered like glass and splashed everywhere. The boat protection formation was broken just like that. This powerful force caused everyone on the deck to be thrown heavily backwards. Ancestor of the dead souls? The ninth elder's face changed drastically, and he directly stood in front of the younger generations. If it weren't for his and Nangong Qingsong's spiritual bondage's protection, the younger generations of the Su family would probably have fallen directly from the spirit boat into the void. The ninth elder stared at the masked man with great fear. The ancestor of the dead souls is an evil cultivator who is notorious in the universe, in order to break through the holy realm and prolong his life. This person did not hesitate to use evil magic to directly refine billions of lives in dozens of small Taoist domains. Ancestor of the dead soul? How dare you, a mere casual cultivator, offend my Su family? The ninth elder shouted angrily. The old ancestor of the dead soul sneered and spread his hands. I can't help it. They gave me too much. As long as I can get rid of all of you, I can just flee from the heavens. I'll just let you die. The ancestor of the dead souls waved his hand, and countless evil spirits of the dead that he had refined surged out from his extremely dark robes, and countless sharp wailing sounds came from them. Those are all the evil thoughts of billions of living beings refined by the ancestor of the dead souls after their deaths. He had a chilling aura, a ferocious look on his face, and was walking towards the younger generations of the Su family with his fangs and claws bared. You deserve to die. The ninth elder's eyes were bloodshot, and he used his magical powers to kill several evil spirits in front of him in an attempt to stop them. The ghost ancestor laughed grimly, and a banner appeared in his skinny, mummy-like hand. Under his influence, a huge amount of evil spirits surged out and directly submerged the ninth elder. The sixth elder, who was fighting in the void, saw this scene from the corner of his eye and roared. Old Nine! There is actually another Saint Realm person out there? The Saint Realm on the opposite side immediately launched another devastating attack and laughed. Dead soul, deal with it quickly, you will definitely get the benefits. The ghost ancestor of Lingzhou nodded slightly after hearing this. Suddenly, countless sharp vines burst out from the decks around him and pierced directly into his body. Song Ling bind, Nangong Cheng took action, puff. Under the extremely sharp vines, the ghost ancestor was pierced into a hedgehog, but not even a drop of blood was left. The pupils of the ghost ancestor were as deep as the abyss, and a trace of extremely evil light flashed across them, and he laughed sneeringly. Little kid, a fifth-level cultivator in the Zhanyuan realm dares to kill me. Wishful thinking. Boom! A terrifying aura like a sea tide suddenly burst out from the body of the ghost ancestor. His black robe was lifted up, revealing a body that was extremely sticky, as disgusting as a puddle of mud. From time to time, you can even see human faces trying to break free from the flesh and blood under the skin. The ghost ancestor grinned grimly. Imperial clan, I wonder if the evil spirits produced by refining and devouring you all will be different. In such a scene, even Nangong Qing couldn't help but frown. Her beautiful eyes were filled with frost and looked extremely solemn. The ancient green flame directly turned into a line of fire, protecting the younger generations of the Su family behind him. Nangong Qing, you guys run away first, I will stop this person. The ghost ancestor, heavenly and earthly strange fire. Interesting, the younger generations of the Su family had never seen such a scene before, and they almost lost their balance for a moment, but a few of them still suppressed the fear in their hearts and spoke loudly. Disgusting fellow! If the emperor knew about this, he would never let you go. If we die, we die. As a member of the Su family, we will die in battle even if we have to. The ghost ancestor laughed as if he had heard something funny. Ha ha ha! I'm so scared. I heard that the emperor's son was a demon from the era of the emperor's fall. His soul must be extremely delicious to eat, right? As an evil cultivator, he has offended the entire imperial clan, the Su family, today. As such, the old ancestor of the dead souls is not so afraid of the emperor and the emperor's son behind him, the powerful saint in the void said angrily when he saw that the ghost was slow to act. Ghost! What are you still talking about? Kill them all quickly. Sixth Elder, how dare you? The ghost ancestor grinned, what's the hurry? In my eyes, they are all dead in the grave. Before he could finish his words, a dazzling golden light that illuminated the sky came from the void like a falling meteor. Roar. It was like tearing open this piece of empty star field. It was extremely dazzling and brilliant. The face of the ghost ancestor changed drastically, and he quickly turned around after sensing the extremely dangerous aura behind him. His pupils suddenly shrank and he shouted in disbelief. What's this? It was a halberd that seemed to be able to pierce the sun. Several ancient avenues flow around his body, constantly magnifying in the eyes of the ghost ancestor. Chaotic light bursts out from them, and imperial power surges. The ancestor of the dead souls subconsciously raised the Blood Sea soul refining banner, releasing countless evil spirits to resist. But in front of the Black Emperor's halberd, those countless evil spirits were instantly annihilated and turned into ashes. How is this possible? The ghost ancestor screamed in horror. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. The supreme level spirit boat was pierced with a huge hole and was shaking. An extremely cold voice sounded in the void. Do you think you can touch anyone from my imperial clan, the Su family? Today's 2 chapters have a total of 4,413 words. The following content has a total of 314 words and is not included in the chapter word count. P.S. This chapter paves the way for the subsequent development of the Su family, as well as the subsequent storyline of the ancient fairyland. I'm afraid some people may find it unreasonable. Why would anyone dare to provoke the Su family when they know that they have an emperor? Let me explain here. There is no emperor in the heavens, and the imperial family has declined. Except for their foundation, their strength is the same as that of the superforces in the heavens, and they appear to be the most supreme. Its clan leader Su Tian has reached the 9th level of the Saint Realm. The highest among the elders is at the 9th level of the Saint Realm, and the lowest is at the 9th level of entering the Saint Realm. Only the first and second ancestors have reached the supreme and quasi-emperor levels, and they are the trump cards. The existence of the great emperor is indeed a deterrent, and many people will be afraid of him, but in the face of interests, there will always be people who take risks. It just depends on how big the benefits are. This should not be unreasonable. As for why there are only 4 elders on the spirit boat for the younger generations to train, it is because most of them went to escort the spirit boat that stored the resources. Moreover, 2 in the Saint Realm and 2 in the realm of sainthood are really not weak here and are already highly valued. It's really boring. I wrote a little more today, otherwise Su Joga wouldn't have appeared. Chapter 168, Blood Sea Soul Refining Banner. 10,000 souls come. The Black Emperor halberd actually penetrated the body of a powerful Saint Realm warrior. The disgusting flesh and skin on the body of the ghost ancestor was torn apart, and countless evil spirits gushed out from it. There were so many screams, as shrill as a sea of waves. Right above him, Su Joga, who was stepping on the supreme divine roar, looked at him disdainfully like a reigning emperor. There was a flash of disgust in his eyes. He frowned and said coldly, "Evil spirit? What a disgusting guy." At this moment, he was somewhat regretful as to why he had used the Black Emperor halberd. A dark light returned to his hand, flashing with a faint purple burning light that burned the evil spirit attached to it to ashes. Emperor's son? Adult emperor? On the spirit boat, the younger generations of the Su family exclaimed with ecstasy on their faces. It's the Emperor's prince who has come to save us. They looked at the bright sun in the sky with devout and fanatical eyes. Even Nangong Qing couldn't help but be slightly distracted, with strange lights flashing in her beautiful eyes. Who is it? The faces of the 2 Saint Realm powerhouses who were confronting the 6th Elder and the 7th Elder changed drastically. The power just now even made them feel a little nervous. The ancestor of the dead soul? Oh no! That's the prince of the Su family. One of them shouted with a shocked look. How is this possible? The ghost is a powerful saint. Even though he became a saint through evil magic and is a little weaker, it is impossible for him to be unable to resist the attack of the Su family's prince. The intelligence is wrong. Isn't the Su family's prince only at the divine king level? The 7th Elder looked surprised and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. It's actually our clan's prince who has arrived. Today, none of you who took action will be able to escape. Old 5, kill them. After seeing Sujoga, the two Saint Realm elders were like they were injected with chicken blood. Their aura kept rising and they frantically urged their terrifying great magical powers. On the other side, Sujoga frowned as he looked at the younger generations of the Su family below, who were constantly being harassed by evil spirits. Even the formation of this spirit boat has been broken. 3 Saint Realms, what is going on? God's roar, it's your turn to take action. Sujoga said softly. He leaped deep into the air, transformed into a golden divine rainbow and directly boarded the spirit boat. The supreme god roared towards the sky, and the overwhelming pressure made countless evil spirits tremble in fear. They fled in panic and hurriedly in all directions as if they had seen their nemesis. As a divine beast of heaven and earth, the supreme divine roar itself has great restraining power against such dark things. The powerful claws swept across the evil spirits one by one. Wherever they went, large pieces of evil spirits were torn into pieces, burning with blazing golden flames, and turned into ashes. The younger generations of the Su family had eyes of awe and admiration. After the appearance of the Emperor's son, they did not take the attacks from these saints seriously at all. Adult Emperor? Nangong Cheng also whispered softly. Emperor's son, Sujoga nodded slightly and came to Nangong Cheng. He saw the ancient green flames burning all around him, as well as the Tsongling binding protecting the younger generation of the Su family. I originally thought that Nangong Cheng had just arrived at the Su family and would not do such a thing when facing a crisis, but I didn't expect her to do so. Sujoga looked approving and spoke in a gentle voice. Well done. Nangong Cheng lowered her head, not daring to look Sujoga in the eye, and spoke softly, this is what I should do. Sujoga raised his hand and touched her soft red hair, saying with concern. You're not hurt? Nangong Cheng, no, that's good. Sujoga nodded, leaned over and said playfully beside her snow white and crystal earlobe. Go back and let this prince check it carefully. Nangong Cheng's body trembled, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Even her ears were slightly flushed. She had never expected that the prince would say such outrageous words in such a crisis and in public. Nangong Cheng whispered in an inaudible voice, good. Sujoga laughed loudly when he heard that. At this time, a group of younger generations of the Su family broke away from the protection of Tsonglingfu and came to Sujoga one after another. Sued. Lord Emperor. It was those guys who attacked us. Yeah. They didn't know where we came from, but they attacked us without any explanation. Please, Lord Emperor, make the decision for us. Seeing Sujoga was like seeing a savior, and the younger generations of the Su family kept complaining. Sujoga looked at the elders of the Su family who were fighting with a group of God King Realm and Saint Realm, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in an extremely domineering manner. I see. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back. No one who dares to attack my imperial clan, the Su family, will be able to escape. As soon as the words fell, a pitch-black giant palm came down from the void and slapped everyone. The extremely dark devil's hand exuded a terrifying and majestic aura, full of oppressive power that could destroy everything, and it was suffocating. Damn it. You're just an ant who has just entered the Saint Realm, yet you dare to destroy my physical body. A sinister and chilling voice sounded. No one could react to this sudden attack. Princess! Be careful, the younger generations of the Su family exclaimed. Sujoga didn't even raise his eyelids. The roar of the supreme god in the distance was like a golden meteorite crashing into the sky holding devil's palm. Its powerful claws cut several huge gashes on the devil's palm. Ah! With a shrill scream, tens of thousands of evil spirits were torn apart by the divine roar. Boom! The supreme god Roar had golden hair flying all over his body and stood beside Sujoga with great majesty. He opened his bloody mouth and roared towards the opposite side. Your Excellency Prince! Are you okay? Everyone asked with concern. Sujoga raised his hand, looked ahead, and said lightly. Don't come over here. What is that? The scene before their eyes stunned all the younger generations of the Su family. It was such a horrifying scene that in front of the spirit boat, the ghost ancestor appeared in the void with half of his body missing. He stared at Sujoga and questioned him in a fierce voice. Are you the prince of the Su family? Entering the Saint Realm. Why is he so strong? Sujoga's expression was calm, and his imperial eyes spoke with extreme disdain. To achieve the holy state through evil magic, how weak and pitiful. There was undisguised contempt and disdain in his words. Like a sun, in front of him, all darkness cannot escape. The old ancestor of the dead souls gasped and roared in a frenzy when he was hit in a painful spot. What do you know? This throne. But Saint, do you think that because you are the son of the great emperor, this throne will not dare to kill you? The ancestor of the dead souls roared, holding the blood sea soul refining banner in his hand, with disheveled hair, waving the soul banner in his hand like a madman, muttering something continuously. Blood sea soul refining banner, 10,000 souls come. Chapter 169. Today, I, Sujyoga, will kill the saint. An extremely strange blood energy emanated from the blood sea soul refining banner. Like beasts smelling blood, the billions of evil spirits around turned around frantically and rushed towards the position of the ghost ancestor. It was pitch black, and in just a breath, the old ancestor of the dead souls was swallowed up by the sea of evil spirits. He actually used his body as a medium to condense tens of thousands of evil spirits into a black giant filled with resentment. This extremely evil power made even the elders of the Su family who were in the middle of the battlefield extremely nervous. The sixth elder was horrified. Not good. The emperor's son is in danger. Ancestor of the dead soul. If you dare to harm even a hair of our clan's prince today, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, my Su family will definitely kill you, said the fifth elder with bloodshot eyes. The power of the holy realm is far beyond what a saint can withstand. On the black giant, there were countless hideous faces visible to the naked eye. The old ancestor of the dead souls stood in the center, roaring with red eyes. Today, my soul will kill the emperor's son. Emperor Su, die for me. Under the control of the ghost ancestor, the black giant smashed down the huge spirit boat with his elbows. The holy power combined with the resentment of the evil spirit, making a buzzing sound that tore through the void. This brutal and pure attack was intended to destroy and engulf everything. Sujyoga raised his eyebrows, and the black emperor halberd in his hand emitted a faint purple light, from which came the groans of the demon dragon's soul longing for killing and blood. In that case, let this prince see the power of the saint realm today. Sujyoga rose into the air and headed towards the huge black giant. On his chest, layers of extremely mysterious runes suddenly appeared, and a pitch-black divine armor appeared, which was black and shiny, and seemed to be able to withstand attacks from all forces. 1 yuan black scale armor. At this moment, Sujyoga had many avenues appearing around him: the avenue of chaos, the avenue of gods and demons, the avenue of devouring. With golden hair shawl and unrivaled majesty, he is like a god of war and no one can compete with him. Under the suppression of the huge elbows, the black emperor abyss halberd fell forward with the force of splitting the sky, extremely terrifying. Countless mysterious runes bloomed from it, and the power of the surrounding avenue also condensed here, constantly changing its shape. All 10 directions are destroyed. The ghost ancestor widened his eyes and roared in anger, die. Boom! In an instant, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, and a deafening explosion broke out. The light emitted by the two forces directly illuminated the void. The person from the holy realm opposite said with a look of surprise, "Is the revenant for real this time? If we can kill the Su family's prince because of this, it would be a great thing. Emperor's son. Your Excellency the Emperor's prince." The people of the Su family looked at that gray direction with their eyes wide open in shock. Nan Gongqing's pretty face was extremely pale and she was on the verge of collapse. No one believes that a person who has entered the Saint Realm can withstand the wrath of the Saint Realm. The old ancestor of the dead souls also roared to the sky in arrogance. Ha ha ha. What a bullshit, prince of the Su family. I think it's just like that. Just when he thought that Sujyoga was killed without a trace under his evil giant, the ghost ancestor clearly felt that the evil giant he controlled was actually frozen in place. What's going on? Is this the method used by the Saint Realm? A voice that made the ghost ancestor tremble with fear sounded from below. I think it's nothing more than that. The pupils of the ghost ancestor shrank and he looked down suddenly. Sujyoga was seen wearing black divine armor, with the black emperor halberd in his hand piercing into the giant elbow of the evil spirit giant. Countless evil spirits fled from the wound. Sujyoga's face was calm and he spoke lightly. If this is all your strength, that's very disappointing to me. Sujyoga quickly switched into an immortal god demon body, and the strength in his hands increased by tens of thousands of pounds once again. The black emperor halberd kept trembling slightly, and finally, as if the long pent-up power was released, the black emperor halberd in his hand released a dazzling purple light. Roar! A dragon roar came from it, with a purple magic dragon protecting his body. Su-Joga's imperial eyes were filled with indifference. He pulled out the Black Emperor and swept towards the evil giant. Tear, a huge hole was cut into the body, and it was thrown out. Boom! The evil giant and the surrounding void were cut in half in an instant. The Blood Sea Soul refining banner in the hands of the Ghost Ancestor actually broke into two pieces at the same time. The power that erupted from Su-Joga was no longer the limit that could be achieved by entering the Saint Realm. Su-Joga's imperial eyes were cold and indifferent as he spoke slowly. Today is Saint Christmas. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Emperor halberd flew out of his hand, directly passing through countless evil spirits and heading towards the head of the Ghost Ancestor. The face of the Ghost Ancestor changed terribly. No matter how those evil spirits resisted, it was difficult to reduce their power. The Ghost Ancestor roared in disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! I, the dead soul, will never be defeated. Boom! Countless rays of light burst out, and the head of the Ghost Ancestor exploded into blood flowers. The ancestor of the dead souls died, a generation of evil cultivator in the Holy Realm. The ancestor of the dead souls who was willing to refine billions of lives in order to break through, actually died in the hands of Su-Joga. After killing a saint so easily, Su-Joga's face was calm and there was no ripple in his heart. With a casual wave of his hand, the blood of the saints densely covering the Black Emperor halberd spilled into the void. Everyone present was stunned. The Emperor's Prince won? The younger generations of the Su family murmured excitedly. That's the Holy Land. The Emperor's son actually killed a saint. Looking at the golden-haired young man wearing divine armor, holding the Black Emperor halberd and looking down upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths with pride, Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes were more blurred than ever before. For a moment, I was stunned and my heart couldn't stop beating wildly. This is the person I admire, who can even kill a saint with ease. Such a terrifying scene was also seen by the two saints present. One of them even lost his balance and was shocked. He was accidentally hit by the giant cauldron of the 6th elder of the Su family. His chest caved in and he flew backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth. Bang! This is impossible? The Ghost Ancestor is dead? Another Saint Realm expert widened his eyes and murmured in disbelief. The 6th elder and the 7th elder were greatly encouraged upon seeing this and laughed. Ha ha ha! It turns out that we were worrying too much. The prince of our clan is a demon from the era of the Emperor's fall. He is unparalleled in both talent and strength. Today, I have even surpassed the Saint Realm and killed a saint with my Saint Realm cultivation. As expected of the Emperor's son. Ha 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 ha. You guys should go down and accompany him too. After the death of a saint, the group of masked men were killed by 8 or 9 elders and only a few were left. One of the saints felt that the situation was not good and shouted loudly. No, retreat. Chapter 170. Did you crawl? The man behind the scenes. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 masked saints instantly turned into a stream of light and escaped. Want to run? Stay here. The 6th elder and the 7th elder shouted angrily upon seeing this, and decisively took action to stop them. The rest of the masked men also fled in all directions, but were ruthlessly harvested by the roars of the 8th and 9th elders and the supreme god of the Holy Realm. Su-Joga's imperial eyes flickered, and with a grab of his big hand, he captured alive a masked man who wanted to escape from the Divine King realm. The masked man had his neck strangled tightly, his face turned extremely red and he kept struggling, making a hoarse sound of ho, ho. Su-Joga spoke with an indifferent expression. I want to see who is behind you. How dare you touch anyone from my Su family? Soul Search. Su-Joga's divine consciousness invaded the masked man's sea of consciousness with extreme brutality. The masked man's eyes became fierce and he clenched his teeth. A terrifying aura suddenly spread over his body and his body became more and more swollen. Su-Joga frowned and threw it away. Boom! A huge noise exploded, and the masked man actually chose to self-destruct. The self-detonation of a god king was extremely powerful, and the destructive force blew the void to pieces, and from the other side, the same sound kept coming. When these people were captured or knew they were unable to resist, they all chose to self-destruct. Su-Joga murmured. Deadpool, the person who can train so many God King level Deadpools must be at least a superpower in the heavens. Who and why? The ancient ruins of immortals, the forbidden clan of gods, or is it because the Su family has been so popular recently that it has aroused jealousy? Many guesses emerged in Su Joga's mind. Taking a look at Nangong Cheng, who was in a daze on the spirit boat, Su Joga could vaguely guess something. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded from a distance. Adult Emperor? Swish, an old man with a strong breath and white hair appeared. The person who came was none other than the fourth ancestor of the Su family, a genuine supreme being. When he saw Su Joga, the fourth ancestor came to Su Joga's side to protect him immediately. Lord Emperor? Why are you here? Are you okay? Su Joga said calmly with a blank expression on his face. Look for yourself. The fourth patriarch was startled when he heard this. Then he looked around at the two elders of the Su family who were constantly fighting with a group of God King realms, as well as the damaged spirit boat, and his expression suddenly became extremely angry, said angrily. What's going on? Who dares to attack my Su family? Boom, countless runes suddenly emerged from his body. The power of the Supreme Realm is the top existence in the heavens. A huge aura splashed up and spread in a circle in all directions. After passing by the masked men in the God King realm who were fleeing not far away, their bodies all froze in mid-air. Then with a bang, it exploded into countless blood mist, in front of the Supreme Being. Even with just a glance, these masked men in the God King realm were annihilated both physically and spiritually, deader than dead. Su Joga stood in the void and spoke slowly. Someone has sent out 3 Saint Realms to attack the younger generation of our clan. What? The fourth patriarch's pupils dizzied. He felt the remaining holy power, and was frightened to the point of sweating profusely. He said with a look of horror. Sir Emperor? Where are those 3 Saint Realm people? Su Joga looked into the void. One was dealt with by this emperor, and the other 2 were pursued by the 6th and 7th elders. The fourth patriarch hurriedly clasped his fists and said, My lord, I will go and capture those 2 beasts right now. Su Joga nodded slightly, his face calm, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Said lightly. Go, and live, or you can't bring it back. You don't have to come back. To be honest, he was very dissatisfied with the speed at which the fourth patriarch came. Su Joga really wanted to say something. Did you crawl? The fourth patriarch's breath caught, and he responded awkwardly. Then he turned into a stream of light and followed the remaining breath of the 2 saints. The figure of Old Ing appeared faintly and spoke respectfully in Su Joga's ear. My lord, may I ask you to help me? Su Joga waved his hand. No need, one supreme being is more than enough, this is his own business. Old Ing nodded and disappeared into the void without anyone noticing. For him, his only mission is to protect the emperor's son. Everything else, without Su Joga's order, is not within his jurisdiction, including the younger generations of the Su family. All the God King realm Deadpools around were killed. Su Joga glanced at the almost broken spirit boat, casually took out a palm-sized spirit boat from his storage ring and threw it out. I saw that the spirit boat was getting bigger and bigger, and it was even bigger and more luxurious than the broken one. Su Joga, come up, everyone. The younger generations of the Su family on the broken spirit boat were overjoyed and boarded the new spirit boat one after another, including Nangong Cheng and the 2 elders of the Su family. The 7th elder and the 8th elder looked at each other, stepped forward, knelt on the ground, and spoke. Adult Emperor? Please punish me, my Lord Emperor. Su Joga raised his eyebrows and said with some amusement. Punishment? What am I punishing you for? 7th Elder, as the elders of the Su family, we failed to provide adequate protection and almost put the younger generation of the clan in danger. This is a serious fault. The 8th Elder, yes. If it weren't for you, the Emperor's son, showing up in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Su Joga said indifferently. Okay, this matter is not your fault, you have done your best. The other party did not choose to attack the spirit boat that was escorting resources, which clearly showed that they were well prepared. In front of the 3 Saint Realm Masters and a group of God King Realm Masters, it's enough that we can hold on until now. Su Joga, this matter will be handled by me personally. Go back to your tribe first. He gave a brief explanation and then prepared to comfort the frightened younger members of the Su family. Unexpectedly, the younger generations did not look frightened at all. Instead, their faces turned red, and they waved their fists excitedly and shouted loudly. Wow! Lord Emperor, you are so handsome! That's the Holy Realm! Kill at will! What realm are you in now, Lord Emperor? It makes my blood boil. I also want to go out and kill the enemy. Many young people of the Su family were eager to try, their eyes were fanatical, and they said with great respect. They were not very old, the oldest was 15 or 16 years old, and the youngest was about 8 or 9 years old. This was the first time they had been so close to the emperor's son since Su Joga was born. A group of people surrounded Su Joga, and among them there was a little girl who timidly reached out her hand to touch Su Joga's golden hair. Su Joga was slightly stunned, then said with a smile, all right, go back to your rooms and get some rest. This is an adult matter. We can talk about it when you grow up. Su Joga was very satisfied to know that the younger generation of the Su family had such a character. If they could still be like this in the face of the attack from the Saint Realm, they would not be as frightened as the younger generation of the God Clan when they encounter some powerful enemies in the future. Looking at these younger generations of the Su family, the great descendants who were related by blood, Su Joga couldn't help but feel as if he were in another world. In an instant, he understood why the people of the clan were so protective of their own people, that he didn't have high demands, just that these little guys from the Su family were alive. After settling the younger generation, Su Joga looked at Nangong Ching, who had been silent on the side. Staring at her, he said in a deep voice, "What do you think of this attack?" Nangong Ching's body trembled, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. This trip is back from the ancient ruins of the immortal world, and it is extremely secretive. Since the other party knew this path and was able to prepare in advance, the mastermind behind the scenes is about to be revealed. Chapter 171: Soul Searching Doesn't Work? I'll just mark the Soul Master. Su Joga just waited quietly for her answer. Nangong Ching was silent for a long time, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, and she muttered, Maybe, yes. She paused when she said this. Although he is now the emperor's son and has nothing to do with the Nangong family, but she is different from Nangong Gu. As the daughter of the patriarch of the Forbidden God clan, the elders and her father of the clan are very kind to her in this place where she was born and raised. To say that there is no emotion at all is simply impossible. She also understood what this would mean to the Nangong family if the emperor's son knew about it. The wrath of an ancient emperor is far beyond what a family can bear. Nangong Ching clenched her fists and bit her lips lightly, feeling somewhat resentful for why the Su family still intervened, even though she knew that the Su family had an emperor father. When seeing Nangong Ching struggling, Su Joga laughed and waved his hand. Ha, I guess you don't know either. Forget it, it's me who has said too much. However, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to attack my Su family will have to pay the corresponding price. Su Joga said without a doubt. Nangong Ching raised her head and looked at the domineering and extraordinary prince, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of guilt. She understood that the prince must have guessed something, and the prince said this just because he didn't want to embarrass her. Your Excellency, the Emperor's prince. Nangong Ching said gratefully, her eyes gradually becoming firm. I think this might have been done by the Nangong family. Oh? Su Joga raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. That's the family behind you. Aren't you afraid of what this prince will do to the Nangong family? Nangong Ching shook her head and said seriously. I am now the emperor's son and have nothing to do with the Nangong family. If the Nangong family really did this, they must bear the consequences. Su Joga didn't say anything, but stared at her for a while, then smiled and patted her shoulder, said, Good awareness. At least now, I can rest assured about you. He did this simply to see whether Nangong Cheng would protect his relatives. Since you are already my own person, then naturally everything should be done with myself in mind. Nangong Cheng bit her lip and nodded, not knowing what to feel for a moment. She knew that the prince now trusted her. Su Joga, don't worry too much. These are nothing more than speculations. Maybe it's someone else. The value of an ancient immortal relic is enough to drive all superpowers crazy and use any means necessary. Just at this moment, several streams of light descended from the void, and the two elders and the fourth ancestor of the Su family appeared. They boarded the spirit boat, and the fourth ancestor of the Su family used his magical powers to capture two bloody and half-paralyzed masked men. They were the two powerful saints who wanted to escape before. The fourth patriarch threw the two men roughly to the ground and shouted angrily with an angry look. You are just a Saint Realm person, and you want to self-destruct in front of me? If they really succeed in self-destructing, where will I put my face? In front of the Supreme Realm, these two people were as fragile and weak as little babies. The sixth elder and the seventh elder spoke respectfully to Su Joga. Adult Emperor? Fourth ancestor, sir, I have fulfilled your mission and brought these two guys back. I have destroyed their cultivation. What do you think we should do with them? Sujoga nodded slightly, slowly came to the two struggling saints, and said lightly, "Take off their veils." Upon hearing this, the sixth elder stepped forward and slapped the man twice. "Pa," said with great hatred. "You damned bastards, I wish I could tear you into pieces." The veils of the two people were blown away, revealing their faces. A middle-aged man with a resolute face and an ugly old man. Sujoga narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the faces of the two people carefully. The two of them were staring at Sujoga with hateful eyes. The sixth elder on the side frowned and murmured, "What a strange face, seventh, eighth, and ninth, have you seen these two people?" Several elders of the Su family shook their heads. Seventh elder, it doesn't look like he is from one of those superpowers. Several people present are all elders of the Su family, and there are not many saints even in the universe. If they are from a superpower or an imperial family, they should be somewhat familiar with him. The ninth elder pondered for a moment and said, "Could it be a casual cultivator like the ghost ancestor?" The eighth elder shook his head. "How can there be so many independent cultivators in the saint realm in the universe? This level of cultivation is for casual cultivators, who are either being hunted down or are people like the ghost ancestor who are dishonest and use despicable means." The fourth ancestor looked at Sujoga and said, "Emperor's son, these two guys wanted to self-destruct as soon as I caught them. It is probably a Deadpool trained by some force." Deadpool? Everyone was shocked. It was rare to see a Deadpool in the Holy Realm. Sujoga nodded, looked at the two of them, and said lightly, "I know that even if I ask you, you will definitely not say anything. However, as a person, I always like to leave a little room for maneuver. I will still give you a chance. If you reveal the person behind this now, the forces behind you still have a chance to survive." The ugly old man looked at Sujoga with extreme disdain and laughed strangely. "Humph, since we dare to come here, we are not afraid of any threats from you. It's nothing more than a soul-searching technique. Just come directly. As Deadpool, there is a rune in their sea of consciousness that even the Supreme Realm cannot break. If one uses such a brutal method as soul-searching, it will directly trigger a self-destruction, and the soul will be destroyed." He deliberately wanted to provoke Sujoga in order to make him help him self-destruct. The fourth patriarch rushed forward and slapped the old man so hard that his face was twisted. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the emperor of my clan like this?" The fourth patriarch then looked at Sujoga and said, "My lord, there are shackles in the sea of consciousness of Deadpool. You cannot use soul search." Sujoga narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the two of them indifferently and smiled faintly. "Do you think this is the only method I have?" Sujoga sighed and continued, "Hey, I've given you a chance. Do you really want to end up like that dancer? Why don't you guys learn your lesson?" Fourth ancestor. Fourth patriarch, yes. Sujoga's face was calm as he said, "Destroy their spirits a little bit and try not to trigger the shackles. Soul searching is just the worst possible means. With his own soul master mark, he could make the other party tell him who was behind him, and he could also control and enslave two saints. Why not do it?" Chapter 172, The Burial Hall. The unexpected person behind the scenes. However, those who can reach the saint realm have extremely strong willpower, so I have to cut a little. Bang. Just when Sujoga was still thinking, the fourth patriarch's eyes lit up after receiving the order, and with the physical strength of the supreme realm, he went up and punched the two men on the head at the same time. Puff! The faces of the two saints sunken in, and they immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Their breath became extremely weak, and their heads became dizzy. The fourth ancestor grinned and said, "I've been wanting to do this for a long time." Seeing this scene, Sujoga's mouth twitched to physical weakening. Right, several elders of the Su family also stepped forward eager to try to use fists and feet. Bang bang means a few punches. Under such devastating bombardment, the two saints were half dead in a short while, lying in front of Sujoga like a puddle of mud. The elders of the Su family hated these two people extremely much. This was only possible when Sujoga stepped in to stop them, otherwise these two saints would have been beaten to death. Fourth patriarch, "Sir, do you think it's okay now?" He didn't quite understand what the emperor was going to do. Looking at the two extremely weak people in front of him, Sujoga squatted down, his pupils became like whirlpools, and two mysterious and complicated slave seals directly penetrated into the consciousness of the two people. The method of the Soul Master's mark is infinitely more advanced than the soul search. Without disturbing the shackles, it is perfectly imprinted in the deepest part of the two people's sea of consciousness. Sujoga, what are your names? The sixth elder was puzzled. These were two Deadpools. How could he ask such a question? The two men's eyes became cloudy and they spoke dully. Middle-aged man, Soul 3. Ugly old man, Soul 7. They have no names, only code names. When they saw the scene, several elders of the Su family present were shocked and stunned. What kind of tricks are these, Lord Emperor? That's how they did it? Even the fourth patriarch found it a little hard to believe the methods used by His Majesty the Emperor are truly amazing. These are two Deadpools, just like Shadow.as Deadpool. Even if he is at the supreme level, he has no way to pry anything out of the other person. Could it be because of the previous beating that injured his brain? It works quite well, the fourth patriarch thought secretly. The sixth elder on the side frowned and murmured. Soul 3, Soul 7. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, the sixth elder questioned the two of them in shock. Are you from the Soul Burial Palace? They both nodded. Several elders of the Su family present looked at each other with interesting expressions. Sujoga, what is that? The sixth elder said respectfully. You don't know, my lord, that this Soul Burial Palace is one of the best assassin organizations in the universe, and it even ambushed and killed a half-step supreme. Its origin is mysterious, and no one knows where it is. It must be someone very important. Sujoga raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. That's quite interesting. They even dared to attack the Wusu family. They are really brave. Who sent you here? As soon as these words were spoken, Nangong Qingxin's voice suddenly rose to her throat. Fearing that it was related to the Nangong family, he couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment. The two men paused, their eyes clearly revealing a hint of struggle, but then they quickly calmed down. Middle-aged man, the Imperial family, the Yun family. In the plot before Yi Shang's rebirth, the Imperial family cooperated with the Nangong family to monopolize Taiyuan Fairyland but failed. What? The Imperial Yun family? No one present had expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be the Yun family, an imperial clan that has always been on good terms with the Su family. Even Sujoga was extremely surprised, as he thought it would be the Soul Burial Hall contacted by the Nangong family. Nangong Chang heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and a hint of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. The Yun family? The fourth patriarch's pupils widened in disbelief. He simply grabbed a man, strangled him by the neck, and shouted angrily. Did you lie to me? The ugly old man's face turned red and his eyes almost popped out. Fourth ancestor, let him go. And at this moment, Sujoga spoke. It is impossible for a person who was enslaved by the mark of his soul master to tell lies. The fourth patriarch snorted coldly and threw it away heavily. Sujoga said with a playful look in his eyes. You mean, the Yun family of the Imperial clan sent you here? What benefits did you get? He wanted to see what kind of benefits could make the Burial Spirit Hall take the risk of angering an ancient emperor. The middle-aged man shook his head and then told a shocking secret. No good. Because the Soul Burial Hall was originally a deadly guard secretly cultivated by the Yun family of the Imperial clan. At this point, several elders of the Su family could no longer sit still. The Soul Burial Hall is a place where they can do whatever they want. Even the supreme beings cannot do anything about it. They have assassinated many geniuses and evildoers from the superpowers. Even in his Su family, there were younger generations who had been attacked. Who would have thought that this was the Deadpool secretly trained by the Imperial Yun family? If this matter were to spread out, it would probably cause an uproar in the world. Fourth ancestor, you bastard. Could he be from the Yun family? As the ancestor of the Su family, the people of the two clans have many intersections, and he often looks for the ancestor of the Yun family to play chess with him. Fortunately, he has always had a good impression of the Yun family. Fourth ancestor, why did you, the Yun family, do this? The middle-aged man said, I don't know. The master gave the order and we are just following it. Sujoga said with a smile. I never thought that this prince could find out such a big thing with just a casual grab. The Yun family, Sujoga narrowed his imperial eyes slightly. He still had some impression of the imperial family, the Yun family. On top of his coming-of-age ceremony, the other party even came to pay a visit and present gifts. Sujoga, it seems that before going to the ancient fairyland, we have to deal with a big fish. He turned around and walked into the house without looking back, saying lightly, "Come here, and bring these two people in." At this time, inside the Yun family of the imperial clan, the current patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tianshun, was pacing back and forth with an anxious look on his face. As the patriarch of the imperial clan, Yun Tianshun, like Su Tian, has ambitions that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. He tries to lead the clan to a higher level with his own strength, but at this moment, his heart was beating violently, and his forehead and palms were covered with sweat. Breathing is also a little rapid. This was in stark contrast to the man next to him who was leisurely drinking tea. The man took a sip of tea and said with a faint smile, "Why does Patriarch Yun look so nervous?" Yun Tianshun glanced at him and said worriedly, "If the Su family knew about this, the consequences would be disastrous." The man waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Didn't you say that the person who went there was your clan's Deadpool? Even if the Su family's supreme came, he wouldn't be able to get any information? Besides, the great emperor of the Su family is old. Although he destroyed the Wu family to establish his authority, he probably paid a heavy price. They are the ones who should be anxious. Why is Patriarch Yun the first one to get anxious?" Yun Tianshun frowned, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "That's not what I'm worried about at all. It's the son of the emperor during the Su family's reign. I heard that the emperor's son has returned to his clan." Chapter 173 Su Tian's confidence. The 3-month lost emperor clan Nangang Lai was slightly startled, and when he heard the news, his eyes flashed with extreme hatred. He said through gritted teeth, "The prince of the Su family, the old foe and the young gods who came to the heavens to search for the Taiyuan fairyland that day all had their soul tablets shattered, and even their bodies were not found." This incident shocked the entire Nangang family, and his only son was among them. Almost everyone believed that it was the imperial family, the Su family, who was responsible. Master Foam, that is a quasi-emperor level existence. As an extremely arrogant forbidden god clan, they did not take the other clans seriously even if there was an ancient emperor in their clan. So he sent Nangang Lai to find out the news. During this period, because the imperial Yun family had some connection with his Nangang family, Nangang Lai contacted Yun Tianshun, the head of the Yun family, and used the ancient immortal ruins as temptation and the power of the Yun family to make the Su family also taste the feeling of losing their descendants. Yun Tianshun sighed lightly and shook his head. "Why? The Su family now has a living emperor. I really don't know whether this is right or wrong." As a member of the imperial clan and also the clan leader, Yun Tianshun knows better than anyone how powerful Su Huangji, the ancient emperor of the Su family 100,000 years ago, was. But being ambitious, he agreed after being constantly instigated and persuaded by Nangang Lai. After all, the value of an entire ancient immortal ruins can definitely bring about earth-shaking changes in his Yun family, even restoring the former glory. Is not impossible. Hopefully, that's right. My imperial clan, the Yun family, can still rise again even if we don't have an emperor now. Yun Tianshun's eyes suddenly lit up, flashing with a captivating light. Being able to become the patriarch of the imperial clan, he has a resolute character and ruthless methods, and is definitely not a merciful person. If not for this, before Yi Sheng was reborn, he would not have dared to try to monopolize the entire ancient ruins with the power of his own clan and the Nangang family. Now that we have done it, we can only go all the way to the end. What's more, the one he sent out this time was the Deadpool secretly trained by the Yun family. No one in the universe knew that it was their Yun family standing behind the burial spirit hall. Even if it is exposed, it will not implicate me. Thinking of this, Yun Tianshun looked into the distance with flickering eyes, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, the huge spirit boat returned to the Su family. Several elders of the Su family explained the whole process, cause and effect of the incident word for word to the head of the Su family, Su Tian. After learning about this, Su Tian's performance surprised Su Jioga a little. Su Tian's face was calm, he frowned and muttered, "I never thought that it was the Yun family of the imperial clan who did it. Where did they get the news from?" Looking at Soul 3 and Soul 7 kneeling on the ground in front of him, Su Tian kept thinking about something. The fact that he remained calm in the face of such an emergency made Su Jioga look up to him. He is worthy of being the head of our Su family. He can remain calm and composed no matter what happens, and remain calm even when facing a disaster. But just as Su Jioga was secretly admiring in his heart, Su Tian suddenly stood up with a swoosh, scratched his hair in annoyance, rushed forward with an angry look on his face and kicked Hun San and Hun Chi who were kneeling on the ground. Just kick them out. Bang! Damn it! Do you think your Yun family is a cheapskate? If you value the resources of the ancient ruins, Why would you do anything to the younger generations of my Su family? Su Tian cursed, no longer as calm and composed as before. He could understand that someone was jealous of the resources of the ancient ruins, but he really didn't understand why the other party wanted to attack the younger generation. Are there any benefits? Su Yangyu's eyelids twitched and his eyes widened when he saw this. Is this still the patriarch who was in charge of all the affairs? The elders of the Su family were shocked and hurried to stop them. Chief, calm down. Yeah. Let me do it. Su Joga was stunned for a moment, holding his forehead helplessly. Okay, they're both Deadpool. There's nothing to ask. Let Dad do it. Su Tian took a deep breath and suddenly realized that the Emperor's prince was still here. He smiled awkwardly and said respectfully, My Lord Emperor, please don't bother the Lord Emperor to do this. Can you let me handle it? Oh? Su Joga looked at him with some surprise. What are you up to? Su Tian looked dim and spoke slowly. As you said, my Su family is now in a stage of rapid development. Assuming that the Yun family of the imperial clan knew about the ancient ruins, if my Su family directly attacked them and forced them to make the matter public, my Su family would definitely become the target of public criticism. It can be said that there is no benefit at all. Su Joga, what do you have in mind? Su Tian smiled awkwardly and said, I don't deserve it, but I have some idea. If my guess is correct, the Yun family probably doesn't know that they have been exposed. Having said that, Su Tian looked at the holy realms of the two soul burial halls on the ground and continued. Sir Emperor, please hand these two people over to me. There are more reliable ways to deal with this matter. Seeing Su Tian's confident look, Su Joga pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. Open your mouth and speak. That's fine. You are the head of my Su family. I'll leave the family's affairs to you. If we can avoid disturbing my father and let him take action, that would be the best thing to do. Su Joga, how sure are you? Su Tian grinned, and although he was smiling, his eyes revealed a frightening light. About 70 to 80%. If you dare to attack my Su family, the Yun family will be destroyed within 3 months. And this is also the time when my entire Su family truly rises. The elders present were shocked when they heard this. Is the patriarch crazy? The Yun family is an imperial family. If the emperor does not take action, it is simply a fantasy to destroy the other party within 3 months. Su Joga just looked at Su Tian and saw the raging fire burning in his eyes. The ambition in his heart was exposed at this moment without any concealment. It seems that I have underestimated him. He didn't care what methods Su Tian had, as long as he was 100% loyal to the Su family, that was enough. Su Joga nodded and said lightly. Well, in that case, I wish you success in advance. It just so happens that this prince is about to go to the ancient fairyland. I hope to come back and hear the good news about the demise of the Yun family. Su Joga turned around and looked at the two people kneeling on the ground and said, From today on, you will obey the orders of the head of the Su family in everything. Do you understand? Soul 3 and Soul 7 nodded in unison and said respectfully, Understood. After saying that, he headed out of the Su family palace. Chapter 174, Revenge is Never Too Late. The power of the Z-Beat. After getting the recognition from the Emperor's son, Su Tian looked at Su Joga's back with great excitement. It is his honor to be trusted by the Emperor's son, and the ambition in Su Tian's heart can be perfectly realized from the imperial family, the Yun family. Su Tian bowed respectfully and spoke loudly. Thank you for sending me the Emperor. After the Emperor's son left, Su Tian regained his dignity as the head of his clan. He glanced coldly at the two people on the ground. Since the Emperor's son said that they were now his own people, they could be trusted. Su Tian did not have the slightest doubt, but said in a deep voice, Han San, you return to the Yun family alone and report the failure of this operation truthfully. Soul 3 nodded, yes. Su Tian, Soul 7, keep this list. Kill all the people above. Su Tian said coldly. He casually threw out a list filled with names. All the elders looked at the list and their faces changed horribly. This is because the names written above are all famous and talented geniuses. They are all descendants of forces that had conflicts with the Su family before the emperor and his son were born. 23 years ago, during the battle for the immortal mineral vein, the Zhangqiong Saints sect injured 3 elders and 4 juniors of the Su family. Looking at the densely packed details written on it, the elders of the Su family looked somewhat horrified. No one had expected that Su Tian, the usually gentle and approachable clan leader, would actually hold a grudge so hard that he would write down on paper every detail of the Su family's past losses. For a moment, the way they looked at Su Tian was a little different. I secretly stole some money when I was transporting resources 8 years ago. I wonder if the chief knows about this. I am guilty of stealing an imperial weapon from the treasury and bringing it back to my grandson. The elders felt a chill down their spines and were so frightened that they exploded one after another. As long as you don't betray my Su family, these are all trivial matters. Su Tian waved his hand indifferently. He murmured with a smile. Since the birth of the emperor's son, our Su family is no longer the same Su family as before. It's time to start settling accounts with some people and things. It just so happens that this time, with the help of the Imperial Yan family, we can kill with a borrowed knife and clear the obstacles for the Su family. The Su family will not suffer any loss. Su Tian's eyes were more fanatical than ever before, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. In the universe, a bloody reshuffle will inevitably take place because of the Su family. Outside the Su family's main hall. Su Jioge had just walked down the stairs when he heard clan leader Su Tian's hearty laughter coming from the hall behind him. Su Jioge's expression turned a little strange. Nangong Cheng and Supreme God Roar were waiting quietly outside, seeing the emperor's son appear. Nangong Cheng stepped forward and spoke with some concern. The emperor is an adult. Su Jioge smiled faintly as he looked at her thoughtful expression. Okay, this matter was indeed done by the Yun family of the imperial clan. It has nothing to do with your Nangong family for now. He knew what Nangong Cheng was worried about, so he said this. Nangong Cheng's face lit up when she heard that. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Sir Emperor, let's go back then. By the way, where is Miss Chiu? Didn't she come back with you? She had already noticed the stunning woman in white standing beside the prince, but she had not asked much because of the attack on the spirit boat. Su Jioge, she went to the Holy Ruins realm for something. Holy Ruins realm, as a member of the Forbidden God clan, she didn't know much about the heavens and had never heard of this name. Nangong Cheng nodded and said, I see. Su Jioge said lightly. Go back first, there are people you need to meet. Tomorrow, we will set sail for the ancient fairyland, and we still need you to lead the way. What? The emperor's son is going to the ancient fairyland. Nangong Cheng was shocked and frightened. I thought Su Jioge was going to Nangong's house, so I hurriedly said, Lord Emperor, what are you doing in the ancient immortal realm? If the prince really went to her Nangong family, given the personalities of the younger generations in her clan, most of them would be killed by the prince. Seeing her anxious look, Su Jioge couldn't help but laugh. Go to the Wanqi clan. Do you know anything about this clan? Wanqi God clan. Nangong Cheng was not unfamiliar with this name and nodded. The Wanqi family and my Nangong family don't have much in common. It is said that their clan is the descendant of the lineage of the King of Desolation during the ancient times of the immortals. They are born with extraordinary strong bodies and possess the divine power to control the heavenly beads. Z beads? What are those? Su Jioge asked. Nangong Cheng spoke slowly and softly. Each of us in the Forbidden God clan has our own divine power. Only when our cultivation reaches the Void God realm can we awaken and use it. And this sky bead is a piece of jade that was condensed from the blood of the Wanqi clan when they awakened their divine power. This thing can be continuously refined and even used as a magic weapon. It can strengthen the body to a great extent. In a sense, owning a Z bead means having a special physique. Su Jioge couldn't help but marvel at what he said. In his era, most of the people from the Forbidden Gods had already hidden in the ancient fairyland and were sealed off from the outside world. I didn't expect it to be so strange. Su Jioge looked her up and down and asked curiously. So, your Nangong family also has unique divine powers? Nangong Cheng said. Yes. If you want to awaken the divine power of your clan, the Void God realm is just a threshold. The most important thing is the purity of your bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the divine power that is awakened. This is also the reason why people with impure blood are so unwelcome among the Forbidden Gods. So is Nangong Go, and so is Wanqi Kong. However, Wanqi Kong's luck was better than Nangong Ji's. As the destined protagonist in the middle and late stages, he successfully survived countless tribulations and finally reaped the rewards of his hard work and became the Emperor of the Gods. Nangong Cheng continued. As the descendants of the Star King, our Nangong family has a divine power called Starfall, which can unfold the starfield. Within the field, all aspects of power can be greatly enhanced. Sujoga nodded slightly. This forbidden clan of gods does have its own unique features, and it is no wonder that they can rule the entire ancient fairyland. This awakened divine power alone is extraordinary. What made Sujoga feel a little strange was that, according to what Nangong Ching said, the Wanchi god clan should respect the power of the sky beads and the physical body. However, Sujoga, who had fought with Wanchi Kong, did not feel the horror of the opponent's physical body, which was just at the normal level of God King, slightly higher. Sujoga, Wanchi Kong, have you ever heard of this person? Nangong Ching's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. I was horrified. Your Excellency, Prince Emperor, how do you know this person? Could it be that there is an insider from the Imperial Su family in the ancient fairyland? Nangong Ching calmed down and said with some palpitations. That is the emperor of the Wanchi god clan. Wanchi Kong is very famous even among our forbidden god clan. He is obviously a person of impure blood, but he broke the rules and awakened another power besides the power of the heavenly bead. Chapter 175. The two girls meet before departure. It is said that his awakened Wanchi divine power has changed, and his Z beads can even affect the surrounding space environment. It is extremely mysterious. It's a pity that Wanchi Kong rarely uses the power of the heavenly bead. He only relied on his superb and powerful archery skills to gain the position of the emperor of the Wanchi god clan. The reputation of Wanchi Kong of the Wanchi god clan is very prominent among all the forbidden gods. As a bastard son of impure blood, he fought back and rose from the ashes after being expelled from the god clan, defeating countless geniuses and evildoers along the way. Such an outstanding person made her yearn for him. It's a pity that there is not much intersection between my Nangong family and the Wanchi family. Nangong Ching pondered for a while and asked curiously, is it possible that the emperor is interested in Wanchi Kong? Sujoga nodded without hesitation, narrowing his eyes and smiling faintly. Indeed. If you put it that way, this person is quite interesting. I would really like to see the awakened divine power of your forbidden gods. Nangong Ching said with a smile. With your strength, Lord Emperor, no one can be your opponent, even in the ancient fairyland. She was still very sure of this. The Emperor's son can easily kill a saint with his cultivation reaching the saint realm. Such terrifying power is enough to rival his god's elders. The two talked along the way, and Nangong Ching also learned the purpose of Sujoga's trip from Sujoga's words. I am very curious about the ancient fairyland and want to go and take a look. Nangong Ching naturally would not refuse, but expressed it. The ancient immortal realm is located outside the heavens and requires crossing the sea. If Lord Emperor wants to go there, it may take a long time. That day, she, Feng Laoyupa and others took the spirit boat to the heavens, which took more than half a month. However, based on the speed of your mount, the supreme divine roar, Your Majesty, we will be able to arrive in about 10 days, said Nangong Cheng. Sujoga nodded slightly and spoke. We need to bring someone with us on this trip. Nangong Cheng was a little confused. Could it be that Miss Chiu? Sujoga shook his head and chuckled. I'll take you to see her and you'll know. As his own people, Chu Xuanro and Nangong Cheng would meet each other sooner or later. It just so happened that Lian Yue was not here at this time. The two returned to where Sujoga lived ahead. A pleasant sound of piano came leisurely, which made people feel peaceful and enjoyable. Many rare birds and animals are circling around this ethereal palace, making it seem like a fairyland, out of this world. Nangong Ching was slightly startled, and murmured in amazement with her beautiful eyes. The sound of the piano. How come the sound of a musical instrument could be heard from the place where the emperor's son lives? Moreover, from the sound of the piano, my recent uneasy and depressed mood has become calm. Sujoga brought Nangong Ching to the waterside courtyard. Chu Xuanru was wearing a sky blue dress today and was quietly playing the dragon and phoenix kuchin in the pavilion above Xiao He Liupan's room. She entered a special state. From her beautiful body, there emanated flowing light. She was surrounded by the avenue of music and played pleasant and moving piano sounds. Nangong Ching was stunned, looking at the beautiful woman with a pretty face and fairy-like figure in front of him. His face seemed a little surprised. It has to be said that Chu Xuanru was born with a fragile and sympathetic temperament. Nangong Ching was distracted for a moment and said, "This girl is." Sujoga smiled. Her name is Chu Xuanru, and she possesses the divine body of the listening rose. Her musical sound and physique are special and can help others practice. She is my new maid. Nangong Cheng nodded. The first time she saw Chu Xuanru, she felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. Chu Xuanru's cultivation level was not only at the 3rd level of the Void God realm, but also much higher than himself, who was at the 5th level of the Zhanyuan realm. Her appearance was not inferior to his at all, but he also possesses the listening lotus divine body and is proficient in music. Seeing the look on Lord Emperor's face, it seems that he attaches great importance to it. This made Nan Gongqing feel quite uncomfortable. What she didn't know was that Su Jioge didn't care about these things at all. Both women have their own advantages. A saint-level alchemist is rare even among the imperial family. Chu Xuanru's piano music gradually slowed down. She slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Su Jioge, her beautiful eyes lit up and said softly, "Sir." Su Jioge led Nan Gongqing forward and the two women gave a brief introduction. Nan Gongqing smiled and stretched out her hand, saying, "Sister Xuanru's piano playing is truly beautiful. Even in the ancient fairyland, I have never heard such beautiful music." As the daughter of the Forbidden God clan's patriarch, although her cultivation is slightly inferior, the temperament and conversation that Nan Gongqing has cultivated since childhood are far beyond what Chu Xuanru can compare to. Ever since the two women started talking, Chu Xuanru was much weaker in terms of aura. Chu Xuanru seemed a little reserved, but still extended her hand in a friendly manner. Su Jioge joked when he saw this. "You two should get along well with each other in the future." Nan Gongqing covered her face and smiled, saying, "Sister Xuanru and I hit it off right away. It's natural." "Sir Emperor, is it Sister Xuanru who is going to the ancient fairyland with us?" Su Jioge nodded, while Chu Xuanru on the side was a little confused. "Ancient immortal realm?" Nan Gongqing walked up to her enthusiastically, took her hand, and explained with a smile that if other people saw them, they would think they were sisters who had known each other for a long time. After learning about it, Chu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered. This was the first time she had heard of the ancient fairyland that Nan Gongqing mentioned, and she couldn't help but feel very yearning for it, and so it went on until evening. Now Su Jioge was enjoying the cool breeze in the pavilion. There was a faint light flickering in the house. I could hear the laughter of two girls in the house. "Hey, Sister Xuanru, why is yours so big? I'm sure the prince likes it very much." A soft moan suddenly sounded in the room. "Stop it, it's itchy." Su Jioge, who was admiring the moonlight, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids when he heard the sweet voices of the two girls. An unknown evil fire suddenly rose in my heart. Taking a deep breath, Su Jioge stood up and walked outside, slowly pushing open the door. The sudden opening of the door caught both girls off guard and they were startled. The scene before my eyes was simply too erotic. Two women with beautiful faces and different charms were playing with each other. They were wearing thin and transparent gauze, and their plump and white bodies were faintly visible under the lights, which was particularly tempting. Chu Xuanru's pretty face was a little flushed, her beautiful eyes were panting in a daze, her towering breasts kept rising and falling, her dress and hair were messy, revealing her rosy shoulders. But Nan Gongqing on the side smiled slyly, pretended to be surprised and astonished, and said, "Ah, adult emperor? Why are you here?" Chapter 176, Void Beast. PS, Reviewer, I have now fully realized the error and edited it. There is no vulgar paragraph. Please approve it. QAQ, ding. The favorability of the destined heroine Nan Gongqing has increased. Ding. The favorability of the destined heroine Chu Xuanru has increased. The next morning, Su Jioge and the two women rode on the Supreme Divine Roar and prepared to set off. Their relationship became closer because of this. Chu Xuanru lowered her head at this moment, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Some were afraid to look at Su Jioge's figure. On the contrary, Nan Gongqing on the side seemed to be in a very good mood. Su Jioge had a serious expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. "I don't know what happened yesterday. Thinking about it now, Su Jioge couldn't help but feel regretful." With a long roar from the Supreme God, he carried the three people and transformed into a golden divine light and left this world. We were silent all the way. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Nan Gongqing stepped forward and spoke softly. "Sir, the ancient fairyland is outside the boundary sea. You have to be careful there. When we, the gods, came here, we encountered many attacks." Su Jioge nodded. He naturally understood what Nan Gongqing meant. The edge of the sea boundary of the heavens and myriad worlds is not peaceful. The ancestor of the dead souls comes from here. Not only are there monks who have committed many evil deeds and fled here, but there are also extremely ancient and wild beasts in the void. Almost every day, there are incidents of bloodshed. The Dao realm on the edge of the boundary sea is called the Land of Sin. Because there is no one to manage it, even many heirs of superpowers dare not set foot here easily. They even dare to attack the spirit boats of the forbidden gods without restraint. One can imagine what kind of desperate criminals they are. Sujoga said calmly, if you dare to come, just kill them all. The supreme divine roar is a sacred beast of heaven and earth, and its combat power is comparable to that of the supreme being. This journey is destined not to be peaceful. Looking at the prince in front of him who was as domineering as the sun, Nan Gongqing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. That beautiful face flushed slightly and looked at him lovingly. Even the air around me became a little warm today. She is wearing a red dress, her skin is as white as snow, her temperament is extraordinary, and she looks like a fairy. Compared to the shy Chuzuwanru, she, as a member of the Forbidden God clan, is extremely proactive. Nan Gongqing murmured, Sir, the emperor's son. Sujoga couldn't stand this kind of look. He held his forehead and said helplessly, I'm going to practice. Nan Gongqing was stunned when she heard this, then a hint of disappointment flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she nodded obediently and said, Understood. 5 days later. I in the void, Sujoga summoned the spirit boat and then began to practice in seclusion. The supreme god Roar was traveling in front of this huge and luxurious spirit boat. Although the mount, Supreme Divine Roar, is very impressive and majestic, the journey is long compared to the shaking divine roar. The spirit boat is more comfortable. On the deck, Nan Gongqing looked at the closed room with some resentment. That was where Sujoga was in seclusion. Open your mouth and speak. Your Excellency, the Emperor is truly ruthless. Obviously, Chuzuwanru's face instantly turned red when she heard it, and she said coquettishly, What are you talking about? What the young master is thinking is not something we can guess. In just one day, the relationship between the two women became close and had a qualitative leap. Young master, Nan Gongqing looked at her with some envy and said, I really envy you for this. She could clearly feel that the prince seemed to treat Chuzuwanru a little differently. This title alone is something that I don't have. Chuzuwanru was stunned and said with some confusion, Why? Nan Gongqing shook her head and looked at the endless vast void. The deeper she went, the further away she was from the center of the heavens. This place is desolate and empty, without any living creatures. There are many dead stars scattered around, and it looks a bit cold. Nan Gongqing, forget it. I don't know how the emperor tricked a silly girl like you into coming here. If we go further, we will soon reach the boundary sea. We must be careful because there are many void wild beasts here. Young master is a good man, and I owe you. Chuzuwanru said seriously. Void beast, what is this? Nan Gongqing rolled her eyes and said unhappily. You still say you're not a naive person? Which faction in the universe are you a disciple of? This void wild beast can devour the Dao realm. Its physique is huge, and its strength is also. Before he could finish his words, a long and sad moan came from the front, as if it came from eternity and struck his soul directly. The sound was indescribable, and it gave Chuzuwanru on the deck goosebumps all over her body and made her feel a little cold. Nan Gongqing's beautiful eyes narrowed and she said with some surprise, Here it comes. We haven't even reached the edge of the sea boundary yet, so why would a void beast appear here? Chuzuwanru looked ahead and saw nothing but darkness, but as the spirit boat moved forward, she finally got a glimpse of the true appearance of the void beast. The dark mass before was actually the opponent's body. It was a giant void beast that was several thousand meters long, covered with rotten vines, piled with rocks, and dark in color. The giant beast was like a whale swimming aimlessly in the void, with a pair of fins and its tail constantly flapping. Every time it shook, the surrounding void would roll up an extremely violent undercurrent. This oppressive feeling that seemed to come from deep space made Chuzuwanru's breath stop. His whole body began to tremble. This is Void Beast? When he saw the figure of the Void Beast, Nan Gongqing breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a young Void Beast. There's no need to worry too much. The Emperor is in seclusion now, and he doesn't even need to do anything. Although the young Void Wild Beast looks extremely terrifying, even I, who am at the Yuan realm, can handle it if a fight really breaks out. Not to mention that the Emperor's son's spirit boat is of the supreme level, and the wild beast cannot break the boat protection formation at all. Seeing Nan Gongqing's nonchalant look, Chu Xian's beautiful eyes revealed disbelief as she exclaimed, Is this childhood? Nan Gongqing nodded with a smile and explained. An adult void wild beast is at least tens of thousands of meters long, and its strength can be judged from this. The true strength of the void beast lies in its ability to devour everything and its immense power. The power that a young wild beast like this can unleash is enough to reach the virtual god realm, but because of its bulky body, even a cultivator with a weaker cultivation base can easily grind it to death. It's just a matter of time. Chapter 177, Bad Guys and Good Deeds. Furious Su-joga, and at this moment, a roar full of majesty and domineering sounded roar. The supreme god roared towards the wild beast in the void, protecting the spirit boat, and directly transformed into a golden divine light and rushed towards the depths of the void, like a golden meteorite. Its extremely strong limbs slapped towards the void beast and directly penetrated through the huge body of the void beast. Boom! The void beast let out a piercing wail, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared on its huge body. Countless blue blood gushed out. The void beast actually dragged its seriously injured body directly into the void in front of it and disappeared. This is also its unique ability, Void Shuttle, able to travel through the void and appear anywhere. Chuzuanru, it escaped? Such a commotion also directly alarmed Su-joga, who was in seclusion. Squeak. The door of the cabin on the deck was pushed open and Su-joga walked out. After 5 days of practice, my cultivation has improved again, entering the second level of the Holy Realm. Your Excellency, the Emperor's Prince. A hint of joy flashed across Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes, and she stepped forward and spoke in a tender voice. A void wild beast just appeared, but it was dealt with by the god's roar. Su-joga nodded slightly when he heard this, looked around, and spoke. Where are we now? Nangong Qing, the front is the boundary sea. The heavens are vast and boundless. It only takes 5 days to reach the boundary sea from the Holy Emperor Dao realm of the Su family, an imperial clan. This speed is already very fast. Su-joga nodded and said nothing more, but Nangong Qing came forward hesitantly at this time, her beautiful face full of charm and extremely emotional. After experiencing such a wonderful feeling, he was reluctant to leave. During the days when the emperor was in seclusion, he had been feeling a little craving. Su-joga said with a strange look on his face, "What are you up to?" Nangong Qing didn't say anything, but looked at Su-joga with her beautiful eyes as bright as spring. She stretched out her snow-white hand and took Su-joga's right hand. In front of everyone, she boldly placed Su-joga's hand on her soft and smooth breasts. Grass. This was Su-joga's first reaction. He was completely stunned. He really didn't expect Nangong Qing to be so bold. Chuzuanru on the other side blushed instantly after seeing this and pouted. Pooh! Shameless! Nangong Qing's attractive face looked extremely charming. She rubbed her legs restlessly and murmured in a soft voice. Madam Emperor. She pressed Su-joga's hand a little harder. This tingling and numb sound made Su-joga's blood boil and he went completely crazy. If you remain indifferent when being teased by a beautiful woman with bright red hair and seductive figure, you are not a man. Su-joga's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Chuzuanru lowered her head, feeling so embarrassed that she wanted to bury herself in the ground. Her ears were already red, and she said softly, then slowly walked forward. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard from the void outside. The entire spirit boat began to shake violently. An angry voice came from outside. Who on earth is it? Who dares to hurt my little Jiin? Get out of here! At this moment, another sharp and somewhat startled voice was heard. Ha! This is the supreme god's roar? How is this possible? How could such a divine beast appear here? And it's actually from the Holy Realm. Inside the side room, Su-joga, who was preparing for a fierce battle like a storm, suddenly lost all interest as if he was poured with a basin of cold water. The two were startled and quickly stood up. Nangong Qing, is there anyone outside? A terrifying aura filled the air, and Su-joga's face was gloomier than ever. He took a deep breath. His mind was interrupted. At this moment, he had only one impulse in his mind, that is, killing. Looking at the two women, Su-joga said, almost gritting his teeth. You two, wait here for this prince. I'll go see what's going on outside. Buzz, the golden divine light flashed. Su-joga changed his attire again and appeared outside the deck. At this moment in the void, a wild beast appeared opposite the spirit boat, its huge body covering the sky, and the SUNIT was the wild beast that was injured before and came back. The only difference from before was that this time there were two men standing on its body. The leader was a rebellious young man dressed in black. The young man had a hideous scar on his right eye, a thin face and a slender body. The other one was a fat guy with shifty eyes. Fatty Yucho narrowed his already small eyes, stared at the supreme god and said with some longing. Xia, this is a divine beast. If we catch it, then in the future, won't our Canlang gang have the final say in this world? Xia nodded slightly and spoke proudly with a condescending look. That's right, but the sacred beasts of heaven and earth are not easy to capture. Yucho rolled his eyes, then rubbed his hands and chuckled. This is not what you should say, Shi Xie. We intercepted the spiritual boat that came from the ancient fairyland. It was just a beast from the Holy Realm. What's the big deal? I think it won't be a problem for you, Lord Wolf. Shi Xie glanced at him and said lightly. 2. He was so arrogant that he completely forgot that he was almost beaten to death by the quasi-emperor level Master Foam. Ding. The existence of the Destiny protagonist is detected. The existence of the Destiny protagonist is detected. And just as the two were discussing how to capture the Supreme God's roar, Su Jioge tapped his toes lightly and stepped onto the Supreme Divine Roar without knowing where his long golden hair was flying. His aura was as deep as the ocean, and he was tall and mighty. The Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke as if he was filled with endless anger. I want this Emperor's mount, the Supreme Divine Roar. Have you ever asked for my opinion? This is Su Jioge's first time, and he doesn't want to reap the benefits slowly. I don't care who the destined protagonist is. If you dare to ruin the good deeds of this Emperor's son, I will just scatter your ashes. Nah. Not all of them. Name, Shi Xie. Identity, Wolf Master of the Crippled Wolf Gang. Protagonist of Destiny. Age, 39. Personality, decisive, arrogant, unyielding, tenacious. Realm, 6th level of the Saint Realm. Please note that you are 39 years old. Don't worry about why your cultivation is higher than the protagonist's. Chapter 178 Sirius Body, the Doomed Star, Constitution, Heavenly Wolf Body, ranked 127th among all the worlds. With this body, his physical body and recovery ability are naturally stronger than ordinary people, just like a monster beast, and he can command thousands of wolves. The fate of the Star of Destiny is that most people are cruel and vindictive, and have the arrogance of a lone wolf. Kung Fu, Heavenly Moon Sutra, Evil Spirit Technique, Demon Killing Blood Claw, Treasures, Ghost King. Mask, Sirius Claw, Life Experience, a baby abandoned by his parents and raised by a wolf. He would avenge his enemies, and used brutal means to gain a foothold in the Sea of Boundaries, founded the Canlang Gang, and robbed the monks from all sides in the void. Current luck value, 50,000. Su Jioge frowned. A destined protagonist who has entered the Holy Realm has a luck value of only 50,000. Compared with Qiu Lianyue and Wan Qikong, it is simply outrageously low. When the fat man Yiqiu saw Su Jioge, who was so handsome and had such shining golden hair, he almost drooled. He kept swallowing his saliva. He's so handsome, but why does this person look familiar? Yiqiu thought secretly. On the other side, Shi Xie raised his eyebrows, looked down at Su Jioge with a somewhat unfriendly expression and questioned. Is it because you hurt my baby? As he spoke, Shi Xie looked at the other person. He had only seen such extraordinary temperament among the descendants of the Taoist traditions of those superpowers, but, so what? He had no idea how many of those so-called geniuses from the superpowers he had killed. Su Jioge glanced at the void beast that kept howling as if it was complaining, and said with extreme disdain. A wild beast of the void is also a treasure. This sea boundary is indeed a land of uncivilized barbarians. Shi Xie's eyes were shocked, and he spoke in a cold voice full of murderous intent. What did you say? The Black Emperor halberd appeared in his hand. He raised it and pointed it at Shi Xie on the body of the void beast. Su Jioge looked disdainful and said proudly. Come here and die. Bastard! Such provocative words made Shi Xie's black hair fly around, and a huge murderous intent was released. A silver shining wolf claw appeared in his hand and turned into a black light and rushed towards Su Jioge. Shi Xie! Wait! Yiqiu, who had been silent, suddenly thought of something and spoke with a changed expression. This person is the prince of the Su family who became famous some time ago. Behind him stands the imperial Su family. We cannot afford to offend them. Yiqiu said in horror as he felt a chill down his spine when he saw the word Su on the spirit boat behind Su Jioge. They are just bandits wandering in the void, making a living by intercepting spirit boats and never seeing the light of day. How could one afford to offend the most powerful imperial family in the universe? Shi Xie's eyes flashed with a captivating light, his pupils became like those of an animal, and he shouted coldly without any scruples. So what if they are from the imperial clan? I, Shi Xie, dare to kill even the people of the Forbidden God clan. How can I be afraid of a mere person of the Emperor clan? This is different. Yiqiu was almost frightened to death after hearing this, and he stomped his feet in anger. This guy tends to lose his mind every time he gets excited. The Imperial clan and the Forbidden God clan, one has its base in the heavens and the other in the ancient fairyland. The gods may not have time to pay attention to you, but would the Imperial clan in the heavens not have time to pay attention to you? They could just send a supreme being to sweep across the chaotic border sea, not to mention that this person was the son of an emperor. A living son of a great emperor. Yu Qiu was completely panicked and said with a look of shock, Qi Xie, can you please listen to me carefully? He is the emperor's son. Behind him stands not only an entire imperial family, but also a great emperor. Yu Qiu almost screamed. These words were like a splash of cold water, instantly making Qi Xie sober up a lot. His body paused, and he stayed in the void for a moment, with a hint of clarity in his eyes. Yu Qiu, did you lie to me? Qi Xie turned around and looked at him coldly. Why Yu Qiu was anxious, fearing that Qi Xie had hurt the emperor's son, so he hurriedly spoke. Why would I lie to you? And at this moment, a faint voice sounded in Qi Xie's ears. Don't think about it. This emperor's son, I must kill you today. Su Jioge's tall and mighty figure appeared in front of Qi Xie at some point. With the powerful strength of his immortal body, he grasped the Black Emperor halberd and swept it heavily. Qi Xie's face changed drastically. He crossed his hands in front of him and used the power of the Sirius Claw to resist. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded in the void, an extremely dark light burst out from it, and Qi Xie was shocked by this terrifying force, causing his blood to surge all over his body, and he exploded backwards for thousands of meters. If it weren't for the heavenly wolf claw's force-dissipating power, Su Jioge's attack would have directly cost him his life. Qi Xie was angry, his eyes glowed with a strange red light, and he spoke coldly while gritting his teeth. You are just an ant that has just entered the Saint Realm, and you dare to attack me? I think you really want to die. After saying that, Qi Xie didn't bother to care about his identity. His heavenly menstrual meridian started to circulate, and he turned into a bloodthirsty silver-white wolf and pounced towards Su Jioge. Like a ferocious beast in the jungle, he has an astonishing aura and is filled with murderous intent, demonic killing blood claws. Clang! The Black Emperor's halberd slashed down vertically, and the collision between the weapons caused countless sparks and the power of the Great Dao to burst out. The Sirius Claw didn't even get close to Su Jioge's body, but pierced through the pitch-black halberd. Qi Xie was stuck in the void, with veins bulging on his forehead. The feedback from the Sirius Claw made his hands feel slightly numb. Qi Xie was shocked. What kind of power is this? Su Jioge, who switched to the immortal divine and demonic body, had a gaze as deep as the abyss, and every part of his body was filled with ultimate power. It was like being possessed by a god or demon, and its force weighing tens of thousands of tons made it impossible for Qi Xie to move forward. Su Jioge held the Black Emperor halberd in one hand, which looked nonchalant and easy compared to Qi Xie, who used it with both claws. Su Jioge stared at him and said lightly, "Weak. You are not even as good as Wan Qikong." As he spoke, Su Jioge took a step forward, and an even more powerful force suddenly burst out from the Black Emperor halberd. Strands of pitch-black gods and demons avenue bloomed from it. Qi Xie, holding his claws, kept retreating. His face was ferocious and his chest was instantly filled with rage. Although he didn't know who Wan Qikong was, he absolutely could not tolerate someone who was not as advanced as him saying that he was weak. The fat man Yu Qiu in the distance shouted with his face turning purple. My lord, Qi Xie. Stop fighting. Qi Xie, stop it now. Qi Xie's heart became ruthless, a sinister light flashed in his eyes, and a scarlet aura emanated from his whole body. Qi Xie kept making low growls like wolf howls. Silver moons appeared on his cheeks and skin, from which dense silver wolf hair gradually grew. His hands became stronger and his strength increased exponentially. Boom! Chapter 179. The most miserable protagonist in history. The special fat man's Sirius body fully opened. Qi Xie exhaled extremely hot air from his mouth and roared, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Qi Xie's instinct took over his reason, and everything returned to its most primitive form. Clang! Qi Xie raised his hand suddenly and was able to briefly escape the suppression of the Black Emperor halberd. Oh? Su Jioge was a little surprised, and said jokingly as he looked at Qi Xie, who had transformed into a werewolf and was covered with hair. It turned out to be a beast. Ayo! Qi Xie let out a long howl and slightly arched his body, showing a hunting posture. The wolf claws were extremely sharp, and the tips of the claws flashed with a cold silver light. With his heavenly wolf body fully activated, Qi Xie was moving like a ghost, circling around Su Jioge, looking for flaws. Like a bloodthirsty beast, demonic killing blood claws. Behind Su Jioge, a pair of claws that could even tear apart the void attacked him. Qi Xie yelled with madness in his eyes, Die! Su Jioge didn't react at all. Just when Qi Xie thought he would see blood splattering everywhere, Sujoga flipped the Black Emperor halberd in his hand, turned around and attacked fiercely. The divine eyes of cause and effect had already predicted his next move. The divine and demonic aura released from the Black Emperor's abyss halberd was extremely dense, and countless violent air currents rolled up. When the two collided, the void exploded once again. All 10 directions are destroyed. Boom! After this blow, Qixie's heavenly wolf claw couldn't withstand this terrifying force, and it gradually shattered from the tip of the claw. Crack! The supreme-level magical weapon is so vulnerable in front of the Imperial soldiers. Qixie's pupils shrank and he looked at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. Sujoga's imperial eyes were playful, and his expression was full of teasing, mocking. Have you had enough fun? When you've had enough fun, it's time for you to die. Since he dared to ruin his good deeds, Sujoga had no intention of sparing his life from the very beginning. So what if the villain value gained by doing this is far less? Sujoga raised the Black Emperor halberd high up and then dropped it. This pitch-black halberd was full of oppression and directly penetrated Qixie's entire field of vision. A huge fear directly filled his heart, and Qixie roared with unwillingness with red eyes. No! Puff! As the Black Emperor halberd fell, Qixie was split into two. His flesh and blood separated, countless blood gushed out. Ding! The Destiny protagonist Qixie has fallen, and his luck value has lost 30,000. The luck value includes the Destiny heroine/important figures, and 30,000 is Qixie's own. Congratulations on getting a villain value of 30,000. Obtain the origin of the Heavenly Wolf Body, Heavenly Menstrual Sutra, Evil Spirit Technique, Demon Killing Blood Claw, Ghost Emperor Mask, Heavenly Wolf Claw, remaining, Immortal Spirit Stone. A destined protagonist who had reached the 6th level of the Saint Realm was killed so easily by Sujoga. This is probably the first leak that was cut without even being raised since Sujoga was born. Sujoga's expression was calm, and his imperial eyes looked at Qixie's corpse falling into the depths of the void with incomparable indifference, said lightly. Originally, you could have lived for a long time. In your next life, please don't ruin other people's good deeds. This extremely bloody scene frightened Yuqiu on the void beast so much that he trembled all over. Yuqiu looked terrified, his fat body trembling, and he muttered in disbelief. Qixie just died like that. My legs felt weak and my lower body was soaked without me noticing. When he saw Sujoga in the distance turning around and looking at him, Yuqiu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Without saying a word, he slapped the void beast under his feet and spoke hurriedly. Xiao Jian, let's go. Qixie is dead, let alone myself. At the moment, the only way to escape from here is to rely on the power of the void beast to escape into the void. This prince of the Su family is truly terrifying, but Xiao Jian did not move, but continued to make extremely sad cries. It was as if calling Qixie. Yuqiu saw this and cursed angrily. Xiao Jian, what are you doing? Go! Go! This prince is here, where do you want to go? Sujoga's voice came with some playfulness. Yuqiu's body stiffened and he turned back trembling. When he saw Sujoga, who was also standing on the void beast, his legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a plop. He cowed out and said this while crying and sobbing. Emperor, Your Excellency. Please spare my life, Lord Emperor. I am just a passerby. I have never intended to be disrespectful to you, Lord Emperor. While begging for mercy, Yuqiu cursed Qixie in his heart. You bastard. Not only did you seek death yourself, but you even implicated me, Qixie. You will die a miserable death. He knew that these geniuses of the imperial family had always been high and mighty and insolent. Even Qixie is dead, let alone myself who has not even reached the Saint Realm. Now I can only beg for forgiveness. Sujoga narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the fat man who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Sudden, the void beast under his feet let out a mournful cry and shook its body violently, as if trying to throw Sujoga off of the void beast. Continued to struggle and roll, and its terrifying power even caused the void to tremble. Sujoga snorted coldly, and stabbed the Black Emperor halberd in his hand heavily towards the ground. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced, the incomparably violent power in the Black Emperor's halberd instantly invaded the entire body of the void beast, crushing its internal organs. The light in the huge pupils of the void beast dissipated, and finally it let out a painful cry and died. As creatures unique to the void, desolate beasts will not fall into the endless dark abyss even when they die, but will float quietly and decay after hundreds or thousands of years. This decisive scene of killing made Yuqiu even more frightened and horrified. He felt cold all over and his body was a little stiff. He kept his head on the ground and didn't dare to look up at Sujoga. Sujoga's eyes flickered, and when he found the two eye-catching words on the ball panel, he couldn't help feeling a strong discomfort in his heart. Damn, why are there all kinds of people here? I can't believe this fat guy is this kind of person. Sujoga turned around in disgust, as if he would feel sick if he stayed here for any longer, so he left the place directly. Feeling Sujoga's departure, Yuichiro couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Looking at the dazzling figure of Sujoga, who had already boarded the spirit boat in the distance, Yuichiro looked excited. His face was extremely red, and he was breathing heavily. There was not only fear in his eyes, but also excitement and passion. Somewhere, it even stood up. Yuichiro licked his lips and said with some desire, "I really want to be rewarded by this prince." Before he could finish his words, an extremely terrifying magical power came towards him, and chaotic light burst out, erupting with tremendous power. Boom! A white light illuminated the void. Even the corpse of the void beast was shattered into pieces by this force, and countless huge pieces of flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 180, The Entrance to the Fairyland, The Forbidden Methods of the Gods on the Spirit Boat. After the battle with Qixie, Sujoga lost all interest. Nangongqing and Chu Xuanru in the room had somehow put on their clothes. Both of them had blushing expressions on their faces. Nangongqing walked out of the room and smelled the extremely strong smell of blood in the air, and frowned, said with some doubt, "My lord, what happened?" Sujoga waved his hand and said lightly, "It's just a few blind guys." Nangongqing nodded. She had probably guessed something. There are countless brutal bandits on the edge of this sea. I think the commotion outside the spirit boat just now was like that. Seeing that the emperor's son seemed to be in a bad mood, Nangongqing spoke softly. "Then, Lord Emperor, we also." He hesitated to speak. Sujoga said with a strange look on his face, "Let's just forget it. We are almost at the boundary sea here. It is easy to get lost. You will have to lead the way from now on." Beyond the sea boundary is another world, not among the heavens. There were terrifying whirlpools of void chaos everywhere, and it was very easy to lose one's way. If one was not careful, even the Supreme Being could be sucked into it. Nangongqing smiled, took out a paper crane from the storage ring, and said softly, "Your Excellency, the Emperor's son, rest assured. Although the location of the ancient immortal realm is difficult to find, if you have this item, you won't have to worry about anything." Sujoga was slightly surprised and raised his eyebrows. "Oh? There is actually such a treasure?" "Nangongqing, this item is called Sunsai, and it is a treasure unique to my Taiga Xianyu. With its guidance, we can accurately find the location of the ancient fairyland." Having said that, Nangongqing stepped forward, stood on tiptoe boldly and blew hot air into Sujoga's ear and spoke. "Madam Emperor, this should be fine, right?" Sujoga glanced at her and laughed. "You are such a discontented fellow." After saying that, he put his arms around her slender waist, lifted Nangongqing up, and walked into the house. The void was silent and vast, as if only the three of them were left in the entire world. Over the past few days, after obtaining 30,000 villain points from Qixie, Sujoga was not in a hurry to spend them. Instead, he spent some time accompanying the two women in order to prevent the previous scene from happening. Sujoga specifically instructed Shadow Old and Supreme Divine Roar to clear out all the people and objects around this void. The two girls' two-way values both reached 100%, and they became much closer to Sujogi. Sujoga was naturally happy to see this. "Seen. If everyone was respectful to me, it would be boring." Right in front of the spirit boat, there was a paper crane flying. Under the guidance of the paper crane, the spirit boat soon arrived at the boundary sea. The boundary sea is a vast sea of chaos. Compared with the desolate and lonely void, everything around here has turned into a deep blue color. Wisps of air are constantly rising and circling, and countless large and small void whirlpools are surging. It looks bizarre, with several auroras of different colors flashing by, giving it a unique beauty. Yet if one accidentally falls into this calm and surging vortex of the void, he would be torn to pieces by the power within it. The boundary sea is full of dangers, but for Sujoga and his companions, there is nothing to be afraid of. Instead, they enjoy the place as if they were sightseeing. It was not until the 8th day that I noticed a huge change in my vision. They finally crossed the boundary sea and came to a bright starry sky with dazzling stars hanging in the sky. This is the opposite of the outside world of the heavens, another star field. Looking at this piece of void that was no different from the heavens and all the worlds, Sujoga couldn't help but mutter. "My father once told me that beyond the heavens and myriad worlds, there are countless star regions. And those creatures of the dark side come from those places. Just as all the creatures in the heavens believe that the great emperor is the pinnacle that everyone dreams of, little do they know that above the great emperor, there may be an unknown and fascinating realm. Although he is the emperor's son, he also possesses a system that ordinary people do not have, but there is no guarantee that something beyond your understanding will appear, although it is a system of destined villains. If one is really as brainless, arrogant, and conceited as the villains in the script, I am afraid that his ending will not be good. Thinking of this, Sujyoga's state of mind improved again, and he made another breakthrough amid the surprise of the two women enter the third level of the Holy Realm. He originally possessed the innate chaotic divine body, the best physique in the universe, and his talent was 1 in a million. For Sujyoga, breaking through was as easy as eating and drinking. Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes flickered and she exclaimed in surprise. Master Emperor, you have made another breakthrough? Chu Xuanru, congratulations on your breakthrough. With your strength, I'm afraid no one in the universe can be your opponent. Sujyoga glanced at the two girls, stroked their hair with his hand, and chuckled. All right, I don't know how many times I've heard these words. My ears are a little calloused. Xinger, from now on, you can be like Xuanru. You don't need to call me by a honorific title. Just call me Master. Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes lit up and she said with some surprise. Emperor? Young Master. Being recognized by His Excellency the Emperor's son makes me feel as sweet as eating honey. The spirit boat soon arrived at the entrance of the ancient fairyland, just like where they came from. It was an empty starry sky without any living creature. If Sunzai had not stopped here, Sujyoga would have missed it. Nangong Qing smiled and said softly. Sir, we are here. Sujyoga looked around. There was no entrance to this ancient fairyland. His imperial eyes narrowed slightly, and the power of the causal eyes was activated. In the field of vision, the surrounding starry sky underwent earth-shaking changes. In this vast starry sky, countless densely packed golden divine chains are intertwined, and on the divine chains are inscriptions of the gods. Although the spirit boat could pass through these golden divine chains without beginning, when viewed from above and below, the overwhelming divine chains seemed to imprison it like a cage. Where those golden divine chains spread, there was actually an open golden palace door. The palace door was as bottomless as an abyss, and no one knew where it led to. It was surrounded by auspicious clouds and shining with divine light, making it look particularly extraordinary. This was such a magnificent and miraculous scene that even Sujyoga couldn't help but marvel at it. The methods of the Forbidden God clan are indeed extraordinary. The divine gaze of cause and effect retreated, and everything around changed back to the vast and boundless starry sky before it. The golden divine chain that blocked this world suddenly disappeared. The golden palace door and everything seemed to have never left, yet had never appeared. Chapter 181. Entering the ancient fairyland, the divine gaze of cause and effect retreated, and everything around changed back to the vast and boundless starry sky before everything seemed to have never happened. Nangong Qing saw this and said in surprise. Sir, can you see the entrance to my god clan? Only those of her divine race could feel this golden palace door by calling out with the power of their blood. Sujyoga smiled faintly. It's well done, but is this missing the palace door? Nangong Qing's body trembled when she heard that, her face full of disbelief. How is this possible? The emperor can actually see it. What door? Chu Xuanru was puzzled, tilting her head, a little confused. Meow meow meow? Sujyoga's imperial eyes flickered. It seems a little incomplete. If I am not mistaken, from the moment I stepped into this starry sky, I and my companions entered a divine formation built by the ancient gods to avoid the invasion of the dark side. This formation cannot be discovered even with spiritual sense, and it will not be triggered at all. That if you want to look for it, you may get lost in the starry sky beyond the heavens. What made Sujyoga a little puzzled was why there was no palace door at the entrance to the ancient fairyland. Logically speaking, this kind of formation is similar to the heaven-covering formation or even higher. Without the blockade of the palace door, when it comes into contact with the starry sky, it will enter the ancient fairyland. Nangong Qing calmed down her shocked mood and explained. There used to be a palace gate here. It's just that, for some reason, it seems to have disappeared. What she didn't know was that tens of thousands of years ago, Emperor Su had come here in search of Emperor Changqing's daughter, Zhou Lianyue. The sealed palace door was smashed to pieces by his terrifying imperial power. Sujyoga nodded slightly and said with a smile. Interesting, let's go in. After saying that, the spirit boat sailed towards the golden entrance of the palace. When the head of the spirit boat touched the entrance, It unexpectedly disappeared into the starry sky and sank into its buzz. A vast white light directly submerged everyone's vision. When he came to his senses again, the spirit boat had already appeared in the ancient fairyland. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is not weaker than any superpower in the heavens, and what is even more surprising is that in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there is also a faint trace of innate purple energy. The innate purple energy can only be nurtured and born in a Dao domain that has existed for tens of thousands of years or even longer, just like the Su family's holy emperor Dao domain. This means that the luck of this place is extremely strong, and the possibility of giving birth to a peerless monster is greatly increased. The spirit boat sails above the blue sky. Nangong Ching had a happy look on her face as she breathed in the refreshing air. The spirit boat shuttled through the clouds, and wisps of cool breeze brushed her face, and her bright red hair fluttered. "Sir, we have arrived at the ancient fairyland." I never thought that I could return to the ancient fairyland. Shu Xuanru was looking around with great curiosity. Near the spirit boat, there were rare birds and animals that she had never seen before, and spirit birds with beautiful and shiny feathers were accompanying her. Directly below the spirit boat, one can see endless stretches of emerald green mountains, which provide a pleasant scenery. Is this the location of the God clan? It's so beautiful, Su Jioga said with a faint smile. Where is this place? Nangong Ching said after pondering for a while. There are endless mountains and trees here. I think it should be in the territory of Dali. I just don't know which god's territory it is. Although the Forbidden God clan has many clans, the total population is extremely small. Therefore, in the entire ancient fairyland, apart from the big cities, there are still many uninhabited and undeveloped areas like this. Nangong Ching, sir, where are we going? The Wanchi family is located in the Great Snow region of the Northern Territory. If you are not in a hurry, you can visit my Nangong family first. Su Jioga's eyes flickered and he said with a smile. Let's talk about it later. Let's take a look around first. Coming here for the first time, Su Jioga also wanted to experience the difference of the ancient fairyland. Nangong Ching nodded slightly. The three of them rode on the spirit boat for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, the supreme god Roar in the front paused and let out a low roar. It turned its huge head and looked in the direction of Su Jioga. Ha! What's wrong? Su Jioga walked forward curiously and looked forward. On the other side of this dense mountain range, the sky was dyed red and filled with smoke. Compared with this primeval forest with pure natural beauty, the area there was extremely desolate. The earth was bare. For thousands of miles around, there was no sign of any animal or plant life except for mountains of rocks. Even from a distance, one could smell the strong smell of blood in that place, as if a horrific battle had just taken place. Su Jioga was slightly startled and murmured, "This is Kai Shiwan?" Nangong Ching on the side exclaimed first. Her beautiful eyes were somewhat solemn, and she kept looking around, as if she was searching for something. Finally, a fluttering flag was found standing on the scorched earth. On it was the language of her god clan, which clearly read Dongling. Nangong Ching, sir, the place ahead is the stone abyss built by us god clan to collect immortal stones. It is the territory of the Dongling god clan. We should avoid it. Since we have arrived at the territory of Dongling, then not far ahead is Tianyu City, the most prosperous ancient city in Dali realm. Nangong Ching said with a little concern. There was one thing she didn't say. As an ancient fairyland that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years and has not been destroyed until now, due to the mining by the forbidden gods, the resources in the entire fairyland have now become exhausted. Most of the gods have already sent people to the heavens to find other ways to obtain immortal spirit stones. Otherwise, her Nangong family would not have traveled thousands of miles to the heavens to search for ancient immortal ruins. Therefore, among the Forbidden God clan today, every quarrying abyss is an absolute forbidden area for the clan, and no outsiders are allowed to interfere. Su Jioga narrowed his imperial eyes, stared in the direction of the quarrying abyss, and said lightly, "It's a little late. They are already here." Right in front of the spirit boat, a group of majestic god warriors dressed in black armor arrived at some point. At the head of the group was a middle-aged god with a gloomy face and dressed in gorgeous clothes. The supreme god roared, and the huge airflow caused the group of god guards to change their faces, and they all prepared to charge Holy Land? Dong Lingming frowned, raised his hand, and said in a cold voice with a bad face, "Who are you? Why did you appear in my Dongling family's territory? Does your excellency want to go to war with the Dongling Protoss?" Chapter 182 Kai Shiwan, Dongling family. The blonde man opposite looked extraordinary, and that spirit boat was a magical weapon of great value. Dong Lingming took the initiative and wanted to persuade Su Jioge to retreat by using the reputation of the Dongling divine clan behind him. Su Jioge raised his eyebrows and glanced at the mighty group of God's warriors in front of him. There were about a few hundred of them, but the aura they exuded was as if they were facing an army of thousands. Those who are able to be responsible for guarding the Kai Shiwan are all elites among the gods, and the strength of each of them is no less than that of the Void God realm. And the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes who was leading the group was actually a saint. Nangong Qing spoke immediately. "Sir, let me do it." Su Jioge didn't say anything, but nodded slightly. Nangong Qing took a step forward. Dong Lingming on the opposite side noticed this scene. When he saw the red hair that was unique to the Nangong clan, he was slightly startled. He said with a frown, "Someone from the Nangong family? Why don't you stay in your own territory and enter the territory of my Dongling Protoss?" Nangong Qing had a calm expression and spoke in a soft voice. "I am Nangong Qing, the daughter of Nangong Fong, the leader of the Nangong clan. We have no intention of disturbing you. We just returned from outside the domain and were teleported here by chance." The daughter of the head of the Nangong family, Dong Lingming's expression improved a little after hearing this, and he nodded. "So he came back from outside the domain. What are you doing outside, Nangong?" he asked curiously. "Ever since the Golden Palace Gate was destroyed, the entrance to the ancient fairyland has become extremely unstable. Teleporting to the territory of another tribe is a common occurrence." So when Dong Lingming heard Nangong Qing say this, he did not doubt it. That fiery red hair is the best proof that she is a Nangong person. "Nangong Qing, these are my clan's secrets. It's not convenient to disclose them. Can we use the teleportation array here to go to Tianyu City?" Dong Lingming laughed loudly and said generously, "It's nothing more than using the teleportation array. Since it's the request of the daughter of Patriarch Nangong Fong, we will naturally not refuse. Come with us." As he said that, he led a group of mighty God clan warriors to lead the way for Su Jioge and others. On the spirit boat, Chu Xian said with her beautiful eyes sparkling, "They seem like nice people." Nangong Qing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, the other party still gave me face. If it were anyone else, they would have formed a killing formation and attacked long ago." The Dongling family's Tianluo killing formation is well known and very terrifying. As she spoke, Nangong Qing looked at the two of them and said respectfully to Su Jioge, "Sir, if the other party asks about your identities later, don't say anything, just let me do it. In every God clan's quarrying abyss, there will be at least one supreme-level ancestor in charge. As long as we borrow the Dongling family's teleportation array and go to Tianyu City, everything will be easy." Su Jioge raised the corner of his mouth and said with a nonchalant smile, "It depends on my mood." Nangong Qing paused and sighed. As the prince of the Su family, he can do whatever he wants, and there are not many things that can restrain Su Jioge. "I'm afraid even the entire Dongling family is not taken seriously by the emperor." Lingzhou followed Dong Lingming and a group of God's warriors to Kaishiyuan. High in the sky, looking down from above, there was a fiery red area. It was a huge, empty pit. There are countless platforms built in a circular pattern to transport rocks up the mountain. At every position, there are people from the God clan who are responsible for arranging and mobilizing. They hold long whips in their hands and command a group of ragged, skinny, and shackled slaves with disdainful and arrogant expressions. The spirit boat slowly descended, and Su Jioge and the other two landed. Dong Lingming said with a smile, "Come with me." He walked in front. After putting away the spirit boat, Su Jioge looked around with some curiosity. "Is this the place where spirit stones are collected?" "This place is somewhat similar to the mines in the heavens. The only difference is that the heavens are vast and there is no shortage of spirit stone veins. Therefore, the hard work of mining spirit stone mines is mostly a training mission for disciples of the sect, or given to affiliated forces and captured enemies. The birth of spiritual stones is limited, and the deeper they go, the purer they become. The spiritual stones in the deepest part can provide enormous spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and can even regenerate spiritual stones over the years. Therefore, for the sake of long-term development, most forces in the heavens will not exhaust all resources. Judging from the progress here, the deep pit has been dug to a terrifying extent. If it continues like this, it is no wonder that even a land as rich as the Taiku Immortal Realm will face a resource crisis. From time to time, shrill screams could be heard from all around and even from deep within the Tiankung. "How dare you be lazy? Hurry up and get down and mine for spiritual stones. If you don't hand in 100 spirit stones today, you won't be able to sleep. Not far away from them, a man who was also dressed in rags was beating a group of slaves hard with a whip. Then, with a flattering smile on his face, he chattered something to the God clan member who was enjoying himself while lying on the chair. Chu Xuanru on the side frowned and said, "Are these people also from the God clan?" When hearing this question, Nan Gongqing's pretty face changed slightly and she spoke hesitantly. "No. They are all humans or demons left behind in the ancient fairyland." "What?" Chu Xuanru exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. "Why are the humans and demons here?" "Nan Gongqing, my God clan has a small population. Although we control the ancient immortal realm, if we really count, the number of monsters and humans living here is dozens of times more than us. These people are the descendants of those captured by our God clan from various Dao realms before the Emperor's fall. Over time, they have come to live here with us. In the stereotyped impression passed down from generation to generation by the forbidden gods, the demons and humans are mostly their slaves, and everything is for the service of the gods." Nan Gongqing, the daughter of the Nangong clan's patriarch, is no exception. Not if the Emperor's son had not been here, she wouldn't even have had any other expression. Chu Xuanru's eyes suddenly turned unfriendly when she looked at the people of the Dongling divine clan. At this time, Su Jioge patted her shoulder and said lightly, "You are not them. There is no need to empathize with them. In this world of cultivation where the strong prey on the weak creatures have no chance of choice at all. Even there were evil cultivators like the ghost ancestor who directly refined billions of lives in several Dao realms in order to break through. In comparison, these are really nothing. Although there are many humans here, he is not idle enough to act as a savior." Su Jioge spoke with a calm expression. "Let's go." Chu Xuanru glanced at Su Jioge, nodded seriously and said, "I know, sir." Su Jioge narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "So obedient." At this time, Dong Lingming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, turned around and glanced at Su Jioge and Chu Xuanru, said with a smile, "Look at my poor memory. I almost forgot to ask, lady, who are the two people beside you?" Chapter 183 Identity Exposed. Human. Nan Gongqing was startled when she heard this, and her heart skipped a beat. She knew that Dong Lingming was trying to find out the identities of the Emperor's son and Chu Xuanru. Kai Shiwan is an important place for every God clan, and no one other than the gods is allowed to interfere. If I don't give a good answer this time, I'm afraid that the smiling Dong Lingming in front of me will take me and others down in an instant, Nan Gongqing said with a smile. After pondering for a moment, "They are some of my friends, and they are also from the God clan." "Oh?" Dong Lingming said with some surprise. "Since we are both from the God clan, why did you take so long to consider this, lady? I wonder which tribe of gods these two are from." "Don't worry, clan girl. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to understand. You also know that there are some enemies near my Dongling divine clan." Dong Lingming said with a smile. Nan Gongqing nodded and said lightly, "Clear. I know all these things. Please rest assured that these two are definitely not enemies of the Dongling divine clan. The identities of these two friends of mine are somewhat special, so it is inconvenient to disclose them. Please understand." Dong Lingming looked at Nan Gongqing with a strange look, which clearly showed that he didn't believe it, but he didn't say much, just laughed and said, "Since you, the lady of the clan, have promised so, that." Before he could finish his words, Dong Lingming activated his great magical power and attacked Sui Shen. This sudden attack was something no one had expected. Nan Gongqing's face suddenly changed and she shouted angrily, "What you do?" Su Jioge raised his eyebrows, as if he had been prepared. The Black Emperor halberd appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he pointed it forward with a calm expression. Boom! The terrifying magical power instantly exploded into pieces, and the violent airflow caused many slaves around to fly backwards. Without any protective measures, he sank into the bottomless sinkhole. A group of God's warriors also intercepted here, and surrounded the three people present in an instant. Nan Gongqing was angry, her pretty face was cold, and she said coldly, "Why did you, the Dongling divine clan, take action?" Dong Lingming said with a smile, "My lady, we have no intention of hurting you. The origins of these two people are unknown. They may be enemies of our Dongling divine clan. Please let them go. We won't hurt you." Nan Gongqing's beautiful eyes were frosted as she stared at him and said, "I have already said that they are all members of my forbidden divine race, not enemies of your Dongling family. Are you also doubting my identity? That's not the case. Dong Lingming spread his hands and said, You may not remember clearly, my lady, but I once saw you at a protos ceremony a long time ago. But these two people's faces are quite unfamiliar, you two are so young and powerful. I think you should have awakened the power of my god clan. Nangong Qing immediately said, Their bloodline is impure and they haven't awakened their divine power. Dong Lingming smiled, Is that so? That's troublesome. If I can't prove my identity, I can only stay here and rest for a while. Sujioga narrowed his imperial eyes and said lightly with amusement, Rest? I'm afraid that with your strength, you are not worthy of allowing this prince to stay here to rest. Dong Lingming did not get angry but laughed instead and spoke slowly. This young master is so confident that I actually believe that he is the young prodigy of my forbidden god clan. Sujioga was too lazy to argue with him. He flipped the Black Emperor halberd in his hand, and powerful streams of air surged out. A member of the god clan? Are you worthy enough? Isn't it awakening divine power? When Dong Lingming felt this power, his expression gradually turned unfriendly and he sneered, Really? If I'm guessing correctly, you two are human, right? Dong Lingming raised his hand, the metallic sounds of weapons and armor rang out, and a group of God's warriors immediately surrounded Sujioga and Shu Zuanru. Nangong Qing's face changed drastically and she scolded. Dong Lingming! How dare you touch my people? Suddenly, a terrifying force bound Nangong Qing to the spot, and two God's warriors imprisoned Nangong Qing there. Dong Lingming smiled faintly. Your Excellency has had some interactions with the human race. If this gets out, it might not be good for your reputation. I think Your Excellency should also know that, apart from the gods like us, only two kinds of people can enter the god clan's quarrying abyss. One is a slave, and the other. Dong Lingming paused, squinting his eyes and spoke slowly. It's a dead person. Nangong Qing's breath was choked. She knew that it might not be so easy to get out today. Aventurin, since they are from the Nangong divine clan, I will give you a favor and spare their lives. Shu Zuanru waved her white hand, and the dragon phoenix Guqin was immediately embraced in her hand. Sir, what should we do now? Just wait here obediently for this prince. Sujioga's calm voice came facing a group of gods who were eyeing him covetously. Sujioga held the Black Emperor halberd, the aura of gods and demons swirling around him, his eyes arrogant, looking down on all living beings. It was as if he was the one who was surrounded. Sujioga, you seem very confident. Are you really sure that you can capture this prince? Dong Lingming smiled. He looked at the supreme god who was roaring beside Sujioga opposite him and said in a relaxed tone, Your reliance is nothing more than that beast. Even if it is the Saint Realm, in the eyes of the gods like me, it is nothing more than a stronger ant. Humans and monsters are born to be slaves of my god clan. You should recognize your own identity. Sujioga said jokingly. The roar of God is enough to kill you. Go! Sujioga shouted indifferently towards the supreme god. Upon hearing Sujioga's order, the supreme god roared towards the group of gods in front of him, and blazing golden divine flames burned all over his body. The atmosphere filled with majesty and oppression could not be ignored by anyone present. The extremely powerful aura of the supreme god's roar made Dong Lingming frown, and his eyes became a little solemn. I underestimated you. He crushed a jade slip in his hand, and after notifying the Supreme Realm ancestor guarding the place, he gave instructions to the divine generals. I'll deal with this beast. Go and capture those two guys. As soon as he finished speaking, the supreme god on the opposite side roared and attacked with his bloody mouth wide open. Dong Lingming used several magical powers to awaken the divine power. Not wanting to destroy the Kaishuri Yuan, he flew into the air and challenged. Considering that it is not easy for you to cultivate to the Saint Realm, if you surrender and become the mount of my clan's genius, I can spare your life. In my god clan's territory, even the demon clan supreme can only bow down and submit, let alone you. Chapter 184, Thousands of magical powers, all directions are destroyed. The supreme divine roar could naturally understand what he said. As a divine beast of heaven and earth, he had been trained by a great emperor since childhood and had his own unique pride. It roared. It transformed into a golden divine rainbow, and two huge claws slapped towards Dong Lingming in the air. Dong Lingming snorted coldly when he saw that the supreme divine roar was unmoved. Humph, I've already given you a chance. His body became illusory and then turned into a series of afterimages. Dozens of Dong Lingmings emerged in the sky, the supreme god roared and slapped with his claws. With this blow, even a towering mountain would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Just when the claw touched Dong Lingming, it turned out to be a phantom, it disappeared in an instant. Dozens of Dong Lingmings around showed playful expressions when they saw it, and made exactly the same movements and mocked it. Standing stubbornly, how can you, the inferior creatures, know the power of my god clan? On the other side, the same situation occurred with the group of gods warriors that Su Jioge faced. Puchi. Facing these hundreds of gods generals, Su Jioge was like a god or demon, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the gods one after another. Anyone who dared to stand in his way was instantly cut in half by the Black Emperor halberd. What was even more terrifying was that they couldn't even get close to Su Jioge. It's as if this person has eyes on his back and can predict everyone's actions in advance. You know, everyone here is an elite of the god clan, and some are at least at the void god realm. Yet Su Jioge was able to fight against 100 alone, without showing any sign of fading at all. Buzz! A murderous sound of piano music suddenly sounded all around. Su Jioge grinned. Under the blessing of Chuzuanru's dragon and Phoenix Guqin, his whole body seemed to become a lot lighter. Su Jioge swept the Black Emperor halberd in his hand forward, his eyes captivating, and shouted in a deep voice. Zhan Yuan. Countless divine and demonic auras rushed out from the Black Emperor's abyss tripod, and an extremely dark and terrifying demonic light directly engulfed a large number of gods' warriors in front of him. With a sweep of the halberd, countless blood splattered everywhere. This overbearing and brutal force was simply not something they could resist. Boom! The tip of the Black Emperor's halberd was stained with countless fresh blood, and the surrounding ground was littered with the remains of half-dead bodies that looked miserable. This captivating scene made the gods' warriors on the opposite side seem to be trapped in a sea of corpses and murderous intent for a moment. They trembled all over and dared not move. Is this guy a monster? Impossible? How could the human race be so strong? Nangong Qing's face lit up with joy when she saw this. She glanced at the two gods warriors who were guarding her in a daze. As his mind moved, a blue flame of terrifying temperature suddenly burned around his body, the ancient blue flame. The two god clan warriors' expressions changed drastically and their eyes widened with anger. Want to leave? Puchi. Just as they were about to attack, Su Jioge pulled out the Black Emperor that was inserted into the body of a god clan warrior and threw it towards the two of them. It went straight through their chests, Nangong Qing said with great joy. Young master. Su Jioge looked calm and nodded at her, turning around and looking at the remaining Protoss warriors. There were only 60 or 70 of them left alive. Su Jioge said with mocking disdain in his eyes. Is this the Protoss warrior? Nothing more. Damn it! Among the god clan warriors, so many of their compatriots were slaughtered by the enemy. The scene was simply a state of collapse. Su Jioge had a teasing look on his face, and took a step forward with the Black Emperor halberd in his hand. Intimidated by Su Jioge's majesty, the Dongling Divine Clan's warriors actually retreated. This scene was seen by Dong Lingming, who was fighting with the supreme god's roar in the air. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before. The golden monster before him was top-notch in the Holy Realm in terms of both physique and speed. Moreover, even he himself could not withstand the opponent's unrivaled brute force. This made Dong Lingming feel humiliated. When he saw the somewhat cowardly god warriors below, he, who was already in a bad mood, became furious. Have you all been beaten, silly? Use the awakened divine power of our Dongling clan. A bunch of rubbish. These words were like a bolt from the blue, and immediately made the gods' warriors, who had been frightened out of their wits, react. One of them shouted. 1,000 change divine power. Thousands of divine powers. The voice shook the sky, and the remaining god clan warriors present all shouted in unison. Su Jioge did not stop him and said lightly. The awakening power of the forbidden gods? I'm really looking forward to it. Nangong Qing had not yet reached the realm of virtual god, and Wan Qikong had not used the power of his Wanqi family's celestial beads at all in the Canghuang realm. So, this was the first time Su Jioge saw the scene of awakening divine power. Boom! A majestic and overwhelming momentum rose into the sky. The aura of all the gods' warriors present rose steadily, and ancient divine patterns appeared on their skin. The Dongling God Clan warriors present were seen split into two just like Dongling Ming before, and then gradually evolved. In the end, the entire Kaishiyuan was densely packed with God Clan warriors. From the previous 50 or 60 people, it was like facing thousands of troops now. Moreover, the aura of each one is at the same level, and there is no discernible difference at all. Clang. 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 This harsh metallic sound came from all directions. After using the awakened divine power, everyone's morale increased greatly, and they rushed towards Sujyoga like a tidal wave. Shuzuanru, who was playing the piano, suddenly changed her expression. Sir. Nangong Ching also had a pupil and said loudly, Sir. The awakened divine powers of the Dongling Protoss have thousands of changes, and they only have one true body. Everything else is fake. Although the Dongling clan's 1,000 transformations divine power is not strong, the most terrifying thing is that although one person can split into several clones, only one original body can be harmed. However, the damage caused to the enemy by other clones is 100%. In other words, Sujyoga was facing so many real people at this moment. Sujyoga's face was calm. It seemed that the presence of so many gods could not cause him any disturbance. Sujyoga was seen holding the Black Emperor halberd high up, and terrifying cyclones burst out from his body. The aura of gods and demons swept out, and the purple gold devil dragon surrounded them. Mysterious laws of the avenue flowed. Kill. The Protoss warrior who was rushing towards the opposite side like a tsunami roared. Sujyoga's eyes were indifferent, and the Black Emperor halberd burst out with a monstrous black devil flame, even burning the surrounding space. All 10 directions are destroyed. This blow shattered the galaxy and seemed to cut off everything. It was like the ancient gods and demons had returned to the world, erupting with unprecedented power to destroy the world. The power of entering the Holy Realm can kill a saint. The pitch-black light engulfed the countless Protoss warriors in front of him. Boom. Chapter 185, The God Burial Dragon, Oppression and Resistance. The Dongling Divine Clan warriors who had been so powerful and aggressive before were all wiped out without a single survivor under the 10 Directions annihilation attack. Even his soul was gone, and his body was shattered into countless pieces. Such a huge noise and the breath it brought made Dong Lingming in the air feel palpitations. He couldn't imagine that the human cultivator, whom he had always despised, would actually burst out with magical powers that even he felt were somewhat dangerous. This is impossible. A mere bug can't defeat even hundreds of elite warriors of my Dongling clan? This level of shock is no less than an ant overturning an elephant, and at this time in Kai Shiwan, the huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth consumed by the annihilation of all 10 directions was enough for even Sujyoga to handle. The innate chaotic body switched again, and waves of devouring force like a huge suction force of a whale surged out like an insatiable glutton. It greedily devoured the vast amount of energy and blood remaining here. Buzz, the somewhat dissatisfied Chi-Si in Sujyoga's body suddenly became full after devouring and converting the chi and blood of hundreds of God Clan warriors. My own realm has actually broken through to a new level. Enter the 4th level of the Holy Realm. The scene before my eyes was a river of blood. In the quarrying abyss, countless slaves gathered at some point in time. They had dark eyes and thin bodies. When seeing this scene, the God Clan warrior who usually acted domineeringly seemed as fragile as paper in front of this blond and powerful young man and could not withstand a single blow. Everyone present was terrified and felt a tremor in their souls. Who on earth is this person? Someone pursed his cracked lips and murmured in shock. Is he a human? Could he be a powerful person from our human race who will come to save us? Sir, please take us with you. We are human beings just like you. I am willing to work like a slave to repay you, sir. Sujyoga had a cold expression on his face and didn't even look at the group of people. The slave mentality of the human race in the ancient fairyland is deeply rooted. I am not a savior. Sujyoga ignored the noisy cries for help around his ears, but turned to the 2 women and said with a faint smile, Are you okay? The 2 women shook their heads. This action undoubtedly poured cold water on all the slaves present. In the crowd, a thin but resolute young man looked ruthless, and raised the shovel in his hand high with his shackled arms. He shouted with all his might. The Protoss warrior is dead. Are we going to just sit there and wait for death, enduring the bullying and oppression of his Protoss? The sky is dead. In this ancient fairyland, there is still a place for us to survive. There is even a vaster world outside the domain. If we are content with the status quo, after this lord leaves, what will be waiting for us will be the ruthless whip, endless slavery, and the cave where there is no light all day long. The young man raised his arms and shouted. This impassioned voice instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Even Sujyoga was slightly stunned after hearing it and looked over. After attracting everyone's attention, the ragged boy seemed even more excited. he simply climbed up onto a towering rock, slammed the mining shovel in his hand, glanced at the group of fellow slaves with a captivating look, and spoke angrily. "If you miss this opportunity today, it will never come back again in your lifetime. Are we going to stay in this hellhole for the rest of our lives? Guys, we want to resist. We want freedom. Even if we cannot defeat the Dongling Protoss clan and will die under the spears of their people, we must not let them have an easy time." The eyes of countless people present widened in disbelief at what a young boy would say. Someone who knew the young man said in horror, "Jiao, what are you doing? Come down quickly. Do you want to overthrow the gods? You are crazy." Many older slaves advised with fear on their faces. Their slave mentality has long been deeply rooted, and the word escape has long been a habit that has faded over time. However, the younger children and middle-aged people seemed to be touched by the boy's words. Finally, a loud shout was heard. "Fuck! Damn it! I was never a slave. I was caught here for no reason. Damn it, God Clan! Me too! Damn it, didn't you see how hundreds of gods were killed in front of me, the great human being? Fight them! Let's fight! Once there is one, there will be two." After the first person who dared to fight spoke, tens of thousands of slaves in the entire Kaishiuan, under the long-term backlog and persecution, were like a dynamite ignited by a fuse. The blood in their hearts was aroused and exploded at the same time. The sound was deafening and the roar of unwillingness to end his life echoed throughout the entire quarrying abyss. "Kill! Let's go! Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop us today. Kill this scab. This guy is shameless and willing to be a running dog of the gods and persecute his compatriots." Poochie! Clang! The sound of metal weapons, screams and roars. The scene became extremely chaotic for a moment. Seeing such a chaotic scene, Nangong Cheng frowned, full of confusion. In the ancient fairyland, my god clan exists no matter where it is. They can run away, but they can't. After the young master leaves, sooner or later, they will be caught again. "No." Chu Zuanru's voice sounded. "Everyone here is here for the freedom in their hearts. Even if they will be caught and taken back, at least they have fulfilled their dreams for a short period of time." Nangong Cheng didn't quite understand. In her eyes, these guys with low cultivation were born to be the lowest class of people. They were probably the kind of people that could be killed by others in a snap of a finger in the universe. Su Joga was staring at the young man who had attracted the whole audience. Under such circumstances, he still has such courage. I have to say that at least the other party has caught my attention. Will he be the destined protagonist? In Sujoga's impression, only the protagonist with destiny can perform heroic deeds such as resistance. Interesting. Sujoga murmured, his imperial eyes slightly narrowed. He checked the young man's panel. When Sujoga saw the young man's face, his pupils shrank. Destiny, villain, name, Jiao, identity, slave of the Kaishiuan of the Dongling Protoss, burial of gods, destiny villain, age, 14, personality, tenacity, leadership, unyielding, realm, 7th level of divine machine realm, constitution, god burial body unawakened, ranked first among the 10 forbidden divine bodies in the ancient fairyland. This body only exists in the legends of the forbidden divine race. It took millions of years of accumulation to come into being. Legend has it that the person who possesses this body will be the one who destroys the forbidden gods. When one reaches the void god realm, the buried god body will automatically awaken, and one will be able to comprehend the awakened divine power of all the gods. Chapter 186. We have to escape to a place where we can't be found. Kung Fu, none, treasure, a broken bowl for eating, life experience, an orphan in the ancient fairyland. He witnessed his parents being persecuted and killed by the gods when he was young, and he had a deep hatred for them. He fled all the way and landed in a village, where he lived and survived by eating food from other families. At the age of 10, he was recruited as a mining slave by the Dongling clan and was taken to the Dongling clan's quarry to work in place of the village chief's son. During the 4 years, he tried to escape all the time, but failed repeatedly and was beaten badly. Current luck value, 30,000. No wonder the system didn't transmit the voice of the destined protagonist, the destined villain, the god burialist. Does this mean that this child will become the one who destroys the entire forbidden god clan in the future? Sujoga didn't expect that he could discover such a heaven-defying existence with just a casual glance. He is not the destined protagonist, but he is no weaker than any destined protagonist, a young man who has no magical power or treasures, but possesses a terrifying luck value of 30,000 just by relying on his unawakened burial god body. This shows that this boy's future will definitely impact the entire ancient fairyland and even the heavens. It's just that, the identity of being a destined villain, Sujyoga, dog system. Why is this boy, like me, also a destined villain? The system voice soon sounded, ding. The other party's script is different from yours. He is the destined villain in another script, similar to the final boss. Oh, is there such a saying? Such a counterattack destroyed the existence of the entire God clan. Why isn't he the destined protagonist? Sujyoga asked. Every race is blessed by heaven and earth. Since they are the protagonists of destiny, they will naturally not go against heaven. To bury the gods is to go against the will of heaven, and justice will prevail. Sujyoga's eyes flickered, and he quickly reacted. He stared at the young dragon and said in a low voice. So, no matter where he is, the final outcome will be resolved by the destined protagonist in his script, right? System, according to what you mean, in the script I'm in, there is also an opposing destiny protagonist. The system did not reply this time. The meaning of the system is very clear. Although his physique and identity are terrifying, since he has the title of a destined villain, it is very likely that in the future it means that everything he does is in vain and is a wedding dress for others. A destined protagonist who was like his old enemy will appear out of nowhere and stop the catastrophe of the gods, becoming a hero that the world will pay attention to. In just a few messages, Sujyoga seemed to have seen the life of this young dragon. Could it be Wonka Kong? Sujyoga thought for a while, then said lazily. Forget it. Whether the forbidden gods live or die, what does it have to do with this emperor's son? Although he and the dragon are both villains, he would not do anything excessive for him. At best, it can only be described as appreciation. In this scene where all the slaves were going completely crazy and in chaos, the young man named Zhao in the distance had a surprisingly calm expression. It seemed that this was not caused by him at all. The dragon also looked at Sujyoga. He bit his cracked lips, and with a very pale face, he walked through the anxious crowd and came in front of Sujyoga. Adult. Seeing the person coming, Sujyoga raised his eyebrows and said without any sadness or joy. What is it? Zhao looked at the slaves around him with fanatical expressions, and everyone seemed to have seen the dawn of freedom. Zhao lowered his head, knelt down on his knees respectfully and kowtowed. My name is Zhao. Thank you for your help today, sir. Although Zhao understands that your original intention was not to save us, we have indeed been blessed. Leaving Kaishu Yuan is the lifelong wish of every one of us. I have no way to repay you for such a great favor now. If we have the chance to meet in the future, I will be willing to repay you. As he spoke, he kowtowed 3 times in a row. He knew that with his current strength, he would not be able to repay her, but he still chose to make a promise. Zhao stood up slowly. He was already thin and malnourished from working for a long time. After bowing his head, he was a little shaky when he stood up. Sujyoga was a little surprised that he could behave so appropriately at such a young age. However, Sujyoga still looked indifferent and nodded slightly. I didn't do anything. Freedom is something you have fought for yourself. Perhaps because he admired Zhao for having a temperament far beyond that of an ordinary person at this age, and for being neither humble nor arrogant, and having firm beliefs, Sujyoga rarely said a few more words. Let's go, there's quite a commotion here. If we get late, the rest of the Dongling Protoss will be here soon. Sujyoga looked up at the sky, and the sky was constantly erupting with terrifying aftermath of power. Dong Lingming, who was fighting with the Supreme God's roar, was completely panicked. Not only were hundreds of God's warriors destroyed, but also the slaves in the quarry abyss rioted and escaped, because he was distracted by something on his mind. After several waves, Dong Lingming was already covered with wounds from the roar of the Supreme God. The bloodstains on his chest and the claw marks on his arms kept gushing blood like a water pump. The innate characteristic of the Supreme Divine Roar is that when injured by it, not only the soul will be damaged, but the wound will also bleed profusely. Dong Lingming, who had lost too much blood, turned pale and looked ashen. He was completely suppressed by the Supreme God's roar. At this moment, he put away his contempt, and his aura became increasingly weak. At this rate, within an incense stick of time, I would bleed to death and my soul would be shattered. Dong Lingming could only passively defend against the attacks of the Supreme God's roar, roaring in his heart, the ancestor hasn't come yet? And on Sujyoga's side, Zhao nodded. His dark pupils were as dazzling as gems, flashing with a brilliant light. Zhao looked at Sujyoga deeply, as if he wanted to remember his appearance firmly in his mind. Then, he walked along the spiraling stone wall all the way to the outside of the cave entrance, to the top of the Kaishiyuan. Yes, I can see all the mountains and escape from the dark and gloomy outside world. At this moment, countless slaves who had escaped and seen the light and blue sky again were filled with tears of excitement and shouted to the sky, "Ha! I never thought that I could escape from that hellish place in my lifetime. I'm out. I'm out. I'm really out." On the top of Kaishiyuan Mountain, dense crowds of slaves came out one after another. They looked at the scenery around them. It was clearly just a barren land, but in their eyes it seemed like a paradise. Looking at the people who were extremely excited and dancing with joy, Zhao knew that the outcome was uncertain and he could not take it lightly. So he imitated what he did before and shouted loudly with a determined look in his eyes, "Let's go quickly. The Dongling Protoss will probably catch up with us soon. We need to escape, to a place where even the forbidden gods can't find us." Chapter 187. The supreme being of the Dongling God clan arrives after seeing the scenery outside the Kaishiyuan. At this moment, all the slaves were filled with endless hope for the future. Even those elderly people who are too old and have been worn down by the edges of their bodies burst into tears without knowing when. This is freedom, we, finally free. Go! The densely packed crowd of tens of thousands burst into a shocking noise. Zhao clenched his fists excitedly, looking for the direction to go down the mountain. This way. In Kaishiyuan, Sujyoga looked calm as he looked at the freed slaves. He was the only one who knew that the determined young man might be a devastating blow to the forbidden gods in the future. Even he did not expect that there would be such a special person among this group of slaves. Sujyoga murmured, "I hope you can give this prince a surprise. If the villain's fate is destined to be failure, then this emperor will accept your divine burial body." Nangong Qing didn't understand why these humans were so happy. As a member of the Forbidden God clan, she couldn't empathize with them. "I don't know what freedom means to these slaves." This time, Ying Lao's figure appeared faintly from the darkness, and he came to Sujyoga with a respectful look on his face. "Open your mouth and speak." "Sir Emperor, the aura of the Supreme is coming. It should be someone from the Forbidden God clan." Sujyoga's imperial eyes flickered. Sure enough, just after Ying Lao opened his mouth, an extremely furious voice came from the other side of the sky. "Damn slave, you dared to escape? Who gave you such courage?" In the distance, a golden palm that was holding up the sky slapped down towards the top of Kaishiyuan. The supreme power was majestic and unrivaled. Boom! A loud and earth-shaking sound was heard. Dust and fog rose all over the sky, and even a corner of the hill in the quarrying garden was shattered. An old man with white hair and a sage-like demeanor appeared to the supreme ruler of the Dongling clan. Dongling Xiao was extremely angry. As the supreme being, if this place wasn't where his Dongling clan mined resources, this one palm strike would have razed the entire quarry to the ground. But even so, under this force, thousands of excited and ecstatic slaves were ruthlessly crushed into meat paste in an instant. Until they died, they still hadn't realized what was happening. What is this? This unimaginable power made the slaves, who were originally full of hope, fall into despair. They looked at the sky helplessly, and for a moment, they all stopped. "The people from the Dongling Protoss are here. Should we still run away?" Among this group of slaves, no one could remain indifferent after witnessing the power of the supreme realm. Even the future destined villain, the god Burial Zhao, is the same that he collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. The golden palm print before was only one step away from him. Zhao saw with his own eyes that his companions, whom he had known since childhood, and his grandfather, who had been very kind to him, died tragically in front of him. His cheeks were covered with splattered blood and his whole body was cold. This horrifying scene made him breathless, looking at the godlike old man in the sky. Is this the power of the forbidden gods? At this moment, countless voices sounded in my heart. Can I really escape? Even if he really escaped, wouldn't he be found by such a person? Don't kill me. I'm going back. I'm going back. I won't do it again. Please, sir, let me go this time. Countless slaves burst into tears and knelt down to beg for mercy. This blow was like a heavy hammer, shattering the hopes of countless slaves. The dragon fell into numbness. Despite the noisy voices of fear and pleading for mercy in his ears, he remained indifferent and did not move at all. Dong Lingxiao glanced coldly at the slaves below, his eyes full of disdain. Humph! A slave is a slave. I'll let you go for now. In my opinion, I advise you to put away your little thoughts. Otherwise, you will end up like the people before you. He had another matter to attend to. Dong Lingxiao looked into Kai Shiwan with an unfriendly gaze, which fell on Su Joga. Ancestor? Above the sky, Dong Lingming, who was fighting fiercely with the Supreme God, was overjoyed to see the newcomer and immediately withdrew from the battle. The Supreme God roared, and just as he was about to chase, he heard Su Joga's voice. God roars, come back. The Supreme Divine roaring beast's eyes were full of murderous intent as it glanced at Dong Lingxiao, who was beside him, and then it turned into a ray of golden light and appeared beside Su Joji. Su Joga patted its huge head and said lightly, Okay, next, you don't have to do anything. In the air, Dong Lingming pointed at Su Joga with hatred on his face. Ancestor! You are finally here. That blonde young man is an intruder. Dong Lingxiao narrowed his old eyes, stared at Su Joga in an extremely captivating manner, and said in a cold voice, Human race? You dare to invade the Kaisher Yuan of my Dongling Protoss. You deserve to die. As a proud ancestor of the God clan, Dong Lingxiao was too lazy to say anything more. He disappeared on the spot and rushed towards Su Joga. He wanted to kill him with one blow. Dong Lingming was extremely excited and shouted loudly, Ancestor! Kill him now! And the daughter of the Nangong clan, she is in cahoots with those two. Su Joga had an indifferent expression and just stood there quietly without moving away. Master Ing. The shadow beside me moved. He disappeared directly into the shadow and appeared behind Dong Lingxiao like a ghost without any breath. A red dagger suddenly appeared in Ing Lao's hand. On the handle of the dagger was carved a small red snake with its tongue spitting out. It was extremely sharp, but did not emit the slightest murderous aura. As the dead servant of the imperial clan Su family, Ing Lao's lineage is born proficient in various techniques of hiding and assassination. He approaches silently and then suddenly launches a fatal attack. Dong Lingming's pupils shrank and he shouted, Ancestor! Be careful! Dong Lingxiao frowned and turned around. This sudden attack shocked him greatly. He subconsciously used a magical power. Boom! Countless rays of light and runes bloomed from it, and Dong Lingxiao appeared at the other end of the air in an instant. Dong Lingxiao was horrified and looked at his chest suddenly. He found that Ing Lao had cut a deep gash on his chest without him knowing when. It was only a few centimeters away from the heart. The flesh was torn apart and the blood was flowing. So scary, he didn't even notice the other party's breath at all. If Dong Lingming hadn't reminded him, the consequences would have been disastrous. Supreme? Dong Lingxiao was still frightened and exclaimed in shock. He swallowed a few pills, then stared at the safe and sounding Lao opposite him and spoke loudly. Who are you? Sudden, Dong Lingxiao paused, as if struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. The wound on his chest actually made a burning sound. No matter how many pills he took, the bleeding could not be stopped and even began to fester and corrode the surrounding area. Dong Lingxiao's breath choked. At this moment, he was completely panicked. He lost his voice in horror. What kind of method is this? Chapter 188, Destroy Kaisher Yuan and head to Tianyu City. Ing Lao's weapon was an imperial weapon bestowed upon him by Su Huangji. It's called snake poison. Anyone who is harmed by it will have poison planted in the body. And as an imperial weapon bestowed by Su Huangji, how could it be an ordinary object? This weapon, which was born to attack and kill, became even sharper and more pointed when used by Ing Lao. Even Dong Lingxiao, who was also a supreme being, could not stop it. Dong Lingxiao's face was filled with fear at this moment. The snake poison had already taken effect in his body. His skin and epidermis melted away rapidly at this moment, and he no longer looked as relaxed as before. What's wrong with me? Dong Lingxiao's pupils widened and he murmured in disbelief. As a supreme being, he had never encountered such a situation before. It's useless, why is it useless? Dong Lingxiao frantically took out precious medicine for healing from the storage ring, but it had no effect whether it was used externally or taken internally. At this moment, Dong Lingxiao was completely panicked. Ancestor! What did you do to the ancestor of my clan? Dong Lingming, who was not far away, was horrified and exclaimed. Dong Lingxiao's body began to decay, his muscles and skin falling off bit by bit like a puddle of mud. In the end, he turned into a bloody man. The power in Dong Lingxiao's body became chaotic and his flesh began to expand continuously. In the end, it actually exploded into a bloody mist. Bang! Ah! A voice of extreme hatred came from it. Dong Lingxiao's soul separated from this body at the last moment. He stared at Ying Lao with great resentment, his eyes full of resentment. You actually destroyed my body? Without saying much, Ying Lao disappeared directly from the spot. He grabbed Dong Lingxiao's soul with his big hand and finally squeezed it hard. Boom! A huge noise. A supreme being was so easily destroyed by old Ying. Dong Lingming was dumbfounded. The ancestor of his Dong Ling clan died tragically in front of him without even a chance to resist. His whole body was cold, and without saying a word he immediately turned around and wanted to escape. Master Ying, kill them all. Su Jioge's voice came faintly, his eyes indifferent, taking everything in. After hearing the order from the emperor's son, old Ying nodded and chased in the direction where Dong Lingming fled. How could a being of such a small holy realm escape the hands of the supreme being? In just less than an incense stick of time, Dong Lingming's shrill screams were heard from the distance of Kai Shiwan. At the foot of Kai Shiyuan mountain, countless slaves who had just escaped were extremely shocked when they heard this familiar voice. Our human race is actually so powerful? Are they really not from the Forbidden God clan? Living in the ancient fairyland, they have known since childhood that the forbidden gods are the dominant ones here, and all other races are inferior. When seeing Su Jioge destroy hundreds of gods' guards alone, it was enough to make people terrified, and now, even the ancestor of the Forbidden God clan died tragically before his eyes. We are saved, someone murmured in disbelief. Really, no one will come to capture us. After experiencing great joy and great sorrow, the moods of these few remaining slaves were like riding a roller coaster, up and down. The sudden surprise made their heads buzz for a moment and they were unable to accept it. The young Jiao just came back to his senses. The scene of old Ying killing the supreme god was still vivid in his mind, that powerful man who could kill himself and others 10,000 times with just a wave of his hand, and who was out of reach, could actually die. This was the only thought in Jiao's mind. The look in Jiao's eyes became more determined and terrifying. Although his body was still shrouded in the shadow of the tragic deaths of his relatives and friends before him, he forced himself to stand up. The forbidden gods are not omnipotent. Run! Let's run! Jiao used up the last bit of his strength and shouted loudly. This time, what belongs to them is true freedom. Moreover, it was precisely because of this scene today that a seed was secretly planted in the young man's heart, a determination to subvert the entire Forbidden God clan. The gods are not invincible, nor are they the masters. The slaves fled in all directions like scattered flies, without any destination or direction for them. It doesn't matter where they go, because after coming out of the quarrying abyss, they are free everywhere. At this time, Ying Lao also grabbed Dong Lingming's soul and came to Su Jioge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing the destined villain Jiao, and gaining 15,000 villain points. As both are destined villains, from today onwards, Jiao will share 50% of the opportunities and luck he gets with the host. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure of the dragon, the voice of the system suddenly rang in Su Jioge's ears. Su Jioge was slightly startled and murmured in surprise. I didn't expect that this could also gain villain value. It's good to have a growing worker who can provide me with villain value from time to time, so it's not a complete waste. Let me go. Who the hell are you? I, the Dongling Protoss clan, will never let you go. Dong Lingming's soul continued to struggle and shout in Ying Lao's hands. Ying Lao stepped forward and said respectfully, Sir Emperor, how do we deal with this person? Su Jioge waved his hands and said with some disgust, why keep him here? Just kill him like the supreme leader of the Dongling divine clan. Dong Lingming was stunned for a moment, then he roared fiercely. Asshole! Do you think everything will be alright like this? I'm telling you. You are stained with the blood of my god clan. No matter where you escape to, my Dongling god clan will find you. Nangong Cheng chuckled and said with a smile. Have you forgotten that I am also a member of the god clan? Dong Lingming's breath choked, his face turned extremely ugly and he cursed at Nangong Cheng angrily. Bitch! You are from my Forbidden God clan. How dare you associate with the human race? As a member of the Nangong Divine Clan, if your Nangong family knew about this, do you know the consequences? Nangong Cheng smiled nonchalantly. That's all for you to worry about. At least, you won't see that day. Nangong Cheng looked at Su Jioge beside her and spoke. Sir, get to know him. Among the gods, every one of them has left their soul tablets in the tribe. I believe the Dongling gods will arrive soon to investigate what happened here. We happen to be heading to Tianyu City via the teleportation array here before this. Su Jioge nodded slightly, glanced at Chu Xuanru beside him, and said, In that case, let's go. Dong Lingming's soul trembled, his pupils widened, and he roared as he watched the three people leaving. Assholes! As long as you are still in this ancient fairyland, my Dongling clan will not let you go even if you escape to the ends of the earth. Bang! Chapter 189, Great Divine Power Retrospection. Dongling Tsangxuan Olding crushed his soul directly and then disappeared on the spot. Under the leadership of Nangong Qing, the three came to the ancient teleportation array built by Kai Shiwan. There were countless dense array inscriptions carved on the ground. Nangong Cheng took out a few fairy-grade spirit stones and stuffed them into each hole with ease. Boom! A loud noise came from the formation under his feet. Nangong Qing's pretty face lit up with joy, and she looked at Su Jioge and said, Sir, that's enough. Su Jioge looked at the large formation under his feet, an ancient teleportation formation. This type of teleportation formation had never been left intact even in the era of the Emperor's fall. I didn't expect to see him among the forbidden gods today. Let's go. Buzz, a majestic white light flashed, enveloping everyone and lasted for quite a while, until the white light emitted by the formation dissipated. Su Jioge and the other two disappeared. The entire quarry abyss was empty and eerily quiet. Except for the remains of the Protoss warriors and sticky blood scattered all over the ground, it seemed like a dead place. Not long after, several rays of light with aura as deep as the abyss came one after another from outside the Kaishiru 1.1 by 1. The ancestors of the Dongling divine clan, who were over 70 years old and had old looks, arrived. When seeing such a tragic scene, everyone's eyes were shocked. One of the hot-tempered Dongling ancestors even broke through the entire Kaishiyuan in rage. Boom! Beast! Who did this? All the good men of my Dongling family were killed? The third ancestor of the Dongling divine clan roared in extreme anger. A violent wind suddenly blew up in the entire Kaishiru Yuan, and an overwhelming murderous intent rushed straight to Lingxiao. The roar of the third ancestor continued to echo in the entire Kaishiru Yuan. One of the old ladies, who was a little calmer, closed her eyes and felt her surroundings, with an ugly look on her face. There is not a single living person, and all the slaves are gone. Could it be that some powerful people from other tribes have come to intercept them? The old woman looked at the oldest ancestor of the Dongling divine clan and said, Izu had a head full of white hair and was dressed in a green robe, but his face was unexpectedly young and handsome. His skin was as smooth as jade, and there was not a single wrinkle. Only those eyes are filled with the breath of precipitation and time. If others saw him, they would probably think he was a young hero from some god clan. Dongling Song Xian's eyes were dim, and he waved his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of him. The scene around him has undergone a drastic change. All the ancestors of the Dongling divine clan present were watching this scene with anger on their faces. They knew that this was an ancestor using his great supernatural powers to try to reverse everything that had happened before. The surrounding space and time flowed backwards, and a group of people appeared before everything happened, as if they were people from outside the world, looking back. Big Brother's strength has become stronger, the third ancestor said in ecstasy, then snorted coldly and said resentfully, Who on earth dares to attack the forbidden gods like us? My Dongling Protoss will make him pay a heavy price. The old woman said, Brother Xian is using his magical powers, don't interfere. Dongling Tsangxuan's green robe fluttered, and the technique of retracing was halfway through. Many Dongling family ancestors saw the slaves who had been here before in Dongling Ming who was inspecting. Suddenly, Dongling Ming seemed to have noticed something and looked towards the horizon. Everyone followed his gaze and found that it was hazy and chaotic over there. It's like it's covered by something and can't be detected at all. Dongling Ming has moved. What is he going there for? The third ancestor frowned and said with some confusion. The old woman's eyes were solemn as she murmured, Can't you see? The person who came is not a simple person. Brother Xian, can you tell me what the other person looks like? Dongling Tsangxuan's forehead was covered with sweat, his eyelids were trembling violently, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Sudden, an extremely majestic voice carrying supreme divine power exploded in my mind. What the hell, you dare to spy on me? Get out of here! Boom! Along with the majestic and supreme power, the golden god directly disappeared into his field of vision. Puff! Dongling Sungshuan suddenly opened his eyes, his face turned extremely pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack! The entire backtracking magic power was shattered. Dongling Sungshuan's eyes were dripping with blood and tears, and were filled with red bloodshot, extremely scarlet. His whole body was weak, and he was a little unstable and shaky. Brother. First ancestor. This scene directly frightened all the powerful Dongling Divine Clan members present. The old woman was even more worried and stepped forward, quickly passing over her extremely pure divine power. Brother Xian. What's wrong with you? Dongling Sungshuan's expression looked a little better. He looked frightened and said with some fear. The breath of the great emperor, how is this possible? Just when he was about to use his supreme magical power to recreate everything that had happened before, he seemed to be noticed by some terrifying existence and counterattacked. Dongling Sungshuan was breathing heavily, and his face looked much older in an instant. Brother! What's wrong? The third ancestor stepped forward and asked anxiously. Dongling Sungshuan waved his hands, constantly recalling the previous scene. Emperor? No, it doesn't seem like it. Could it be that I was feeling wrong? Dongling Sungshuan was extremely nervous when he heard this and said in a deep voice. It's a bit troublesome. What trouble? Why did the ability to trace back time disappear? Big brother, please tell me quickly. The third ancestor was anxious. Dongling Sungshuan waved his hands, then coughed up a mouthful of blood and said weakly. I can't find out. I don't know who the other party is, but he can actually counter my magical skills. He must have come prepared. What? Everyone present looked drastically different. Can he actually counter Izu's methods? You know, Izu was the strongest being among his Dongling Divine Clan. At the 7th level of Quasi-Emperor Realm, the person who attacked Kai Shiwan was able to counterattack and hurt Izu, which means, the third ancestor's breath caught in his throat and he flew into a rage. The North Sea God Clan, it must be them who did it. In this ancient fairyland, only those who are also members of the Forbidden Divine Clan have such strength that even the first ancestor cannot discover them. My Dongling Divine Clan already had a grudge against them during the previous divine sacrifice. This time, it must be their revenge, said the third ancestor with great certainty. Those slaves will also be intercepted by them. Although his Dongling God Clan has many enemies, if we talk about the gods with whom he has deep hatred, the relationship with the Baiming God Clan is the worst. Third brother. Dongling Sungshuan raised his hand. After taking a few divine pills, his breath improved a lot. His eyes flickered as he penetrated through layer upon layer of barriers and came to the treasure trove of spiritual stones collected from Kai Shiwan. After pondering for a moment, he spoke slowly. No, there is not a single immortal grade spiritual stone missing from the treasure house used to transport spiritual stones here. If it was done by the Baiming God Clan, they would have destroyed this place completely. There is someone else who is responsible for this. Third brother. Don't act on impulse. Chapter 190, Dali Realm Chanyu City. But apart from the Baiming Divine Clan, who else would have the ability to attack my Dongling family's Kai Shiwan? The third ancestor said angrily. Look! Is this Lao Zhao's token? At this moment, one of the ancestors keenly noticed a bloodstained token among the corpses and flesh on the ground, and shouted, What? All the ancestors of the Dongling Divine Clan present immediately looked over, and when they saw the broken token, they were all stunned for a few seconds. Although the clan already knew that Dong Lingxiao had met with an accident and even his soul tablet was shattered, they still felt a little unbelievable when they actually saw Dong Lingxiao's relics. The third ancestor muttered in disbelief. Self-destruction. Who is it that forced old Ten to self-destruct? The scene was somewhat silent for a moment. Dongling Sungshuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Search carefully for any traces left by the thieves. Don't let anyone go. Also, this matter must not be spread out. Do you know? Kai Shiwan of the Dongling Divine Clan was attacked, an ancestor of the Supreme Realm died, and countless slaves disappeared out of thin air. This is no small matter. All the ancestors nodded when they heard this, and they understood each other tacitly. Then they began to check carefully. The escape of tens of thousands of slaves left many traces. Looking at the weapons discarded in a disorderly manner on the ground and many slaves killed by shovels, it was not difficult to guess that a riot had occurred here before. In just less than half a quarter of an hour, Dongling Sungshuan gathered everyone to the ancient teleportation array in Kaishiyuan. He glanced at everyone and analyzed carefully. I just went outside to take a look. In the mountains at the foot of Kaishu Yuan, there are traces of the 10th master using his magical powers, as well as a lot of slave meat paste. I'm afraid some of these slaves rebelled and finally escaped. Third ancestor, how could that group of lowly bugs escape under the noses of Dong Lingming and Dong Lingxiao? Dong Ling Tsongxian glanced at him and said, "Just listen to me patiently first. I'm afraid the people who came here didn't come for this group of slaves. These slaves must have seen the other party kill Dong Lingming and Dong Lingxiao, and they ran away. Just look." Dong Ling Tsongxian walked forward to the ancient teleportation array, took out a few immortal spirit stones that had lost all their spiritual power from the inlaid grooves, and said with his eyes flashing, "After those people took action, they should have used the teleportation array to escape." The old woman observed it carefully for a while, then frowned. According to the fluctuations in the spiritual power consumption of these spirit stones, the other party must still be in the territory at this time. As if she had thought of something, the old woman spoke loudly. "Tianyu City?" Dongling Tsongxuan nodded in agreement. The third patriarch became even angrier when he heard this. "Great! These bastards killed our Dongling divine clan members, yet they still dared to show up in our territory with such brazenness. Do you really not take my forbidden god clan seriously? Brother, what should we do now?" Dongling Tsongxian pondered for a moment before speaking. "The enemy's target is unknown, and we don't even know their faces. Perhaps we can start from among those slaves. They can't escape far." The hot-tempered third ancestor said loudly without saying anything else. "Oh my God!" He turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. "Wait!" Dong Ling Tsongxian's pupils widened and he wanted to shout immediately, but the third ancestor, who was already in a state of fever, had no time to hear these words, as he had already disappeared. "Old woman, what's wrong?" Dongling Tsongxuan shook his head and sighed. "The third brother has a violent temper. I'm afraid he will kill all those slaves. By then, there won't be any useful information to be obtained." The old woman said, "It's okay. I'll tell the third brother right away. I think he should know his limits in dealing with such a big matter." Dongling Tsongxuan nodded, not caring too much, but turned around and looked at the ancient teleportation array and said, "This matter cannot be let go so easily. Other gods have also planted a lot of spies in my tribe. This divine sacrifice happens to be held in my Dali territory. We must resolve the matter before other gods arrive. Sacrifice to the gods is a matter of great importance and no mistakes are allowed." Dongling Tsongxuan's eyes flickered. It was not for the resources of Kaishuan, nor for slaves. All he could think of was that the other party wanted to destroy his Dongling clan before the divine sacrifice, so that the divine sacrifice could not be held as usual. "No matter who you are or where you escape to, my Dongling Protoss will definitely find you. In the Dali territory, inside the Tianyu City. Sujioga and the two women appeared in a teleportation array. There is a surge of people here, and quite a few of them are teleported via the teleportation array. As soon as they arrived, several more people were teleported over. This is a place specially built for the ancient teleportation array. People passing by are talking and laughing, and there are also some monsters passing by here in a swagger. The place is thriving, and racial discrimination and barriers seem to not exist at all. But when they saw Nangong Qing next to Sujioga, it was as if they had seen some ferocious beast. Many people's faces changed color and they were unable to avoid her. "Is that someone from the God clan?" "Hiss, let's go quickly." Shu Zuanro looked around curiously and spoke in surprise. "The monster is also here. Why haven't we seen anyone from the God clan in Tianyu City?" Nangong Cheng on the side explained with a faint smile. "In the ancient fairyland, most of the monsters are human. We, the people of the God clan, have a special teleportation array, so we naturally won't appear in such a crowded place. It's the first time for me to come to Tianyu City in the Great Li realm." Shu Zuanro nodded slightly, looking at the crowd around her who were trying not to avoid the situation for fear of being implicated, and asked in confusion, "Why do they seem so afraid of us?" Nangong Cheng narrowed her beautiful eyes and said indifferently, "I'm afraid it's because of me and Lord Emperor. Most people from the Forbidden Gods have different hair color from humans, and her red hair is the iconic symbol of the Nangong clan. In the ancient fairyland, no one is so reckless as to dare to pretend to be a member of the gods. Sujioga said lightly. Let's go and walk around. This is my first time coming to the Forbidden Gods territory. How can I not take a look? Several people walked out of the teleportation array and came to a very noisy market. This place is extremely prosperous, with a huge flow of people. The city is decorated with lights and filled with a festive atmosphere. You can also often see many arrogant people from the God clan riding majestic monster mounts.